Chapter 1. A 40-year-old store, everything you need. In the heart of Huaxia, within Jiangcheng, lies an antiquated street. Here exists a hardware store that has everything. Chun Mo skillfully opened the Douyin app, initiating a live broadcast, propping his phone against the counter. The title of the live stream was straightforward and blunt: a 40-year-old store, everything you need. At the age of 22, Chun Mo had graduated with a degree in intelligent electromechanical engineering, with a bright future ahead. If working in a factory tightening screws could be deemed a bright future. Reluctant to become just another cog in the assembly line, he resolutely chose to take over the dilapidated hardware store left by his parents. He refused to believe that his parents managed to raise him through this very store, while he, a modern university graduate, would face insurmountable difficulties. As it turned out, he wouldn't be overwhelmed, but he might starve. After a month of ownership, his daily revenue had never exceeded 100 yuan, barely enough to cover the rent. To make matters worse, a large and luxurious giant dragon hardware store had recently opened next door, siphoning away his meager business. It was already 2 in the afternoon, and he hadn't sold a single screw. In a bid for survival, Chun Mo resorted to live streaming, hoping to increase his visibility. It must be acknowledged that Douyin's traffic was indeed substantial. As soon as he began broadcasting, a handful of viewers trickled into the live stream. Are hardware stores really starting to live stream? Is the competition that fierce? This store is still open? I remember it from my childhood. It must be at least 30 or 40 years old. Everything you need? The host is quite bold with that store name. Observing the comments, Chun Mo curled his lips, ready to promote his store. Suddenly, a crisp mechanical notification echoed in his mind. Ding detection of host facing skepticism. Activation conditions met. The everything you need system is officially initiated. Chun Mo was taken aback. Then, an overwhelming sense of joy surged within him. Wow. After 22 years, his golden opportunity had finally arrived. Before he could revel in his excitement, the system interface and rules vividly materialized in his mind. Everything you need system. This system will automatically generate items based on customer demand within the store. The generation of items incurs no cost. Upon transaction completion, the system will settle based on customer satisfaction. Very satisfied. The host will receive double the universal points of the transaction amount. Satisfied. The host will receive an equivalent amount of universal points of the transaction. Dissatisfied. The host will not receive any universal points, and the system will deduct the transaction amount. Very dissatisfied. The host will not receive any universal points, and the system will deduct double the transaction amount. Universal points can be exchanged for any goods and abilities in the system shop. Chun Mo inhaled sharply. Not only did he have to sell items, but he also needed to ensure customer satisfaction, otherwise he would incur losses. Wasn't this a roundabout way of coercing himself into competition? Why didn't he just work in a factory tightening screws? Wasn't it precisely to avoid competition and seek a laid-back life? This broken system forced him into selling goods, and now it wanted him to compete in service as well. In a humble hardware store, what kind of service could he provide? However, when Chun Mo opened the system shop and beheld the affordable and abundant items within, he was instantly astonished. Yes, what he needed was indeed service. Though small, a hardware store is still part of the service industry. How could one neglect service? Customers are akin to deities. At that moment, a frail, gray-haired grandmother with a slightly hunched back timidly entered. "Young man, do you sell axle for tricycles here?" Her voice carried a hint of hesitation and shyness. Upon hearing this, the live stream erupted with laughter. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." "Haha, just said you have everything. And here comes a reality check. Didn't you claim to have everything? Can you conjure a tricycle axle for me?" Chun Mo glanced at the comments, a slight smile gracing his lips. He indeed did not have a tricycle axle in the store. After all, he was a hardware store, not a repair shop. But the system could provide it. You could ask for a tricycle axle, or even a tank axle. It could be produced. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he confidently replied, "Yes, yes." The grandmother's murky eyes sparkled with hope. The viewers in the live stream went into a frenzy. "No way. Really?" Chun Mo, observing the comments, chuckled. "Of course. As I mentioned, my store is all about having everything." He then turned to the grandmother. "Let me see what kind of tricycle you have, what size and length of axle you need." Chun Mo picked up his phone and followed the grandmother to the entrance, directing the camera toward her tricycle. It was a small, red pedal-powered tricycle. The paint was peeling in many places, clearly showing its age. Yet, despite its condition, the tricycle was impeccably clean, with a worn seat meticulously patched. It was evident that the grandmother cherished it deeply. The comments in the live stream fell eerily silent for a moment. Seriously, are there still people riding these pedal tricycles? Some elderly folks are too hesitant to ride electric ones. This feels much safer for them. These tricycles must be out of production, right? Does the host really have one? These pedal-powered ones must have ceased production. Even sanitation workers ride electric ones now. The grandmother looked at Chun Mo with eager anticipation. Young man, do you truly have this model? I asked at the repair shop for electric bikes, and they said no, I have to buy it online. But I don't know how to shop online. Chun Mo smiled. Don't worry, Grandma. He silently murmured. System, generate the corresponding tricycle rear axle. Item generated, location, second row shelf, bottom cardboard box. He turned and entered the store, dragging out a dusty cardboard box from a cluttered corner. From amidst a jumble of parts, he extracted a brand new axle. He then walked to the tricycle and measured it against the axle. Perfect fit. The viewers were astonished. In a way, it really exists. This can't be staged. The repair shop didn't have it, yet the host does? I'm impressed. One must admit, some old items can only be found in such vintage stores. The grandmother beamed with joy. Thank you. Thank you. I am truly grateful. How much is it? Grandma, there's no rush regarding money. Not only do I sell items, but I also repair electromechanical devices. Since you're here, let me help you fix it. Saying this, he expertly flipped the tricycle over, inspecting it while engaging in casual conversation. Grandma, how old are you? 90 at 90, you still ride a tricycle? What about your family? At the mention of family, the grandmother's expression dimmed slightly. My son has passed away, and my grandson is serving in the military. He can't come back. She paused, seemingly lost in memories, her tone tinged with pride. Why can't a 90-year-old ride a tricycle? Back in the day, I used to push a unicycle to deliver food to the troops, covering over 30 miles a day. Riding a tricycle is much easier than that. Chun Mo's hand, which had been tightening screws, suddenly froze. The live stream fell silent. After a long moment, a few comments began to drift through the live stream. Salute to the grandmother. Tears welled up. It turns out she is a heroine pushing her cart to the front lines. Streamer, stop accepting money. How much is it? I wish to reward you. Chun Mo took a deep breath, gazing at the dilapidated tricycle before him, and made a decision. He rose to his feet and asked the elderly lady, Grandma, doesn't this cart feel particularly heavy and laborious to pedal? Indeed, as one ages, one's legs grow weak. It's not just your legs, Grandma. Chun Mo pointed at the rusty chain and bearings. This cart has aged. Look how loose this chain is. It must frequently fall off, right? The old lady nodded repeatedly. Yes, it often falls off. But it's not a big issue. I just fix it when it does. The cart had indeed seen better days. Not only was the chain loose, but the bearings were also rusted, making strange noises, likely due to missing steel balls inside. Chun Mo smiled and said, Grandma, let me upgrade this for you. I will replace the chain and bearings and install a drive shaft along with a gear shifter. From now on, pedaling will be as effortless as walking. Upon hearing this, the old lady's expression changed instantly, and she waved her hands anxiously. Oh no need for that. How much will it cost? The comments in the live stream began to flood in. What are you doing, streamer? Wow. Are you trying to swindle a soldier's family? Are you really scamming an elderly person? Am unfollowing? I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Chapter 2. What the supermarket doesn't sell, I will. Everyone suspected that Chun Mo intended to overcharge the old lady. Seeing the barrage of skepticism, Chun Mo scoffed and smiled at the elderly lady, saying, Grandma, just give me the cost of the axle plus a small labor fee. A total of 10 yuan will suffice. What? 10 yuan? The old lady thought she had misheard. Seeing her incredulous expression, Chun Mo explained. Rest assured, Grandma, the country has developed and technology has improved. We now have an oversupply. You know what oversupply means, right? It means too many goods have been produced and can't be sold. These old parts, manufacturers often sell them at a loss just to clear their inventory, and they take up space for me too. Upon hearing this, the old lady nodded, half convinced. The viewers in the live stream, after a moment of shock, were utterly amazed. I can't believe it. I'm giving a big thumbs up, streamer. You are truly a man of honor. I thought the streamer was going to profit from this, but he's actually showing kindness. I can't refute the idea of oversupply. I believe it. The old lady was a hero in her youth,
and her grandson is defending the nation. We cannot let her ride a broken-down cart. Hey, race a lollipop as a token of appreciation. Those who gather firewood for the masses must not be left to freeze in the wind and snow. Streamer, you're a good person. I'm sending gifts. With a heart as red as a monkey's behind, I present. Doe number 1x1. Feeling his phone vibrate, Chun Mo glanced at the screen and said with a smile, "Thanks to with a heart as red as a monkey's behind, for the carnival monkey brother is impressive." He merely wished to provide the utmost service to ensure the elderly lady's complete satisfaction. Moreover, hearing about her story touched him, prompting him to show his compassion. Unexpectedly, he gained unexpected rewards. Since the big shots in a live stream had rewarded him, he felt he couldn't lag behind. He quickly generated the bearings, drive shaft, and gear shifter through the system, even exchanging for new brakes. Ding items generated, located, second row shelf in the bottom cardboard box. Seeing the system notification, Chun Mo smiled and hurriedly found the parts, beginning the repairs. The principle behind this pedal-driven tricycle is quite simple, and Chun Mo enjoyed hands-on work. With all the tools at hand, the repairs proceeded swiftly. Although he wasted some time due to unfamiliarity, in just half an hour, a transformed tricycle appeared before the camera. However, Chun Mo did not glance at the comments. Instead, he turned to the elderly lady. "Grandma, give it a try and see how it rides." The old lady gently pedaled the tricycle and steadily moved forward. "Oh my, it rides so much better, it's effortless now, and the brakes work perfectly." Chun Mo patiently explained the gear shifting function. "This way, you need not worry about climbing hills." The old lady moved, pulled out all her money from her pocket, and handed it to Chun Mo, including a 100 yuan bill. "Take this, I'm not sure if it's enough. I only brought this much. If it's insufficient, I can go back to get more. I have money." Though Chun Mo had mentioned a mere 10 yuan, she understood that that amount wouldn't cover the cost. Just the axle alone was worth more than that in scrap metal. However, Chun Mo only took a 10 yuan bill, returning the rest of the money to her. Then he pointed at the phone screen, saying, "Grandma, someone has already paid if you wish to thank someone. Express your gratitude to the viewers in the live stream. They gave me 1,000. I've made a fortune from this, and taking your 10 yuan would weigh on my conscience." After sending off the elderly lady with her heartfelt thanks, Chun Mo returned to the shop, and the system's notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Transaction completed. Customer satisfaction assessment. Very satisfied. Transaction amount, 10 yuan. Congratulations, host. You have received double rewards, 20 universal points. Looking at the 20 universal points in the system, Chun Mo raised an eyebrow. Finally, I'm off to a good start. With the number of viewers in the live stream soaring to several hundred and a flurry of streamer, his amazing comments scrolling by, he felt a rush of exhilaration. I declare, the streamer is the foremost master in Jiangchen. This modification technique is extraordinary. Really, it makes me want to try it. A gear-shifting drive shaft must feel fantastic. Streamer, can you help me modify my little electric scooter? I want to experience that flying sensation too. Seeing this comment, Chun Mo immediately adopted a serious demeanor and waved his hand at the camera. Bro, hold on. Modifying electric vehicles is illegal. We cannot engage in that. I reiterate, this is a hardware store. My main business is selling products, not a repair shop. What happened earlier was a special case. This earnest legal clarification garnered him additional goodwill. After waiting a while without any customers, Chun Mo opened the system all again. He was once more dazzled by the array of goods available. From ballpoint pen refills priced at 0.1 points to a long string of zeros for curvature engine design blueprints. Everything conceivable was available. Chun Mo smacked his lips, forcefully suppressing the urge to purchase a starship. He decisively bought a steaming bowl of authentic Anhui beef noodles from Shijiazhuang. Having been busy all afternoon, his stomach had long been growling. System, bring me a bowl of noodles, add 2 eggs and a sausage, and a bottle of ice cola. Double eggs were a must. 1 egg felt insufficient. Ding successfully exchanged for a luxurious beef noodle set, costing 1.5 universal points. A 1.5 point luxurious noodle set. This system is truly generous. In the next moment, behind the phone stand at the counter, a bowl of fragrant, glistening noodles topped with generous portions of beef appeared, accompanied by a bottle of ice-cold cola. Chun Mo raised his bowl and, with a moment of panic, exclaimed to the live stream, "Dear friends, it's time to eat." Wow, the host is quite casual. This is making me drool. This noodle dish looks remarkably authentic. I can't help but salivate. Am I on a diet? Should I indulge at this moment? As Chun Mo slurped his noodles, he perused the barrage of comments with amusement. This sensation was more exhilarating than being a billionaire. Having satisfied his hunger, He was about to recline for a while when the shop door swung open once more. A man in work attire peeked in and said, "Boss, I'd like to buy some nails." "Certainly. What type do you need?" "Cement nails, 1 inch long, 2 boxes, please." "All right," Chun Mo mentally noted, turning to retrieve 2 brand new boxes of cement nails from a nondescript corner of the shelf. "That'll be $5. The man paid, but just as he was about to leave, he recalled something and turned back to ask, "Boss, do you have any mouse traps?" Chun Mo looked at him puzzled. "Excuse me, sir, what led you to think a hardware store would carry mouse traps? You'd typically find those at a farm supply store or a general goods shop." The audience in the live stream found this amusing. "Ha ha, this guy is quite something. See, I told you the host wouldn't have everything now he's been caught out. Finally, a product that the host doesn't have. This is rare." The man felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. "Well, the supermarket doesn't sell that sort of thing, and I had no idea where to find it. So it's a farm supply store, huh? Thank you." With that, he turned to leave. "Hey, don't go just yet," Chun Mo called out quickly. The man turned back, looking confused. Leaning against the counter, Chun Mo languidly smiled and said, "I merely mentioned that this sort of item is generally not found in ordinary hardware stores. Not that I don't sell it here." The man's face instantly brightened with surprise. "You have it?" With a confident grin, Chun Mo replied succinctly, "Yes." Chapter 3. It's not you. It's the whole world. The sticky mouse traps have been generated and are in the cabinet under the counter. Chun Mo turned around and pulled out a large stack of yellow sticky mouse traps from beneath the counter. He held one up in front of the camera. "Hey, look, this is the enhanced thick version. These traps will catch mice, big or small." As he spoke, he took out a small bag of granules from the side. "This bag of mouse bait is a gift for you. Sprinkle it in the middle of the trap, and I guarantee the mice will come running, and once they do, they won't be able to escape." The customer was amused by his sales pitch and laughed heartily. "How much is it?" 10 sticky traps, a total of 10 yuan. The customer happily scanned the code and left satisfied. After sending the customer off, the live stream room was filled with astonishment. "Wow, you really have everything here. Host, I would like to call you a walking grocery store. I've learned something new today. It's my first time knowing that you can buy sticky traps at an agricultural supply store. 15 large sticky traps and a box of nails. Only 15 yuan? That is so cheap." Meanwhile, Chun Mo was checking the system. Beep, transaction completed. Customer satisfaction check, very satisfied. Total transaction amount, 15 yuan. Congratulations, host. You have received double rewards, 30 universal points. Seeing the 485 universal points in the system, Chun Mo was overjoyed. Customers came to buy things with no cost to him, and the system could generate them directly. This was essentially a risk-free business with high returns. The best part was that the universal points could be exchanged for items and abilities. For instance, the bowl of noodles and the cola he had only required 15 universal points to redeem, and they tasted quite good. This meant he could enjoy lavish meals without spending any money in the future, no more eating simple meals. The system's capabilities didn't stop there. Chun Mo saw that even the ability to repair cars only required 100 universal points to exchange. Therefore, without any hesitation, he directly addressed the live stream room. "A 40-year-old store, we have everything, fair prices, and no deception." Perhaps it was nearing closing time, as people started coming into the store one after another. From small screws to screwdrivers, to larger items like faucets and door handles, in just 1 hour, Chun Mo sold over 120 yuan worth of goods. No one who entered the store left empty-handed. Although the majority of customers were only satisfied, and he couldn't earn double points from them, Chun Mo's points rose to 220. The number of viewers in the live stream room also exceeded 1,000. So relieving. There really is everything. The host is amazing. I'm curious why people still choose to buy from the host store, even though the nearby store offers 50 for every 100 spent. Are you silly? Many people just want to buy a few screws, which are only 50 cents to a yuan. Even buying a screwdriver only costs a few yuan. Who would go to gather 100 yuan just for something worth 80 cents? I've been watching for 4 hours and still haven't seen anything the host doesn't have. They even have sticky traps and axles. Which netizen from Jiangcheng can go give the host some support? I have also been watching for an hour, just to see when the host would say something like no. Just as the viewers were chatting, a stylishly dressed young girl burst in energetically. Her name was Lu Xian. As soon as she entered, she was out of breath and eagerly asked, Boss, do you repair planes here?" Chun Mo looked Lu Xian up and down. Could she be a fan here to cause trouble? So he jokingly replied, "Miss, this is a hardware store, not an airport." Lu Xian quickly waved her hand. "Not a real plane, it's a drone." Saying this, she opened a plastic bag and took out a drone that was broken into several pieces. "I see you can repair machinery, right? It doesn't have to be fixed perfectly, just help me glue it together so it doesn't show." Chun Mo looked at the mess and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Gluing it together wasn't a problem, but it was completely unusable. The viewers laughed at this scene. Haha, finally something the host can't fix. Although it's something that can't be repaired, at least it's not yes anymore. After listening to yes all afternoon and watching the host show off, we finally encountered something that gives the host a headache. It's time to test the host's skills. You've been in business for 40 years, it's normal to have old antiques. But encountering this trendy gadget must have you stumped. The viewers teased, "Host, if you can really fix this drone, I'll give you a carnival tip right on the spot." Chun Mo glanced at the comments and smiled. "Who said I can't fix it? To the guy who wants to tip for the carnival, don't leave yet. He turned to Lu Xian. Miss, just gluing it won't work. But I have the same type of propeller here. Do you want to buy it? As soon as Chun Mo finished speaking, Lu Xian's eyes lit up. You really have it? Chun Mo replied, yes. Hearing this, Lu Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief, her big eyes sparkling as she boldly said, I'll buy it. No matter the price. Chun Mo thought for a moment and decided to spend 100 universal points to exchange for the ability to repair drones. Ding. Successfully exchanged drone repair skill. Cost 100 universal points. Current balance, 120. Ding. DJI Avata 2 drone propeller has been generated. Location, top of the 4th shelf in a cardboard box. Watching Chun Mo casually pull out a box with the DJI logo from a shelf filled with various hardware items, the viewers were dumbfounded. Wait, you have this too? Are you sure this is a hardware store and not a DJI service center? I'm impressed, really impressed. Who said they would tip for the carnival? Where's the carnival? Someone commented. I meant after fixing it. He hasn't even repaired it yet. Another viewer quipped. Chun Mo ignored the comments, placed his phone on the nearby stand, and laid out the broken drone on the table. He explained, Miss, your issue is quite serious. Not only has the propeller broken off, but the gimbal is also damaged. I need to check if the internal stabilizer and other components are also damaged. Saying this, he quickly disassembled the drone. As he looked at the circuit board, he shook his head and clicked his tongue. Lu Xian's heart suddenly sank. Can it be fixed? In the live stream, the netizen who had previously suggested tipping for the carnival mocked again, saying, see, I told you he can't fix it. Chun Mo shook his head. It's not that it can't be fixed, but it will cost more. Lu Xian instantly felt relieved. No problem at it. I can pay any amount. Chun Mo was puzzled. Miss, if you're not short on money, why not just get an after-sales service or buy a new one? After all, what he's selling is not just parts, but also service. If the customer complains about the service, not only will there be no points, but they could also lose double the money. Lu Xian explained. This drone belongs to my crush, and I borrowed it just to have a connection with him. But I accidentally broke it. I need to return it tonight, and I don't want him to know I broke it. He would think I'm clumsy. I checked the specialty store, and there's no model like this nearby. Buying online will take until tomorrow afternoon to arrive. I thought I'd just fix it temporarily. He won't need it late at night anyway. Once the new one arrives tomorrow, I can return it to him. Chun Mo couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Still a devoted admirer. Although he thought that giving the crush a new one directly might be better, he didn't say it out loud. Did he still want to do business? This was clearly a big deal. After working all day, he had only made a little over 100. If this deal went through, he could earn at least 300 to 500. If he received a super satisfied rating, earning 1,000 points from one transaction would be a breeze. Therefore, Chun Mo smiled and said, since that's the case, I can fix it with confidence. He watched as Lu Xian nodded. Chun Mo directly generated an offline automatic controller, an electronic fence shield, and a gimbal from the system. While soldering the circuit board, he explained, do you know why your drone malfunctioned? It's not your fault. It's because your crush's drone is subpar. To satisfy customers, especially female ones, emotional value must be prioritized. How could a fairy like you be wrong? The world is at fault. Live stream viewers. Host, you're amazing. This is the first time I've heard someone say DJI drones are bad. I seriously doubt the host understands drones at all and is just trying to take advantage of the girl's anxiety to make money. The netizen who suggested tipping for the carnival couldn't help but laugh, pretending to know what you don't. I'm already a staff member of DJI. Just wait to be reported. Chapter 4. Did I buy a fake DJI? In front of the counter, Chun Mo was focused on repairing the drone. Bored, Lu Xian noticed Chun Mo's phone. Boss, you still stream? There are actually over 1,000 people online. Impressive. Chun Mo, without looking up, smiled. It's all because you're beautiful. Adding popularity to my stream. Flattery comes easy for good reviews. However, looking at the comments from the viewers, Lu Xian was dumbfounded. She looked at Chun Mo with suspicion. Boss, you're not trying to fool me, are you? The comments were all saying that you were deceiving me, and mentioned that the official brand would ban your account. Chun Mo glanced at the comments and smiled, saying, beautiful lady, do I look like a scammer to you? Lu Xian shook her head. Chun Mo thought to himself, with a girl like you who doesn't lack money, you're definitely from a well-off background, so of course, you see everyone as good people. Otherwise, you wouldn't be a fan, considering you look good and have money. Chun Mo explained. First of all, urban environments are complex and diverse, and many places have set up electronic fences. Your drone doesn't have any components to counter electronic fences. Once it encounters one, it will definitely crash. Some people just can't stand to see others do well. They buy signal jammers and start shooting at drones. And suddenly a perfectly fine drone loses control and crashes without knowing what went wrong. So, without anti-electronic fence functionality and anti-signal jamming capabilities, it's practically a waste of money, as it could break at any moment. Upon hearing Chun Mo's explanation, Lu Xian nodded enthusiastically. Yes, my drone just lost signal out of nowhere while flying and then crashed. You're amazing. Then, with a hopeful expression, she said, my crush doesn't come from a wealthy family, so this drone must be a lower-end model, which is why it lacks these features. Can you help me add them? Otherwise, if it crashes when he has flying it, he'll be so heartbroken. The comments in the live stream exploded. Wait, is this a conversation that humans can actually have? Do you know what an electronic fence is for? It's to prevent drones from entering that area. If the drone had anti-electronic fence devices, then how would it be prevented? It might as well be called an electronic joke. The signal jammer you mentioned. Could it be a drone strike weapon? I seriously suspect this is scripted. Bro, there's no need to doubt. It's definitely not scripted. Anyone who can write a script wouldn't come up with such a lack of common sense plot. Wow, is the host planning to upgrade the anti-electronic fence system? If you really invent that, you wouldn't need to run a hardware store. Just go work as a chief engineer at the brand. Chun Mo didn't see the comments and continued to explain to the girl. Of course, if it only lacks an anti-electronic fence system, it's not a big deal. Worst case, it just flies back or gets shot down. But I also didn't find an offline stability system in your drone, and its stability system is quite poor. I've heard of this brand. It's known as a domestic drone leader. Logically, even if it encounters signal interference or strong winds, it shouldn't crash like this. At the very least, it should have autonomous control over its flight posture and scan the terrain for landing or returning. I suspect this drone has been repaired before and was tampered with by an unscrupulous seller. The girl quickly asked, so what should we do? Chun Mo smiled. Don't worry, I've been in this business for 40 years, and I pride myself on honest operations. These issues will be resolved. Saying this, he directly installed the anti-electronic fence system and an automatic controller for offline situations, and also replaced the stabilizer in the drone. He usually doesn't fly drones, and his understanding of them is limited to aerial photography videos and using drones for agricultural spraying. The rest is just the impressive drone formation seen during mooncake live streams. In his view, these should be the most basic functions of a drone, especially in the repair knowledge provided by the system. These are considered fundamental issues. Therefore, Chun Mo doesn't think there's anything wrong with what he said. If a drone can't even overcome strong winds, deal with signal interference, or land smoothly after going offline, then what good is it as a drone? 20 minutes later, Chun Mo installed the original gimbal and propellers generated by the system, and the entire drone looked brand new. Lu Xian looked at the pristine drone, her eyes lighting up. Boss, your skills are impressive. It's just like when I first got it. No, it's even newer than when I first got it. Seeing Lu Xian's satisfied expression, Chun Mo also smiled. As long as you're happy, that's what matters. Don't be fooled by the exterior. The insides have completely changed. After finishing the work, Chun Mo cheerfully picked up his phone, only to see a screen full of question marks in the live stream chat. He was a bit confused. Are the guys questioning my skills? I forgot to tell you. I graduated with a degree in smart electromechanical engineering, so fixing a drone is perfectly normal for me, okay? We're about to do a test flight. And after a successful flight, that guy wanting to show off at the carnival, don't forget to give me a shout out. With that, he took his phone and went outside with the girl. Let's give it a try. As Lu Xian pressed the remote control, the drone slowly took off, very steadily. She felt it was even more stable than before. Under Lu Xian's operation, the drone flew higher and faster. Some knowledgeable viewers in the chat started commenting. Does this woman even know how to fly a drone? There's no way to accelerate that quickly. The maximum flight altitude for micro drones is no more than 50 meters, and for light drones, it's no more than 120 meters. This is too high. Oh no, I feel like it's going to crash again. Now I understand why this drone crashed before. At this speed, it's being flown like a fighter jet. The streamer has soldered several parts, and it can still fly. Impressive. Good news, it seems like it was fixed by accident. Bad news. Just fixed, and it's about to crash again. Just then, the girl suddenly let out a scream. Oh no, why is there no signal? It kept indicating a height limit, and it seemed like it couldn't ascend any further. Chun Mo glanced at the chat and explained, this isn't something I broke, as the viewers pointed out. This drone has a height limit of 120 meters. At that moment, a sudden gust of wind picked up. Watching the leaves swirling on the ground, the viewers' hearts all sank. Oh no, it's getting windy. The drone is so high, and with its speed, it could affect the flight stability and lead to a crash. Before taking off, you must check the weather. With such strong winds, it's definitely going to crash again. After pretending to be dead, I really am not stubborn. Suddenly jumped out again as the plane was about to crash. Haha, I was just about to enjoy the carnival. But it looks like there's going to be a crash again, so I won't participate. Lu Xian was also anxious. Previously, a sudden gust of wind made me feel like the drone was out of control, and then it crashed. Chun Mo laughed and said, no need to worry. I've already said that it was an unscrupulous vendor who dismantled the drone's stabilization system. Now that I've fixed it, how could a little wind cause a crash? You don't believe me, but you don't believe the brand either? Netizens responded. Do you have some misunderstanding about the brand? It is indeed a shining star in domestic drones, but this is a civilian aerial photography drone, not a combat drone. However, the next second, as Lu Xian pressed the return key, the drone flew back smoothly and quickly, landing steadily on the ground as if it had not been affected by the wind at all. Watching the drone descend rapidly and steadily in strong winds, all the viewers were stunned. Is this science? This wind must be fake. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. With such strong winds, the drone should be shaking or even flipping. How could it be so stable? Have I been using a fake product all along? As the drone landed smoothly, Chun Mo looked at the camera and said, what about the big brother who wanted to send gifts for the carnival earlier? Can you give rewards now? Chapter 5. A wave of generosity. Yes, yes, yes. What happened to the person who wanted to reward the carnival earlier? Why have they disappeared? Who can scroll back and find out what that person was called? Hurry up and come out to reward. That person is called I Really Am Not Stubborn. Luckily I remembered. Haha, I knew there would be someone who loves to stir up trouble. I really am not stubborn. Big shot. Come and reward. The comments in the live stream were almost entirely filled with I really am not stubborn. On the other side of the screen, I really am not stubborn turned green with envy. Damn it, so many people said they would reward, even saying they would eat dirt. Why are they fixated on me? Just because I can fix a drone, what's so impressive about that? Who knows if you're just here to hype? After sending that message, he directly exited the live stream. Seeing him leave, Chun Mo first thanked the viewers who sent gifts, and then looked at Lu Xing. Beautiful lady, now that it's fixed. Shouldn't we discuss the price? As soon as Chun Mo mentioned the price, the live stream fell silent for a moment. Then, it erupted into a frenzy of discussion. Finally, is he going to reveal his true colors? Knowing the girl is anxious, isn't he going to sell it for more than a new one? Truly, there's no business without deceit. This drone costs 8,000 new. The boss wouldn't he ask for 10,000 right off the bat, would he? Little girl run. The next second, Chun Mo said, first, it's a brand new set of propellers and gimbal, which isn't cheap. Then there's the added stabilizer and anti-electronic fence device, as well as the signal shielding device, all of which add to the cost. Plus, half an hour of repair fees. As Chun Mo itemized the costs, all the viewers in the live stream felt like their guesses were spot on. After watching the live stream for so long, they had already figured it out. This girl was just a naive admirer with plenty of money, desperately needing the drone. At this point, the value of the drone was no longer just about the product itself, but also about the charm of the person selling it. Moreover, Chun Mo had mentioned from the start that it might be a bit expensive and pretentiously added so many extra parts. Even if he asked for more than the price of a new drone, they would find it reasonable. Even Lu Xing started to feel anxious. What if it was super expensive? This drone could be bought for just over 8,000, and if Chun Mo quoted a price in the tens of thousands, would she still buy it? She was infatuated and was willing to spend for her crush. Even if she ended up paying that amount, she would end up disliking Chun Mo. Of course, Chun Mo was aware of this. So he said directly, of course, seeing as you're such a beautiful lady, and given your devotion, I won't charge you for the repair cost, and will give you a discount on the parts. I'll let you have it for 800. The loss I take can be considered a gift for you and your boyfriend. He glanced at the comments in the live stream and knew the price of the drone was 8,000. He initially wanted to set the price at 500, but he felt it was inappropriate not to take advantage of such a good opportunity with Lu Xing. So he set the price at 800, while sweet-talking to increase her satisfaction with him. Sure enough, Lu Xing's big eyes sparkled instantly. At first, she thought Chun Mo was joking about giving her a discount. But when she heard the price of 800, her eyes lit up. Hearing him mention boyfriend and gift money, she thought Chun Mo was simply an angel. Boss, you're the best boss in the world, she exclaimed, pulling out her phone to transfer 888 yuan to Chun Mo. Chun Mo was taken aback by the amount. Miss, you transferred too much. I said 800. Lu Xing couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Sorry, I heard it as 880. It's fine, 888. Since you've already given me such a big discount, I can't push my luck. Thank you, boss. I will definitely support your business in the future. With that, she bounced off to a nearby Mercedes. Chun Mo smiled as he watched her leave. Look, she even felt the need to thank him. Without hesitation, he checked the system. Sure enough, his balance had changed to 1896 points. Looking at the nearly 2,000 universal points, Chun Mo couldn't help but ask, who's next? A luxurious beef noodle set with a drink only costs 15 universal coins. This meant he could enjoy 1,264 sets of luxurious noodles. Eating 3 meals a day, that would last him over a year. Awesome. After tallying today's gains, Chun Mo finally turned his attention back to the live stream, seeing a screen full of question marks. He smiled. Brothers, what do all these question marks mean? Are you shocked by my handsome appearance? Just as Chun Mo finished speaking, the layout of the live stream was suddenly disrupted. I admit the host is a bit handsome, but compared to my friend from the Northeast, he still has a long way to go. With a propeller, a gimbal, and so many scattered electronic components. You only charge 800? Where's the host's store? After all that build-up, you only want 800? Do you know how to do business? Before watching the host's live stream, I thought sellers were all greedy capitalists, but after watching the video, I realized the capitalist is actually me. My drone, which cost 3,000, faced similar issues. I had to argue with customer service for ages before they agreed to repair it, and they charged me over 1,000. You have an $8,000 drone, and it gets fixed on the spot for just 800? You make me look like a clown. The way you said 800 was so cool. The host said 800, but the other party misheard it as 880. Maybe they didn't expect it to be so cheap. The host built it up for so long, with discounts and no repair fees, making it sound very expensive. Chun Mo received 1,800 universal coins. And he felt great. Seeing the comments from viewers made him laugh too. The items are all system generated, so I have no cost at all. Whatever I earn is pure profit. If I get a negative review, then that would be a loss. The most important thing is, I really have no idea what the market price for this stuff is. But that doesn't stop Chun Mo from showing off. I've said it before. I've been in business for 40 years, operating with integrity. Not only do we have everything, but our service is also thoughtful. We focus on repeat customers, not just one-time sales. Just then, a man walked in. Boss, do you have a hammer? Chun Mo, yes. What kind do you need? One side is a hammer, and the other has 2 prongs for pulling nails. You mean a claw hammer? $6. Watching Chun Mo happily go to find a hammer, the viewers burst into laughter again. You said it's not just a one-time sale, but what are you doing right now? The man was satisfied, and the balance increased by $6, reaching 1902. Chun Mo laughed at the comments. Brothers, even though I really sold a hammer just now, I'm not just doing one-time sales. Welcome everyone to shop in my store. With 40 years of experience, we have everything you need, if you can think of it. We sell it. That's all for today's live stream. See you tomorrow. Just as Chun Mo was about to end the stream, the screen suddenly shook. A user sent a flashy effect. Monkey King sends a gift, Carnival 1. Watching the cool special effects explode on the screen, Chun Mo's live stream room went into a frenzy. Thanks to Monkey King for the carnival. After chatting for a bit, Chun Mo closed the live stream. After a busy day, it was time to clock out. He happily calculated today's earnings. The store's revenue added up to over 1,000. After deducting the platform's share from the livestream donations, he still had over 400 left. The number of fans had surged from single digits to an astonishing 3,000. But none of that was the main point. The key was the system back-end balance of 1902. He earned more in one day than he had in the past month. Considering the terrifying purchasing power of the universal coins, it could be equivalent to a year's earnings in just one day. Awesome. Chun Mo felt full of energy. With a wave of his hand, he spent 10 universal points to redeem a small barbecue from the system mall. Chilled beer and sizzling meat skewers made life feel so good that even a deity wouldn't trade it. After a hearty meal, Chun Mo fell into a deep sleep. Unbeknownst to him, a storm about him was brewing quietly on the internet. Clips of his livestream drone repair were edited into snippets by countless netizens, accompanied by sensational headlines, spreading wildly across major short video platforms. Hardware store owner modifies a drone, claiming to ignore electronic fences. Is it true or false? Domestic drone light gets criticized for being subpar? Young man boasts, shocking everyone with the outcome. The comment section was a chaotic mix. Some netizens thought Chun Mo was impressive, a hidden master among the common folk. However, more people believed it was purely a script, a gimmick for attention. Is this acting? Ignoring signal interference? Why not claim to defy gravity too? Anyone with a bit of common sense wouldn't come up with such an absurd plot. Of course, there were also some real experts in the drone community who analyzed it from a professional perspective. I slowed the video down 10 times. And based on the floating leaves and hair, the wind speed at that time was at least 5 to 6 levels. Under such wind conditions, for a civilian drone to maintain such high-speed stable return is theoretically impossible, unless he truly made magical modifications to the flight control and power system. In no time, the hardware store became a sensation in the drone community. Early the next morning, in a neighborhood in Jiangcheng, a young man named Wang Hao was scrolling through his phone. Suddenly, a video notification left him stunned. The girl in the video was none other than his top admirer, Lu Xin. Looking closer at the drone, he exclaimed, "What the heck? Isn't that my Avida 2? Wang Hao's expression instantly soured. Last night, when Lu Xin returned the drone to him, he did notice her hesitance, but he was too lazy to listen and waved her off. Now it seemed that this foolish woman had crashed his drone and taken it to such a low-tier shop for repairs. Watching the various discussions in the comments, Wang Hao sneered and forwarded the video to the Jiangcheng drone enthusiast group. Guys, this drone that was broken by my admirer has supposedly been modified to military grade by a roadside hardware store. Do you believe it? The group exploded in response. Brother Hao, is what the video says true? Can it really withstand 5-level winds? Hurry, go try it out and see how it performs. Wang Hao disdainfully replied, try what? It's clearly just swapped out a few parts and added some weights, a trick to fool a girl. Can it really ignore electronic fences and signal interference? If he had that ability, he would have become a big shot in the military long ago. Why would he need to run a shabby hardware store? Despite saying that, he inexplicably picked up the drone. He went downstairs to the park and powered it on for a test flight. The next second, Wang Hao's expression froze. Is this my drone? The response speed of the flight control, the stability during hovering, and the power during ascent have all improved significantly compared to before. Especially the feeling of control, being able to direct it wherever he wants, is simply exhilarating. Wow. Wang Hao couldn't help but exclaim, sending a message in the group. Brothers, it seems like this really has something special. A thought wildly sprouted in his mind. What if everything mentioned in the video is true? Isn't it said that experts are often found among the masses? With this in mind, Wang Hao took the drone to the no-fly zone near the city government building a few kilometers away, immediately controlling the aircraft to approach the central building. Worst case, he could crash it again and spend 800 to have that guy fix it. Meanwhile, at the security center of the city government building, a security personnel was monitoring the screens when he suddenly noticed a civilian drone rapidly approaching the building. He didn't think much of it, as the building had an electronic fence, and drones couldn't get in. They had seen many reckless flights like this before. The only hassle was that if the drone crashed, they might have to deal with those annoying kids asking for compensation. Even though they were a bunch of lawbreakers flying without permits, he still had to explain what a no-fly zone is and help them find their drones. Thus, he kept an eye on the drone to understand where it might land. However, the little green dot on the screen effortlessly breached the electronic fence. The security personnel's eyes widened in shock. Report. A drone has breached the electronic fence. What? The entire security center erupted in chaos. Even more alarming was that after breaching the fence, the drone continued to lower its altitude, moving closer to the window of the city committee office. What the heck? What are you trying to do? Take pictures? Eavesdrop? Or is it a terrorist attack? Countermeasures. Quick, shoot it down with the countermeasure gun. The person in charge shouted hoarsely. A security personnel rushed to the rooftop, raised a device resembling an electromagnetic rifle from a sci-fi movie, and pulled the trigger at the audacious drone. However, nothing happened. The drone continued to hover leisurely. Report. Countermeasure gun ineffective. The other side may have installed a signal jamming module. What? The person in charge was instantly drenched in cold sweat. To breach the electronic fence and ignore the countermeasure gun? This couldn't possibly be the latest research achievement from an intelligence agency, could it? This is bad. If today's negligence leads to a major leak, his life would be ruined. He shouted for people to go to the corresponding floors, using bamboo poles, mops, and anything that could physically bring it down, while yelling at the technical staff, lock onto its signal source and investigate. I want to see where this audacious spy is hiding. Chapter 7. Entrapment in the square in front of the city government building. Wang Hao was smugly bragging about his feat of flying into the city government building among the drones, basking in the flow of compliments from his friends in the group. Suddenly, he noticed that the drone's footage began to shake violently. Moments later, the drone completely lost control and started to plummet rapidly. What was happening? He was puzzled and wanted to regain control of the drone to make it take off again. Suddenly, several unmarked black sedans screeched to a halt, instantly surrounding him. The car doors opened almost simultaneously. Several men in black suits, with stern expressions and swift movements, charged down like hungry wolves. Before he could react, they pinned him to the ground and swiftly snatched his remote control away. Hey, what are you doing? The leading man pulled out a red identification card from his pocket, flashing it in front of him, his voice icy and devoid of emotion. Special operations. You are suspected of operating an unidentified flying object, threatening national security. Come with us for a moment. Wang Hao was completely bewildered. You've got the wrong person. I'm an upstanding citizen. A really good citizen. The leading man chuckled. He had expected to conduct a rigorous interrogation, but surprisingly, before he even asked, the other party had already confessed everything. Before long, the car arrived at the city's first criminal investigation unit. As they got out of the car, the man said to the approaching senior detective, "The suspect is possibly a spy from a certain neighboring country." The senior detective, named Li Jianguo, was 45 years old and had extensive experience in handling cases. He knew that spies were often professionally trained, and it would be difficult to extract information from them in a short time. Thus, he furrowed his brow and asked, "How can you be sure it's from that country?" The man shrugged. Who else would claim to be a really good citizen? Li Jianguo chuckled. So it's really them. Finally, I've got you in my grasp. I'll make sure you one T have a good life from now on. In the interrogation room, the light was harsh. Wang Hao trembled as he sat in the chair, while Li Jianguo's eyes revealed a hint of excitement. Name, age, occupation. Wang Hao, 23, just graduated from university. Hasn't he found a job yet, and is preparing to take civil service and teaching exams. Li Jianguo laughed in disbelief. Oh really? Planning to infiltrate our organization, are we? Is this drone on the table yours? Yes, it's mine. Do you know that the city government building is a no-fly zone? Wang Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. So, this big fuss was all because of that. He had heard of cases where people got caught flying drones illegally. Usually, it ended with a warning, a written guarantee, and maybe a fine. As long as he insisted he didn't know the city government building was a no-fly zone. It shouldn't be a big deal. Thinking of this, he immediately put on an innocent expression. Huh? I didn't know? I was just flying it around and didn't expect it to end up at the city government building. Li Jianguo remained silent, simply watching him with a meaningful gaze. The interrogation room fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the sound of Li Jianguo tapping the interrogation table. Seeing that the other party had no reaction, Wang Hao's courage grew. It seemed they planned to leave him alone for a while before letting him go. With such a big fuss, one might think he was a spy sent by a certain neighboring country. However, the owner of the hardware store, who seems to have everything, is quite impressive. He actually managed to break through the electronic fence and successfully fly into the city government building. Unfortunately, he hadn't clearly captured what the people in the office looked like or what they were doing before he was caught. Once he gets out, he must see if he can get something to prevent tracking. At that time, he can fly wherever he wants. In this vast world, there shouldn't be a place he can't fly to or things he can't see. Just as he was envisioning a bright future, a young investigator walked in with a stack of documents and handed them to Li Jianguo. After reading the documents, Li Jianguo's mouth curled into a cold arc. He slammed a document on the table. Wang Hao, you hold a civilian drone pilot license. The first training subject is the no-fly zone management regulations. Tell me, didn't you know that the city government is a no-fly zone? Wang Hao's cold sweat immediately poured down. Moreover, we conducted a preliminary inspection of your drone. It appears to be just an ordinary civilian aerial photography drone, but it can easily breach military-grade electronic fences and even shield against our latest anti-drone jamming devices. He slammed the table, leaning forward and staring intensely at Wang Hao. Now, tell me, you're just a recent college graduate? You can't argue your way out of this. The military personnel are already on their way. When you get to them, I hope you can still be as tough as you are now. The military. Wang Hao completely broke down. He burst into tears and confessed everything. He even showed Li Jianguo the sliced video from the live stream and the chat records from the drone group. I really just acted on impulse, wanting to see if this drone could really break through the electronic fence. I don't want to go to the military. Li Jianguo looked at the chat records and videos, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. The hardware store? He knew it all too well. He had been buying screws and light bulbs from that store since he was a child. Even the plumbing fixtures for his new home when he got married were purchased there. He had even met Chun Mo himself. After all, Chun Mo often played in the store when he was young, so it was inevitable they would run into each other. He looked like just an honest kid. He didn't seem like someone capable of being a spy for military-grade drones. Could it really be a misunderstanding? Is this the legendary talented individual hidden among the common people? After an urgent investigation and background check, they temporarily ruled out Wang Hao's suspicion of being a spy. Wang Hao was released. However, the modified drone was confiscated as important evidence. Before leaving, Wang Hao was sternly warned by Li Jianguo that he must not say a word about what happened today. That afternoon, the official account of Jiang City released a stern announcement, explicitly prohibiting any individuals and businesses from modifying civilian drones in any form, with violators facing legal consequences. The hardware store. Chun Mo slept until he naturally woke up. After waking up, he leisurely exchanged for a hearty breakfast from the system and then made his way to the hardware store, where he started a live broadcast. While chatting and joking with online viewers, he completely missed the announcements circulating online. It wasn't until the afternoon that 2 staff members from the local street office arrived, posting notices at his door and advising, according to the notification from above, all individuals and businesses are prohibited from modifying drones in the future. Chun Mo was taken aback. Wait a minute. I just repaired a drone last night, and now you're telling me I can't modify it anymore? Are you sure this isn't targeting me? The key point was that there were several local viewers in the live chat who planned to ask him to repair their drones. Should he repair them or not? Thinking this through, Chun Mo asked, is this notice just for me, or does it apply to everyone? One of the street office staff rolled their eyes at him. Do you think you have that kind of influence? All repair shops in the city need to be notified. Realizing it wasn't aimed at him, Chun Mo let out a sigh of relief. As long as it's not targeting me, it's fine. I'm just doing regular repairs. It's not modification at all. Modification, at the very least, means increasing payload or speed, right? Normal repairs should be fine. As for the ban on modifications, I think it's reasonable. After all, even electric bicycles can't be modified freely, so it makes sense that more advanced drones can't be either. Take aerial drones, for example. They are small and easy to conceal. If they were very fast and had a large payload, what would happen if someone used them to drop bombs? Even if not bombs, just using them to litter could damage plants and flowers, which wouldn't be good either. Therefore, after returning to the store, Chun Mo smiled at the live chat and said, everyone, the official announcement is out. Those who wanted me to swap motors or change to metal propellers can stop coming. Modifications are not allowed anymore. Of course, if you have a broken drone and need normal repairs, that's still fine. Fair prices, no cheating. In an instant, the live chat was filled with laughter and cheer. I feel like this is targeting the streamer. Streamer, the government is cutting off your source of income. Are you just going to let it happen? No way. My super invincible fighter jet is doomed. Streamer, can we secretly change our line of work? We can pay extra. Chun Mo looked at the barrage of comments and laughed. Stop that. I seriously suspect you guys are trying to bait me into trouble. You all seem eager for me to get in trouble. Huh? You want me to do something illegal? People are worried I won't be able to stream anymore. You seem to be hoping I don't survive this. Just as Li Jianguo reached the door, he suddenly paused. Baiting me into trouble? Has he figured me out? Chapter 8 National Dilemma Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My disguise has no flaws. He forced himself to stay calm, pushed the door open, and wore an innocent smile. Boss, I heard your drone modification skills are excellent. I came here specifically after watching videos online. He pulled out the wreckage of a police drone that had been smashed to bits from his bag. This is a drone that was shot down during their previous operation, just right to be used as a prop. When Chun Mo saw it, his eyes lit up. However, when he caught sight of the official notice that had just been posted on the wall by the door, he instantly lost his enthusiasm. He pointed outside and helplessly shrugged. Brother, what a coincidence. The new regulation just came out, and modifications are no longer allowed. If you want to buy one in the future, just get a high-spec one. It'll save you the trouble. Li Jianguo secretly laughed, thinking the bait had been taken. He feigned confusion and asked, you really can modify it? Where did you learn that? That's impressive. Oh, I studied intelligent electromechanics in college. It's related to my major. Chun Mo casually fabricated. Li Jianguo nodded. He didn't really understand what intelligent electromechanics was, but it sounded sophisticated enough to be plausible. Just as he was about to continue the conversation, 2 young men wearing aerial photography studio vests walked in, holding a broken drone. Boss, master, we came after watching the video. Please help us fix it. Before Chun Mo could respond, a voice shouted from the entrance. Boss, do you have rain boots? The store quickly filled with people. Li Jianguo, worried about interrupting Chun Mo's work, kindly shouted toward the door. Brother, you need to go to a safety equipment store for rain boots, not a hardware store. Before he could finish, Chun Mo had already dashed to the entrance. Grinning widely as he called out, yes, what kind do you need? Li Jianguo's face instantly stiffened. Viewers in the live stream laughed uncontrollably at the scene. Haha, feel sorry for the uncle for 3 seconds, trying to help, but messing things up. Indeed, anything could be found. The streamer's presence, although sometimes delayed, was never absent. To be honest, after watching so many streams, I found it quite normal that the streamer's store had rain boots. Brother, don't mention just rain boots. I would think it's normal even if the streamer had small raincoats. Chun Mo ignored Li Jianguo's embarrassment and patiently asked at the door, what size do you need? Rain boots or rain shoes? Where will you use them? 4 outdoor use, 1 pair in size 45, 1 in size 43, and 2 pairs in size 37. 4 outdoor use. You need high-top rain boots to prevent sinking. Ding. Items generated. Location, northwest corner of the hardware store, miscellaneous pile. Chun Mo turned and took out the 4 pairs of high-top rain boots just generated by the system. Each pair costs 10, totaling 40. Just then, the other party continued. Do you have raincoats? Chun Mo nodded and generated 4 sets of raincoats. Each set costs 8, so adding the 40, it totals 72. Just give me 70. Ding. Transaction completed. Customer satisfaction detected. Very satisfied. Looking at the additional 140 yuan, Chun Mo smiled at Li Jianguo. If modifications aren't allowed, can we still repair it? Li Jianguo hesitated. At that moment, the 2 young men said, if he doesn't repair it, we will. Just look at how much it will cost to fix this one. They were video creators, and the drone was their money-making tool. This drone was damaged after hitting a building due to strong winds. The manufacturer has been asked before, but since the warranty has expired, The repair would cost at least over 2,000. With that amount, they could almost buy a new one. So they chose to purchase a new unit, and Haven T repaired the old one. After watching Chun Mo's video, they realized that the total cost for repairs and modifications was only 800, which made them think of giving it a shot and letting Chun Mo take a look. Chun Mo took a glance and said, "The outer shell is damaged and the propeller is broken. If that's all, it will be 400. If there's more damage inside, it will be additional." The two exchanged glances, nearly bursting into laughter. Just 400? They thought Chun Mo would charge at least 800. Repair it. It must be repaired. Soon, Chun Mo opened the drone. There was hardly any damage inside, but he noticed a capacitor that seemed poorly soldered. "Let me replace that capacitor for you." The two felt a jolt in their hearts. How much is a capacitor? Chun Mo looked closely. A domestic small capacitor, $10. What? Just $10 to replace a capacitor? Replace it. Definitely replace it. Can you check if anything else is wrong and replace it together? As Chun Mo went to get the parts generated by the system, he said, "In my eyes, this drone has issues everywhere. It's even worse than the one from yesterday. Replacing everything wouldn't be too much. However, the regulations now prohibit modifications. So even if you wanted me to replace it, I wouldn't be able to." They both knew their drone wasn't top-notch and was an older model, with many areas needing upgrades. Now that they heard modifications were not allowed because of regulations, they were all anxious. They started to complain. This is definitely the drone manufacturers paying off the authorities. BYD sells at such high prices, with such precision. And they blocked all modification paths just to push people to buy their high-end models. Anyone agreeing to such a policy must be a bad seed. Nearby, Li Jiangguo couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Hey, strengthening the modification policy for drones was proposed by him. It wasn't an official national policy. Just a notice launched in Jiangxing targeting Chun Mo. Just as Chun Mo finished soldering the capacitor, a middle-aged man in his 50s came in. "Do you have rain boots?" Chun Mo asked directly. "Yes, what size do you need?" "A pair in size 43. $10. However, this time, the satisfaction level was just average. Another $10 added to the account. Chun Mo continued repairing the drone. However, in a short while, 3 or 4 more people came in to buy raincoats and rain boots. Many were not just buying one pair, but several at once. Chun Mo was puzzled. Until an elderly man came in to buy rain boots, and he bought multiple pairs. Chun Mo asked, "Sir, what is going on today? Why is everyone suddenly buying raincoats and rain boots?" Although it had been raining intermittently for the past few days, most people were using umbrellas now, and there were fewer wearing raincoats. Also, although it had rained for a while, it wasn't a heavy downpour, and there was hardly any water accumulation on the ground, making rain boots unnecessary. The old man sighed deeply, lit a cigarette, and with a worried expression said, "Don't mention it. It's all the fault of the weather. In Jiangcheng, as well as the entire Qilu region and areas like Helan, it has been raining for the past half-month. Although the rain hasn't been heavy, it has been on and off, sunny one day, rainy the next, for 20 days without stopping. While this has had little impact on the city, for the countryside, it feels like a natural disaster. The corn in the fields is already ripe, but due to the muddy ground, harvesters can't get in at all. Recently, after a rare 3 days of sunshine, the ground is still too saturated to absorb any more water. Some fields look like rivers, with a layer of water floating on top. Others, despite appearing dry, trap the harvester when it tries to enter, requiring cranes to pull them out." An elderly man sighed deeply. Just a few days ago, the weather forecast showed sunny days ahead, but today it changed, predicting rain every day for the next half-month. Even if there are 1 or 2 sunny days in between, the ground won't dry out. After this half-month, they would have to wait another 5 or 6 days before the harvesters could get into the fields. Who can guarantee that after these 20 days, it will be sunny from then on? Moreover, even if it is sunny, if they don't harvest soon, everything will rot in the fields. They can only take advantage of the corn not rotting yet and go out into the fields in the rain, picking it by hand and carrying it out. The uncle's words plunged the entire hardware store, along with the live stream room, into silence. The relentless rain has made news online about several provinces facing difficulties in autumn harvest due to continuous rainfall, which everyone has seen to some extent. But for Chun Mo and others, these issues felt far away, without any personal connection. Until this moment, listening to the uncle's simple yet helpless words. The anxiety and heartache of having a bountiful harvest in sight, but facing loss truly resonated with everyone. Chun Mo silently handed the 5 sets of raincoats and boots he had packed to the old man, saying, "Sir, that be 20 yuan in total. This price was purely charitable." Ding. Transaction completed. Customer satisfaction check. Very satisfied. Looking at the system prompt, Chun Mo couldn't feel happy at all. He quickly repaired the drone in hand. Ding. Transaction completed. Customer satisfaction check. Very satisfied. His universal points increased by 820 points. At this moment, Chun Mo's universal currency had reached 3,310 points. He looked at Li Jiangguo and asked, "Brother, do you need yours repaired?" Li Jiangguo twitched his mouth. What is there to repair? However, he became increasingly curious about Chun Mo, especially after hearing that Chun Mo could fix anything. A thought crossed his mind. "You said you have everything here, right? Do you have anything that could help harvest corn in muddy fields?" As soon as he said this, the viewers in the live stream room became excited. Yes. How did I not think of that? Ha. I was wondering why the uncle was still here. Turns out he was waiting for a big reveal. Well done, uncle, you're killing it. Now let us see if the streamer has anything. The streamer has always been saying yes. My ears are almost calloused. Now, I can finally see what the protagonist lacks. Chapter 9. This is no big deal. Li Jiangguo looked at Chun Mo with great interest. He came this time to test Chun Mo. Although this matter seemed to have passed, and Wang Hao was back home. It was merely a surface calm. In reality, Wang Hao and Lu Xian's phones had already been under strict surveillance. Wang Hao himself was being observed 24/7 by military personnel. As the person who directly modified the drone, Chun Mo naturally had significant suspicions surrounding him. Although the military would not directly inform him, he strongly suspected that Chun Mo was also being monitored. After all, a drone that could break through electronic fences and ignore anti-drone guns posed a huge threat to national security. Li Jiangguo did not understand technology and was unaware of the challenges involved or how much effort the country had put into blocking these technologies. But military technical experts were well aware. After testing the drone, they were stunned. Its ability to shield against interference signals was even stronger than that of military drones. They used high-power military signal jammers for point-to-point shooting, and even the military's specialized anti-jamming spy drones were shot down. The modified drone by Chun Mo only experienced a signal interruption of a little over a second before it resumed searching for the signal emitted by the remote control and regained control. Even when they forcibly jammed the signal, the drone was able to maintain stable flight and return for landing. This was simply jaw-dropping. Had the technology of drones developed to such an extent? They had previously thought that a certain university was far ahead in the field of drones, but at that moment, their long-held pride was shattered. Especially after they disassembled the drone, they realized the gap in technology. When they compared it to an ordinary commercial drone, they found that aside from 3 additional electronic components inside, there was no difference. This meant that it was indeed a modification of a standard commercial drone. To transform a civilian aerial photography drone into something far superior to military spy drones using just 3 small electronic components, how many years ahead did the other side have to be? At that moment, they even felt a sense of terror. Therefore, the military completely dared not act rashly. Who knew how many more unknown trump cards the other side was hiding? In the view of military drone experts, Wang Hao was 99 likely to be an enemy agent, and Chun Mo was 100 an accomplice. Otherwise, how could it be explained that someone happened to modify a drone on the day of the live broadcast? Of course, he did not understand the military expert's judgments, but that did not prevent him from secretly visiting Chun Mo's shop for an undercover look. Although he did not catch Chun Mo in any wrongdoing, he could not stand Chun Mo's boastful demeanor. He could not fathom how such honest parents could raise someone like Chun Mo, whom he viewed as a traitor. You keep saying you have everything. Well then, let me ask you, do you have something that can allow corn to be harvested in muddy fields? He was determined to find out. This nationwide issue that agricultural and machinery experts cannot solve, how can a small hardware store owner like you resolve it? If Chun Mo can solve it, then he can guarantee with his life that Chun Mo is a genius. If not, then you must be an enemy agent. Chun Mo looked at Li Jiangguo, paused for a moment, and then glanced at the questioning voices in the live stream, revealing a confident smile. Yes, since childhood, his parents taught him to be an ordinary person, and he has always been a steady individual, not wanting to be too extraordinary. Thus, even after acquiring the system, he only used it to sell goods and maintain a normal life. Isn't it fine to develop slowly? But thinking about the uncles who came to buy rain boots, each one sighing, he felt a tightness in his chest. When there wasn't a system, I could only sigh along with them. Now that I have a system, if I can only watch, then what is the point of awakening this system? One must be steady, but more importantly, one must have clear thoughts. At this moment, Chun Mo's thoughts were not clear at all. Therefore, this problem must be solved. In reality, there are indeed solutions to this problem. Why can excavators and cranes work in muddy environments? Why can tanks adapt to most environments? And many tanks can even wade through water and operate underwater. There are also amphibious excavators in reality. To put it simply, a water platform does not exceed current technological levels. It just hasn't been applied in the domestic agricultural harvesting machine sector. You can't expect a 50,000 yuan harvester or even a 20,000 yuan old secondhand harvester to perform like a tank. In essence, isn't it just a matter of adding a track or a track platform? Easy. Chun Mo looked at Li Jiangguo. I may have the materials, but there isn't a harvester here. Li Jiangguo smiled. Stubborn, huh? If I call in a harvester, what will you do if you don't have something to make it work properly in muddy soil? Chun Mo also smiled. Then I'll risk breaking the law and upgrade a drone for you. How about that? Li Jiangguo's eyes lit up. Really? Chun Mo nodded. What if I really can? Li Jiangguo was taken aback. He hadn't considered this question. Seeing Li Jiangguo silent, Chun Mo shrugged. Brother, you're not here just to mess with me, are you? If I lose, I owe you a bet, but if I win, you get nothing. Is that how betting works? After all, Li Jiangguo was a criminal investigation officer, and public gambling is not ideal. Modifying a drone could still be framed as testing Chun Mo's abilities. But if it involved money, the nature of it would change. Thus, after hesitating for a moment, Li Jiangguo said, then I'll buy something for you worth 10,000 yuan. Buying something at least avoids some risks. Chun Mo smiled. This is a big order. It's a deal. It's a deal. Soon, Li Jiangguo left. In the live stream, the viewers erupted. Wait, are you serious? It seems that the old man couldn't bring the harvester after all. Sure enough, experience speaks volumes. With just a few words, that old man got the streamer to modify a drone. The streamer acted impulsively. You've been tricked. Now there are harvesters just sitting idle. And they decome for as little as 50 bucks. No need for 100. Chun Mo smiled at the barrage of comments in the live stream. How do you know I don't have one? You are just being stubborn. Still being stubborn? The live stream is recording. If you dare modify that drone, I'll report you immediately. A user named the Reedest Monkey commented, "Streamer, if you really have such a thing, I'll directly give you 10 carnivals. A carnival costs 3,000, that's 30,000 for 10. Chun Mo doesn't have a guild, so he'd only get 1,300 per carnival, which is still a tidy sum of 13,000. Although that's not much for wealthy people. It's enough to make Chun Mo's livestream go viral." At that moment, doubts began to arise in the livestream. Everyone can brag. I could say I'll give 100 too. Don't tell me it's going to be like that. I'm not stubborn guy who just talks big and runs away. I'd say if the streamer really had such a magical item, I'd livestream eating something unpleasant. However, Chun Mo remembered him. "Everyone, stop talking nonsense. This big shot actually rewarded me with a carnival yesterday. He's the real deal. And you, who wants to eat something unpleasant, don't try to mooch. Just go if you want to eat." Half an hour later, a cheerful voice rang out. "Boss, I've brought the harvester for you." Chun Mo picked up his phone and hurried to the door, finding 2 red harvesters parked right outside. One was wheeled, and the other was tracked. The livestream became lively again. "Haha, let us see how the streamer shows off now. You're still claiming to have one." The streamer must be dumbfounded. They really called in the harvester. Finally, we can see the streamer modify the drone. I'm so excited. Brothers, I'm ready to report the streamer for illegal drone modification. Those watching from above sure love to stir the pot. Report 1. Meanwhile, Chun Mo calmly watched Li Jiangguo take out the drone. "Brother, are you sure you've got me?" Li Jiangguo laughed. "Could it be that you can really modify a harvester?" Chun Mo didn't reply, merely walking silently into the store. Ding. Item generated. Location, backdoor warehouse. Chapter 10. You call this a harvester? Seeing Chun Mo walk into the store without a word, Li Jiangguo raised an eyebrow. He thought Chun Mo was backing down and said with a laugh, "Don't go. This isn't that hard. Did you see that tracked harvester at the door? That kind of machine can still work on dry land without irrigation. If you can convert the wheeled harvester into a tracked one, I'll be impressed." Chun Mo was aware of this type of tracked harvester. Earlier, he had searched related questions out of curiosity. This country is an agricultural powerhouse and has always attached great importance to food issues, continuously researching agricultural machinery. The tracked harvester is specifically designed to deal with rainy weather. In our country, the field of agricultural machinery research is quite advanced, but the adoption rate of large-scale mechanized farming is very low. While there are tracked harvesters, their numbers are limited. Additionally, due to cost considerations and the fact that it usually doesn't rain during corn harvesting here, the tracked harvesters tend to have short and narrow tracks, along with low chassis. This leads to excessive track pressure. If the ground is muddy and saturated with water, it's fine without corn, but once it's loaded with corn, even with tracks, it will get completely stuck. As Li Jiangguo mentioned, even tracked harvesters can only operate in dry, loose soil. The so-called loose soil refers to sandy land that doesn't retain water or nutrients, which is considered subpar. In the past, this was definitely a disadvantage. But now it has become an advantage, as water drains quickly. Once the water seeps down, the tracked harvesters can enter to harvest. However, distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. The pace of technological advancement in our country is rapid, and this isn't exactly high-end technology. Chun Mo believes that every agricultural machinery manufacturer has harvesters capable of handling muddy land. But what about their numbers? What about their prices? How long would it take to recoup the investment of several $100,000 for a harvester? How much would the harvester buyers need to charge farmers to break even? It's not that there are no tracked harvesters now, but rather that their numbers are few and prices high, making it insufficient for the current situation. Viewers in the live stream noticed Chun Mo's silence and were supposed to mock him. However, at this moment, they found it hard to smile. Our country has ingrained the value of saving food into its very essence. Although they never believed Chun Mo could develop such machinery, seeing him silent and looking disheveled made them uneasy. They wished Chun Mo could confidently declare a solution to the current harvesting dilemma as he usually did. Just give in. This is a natural disaster, beyond control. The host should give in. It's not shameful. After all, worst case scenario, he could just modify a drone and spend a few days in confinement. No big deal. He might even learn some skills while in there. However, Chun Mo did not respond to anyone. He silently pushed open the dusty warehouse door at the back of the hardware store. The warehouse had not been opened since the death of Chun Mo's parents. It was covered in dust and even had cobwebs. As Chun Mo pulled open the door, a harsh scraping sound echoed. In the next moment, the smile on Li Jiangguo's face, along with all the mocking comments in the live stream, froze instantly. Inside the warehouse, a colossal gray object lay quietly. The first thing that caught the eye was its massive tracks. The tracks were wrapped around a huge iron box, resembling a tank without a cannon. Chun Mo looked at this behemoth and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. System, do you have a misunderstanding about the term parts? This thing is a bit too big. How am I supposed to get it out? The audience in the live stream, through their phone cameras, witnessed this incredible scene. After a brief moment of silence, the comments exploded. What the heck? What is this? Tank. It's definitely a tank chassis. The streamer has a tank hidden in their warehouse. Mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live stream. Because I saw the truth. Am I crazy, or is the world crazy? You run a hardware store, and even have a tank? Among all the monkeys on the mountain, my butt is the reddest. Bro, your carnival seems to be running out of space. Streamer, you should stop showing off. Hiding a tank is a bigger crime than modifying a drone. Just as the live stream room was in total uproar, Li Jiangguo joined in. When he saw what was in the warehouse, he was completely stunned. In his eyes, which had seen countless storms, only confusion and shock remained. You. Chun Mo ignored everyone's astonishment and turned to Li Jianguo, who was still in shock, urging, "What are you dawdling for? Get a forklift to help." Li Jianguo numbly nodded. After a while, Chun Mo noticed he was still standing there like a wooden post and couldn't help but add, "Don't just nod. Go. Go do what?" Li Jianguo instinctively asked back, "Get the forklift." Right. Get the forklift." It was only when he took out his phone that he snapped back to reality. "Wait. What is this?" Although Chun Mo was also shocked, he maintained a facade of nonchalance. "It's a harvester chassis. It can even swim in water, not just mud. Even if it gets submerged in corn, it won't affect harvesting." Li Jianguo twitched at the corner of his mouth, but he didn't argue. As an experienced investigator, he had seen more than the average person and knew that this was indeed not the base of a tank, just a track mechanism. "But are you sure this thing could be fitted with a cannon and not be a tank?" He really wanted to take Chun Mo in for questioning, but didn't know what charge to use. Possession of military weapons? This thing isn't even a weapon. The key point was, Li Jianguo was also very curious to see if this guy could solve agricultural problems. So he fumbled to pull out his phone and started making calls. This seasoned investigator, at this moment, was acting like a complete novice. The viewers in the live stream room were all laughing at his appearance. Ha, the uncle's CPU is overheating. Who would have thought that a shabby hardware store actually sells farm machinery, and of such military-grade quality? Feeling sorry for the uncle, the shocks he has received today are more than in his entire life combined. While Li Jianguo was busy contacting forklift services, Chun Mo wasn't idle either. System. Exchange for mastery of all agricultural machinery skills. Ding. Successful exchange. Cost. 300 universal coins. Current balance. 3010. A massive flow of information surged into his mind, encompassing everything from maintenance and modification to design and manufacturing. All knowledge about agricultural machinery was instantly assimilated. Soon, under the astonished gazes of several harvester operators, the colossal object was slowly transported to the store entrance by a heavy forklift. Only then did everyone get a clear view of its full appearance. On both sides were two extremely wide and heavy tracks, completely different from the exposed wheel structure of ordinary tracked harvesters. Its chassis is tightly wrapped in a thick layer of metal armor, exuding a sense of power and security. No wonder the viewers in the live stream mistook it for a tank base at first glance. "Come on, let us first remove the wheels from that wheeled harvester," Chun Mo directed. Although the workers were filled with doubts, they complied. "All right, use the forklift to lift the upper part of the harvester." "Yes, slowly. Place it on this chassis." Click. The harvester's body perfectly fitted onto the amphibious chassis. Chun Mo jumped onto the vehicle with tools in hand, skillfully connecting the original axle to the chassis' transmission system using several large adapters. The entire process was smooth and showcased the beauty of machinery. In less than half an hour, an amphibious harvester was born. The once ordinary wheeled harvester transformed into a powerful machine, radiating an oppressive presence akin to a steel behemoth after merging with the tank base. The driver stepped into the harvester's cabin, feeling as though he was not operating a harvester, but a heavily armored tank. Gripping the worn-out control stick felt like holding a firing trigger. Pulling it down seemed to elevate not just the harvester's wheels, but the tank's cannon. This sensation was exhilarating. This made another harvester operator nearby extremely envious. "Old Zhang, have you had your fun? It's my turn now. Get lost. This is my harvester. Go drive your old model." He and Old Zhang were from the same village, working on construction sites to save up for a few agricultural machines. During busy farming seasons, they would return home to harvest and plant, earning as much as they did from their jobs. Old Zhang's harvester was a brand-name track model that cost over 100,000. His was just a second-hand wheeled harvester that only cost 30,000. Typically, Old Zhang's model was easier to operate and charged higher harvesting fees, which made him envious. But he didn't mind because his was cheaper. However, this year was different. The entire region had flooded, and as the corn harvest season approached, his harvester couldn't even get onto the fields and was stuck at home. Not only could he not earn money by harvesting for others, but he hadn't even harvested his own dozens of acres, which were at risk of rotting in the ground. He was so anxious that his lips were blistering. The key issue was that while he couldn't harvest, Old Zhang could. First, he finished harvesting his own land, then went to harvest the nearby fields. The price for tracked harvesters was already high, and now everyone was rushing to harvest corn, leading to a shortage. The price per acre had risen to 150, and there were long waiting lists. He felt a mix of envy and resentment. At this moment, he finally felt a sense of relief and joy. He was thrilled. Not just him, but thousands of viewers in the live stream were envious too. "You really call this thing a harvester? Are you planning to harvest corn or heads?" "Time us up. It's my turn. I have a driver-S license. Can I drive the harvester?" "I don't want any money." Chun Mo looked at Li Jianguo, whose mouth was twitching wildly, and laughed. "How about we go try it out in the cornfield?" Chapter 11 Report to the Chief. Chun Mo has built a land cruiser. Let's go test it in the field. With Chun Mo's command, the harvester operator, Old Lu, instantly became excited and drove towards his cornfield. His 50 acres of land hadn't been harvested yet. If he couldn't collect the crops, they would rot in the field, and he would have wasted several years of work. If he tried to pick them by hand, he wouldn't be able to finish even before planting wheat. He initially thought of asking Old Zhang for help, but now it seemed unnecessary. After all, he had a tank. Accompanied by a deep and powerful engine roar, the steel giant slowly started up, heading towards the suburban cornfield. Li Jianguo, Chun Mo, and the two harvester operators, Old Zhang and Old Lu, followed behind. The livestream camera was also focused on this brand new steel beast. Its appearance instantly attracted the attention of passers-by on the street. with two extremely wide and heavy tracks, along with a high harvesting platform and grain bin above. It was nothing short of a futuristic heavy-duty agricultural machine. The powerful alloy armor and fierce design made pedestrians and vehicles stop in their tracks, pulling out their phones to take pictures. Wow, what is this? Is a transformer visiting our city? Is this really a harvester? If Li Yunlong had one of these back in the day, he wouldn't just be in Ping'an County. He might have reached Berlin County. It's so cool. This industrial aesthetic of violence fits perfectly with my taste. Soon, they arrived at a cornfield that was being hastily harvested. The atmosphere on site was heavy and oppressive. Dozens of villagers, young and old, were struggling in the muddy land, laboriously picking corn and hauling it back to the head of the field. Some were pushing electric tricycles. Since large vehicles couldn't enter, they had to use these smaller carts. Even with the small carts, it was hard to avoid getting stuck in the mud when hauling hundreds of pounds of grain. The dirt road at the field head had completely turned into a muddy soup, filled with footprints and deep tire tracks. Everyone's faces were marked with anxiety and exhaustion. Not far away, a yellow-wheeled harvester was stuck in the mud in a very awkward position, with one wheel completely buried and unable to move. A crane was nearby struggling to rescue it, the steel cable taut and making a creaking sound that was painful to hear. Several farmers were gathered around to help lift it. Simply put, only in extremely harsh situations do we realize that people are the most perfect machines, with incredible adaptability. Chun Mo and the others also parked their vehicle by the roadside. Even old Zhang parked his tracked harvester on the side of the road. The dirt road at the field head was too muddy, and the road was narrow, bordered by trees and ditches. His vehicle had tracks, so he wasn't worried about getting stuck, but he feared accidentally driving into a ditch. But old Lu had no such concerns. With such wide tracks, a small muddy path was no problem. He didn't even slow down, charging straight towards his own plot of land, while Chun Mo and the others struggled to keep up. Old Lu's harvester successfully attracted everyone's attention. The harvester operator next to the muddy field was completely stunned. What is this thing? Even the crane operator responsible for the rescue was baffled. What kind of vehicle is this? It's even more stable than mine. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, Lao Lu chuckled and drove straight into his own field. The harvester's blades began to lower slowly, swiftly cutting down the corn, with a deafening roar that echoed all around. To Lao Lu's ears, it sounded like the sound of printing money. 50 acres. If 1 acre sells for 1,000, that's 50,000. Without Chun Mo, this money would have rotted in the field. The key was the seeds, pesticides, fertilizers, and irrigation costs, all of which cost money. Thinking of this, Lao Lu leaned out of the cab and gave Chun Mo a thumbs up. Boss, you're really amazing. This thing is incredibly useful. Chun Mo, hearing Lao Lu's excited shout, couldn't help but smile. Then let me hop on for a ride. He wasn't even wearing rain boots. At this point, he was dirty from head to toe. Lao Lu scratched his head awkwardly. Oh, I got so caught up in harvesting that I forgot about you. Wait for me to finish this round, and I'll come back. With the right machine, human effort seemed increasingly insignificant. Upon hearing that there were machines available for harvesting, those who were still picking corn gathered around, lining up to take their turn. They even called their relatives and neighbors to hurry and join the queue. The expressions on their faces shifted from anxiety and fatigue to sheer excitement. Chun Mo noticed that there weren't many young adults in the crowd. Most were people in their 40s and 50s, and there were even quite a few elderly folks with gray hair. Without exception, they all looked dirty and worn. Some even had cuts on their faces from the corn leaves. Yet at this moment, their smiles were unstoppable. This scene moved not only Chun Mo and Li Jiangguo, but also the viewers in the live stream. The most touching moments are always filled with genuine emotions. Just then, Lao Lu returned after completing a round. He quickly invited Chun Mo to hop on. At that moment, his father and wife also arrived in a farm tricycle. But they couldn't drive it on the muddy road and had to park it on the main road. Lao Lu drove the harvester straight to the main road. The grain bin opened, and countless golden corns were poured directly into the farm tricycle. Lao Lu dove back into the cornfield. Master, drive over there. Chun Mo pointed to the muddiest area with standing water. Got it. Lao Lu could hardly wait, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he pushed the control lever hard. Boom. The steel beast roared and slowly moved toward the low area that even the tracked harvester dared not enter. At this moment, he had complete blind trust in Chun Mo. Everyone in the live stream held their breath. Lao Zhang's heart was in his throat. Although he operated a tracked harvester, he wouldn't dare to venture into such waterlogged yellow soil. It would get stuck, especially in an area that was clearly full of standing water. The depth was such that even if the vehicle didn't get stuck, it would likely face an accident due to water entering the cabin. The engine might shut down unexpectedly. However, the anticipated scene of the tracks slipping and the vehicle sinking did not occur at all. Instead, the modified harvester moved across the water like a hovercraft, gliding effortlessly through over 30 centimeters of standing water, with the mud barely reaching halfway up the tracks. How is this possible? Old Zhang was completely dumbfounded. While tracks can normally traverse muddy ground, he had never heard of tracks floating on water. Once Old Lu saw that this harvester could maneuver through the low-lying area filled with standing water as if it were solid ground, he was ecstatic. He pushed the power to the max. The harvester completely ignored all the mud and water, like a steel giant descending from the sky, moving with an almost reckless attitude through the cornfield. Rows of plump corn were swiftly pulled into the cutting platform, and the golden corn tumbled down like a waterfall into the grain storage behind. Li Jiangguo stared blankly at everything before him, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. His brain had completely crashed. This is impossible. This is not scientific. This isn't a harvester. It's a Land Cruiser. He finally understood that Chun Mo's capabilities had far exceeded his decades of understanding. A spy? This couldn't he possibly be something a spy could achieve, right? Meanwhile, hundreds of meters away, a military personnel disguised as a farmer in a blue work uniform pulled out a special phone, disbelief written all over his face as he reported. Report. I think we can put the drone matter on hold for now. What happened to Chun Mo? He created a Land Cruiser. Chapter 12. Chun Mo is truly a meticulous person at the Military Drone Research Center. Director Su Bairu frowned as he watched the harvester speeding through the mud on the big screen. Is this live stream being recorded? He asked without turning around. The young man at the computer, Zhang Chong, immediately nodded. Yes, we've been recording since he started broadcasting this morning. This Chun Mo really has some skills. He actually created an amphibious harvester. As Zhang Chong spoke, he sent the relevant video clips to Director Su's tablet. Su took the tablet, quickly browsed through the clips, and a disdainful smile appeared on his face. This is just showmanship. This is all technology we've already mastered. It's simply an amphibious track chassis added to the harvester. Leaning back in his chair, he picked up his teacup and blew away the steam. This kind of thing isn't technically difficult. It's been around for a long time. Many special engineering vehicles have been using it. As far as I know, companies like XCMG and Sany produced this kind of thing 7 or 8 years ago. What is there to get excited about? He waved his hand, giving orders. Notify the soldiers on the front line to keep a close watch on Chun Mo. The focus should still be on that drone. I want to know where those 3 oversized components came from. Yes, Zhang Chong replied, but he had a different opinion in his mind. Developing such a product is one thing. Mass production and widespread use are entirely different matters. Being able to produce it and being able to perfectly match the ordinary harvesters on the market are 2 completely different things. He comes from a rural background and has worked alongside his parents in the fields since he was little. He understands the hardships of the common people better than anyone in the research institute. If there were a way, who would want to endure the biting autumn rain and harvest those few acres of corn by hand? Growing food doesn't make money. No one plants crops with the expectation of becoming wealthy. What they hope for is just a good harvest and a bountiful yield. Even if a harvester can only manage 1 or 200 per acre, they accept it. At most, it just means earning less or even not earning at all. For many farmers, even if they lose money, they are willing to farm. It represents stability. Farming is incredibly tough. If it weren't for having no other options, who would choose to rely on the most primitive human labor to harvest? He is from the Helan area, and these days he has been unable to sleep, worrying about the corn at home. But due to the nature of his job, no matter how worried he is, he cannot return home. Not even to make a phone call. However, he has not voiced these concerns. After all, compared to that extraordinarily capable spy drone, a farming machine is indeed a minor matter. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, Chun Mo had already jumped down from the harvester and walked up to the pale-faced Li Jiangguo. Let us go, brotherly, he said with a smile, putting his arm around Li Jiangguo's shoulder. We need to go buy something. Li Jiangguo was taken aback. By what? By hardware, of course. Chun Mo replied as if it were obvious. We just made a bet, and you lost, so you owe me something worth 10,000. Did you forget? Damn it, Li Jiangguo thought, cursing Chun Mo in his heart. Who would have thought he would actually lose? Seeing his expression, which looked like he was constipated, Chun Mo laughed. All right. I'm just joking. I'm really happy to help the villagers. But Li Jiangguo shook his head, his expression serious. A bet is a bet. And you must honor it. I have to give you this money. Are you really going to give it? Of course. Am I someone who doesn't keep my word? Chun Mo raised an eyebrow at his serious expression. Then, you can give the money to old Lu. Li Jiangguo was stunned. If you don't want to. Then what do you mean by giving it to old Lu? Old Lu was the harvester operator he had hired, and he was sure that Chun Mo had no connection with him. Yet Chun Mo turned to old Lu and said with a smile, Master Lu, this amphibious base of mine isn't free. Old Lu, who was immersed in joy, suddenly felt a jolt when he heard he had to pay. There is no such thing as a free lunch. This thing is indeed great, and he really wants it. But how much does such a good amphibious base cost? He only has 50 to 60,000 on hand right now. If Chun Mo asks for a ridiculously high price, like over 100,000, he might as well not buy it. However, before he could even complain about his financial situation, Chun Mo's voice came again. 10,000? Are you buying it? How much? Old Lu felt like he hadn't heard clearly. 10,000. Chun Mo repeated. When he finally understood it was 10,000, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief, then was overwhelmed by immense joy. 10,000? Just 10,000? Without the base from Chun Mo, the 50 acres of corn would rot in the field, wasting 50,000 yuan. Now he only collects 10,000. What's the difference from giving it away for free? Moreover, with this incredible machine, the business from the nearby villages would all be his. In this weather, not to mention 100 yuan per acre. Even 150 would have people queuing up to have him harvest. As long as he collects 100 acres, he would break even. It's worth it. So worth it. Buy. I'm buying. Lao Lu was so excited he could hardly speak. Chun Mo smiled at Lao Lu's expression. This price had been carefully considered. It couldn't be too low, but it also couldn't be too high. It had to be a price that all the harvesters could afford. The system only needed to generate the product, but Chun Mo had to think about much more. After all, if the other party didn't give a good review, even if he got paid, the system would deduct it back. But upon hearing Chun Mo's price, not just Lao Lu, even Lao Zhang couldn't sit still. Such an amazing thing for only 10,000? What about the broken harvester he bought for over 100,000? Boss, do you have more of these bases? I want one too. Chun Mo smiled. Yes, I'll install it for you shortly. But you all know that selling this base for just 10,000 is definitely a loss for me. The reason for the low price is to benefit the villagers. So, I need you to promise me one thing. The charge for the villagers cannot increase and must be at the sunny day price. After you finish your village, you can go to harvest in other villages. Of course, I want to interfere with how much you charge in other villages. And I want to let you work for free. Chun Mo looked at Li Jiangguo. This brother still owes me 10,000. So let him give you both 5,000 each. Chun Mo turned to Li Jiangguo. Brother, you don't mind this arrangement, right? When Lao Lu and Lao Zhang heard this, they thought it made perfect sense. This is equivalent to spending 5,000 each to buy an amphibious base. Not only could they harvest their own corn, but they could also gain a good reputation in the village. Originally, they would lose 50,000 without earning a penny, but now they wouldn't just avoid a loss, they could actually make a profit. Moreover, Chun Mo didn't stop them from making money in other villages. Chun Mo was not just a hardware store owner. He was like a living bodhisattva. Thinking of this, Lao Lu and Lao Zhang simultaneously looked at Li Jiangguo. Li Jiangguo, who was initially feeling uncomfortable, was completely convinced by Chun Mo's meticulous operation. He didn't understand the technology and didn't know how much this thing was worth. But seeing so many harvesters unable to work, stuck on the road before even reaching the fields, with Chun Mo's base, they could operate smoothly. In his view, this level of capability was no less than modifying drones. Something that could benefit the people so much, charging only 5,000 per person was incredibly cheap. In his opinion, it would be worth even 100,000. Li Jiangguo immediately took out his phone to transfer money to Chun Mo. But Chun Mo smiled and said, "You don't need to pay me. Just transfer it to Lao Zhang and Lao Lu. This is your subsidy for them." Upon hearing this, Li Jiangguo held Chun Mo in even higher regard. So meticulous. This young man is truly meticulous. Little does he know that Chun Mo is going through all this trouble purely because he fears receiving a negative review. Li Jiangguo lost a bet of 10,000, and he must be feeling frustrated. If the system detects Li Jiangguo's dissatisfaction, he won't get a single penny. If he ends up being extremely dissatisfied, he would have to pay an additional 10,000. This is worse than losing the bet in the first place. Therefore, it's essential to have Lao Lu and Lao Zhang complete this transaction. With 5,000, he can secure an amphibious base. Their satisfaction will surely be off the charts. Indeed, at the moment Lao Lu transferred the money, a heavenly sound echoed in Chun Mo's mind. Ding! Transaction completed. Customer satisfaction detected. Very satisfied. Congratulations, host. You have earned double rewards, 20,000 universal coins. Seeing the balance in the system backend surge dramatically, Chun Mo felt ecstatic. He struck gold. This isn't just about Lao Lu. Lao Zhang is also waiting for him to install. With the two of them advertising for him, wouldn't all the nearby harvesters come looking for installations? Even if the satisfaction isn't extremely high, just a regular satisfaction would have him counting money until his hands cramp. Just as he was dreaming of a bright future, his phone suddenly began to buzz wildly. The intense vibrations almost made him drop it. Fortunately, he was holding it. If it had been in his pocket, people might think he had some peculiar habits. Chun Mo turned to look at the screen, only to see flashy special effects flooding in. Full of monkeys. My rear is the reddest sent out. Carnival, X1. Full of monkeys. My rear is the reddest sent out. Carnival, X2. Full of monkeys. My rear is the reddest sent out. Carnival, X10. Chapter 13. You are a living bodhisattva. Thanks to Monkey Brother for the 10 carnivals, such generosity. Monkey Brother is generous. With 10 carnivals sent in a row, Chun Mo was completely stunned. Monkey Brother's grand gesture ignited the enthusiasm of everyone in the live stream room. In an instant, various lollipops, hearts, and fan light boards filled the screen like snowflakes, mixed with high-value gifts like the Douyin #1. Some gifts were so extravagant that Chun Mo didn't even understand what they were. Thank you. Thank you for all the gifts. I, Chun Mo, am truly unworthy of such generosity. You deserve it. This is what it means to use technology to aid agriculture. The streamer is our own superhero, not for capital, but for the people. Just for selling at 10,000 and ensuring they won't raise prices in the village. You are forever my idol. Having spent years on Douyin without ever gifting, today he had to break his vow. That's right, the streamer broke my drought. I must compensate him. The live stream room's heat was unprecedented. Countless new viewers drawn in by the title looked at the scene of gifts flying everywhere, completely bewildered. What is going on? They're getting so excited over a rundown cornfield? Or are these muddy rural folks actually some hidden big shots? Soon, some longtime fans vividly shared the remarkable achievements of Chun Mo in modifying harvesters, especially when old Lu once again got on the harvester and charged into the muddy cornfield. The new viewers were all shocked, instantly becoming fans. At that moment, the bullet screen exploded with countless messages praising Chun Mo streamer. Do you have any more bases? I want to modify one too. I'm from Jiangcheng. Please modify mine. Even 20,000 is fine. I'll pay 30,000. Just modify mine first. I'm from the neighboring city. Setting off overnight. Please save a spot for me. I also have cornfields, but I'm too far away. Streamer, come open a shop in our state. I'll treat you to chicken. Chun Mo looked at the eager comments and laughed heartily, saying boldly, don't worry, folks, if it can be modified, it will be. No matter how many come today, I'll modify as many as I can. Even if I don't sleep tonight, everyone will get to use the new machines. With one more harvester in the fields, hundreds to thousands of acres of corn could be harvested. Brothers, let us fight for it. This statement ignited the live stream again. What a grand vision. I admire the streamer. Tears in my eyes. This is someone who truly cares for the common people. No wonder the streamer has been dedicated to a hardware store for 40 years. This is real passion. Chun Mo chuckled, bro. This hardware store has been running for 40 years, but the first 40 years were all done by my parents and grandparents. I just took over. However, the netizens didn't care. What mattered to them was that Chun Mo truly solved agricultural problems. A wave of rewards flooded in, dazzling Chun Mo Li Jianguo. Watching Chun Mo being celebrated by everyone felt mixed emotions. He couldn't help but lean closer and quietly asked, "Boss, where did you buy that chassis? Why do you care where I bought it?" Chun Mo shot him a glance. "Since you entered my store, you've either been looking around or asking questions. And now you want to know my business secrets. What are you, a detective?" He added, "If you're really so free, why not help me find a couple more harvester operators?" Li Jianguo's mouth twitched. "I am a detective," but he couldn't admit it. Should he say, "I'm from the Criminal Investigation Department, suspecting you might be a spy sent by a rival group to gather intel"? If Chun Mo were truly a spy, he would have run away long ago. However, as he interacted more with Chun Mo and saw his young but confident face, he increasingly felt that Chun Mo couldn't be a spy. How could someone who genuinely thinks for the farmers and uses incredible technology to benefit the people be a bad person? Perhaps this kid is indeed a neglected genius from the grassroots. The local people had no idea about Li Jianguo's inner thoughts. They had already regarded Chun Mo as their savior. Some elderly grandmothers, holding freshly picked corn still covered in dirt, insisted on pushing the cobs into Chun Mo's arms. "Good child, you're truly a living bodhisattva sent from heaven to save us farmers. Sure, are you running a shop? Where is it located? Once the weather clears up and the corn is dried, I'll grind it into flour and bring it to you. My variety is perfect for making corn flour. It's delicious. Yes, ours is good too. Little boss, come over to my place for a meal. I raise chickens at home, all fed with bran and corn. Never had any other feed." Looking at the enthusiastic villagers, Chun Mo felt a wave of emotions. These people are so simple and genuine. In the past, his grandparents and parents were the same. If someone helped them a little, they would be eager to give their best. But the more he thought about it, the more determined he became to return to his hardware store. "Uncle and Aunt, I have to go back now. I have other vehicles waiting for me to modify. My store is called Everything Hardware Store on Jinxing Road. If you need anything in the future, come to my store. We have everything, cheap and practical." Old Zhang nodded quickly. Yes, the boss is a real person. Everyone should go to Everything Hardware Store in the future. Chun Mo didn't delay and immediately returned to his hardware store. At that moment, the system had already generated a brand new base for Old Zhang's tracked harvester at the store entrance. Without saying a word, Chun Mo took out his tools and began the modification. Before he had finished, a rumbling sound came from a distance. 7 or 8 wheeled harvesters lined up, marching towards him. Chun Mo's heart sank at the sight. System, generate 8 more bases. But he was also a bit worried. These machines were too large to fit in the store, and in front of so many people, they couldn't just appear out of thin air. Just as Chun Mo was concerned about where the system would generate the bases, he heard a notification in his mind. "Ding! Your package has been expedited by Universal Logistics. Please check for delivery." The next second, a semi-trailer truck with the Universal Logistics logo drove up. 8 brand new amphibious chassis were neatly stacked on the truck, slowly coming to a stop at the store entrance. Following closely behind was a forklift. Before everyone could react, the forklift operator skillfully unloaded the 8 chassis and neatly placed them in the empty space at the store entrance. Then, without even a word, both vehicles restarted and quietly merged into the traffic, disappearing from sight. Ding! Item generation complete. Location, under the street tree at the store entrance. Now, Chun Mo was completely at ease. Old Zhang's modification was also successfully completed. Ding! Transaction complete. Customer satisfaction assessment. Very satisfied. Congratulations, host. You have received double rewards. 20,000 universal points. Looking at the rapidly increasing balance in the backend, Chun Mo looked at the live stream and raised his arm to call out, "Everyone, are there any mechanics around Jiangcheng who can repair agricultural machines or large vehicles? Come help me. The sooner we get one installed, the sooner the villagers can get to work. I can't finish it all by myself before the corn rots in the field. Don't worry, it's not free labor. I'll pay 100 yuan for each installation. It's quite simple, just need a forklift to assist. I can get one installed in about half an hour. Calculating that, ISNT at 200 an hour?" The live streaming room suddenly erupted with excitement. The host is impressive. I'm a mechanic too, earning 200 an hour, and I'm tempted to head to Jiang City. I'm also a mechanic. But I'm not in Jiang City. Otherwise, I'd definitely help the host with installation for free. Got to ensure the harvest. I'm from Jiang City. My dad repairs large vehicles, and he's been worried about the rain affecting business lately. I'll send him over right away. In an instant, the entire repair industry in Jiang City was buzzing. Countless mechanics who were dozing off in their shops instantly perked up, put on their work uniforms, and rushed to the hardware store. Many skilled in repairing agricultural machinery rode their small electric scooters or drove vans from all corners of Jiang City, flocking to the hardware store. Of course, there were even more harvesters among them. These folks had been worrying at home, but upon hearing that the hardware store offered installation of amphibious bases for just 10,000, which would allow them to work in muddy fields and even in water, they hurriedly drove their harvesters to the store. Some didn't even change their clothes or eat. Eating? What if that one meal caused them to miss their turn? That could mean a huge loss. The window for harvesting is only half a month, and they had already wasted several days. If they couldn't get it installed in 3 days, they might as well forget about making money. Jiang City was completely energized because of Chun Mo. The host's live streaming room was flooded with positive reviews, and gifts and donations kept pouring in. What great merit the host has. One person ensured the harvest for an entire city. The host is amazing. At that moment, many comments began flooding the screen. Boss, boss, do you sell these bases to other regions? We in Heelan need them even more than you do. Chapter 14. So you call yourself an expert? Host, I'm in Jizhou, kneeling before you. It's raining here too. When are you coming to sell bases to us? I'm from Heelan. I'll add 10,000. Begging for a base, boss. I'm from your hometown. Let me have one. Host, my corn hasn't been harvested yet. The number of online viewers in the live room had surpassed 50,000, and the speed of the scrolling comments was so fast that they seemed to leave after images. Aside from the overwhelming praise for the host, almost all the messages were requests for purchases from across the country, particularly from the 4 provinces of Shanhua. After all, the recent disaster primarily affected those areas. Seeing the screen filled with urgent purchase requests, Chun Mo felt powerless for the first time. He could save one Jiang city, but he couldn't save the entire nation. He had secretly tried. The system currently did not have the capability for nationwide logistics, and all transactions had to be completed within the range of his store. Therefore, even with countless purchase requests, Chun Mo could only helplessly shrug at the camera. Folks, it's not that I don't want to sell, it's just that these things are too large and logistics are difficult. Besides, even if I send them to you now, by the time they arrive, your corn might have already sprouted. After all, corn relies on the weather. It's an agricultural crop, not an industrial product. The golden harvest window is just a few days, and distant water can't quench nearby thirst. As soon as those words were spoken, countless farmers and harvesters from out of town fell silent in the live stream. Hope, which had just been ignited, was doused with a bucket of cold water. But did they not understand what Chun Mo said? They simply didn't want to give up after finally seeing a glimmer of hope. Chun Mo added, if you're near Jiangcheng, you can drive your harvester here, or come to place your order, and I'll help you find a vehicle to take it back. However, I can't cover the installation for those who take it back themselves. Now, I need to get back to work. It's really busy right now. After saying this, Chun Mo set his phone on a stand and went to help install the amphibious base. Seeing the fatigue on Chun Mo's face, viewers were moved. He had been busy all day, running around. As just a hardware store owner, achieving this level of support was already impressive. In no time, gifts in the live stream started to increase again, but Chun Mo had no time to pay attention to them. With more and more harvesters arriving, the road in front of the hardware store had completely transformed into a bustling open-air modification factory. Dozens of repair technicians rushed in from all corners of the city, forming an efficient assembly line with the help of forklifts. Ordinary wheeled harvesters were perfectly combined with powerful amphibious chassis, revitalizing them as they roared towards the fields of various towns. Sleep? Who had the mood to sleep now? It was all about harvesting as much as possible. Every bit counted. Although Chun Mo was not in front of the camera, the live stream remained lively. Watching one modified steel beast after another head into battle, everyone felt a flame of hope igniting in their hearts. At other times, there could be controversy in the region, but when it came to food, there was a high degree of unity. As night deepened, the live stream became rather dull. It was so quiet that no one was speaking. Only the sounds of bustling wheels and workers at their tasks could be heard, yet the online viewer count remained over 10,000. What was even more touching was the scene on site. Due to the sheer number of arriving vehicles, the entire side of the road near Chun Mo's shop was blocked. However, instead of complaining about the traffic jam, countless citizens spontaneously brought mineral water, bread, and steaming buns to support the workers who were toiling all night. Traffic police did not drive away the illegally parked harvesters. Instead, to ensure traffic safety, they dispatched several officers to set up a temporary cordon at the intersection, directing traffic in an orderly manner, safeguarding this autumn harvest operation. Everyone was contributing in their own way to ensure food security and protect the interests of the people. By the next morning at 7, as daylight broke, Chun Mo, who had practically worked through the night, was so exhausted that he could barely keep his eyes open. Fortunately, after a night of relentless effort, at least 300 harvesters had been modified and dispatched to the fields in Jiangcheng and surrounding areas. Noticing that no new vehicles were arriving, Chun Mo finally decided to take a short break. Glancing at his phone, he was surprised to see that there were still over 1,000 people online in the live stream. Seeing Chun Mo pick up his phone, some audience members got excited. The streamer had worked hard. Finally, he was willing to look at his phone. With so few people left in the live stream, someone thought to call their roommates to support him. The chat room was flooded with messages, names filling the screen. Chun Mo smiled and shook his head. He appreciated everyone's good intentions, but insisted that they shouldn't trouble others. After all, most people had to work or go to school at that hour. Even if they didn't why not catch a few more hours of sleep? Who would wake up early to watch a hardware store owner fix cars? Moreover, he was really exhausted. Chun Mo yawned and said tiredly, everyone, I really can't hold on any longer. Since there's no one left, I'm going to take a quick nap. The audience in the live stream felt a wave of sympathy, with comments urging him to rest filling the screen. Just then, a few out-of-place figures squeezed into the crowd. Leading them was a middle-aged man wearing glasses, who looked refined but had an air of concealed arrogance and scrutiny in his gaze. Behind him were several assistants carrying filming equipment. He walked directly to Chun Mo, who was about to pull down the roll-up door, and frowned, asking, "Are you the owner of this hardware store?" Chun Mo nodded, thinking he was a reporter, and instinctively started to tidy his clothes. After working all night on cars, he was covered in sweat and grease. And his appearance was far from presentable. He didn't even know whether to shake hands with the man, as his hands were also quite dirty. At that moment, the middle-aged man spoke. "Hello, my name is Zhao Bowen, and I'm the Deputy Chief Engineer of the City Agricultural Machinery Research Institute. I've seen your live stream." He adjusted his glasses and commented disdainfully, "The chassis is quite creative, but I must say, this is merely brute force to solve the problem by increasing the contact area. The technical content is very low, and it will increase energy consumption, offering no promotional value." As soon as he said this, the remaining 1,000+ viewers in the live stream erupted. Wow, is someone challenging him? Another one of those experts who don't understand the ground realities. Farmers are struggling with their corn rotting in the fields, and you talk about technical content and energy consumption? Where's your face? If you can't solve the problem, why stop the grassroots innovators from trying? When the harvesters couldn't get into the fields, you weren't around. You didn't show up when the corn was rotting. Now that the streamer has found a solution, you pop up to criticize? If you're so great, why not ask the heavens to stop the rain? Exactly. If you're so capable, why not have the Meteorological Bureau launch some rain-dissipating bombs instead of stirring up trouble here? Chun Mo was so tired that his eyelids were battling against each other, and he really didn't want to argue with this person. He just wanted to get back to sleep. However, Zhao Bowen wouldn't let up. Seeing Chun Mo silent, he assumed he was feeling guilty and raised his voice a bit more. "In my opinion, your behavior is just for show. Using a seemingly clever method to take advantage of the common people's intelligence, you are profiting from the misfortunes of the country." With a flick of his hand, Chun Mo lazily pulled down the roller shutter, interrupting the endless chatter. Yawning, he spoke in a tone that was both weary and slightly mocking. "So, please, esteemed expert, think of a fundamental solution to save the common folks whose corn is about to rot in the fields." After saying this, he spat on the ground and turned to leave, leaving Zhao Bowen and all his assistants staring in shock. He walked away decisively, without a hint of hesitation. Chapter 15. Profiting from National Hardship? P.S. A living Buddha. Just a few steps later, the sky suddenly darkened. A strong wind swept in, bringing dark clouds quickly. "Wow, the weather changes so fast," Chun Mo muttered, quickening his pace home. Behind him, Zhao Bowen watched his retreating figure with a victorious smile. Believing that Chun Mo had been hit by his words and was fleeing in shame, he was excited. Zhao Bowen eagerly addressed the camera behind him, like a victorious rooster, proclaiming loudly, "Did you all see that? This is what they call a so-called grassroots expert. Hit where it hurts, and now he is trying to escape. Today I, Zhao Bowen, will make it clear that I must expose your behavior of profiting from national hardship and attracting attention. I want you to know what money can be made and what money cannot." However, Chun Mo completely ignored him, taking out his phone and saying one last thing to the live stream. "Brothers, I'm sorry for waking you up with the barking this early in the morning. My bad." He looked up at the sky, where raindrops had already begun to fall. "It's starting to rain, I need to hurry. I'll end the stream now, brothers." After that, he decisively cut off the live stream and, under the furious gaze of Zhao Bowen and others, hurriedly left the scene. Back home, Chun Mo was too lazy to even take a shower. He tossed his muddy clothes on the floor and collapsed onto his bed, falling asleep in an instant. He slept soundly, but little did he know, over 1,000 loyal fans who had stayed up all night in his live stream were now wide awake, utterly furious. Chun Mo is profiting from national hardship? Nonsense. Are you just talking out of ignorance, or are you deliberately lying? Chun Mo was absolutely right. This was just an old dog that could only bark. With an installation fee of 10,000 for each amphibious base, Chun Mo worked tirelessly through the night, coordinating mechanics throughout the city, while citizens voluntarily brought water and food. What is this? This is public sentiment. They, as internet users, expressed their support. The mechanics who paid were all grateful, and the farmers were even more thankful. Even ordinary citizens didn't mind the roadblocks and disturbances, actively helping out. Who do you think you are, casually claiming Chun Mo is profiting from national hardship? When Chun Mo was working tirelessly, exhausted like a dog, where were you, the so-called expert? Now that the issue is resolved, the sun is up, and you come out barking again, talking about collecting the intelligence tax from the common people. If we allow such outrageous distortions to run rampant online, where is the justice in this? We must expose the true face of this individual. We cannot let heroes suffer and weep. The more than 1,000 netizens who stayed up all night, already exhausted, were suddenly energized like they were injected with adrenaline, turning into the most passionate supporters. They took the live stream from early this morning, edited it into countless versions with impactful titles, and spread it across the internet. Heartbreaking. After a sleepless night working on 300 harvesters, they were scolded by so-called experts for profiting from national misfortune. He may be the most unnecessary hero of our time. A shocking scam, or a technological miracle. One video reveals the true identity of the hardware store owner in Jiangxing. Once the video was released, it instantly ignited the entire internet. Countless viewers who had just been captivated by the harvesters yesterday were enraged upon seeing Zhao Bowen's condescending criticism of Chun Mo's attention-seeking behavior. Their anger was instantly sparked when they learned that Chun Mo only needed 10,000 yuan to transform a regular harvester into an amphibious one, giving new life to countless corn that would otherwise rot. Everyone was thrilled. Especially those who truly understood the field were completely stunned by the video's content. A popular agricultural influencer with millions of followers on a streaming platform went live to analyze. "Brothers, I haven't slept all night. I've studied this chassis repeatedly. This is not just a track, it's a brand new modular universal chassis. Its significance is akin to giving all agricultural machines a pair of all-terrain legs. This is a monumental invention that could change the agricultural landscape in our country. In the comments section, countless Southern viewers were so excited they were almost in tears. Big shot, please contact this owner and let him develop a large combine harvester for rice. Our southern rice fields need this more than the northern muddy fields. Of course, there were also rational voices analyzing from a technical perspective. In fact, an amphibious chassis isn't some cutting-edge technology. It has been applied in fields like specialized excavators for a long time. However, it hasn't been widely adopted mainly due to its extremely high cost, often in the hundreds of thousands, and the limited application scenarios. As soon as this was said, someone immediately refuted it. Expensive? Brother upstairs, take another look at the video. The host sells it for how much? 10,000. Just 10,000 each. And installation is included. That professional was left dumbfounded. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Just the cost of materials and manufacturing exceeds that amount. For example, a similar amphibious excavator from a major company costs over 100,000 just for the chassis. Immediately, a netizen on-site retorted, "What is impossible? We are right here in Jiangcheng." The host personally modified over 300 units last night, not a penny more or less. Just 10,000 each. At that moment, all professionals fell silent. They were completely stunned by Chun Mo's feat. If this is true, then this is no longer just an impressive technology. This is a living savior. Chun Mo is using his own money to support the agricultural production of the entire nation. Just then, someone released the complete video of Zhao Bowen angrily accusing Chun Mo of profiting from national disasters this morning. Suddenly, the entire professional field was in an uproar. This is outrageous. A renowned academician in the domestic agricultural machinery field slammed the table in anger. Let's not even mention that the price of 10,000 yuan is a charitable act. Just the modular design concept that can flexibly connect and perfectly integrate with all models of harvesters on the market is at least 10 years ahead of us. This is genius. This is a treasure of our nation's agriculture. How can we let this clown slander him without consequence? At that moment, countless well-known experts and entrepreneurs in agricultural machinery and heavy industry publicly spoke out to vindicate Chun Mo. Meanwhile, major heavy industry giants, like Sany Heavy Industry and Zoom Lion, though they did not make any statements online, had already arranged for expert inspection teams led by vice presidents and chief engineers to book the earliest flights to Jiangcheng. As the leading companies in the industry and the most authoritative experts, how could they be unaware of the brilliance of the amphibious base? Both in terms of technology and the concept of flexible connections and universal compatibility, they felt embarrassed. They had to find the inventor and manufacturer, and then quickly move to recruit and acquire. Even XCMG, which has always had a strong online presence, remained silent. What could they say? The priority now is to secure Chun Mo before anyone else realizes it. Making a lot of noise online, as if afraid competitors wouldn't notice? A reputation defense battle initiated by fans quietly evolved into a nationwide search storm without Chun Mo's knowledge. Chapter 16. Passing the buck. You came from Dandong, right? Chun Mo had barely slept for 2 hours when he was abruptly awakened by a series of urgent phone rings. Who is it? Are you the owner of the hardware store? I am. What is up? I'm from Texas, and I heard you can repair harvesters, right? Can you still do that? The voice on the other end was tentative and somewhat embarrassed. Chun Mo knew that this kind of person was usually a simple, honest farmer who wasn't good with words, hence the polite manner of speaking, as if afraid of saying the wrong thing. In the month since he opened the store, he had encountered many such people. Especially last night, he had interacted with many harvester mechanics and learned that they were essentially farmers, many of whom were quite shy and reluctant to trouble others. Chun Mo glanced at the clock. It was only 9 o'clock. He was really tired. But he also knew that this wasn't the time to relax. So despite his fatigue, he cheerfully said, "Sure, just wait a moment, I'll be right there." After using the restroom, he looked in the mirror before heading out. He felt as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. His eyes were dark, bloodshot, and he had grown a bit of stubble. Chun Mo thought about shaving but decided to just wash his face instead. There was no way around it. For the people, food is heaven. He could at most stay up a little late. He had done all-nighters before to go online and still managed to go to school the next day. Back then, he could endure it just for gaming. So now, for the countless common people, he could naturally endure it too. He was never a good person. He never donated a dime from the online rewards he received and spent it all without guilt. I neither steal nor rob. The money I earn is from my own effort, so why should I donate it? He even fantasized about how satisfying it would be to drive the neighboring hardware store into bankruptcy. But although he wasn't a good person, he couldn't just stand by and watch so much corn rot in the fields. With that thought, Chun Mo jogged downstairs. It was still drizzling outside, and since he hadn't changed his clothes, he felt damp all over, a mix of sweat and mildew, making him shake his head at himself. But he was too lazy to go back and change. He was older now, not in his teens anymore. Looking at the drizzling rain, he shook his head to clear his chaotic thoughts and continued jogging to the store entrance. The more he stayed up late, the easier it was for his mind to wander. He couldn't concentrate at all. At this moment, there were already more than 10 harvesters parked at the entrance, some local and some from nearby areas. Most of the workers who helped out all night last night had already gone home to catch up on sleep. Seeing the long line of harvesters forming again, Chun Mo felt helpless and could only exchange for a few steaming meat buns and a cup of American coffee from the system to force himself to keep going. Then, he had the system generate 15 bases and weekly started the live stream. As soon as the stream began, hundreds of viewers flooded in. These were his die-hard fans. He spoke to the camera, his voice hoarse. Brothers, a new day has begun. If anyone knows a mechanic in Jiangcheng, hurry and let them come help. Same as before. $100 per machine. Just then, a harvester operator rushed in and asked, Boss, when can we start working? We're all waiting. The crops can't be delayed. He opened the live stream without even checking the exploding fan count and private messages, casually munching on a bun as he said, Don't rush, just line up. Once I finish this bite, we'll get to work. Seeing his bloodshot eyes and exhausted face, and the continuous autumn rain outside, the viewers in the live stream felt heartbroken. The host is really working too hard. I'm crying. Stop eating, boss. Hurry back and get some sleep. Money can be earned endlessly, but your health is important. Chun Mo just smiled. I know money can be earned endlessly, and I also know that the harvester operator was trying to morally pressure me. Honestly, I don't have much morality. No one can morally pressure me. But I can't bear to see farmers picking corn in the fields bit by bit. Because my grandparents lived that way, and my dad did too. When I was young, I helped my parents spread fertilizer and pick corn in fields taller than I was. I really don't want to see those grandparents who have machinery they can't use. Nor can I stand to watch a year's hard work rot in the fields. Every little bit helps. After finishing his breakfast in just a few bites, Chun Mo put on a thick raincoat without any hesitation and stepped back into the rain, watching his somewhat frail, yet resolutely determined figure amidst the storm. The live chat was filled with messages of support and encouragement. However, the good times didn't last long. Before Chun Mo could even set up a base, several law enforcement vehicles marked with city management insignias, flashing their lights, stopped by the roadside. A few uniformed officials got out and headed straight for Chun Mo, who was busy installing a connector. You must be the owner of the hardware store, right? Someone reported you for occupying the road, seriously affecting traffic. Hurry up and move these vehicles. You need to rectify this immediately. As soon as those words were uttered, the live chat exploded. What the heck? Why are they causing trouble at a time like this? I knew there would be people who do nothing but make life difficult for ordinary citizens. Are they blind? Can't they see the traffic police are helping with traffic control? This is a disaster relief effort. Don't they understand that? However, after saying that, the officials didn't issue any fines and were about to leave. Seeing them about to walk away, the door of the nearby hardware store opened, and a middle-aged man with a big belly, holding an umbrella, angrily approached. Hey, why are you leaving? He pointed at Chun Mo, his face full of anger. He's occupying the road and blocking traffic. He was still working past midnight last night, disrupting the neighborhood. He's violated so many regulations. You must drive these vehicles away. No, just driving them away is too lenient. He should be fined. The head of the enforcement team paused, turned back to glance at him, and coldly said, Are you the one who reported this? The middle-aged man nodded, smiling as he pulled out a pack of cigarettes and handed it over. The official waved his hand. Don't try that with us. Are you the owner of the hardware store? The man nodded. Comrade, our goods are all genuine and fairly priced. If you need anything for your home, I have it all. Whatever you need for renovations, feel free to come to my store. Hearing this, the audience in the live chat became even angrier. Damn, if he were in the Northeast, I would seriously take him down. It's one thing to report blindly, but now he's trying to bribe them? No wonder this hardware store is so big and luxurious. It's all done through such means. This fat guy looks ridiculous. Just seeing him makes me uncomfortable. Brothers, can anyone see the badge numbers of these officials? If they dare to issue a fine, I'll report them directly. Yes, we must report them. However, the reality was different from what they imagined. The officials did not fine Chun Mo. Instead, they continued to question the owner of the hardware store. We've received many reports from the public recently saying that you have a loudspeaker in front of your store, blaring noise from morning till night, seriously disturbing the neighborhood. I remember notifying you to rectify this. Why are you still broadcasting? And now that we're here, you still have it on? Do you think we're invisible? As for Chun Mo's hardware store, it was considered a first-time offense, and they had a duty to criticize and urge him to rectify the situation, which they had now done. You, on the other hand, repeatedly break the law despite knowing it. You're right. If you don't get punished, you won't learn your lesson. With that, he took out a fine and issued it on the spot. The overweight boss's mouth twitched. What the hell? The city management officer coldly snorted. What? Are you planning to resist the law violently? Seeing several officers closing in, the boss immediately backed down, especially when he noticed the faint excitement in their eyes. He quickly reminded himself not to fight against authority. If it came to blows, he was more afraid of the fines. The bigger concern was ending up in a situation where he would have to eat from the communal pot without paying. He hurriedly forced a smile and said, I wouldn't dare. I have some issues to raise. With so many harvesters parked at the entrance, how can we do business? Look, the road is blocked. It started yesterday, and I thought it would calm down today. But look, there are more and more cars. The city management team leader glanced around and explained, I've seen the situation. It is indeed causing traffic congestion, and I genuinely want to help you resolve it. The boss's eyes lit up. So you need to hurry and get these vehicles moved. The team leader sighed. But the vehicle issue isn't under our jurisdiction. The traffic department handles traffic problems. You need to report this to them. Chapter 17. Business suspension. The boss instinctively looked towards the traffic police officer who was helping to direct traffic not far away. The traffic police are right there and aren't addressing it. And you want me to file a complaint? If I just report it to them, they might check my vehicle from top to bottom and review my driving records, maybe even deduct 12 points from my license. You're all in it together. You are deliberately covering for Chun Mo. You must be related to him. The city management team leader's face darkened instantly. What do you mean? Are you slandering public officials? I have my law enforcement recording device on. and I can assure you that I have no connection whatsoever with the hardware store owner. We have no relatives or interests involved. You're welcome to report me anytime. Moreover, you say these harvesters affect your business. But they are parked on the roadside of the motor vehicle lane, not occupying any pedestrian or non-motorized vehicle lanes. How much can they really affect your business? In comparison, the BMW parked in front of your door is blocking your entrance and seems to affect your business even more. Would you like me to help you contact the traffic police to move the BMW that is blocking your business? The boss turned to look at the BMW. That is my car. He pointed at the city management team leader and sneered. I'm going to report you. I'll report you for enforcing the law differently and for issuing fines randomly. With that, he turned and went back inside. The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter at this scene. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Well done. This is true humane law enforcement. Wow. This isn't what I expected from city management. I'm loving it. This is so funny. Traditional skills at play. Can the ball be kicked like this? I'm impressed. No wonder I couldn't pass the civil service exam after 2 years. Those who get in are just too clever. Turns out I don't actually dislike playing along. I just hate being treated like a ball. While laughing, the netizens also realized that it was the hardware store behind all this mischief. Wow. In order to save the crops, Chun Mo has been working tirelessly without rest, even risking his life. And you, this certain car manufacturer, actually stab him in the back? In an instant, all the netizens were furious. Brothers, let's take action. What are we waiting for? Report him. Isn't he fond of reporting? I'll file a real name complaint about his fire safety violations. Wow, brother, you're amazing. Then I'll report him for tax evasion. I've already reported him for not providing employees with social insurance. Hopefully the boss won't be too grateful. This social security strategy is really ruthless. Instantly, countless netizens launched a saturation attack of reports against this hardware store. From noise complaints to fire safety issues to tax evasion. Even the most unexpected things like weight discrepancies were reported countless times. In no time, the phones of various departments in Jiang City were almost overwhelmed. The head of the Emergency Management Bureau, Director Wang, stared at the hundreds of reports about this hardware store on his computer, completely dumbfounded. Did this store offend everyone in Jiang City? He turned to the young staff member next to him who was slacking off. Xiaoli, what is going on? Do you know? Staff member Xiaoli leaned over to take a look and laughed. You mean the hardware store? I know it all too well. He hasn't just offended the people of Jiang City. He has offended all the netizens with a sense of justice. This fat guy? If it weren't for my uniform, I do want to report him myself. Director Wang discreetly touched his bulging belly, his expression not looking too good. Mind your manners. You're a public servant. How can you insult someone? You're an enforcement officer. How can you have prejudice against the subject of a report? Director. You don't know? The owner of this hardware store is really something else. Xiaoli immediately recounted how Chun Mo had tirelessly modified a harvesting machine for the benefit of the people and how the owner of the hardware store maliciously reported him, vividly detailing the story. After hearing this, Director Wang became furious, slamming the table with red eyes. This black-hearted scoundrel. Why doesn't he just go die? Xiaoli's mouth twitched. He was just called out for cursing, and here the director was outright insulting someone. But he didn't dare to say it out loud. Only reminding, Director, there's no need to get angry with someone like this. Director Wang slammed the table again. I still have corn to harvest. I don't even know if the corn has been harvested. My dad has a herniated disc. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became, quickly pulling out his phone to call home. Dad, has our corn been harvested? With all this rain, don't go to the fields. It's just a few acres. It's not worth it. I've told you to lease the land and stop farming, but you never listen. Why didn't you tell me about the difficulty of harvesting in this weather? Why are you rushing? Came the cheerful voice of his father from the other end. I was all set to go to the fields yesterday, but the village notified us that a certain small owner of a hardware store has developed an amphibious harvesting machine. Very impressive. It can even harvest in flooded fields. Anyway, I'm with your Uncle Lou right now at the hardware store. We'll be there shortly. Director Wang wanted to remind his father not to plant crops next year. However, he swallowed the words just as they reached his lips. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, he let out a wry smile. The old man had farmed all his life and had a deep attachment to the crops. Not allowing him to farm would be worse than killing him. Perhaps this is the nature of farmers in the region. But the more he thought about it, the angrier he became at the owner of the hardware store. While Chun Mo was doing good for the country and the people, you were reporting him from behind. The key point is, the combine harvester in our village hasn't been modified yet. If your report succeeds, wouldn't my father have to go out in the rain to harvest corn? If something goes wrong, I swear I'll deal with you. Fine. You love reporting people, don't you? I have hundreds of calls here to report you. I want to see just how legitimate your store really is. Xiaoli, come with me to the scene. However, when Director Wang and his team arrived at the hardware store, they found themselves unable to get through the door. Enforcement officers from several departments, including industry and commerce, taxation, and health, had already blocked the store completely. Director Wang greeted a few familiar faces with a smile, then stepped forward with his hands behind his back to confront the owner. Boss, this is a routine inspection. Where are your smoke detectors? Your fire extinguishers? Stores like yours must have fire extinguishers placed in visible areas and proper fire safety signage, you know? Why are there so many unauthorized wires by the front counter? He pointed at a pile of flammable plastic pipes in the corner and sneered. So many flammable materials piled next to the power source. And you don't even have any fire prevention measures. You call yourself a hardware store, and you lack such basic safety knowledge? He continued. And these shelves are too close together. The items are too cluttered. What are the shelves for? Why are there so many miscellaneous items piled up there? The owner turned pale, Those aren't miscellaneous items. Those are spare parts. I arranged those specifically to store things. Besides, what hardware store doesn't display goods like this? It's like a supermarket. I'd rather not operate at all. Even if you give me a whole floor, I can't arrange it well. Director Wong laughed. You talk about the law, and I should feel sorry for you? Who is having it easy? I see you're quite hefty. That seems easy enough. He thought about it, and quickly added, you're embarrassing the rest of us hefty folks. According to fire safety regulations, you could face a fine starting at 50,000 and be ordered to halt operations for rectification. I'm not heartless. I know running a business is tough. So, I'll fine you 5,000 and you can halt operations for rectification. You can reopen when you've passed the inspection. The owner looked at the fine in his hands, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. 5,000 isn't too much. He could afford it. But halting operations? Who knows when he could reopen after that? The key is he had only just opened a few days ago, and they were forcing him to shut down, leaving him with no way to survive. Seeing Director Wong about to leave, he immediately tried to catch up. However, just as he took a step, several people grabbed him at the same time. Don't go yet. We haven't discussed the employee as social insurance and housing fund. The tax matters haven't been investigated yet. The overweight man stared at the crowd surrounding him, stunned for a moment. Then, as if he had gone mad, he rushed out of the store, ignoring everyone's attempts to stop him, and let out a heart-wrenching roar toward the figures still busy in the rain. Chun Mo. I curse your grandmother. Chun Mo turned around, lightly tapping a wrench in his hand, looking at him with disdain. So, are you planning to hit me? Chapter 18. Do you want to fight me? Chun Mo slowly lowered the wrench in his hand and wiped the grease off his hands. Under everyone's gaze, he stepped forward to stand in front of the overweight man. The scene fell into a sudden silence. In the live broadcast room, all the viewers held their breath. What was Chun Mo going to do? Was he really going to fight? There was no need for that. Winning meant paying compensation, and losing meant hospitalization. It just didn't add up. The overweight man had already been educated by many departments in the city and was now at the end of his rope. There was no need to deal with such a mad dog. It would be better to let him self-destruct. As Chun Mo approached step by step, the overweight man instinctively took a step back. Slightly turning to the side, he fearfully pointed at Chun Mo. What are you going to do? If you come any closer, I will hit you. Chun Mo laughed. He pointed at the overweight man's fist, which was still waving. You, with your fist, pointing at me. You want to fight me? As soon as these words were spoken, the viewers in the live room instantly broke down their defenses. Wait, at such a tense and thrilling moment, are you making jokes? What now? I was just worried, and now I suddenly can't stop laughing. This is too funny. I'm at work. Can you be this hilarious? So this is what they call a surprise. Chun Mo is amazing. As for the overweight boss, he clearly hadn't seen let the bullets fly. After the initial panic, he started to regain his composure. I'm so fat. Chun Mo is just a chick in front of me. Why should I be afraid of him? Besides, if he dares to take action, I will make him pay for everything. Thinking this, he puffed out his belly and moved closer to Chun Mo. So what if I point at you? Go ahead and hit me. I'll tell you, it was me who reported you to the city management earlier. I just can't stand you. I just want to drive you away. You think just because you can fix a car you're something special? Don't let me find out where your chassis came from. Once I locate the manufacturer, I'll make your life miserable. And don't think it's a secret. We're in the internet age, there are no secrets. Even if I can't find your manufacturer, can I find another one? You know Shugong, right? They specialize in this. They're a big brand. By then, I'll get the chassis from Shugong and see how you sell your unbranded junk. Chun Mo looked at the approaching boss and shouted to the group of harvest machine workers. Brothers, uncles, this guy wants to hit me. If I end up in the hospital, nobody will be able to fix the harvesters. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of harvest machine workers became furious. Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. The usually honest farmers all gathered around, some standing behind Chun Mo, while others shielded him. They stared fiercely at the hefty man, and an elderly man even pointed at him and scolded. You little brat. Born to a father, but raised by no one. Reporting on others. Jealous of them. Instead of honestly running your business, you're ready to beat someone just because their business is better than yours. If you have the guts, come at me. The hefty man, being scolded by the elder, felt his anger rising again. You old fossil. I think you really deserve a beating. He couldn't fight Chun Mo, but could he not deal with this old man? He was never a rational person to begin with. Having invested hundreds of thousands in a hardware store that was about to go under, and being made a joke by Chun Mo. He couldn't stand being scolded like this by an old man. He raised his fist, ready to hit the elder right there. Seeing this, the onlookers, including Director Wong, panicked. What the hell? He cursed as he rushed over and tightly hugged the hefty man. Dad, are you okay? Dad. Everyone present, as well as the viewers in the live stream, were confused. What was going on? If it weren't for the crowd holding the hefty man back, the elder would have almost been hit. At that moment, his heart raced as he heard a voice and quickly looked up to see his son. What are you doing here? I told you not to worry about the field. The harvester can really go out there. Director Wong, feeling a mix of amusement and frustration, replied, Dad, I received reports from the public to investigate the issues with the giant Dragon Hardware's fire safety. Upon hearing this, the elder felt it was quite a coincidence. Investigate. Make sure to investigate thoroughly. People like him need to be scrutinized to the core. Netizens who understood the situation began to laugh. I can't take it anymore. This hefty man is about to hit the director's own father. Just when the hefty man was let off with a fine of 5,000, he turned around and ended up hitting his own father. Now, it's going to be at least 50,000. The hefty man exclaimed. You should have mentioned your son was an official. He thought he had picked an easy target, but it turned out to be a tough nut. Director Wang, living up to expectations, directly addressed the people around him. No discounts. Issue a new fine, 100,000. A direct fine of 100,000. From a distance, Li Jiangguo gestured to those around him. Take the giant dragon hardware's owner away for provoking trouble. Meanwhile, Chun Mo, having dealt with this clown, was about to turn back to his work when he found another group of people standing at his shop's entrance. This group was dressed in suits, exuding an elite aura. Some, even if they looked older, had a powerful presence, clearly not ordinary individuals. However, the live stream was exploding. The number of viewers online had surpassed 100,000, many of them drawn by the amphibious base. At that moment, someone recognized the identities of these individuals. Wow, look at that Mediterranean guy. Isn't that Mr. Wang from Sany Heavy Industry? I just saw his speech at the financial summit last month. And that guy next to him with the gold-rimmed glasses. He's the chief engineer from Shugong Group, Mr. Ma. The person in the coat is a technical consultant from a certain company. Enough said, that old man is our professor. We originally had his class today, but it was changed last minute. I was wondering if something happened to him, but it turns out he went to meet the streamer? Companies like Weichai Power and Whitehyo Group, I can't believe it, along with major players in the agricultural machinery sector, are all here. This scene is surreal. A group of big shots whose combined worth could buy the entire city, lining up outside a rundown hardware store, waiting for a young man covered in grease. Other netizens completely lost it after learning the identities of this group. Are they really about to hold an industry summit outside the streamer's store? This is giving me chills. Mr. Wang from a prominent company was the first to push through the crowd, smiling broadly as he handed over his business card. Speaking so humbly, he sounded like a salesman. Nice to meet you. I'm from a certain heavy industry company. Let us not beat around the bush. We're very interested in that amphibious chassis in your store. May I ask which factory produces it? If it's convenient, could you introduce us to the supplier? Rest assured, there will be benefits for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Ma from another company immediately pushed him aside, with an even more sincere attitude. Yes. Yes, Master Chun. As long as you can provide the source information, our group is willing to pay you 1 million for the information on the spot. The other big shots echoed, each offering a higher price. In their eyes, Chun Mo was surely just a lucky middleman who found some unknown agricultural machinery manufacturer with the technology. As long as they found this small factory, they could either acquire it or recruit technical talent to get the technology. You say this was invented by Chun Mo? They simply did not believe it. A small hardware store owner being able to install such machines was already impressive. Such machines had to be produced by factories with at least hundreds of employees. Chapter 19. Could he really be a genius? Facing the inquiries from this group of big shots, Chun Mo merely yawned. He walked to the counter and took out the coffee he had just exchanged from the system. Casually, he said, no comment. After all, this was generated by the system. What could he say? These people have abilities and resources, right? Then they could check for themselves. Chun Mo wanted to see who was more impressive, them or the system. After saying that, he went straight into the back to catch up on sleep. The mechanics had already come in enough numbers. Whether there was one more or less didn't matter. He really couldn't hold on any longer and needed to take a nap. However, Chun Mo's actions left the CEOs and engineers dumbfounded. Wait, with such great conditions, aren't you even a little tempted? They looked at each other, and in the end, it was Mr. Ma from the other company who stepped forward and said to Chun Mo, young man, I know you're tired. So I'll say just one last thing. This factory may indeed not be a big one and not well known, but you know the power we have, and besides, you're live streaming. The strength of the online community is also immense. If you want to hide it, you definitely can't. He even added, in fact, the factory might contact us after seeing the live stream and videos. The reason for offering you such favorable terms is to gain an advantage and be one step ahead. Once the factory comes forward to seek cooperation with us, your value will diminish. Moreover, this is something we are capable of. We simply hadn't considered the rapid transition. Improving the technology to achieve mass production is not a difficult task. We can fully produce it independently. As far as I know, there are no relevant patents at all. I appreciate your situation. You haven't been overly demanding and asking for money from the public. Therefore, I am willing to represent my company and offer you sufficient benefits. You can continue running your hardware store, and I can even secure you an agency position in Jiangcheng to sell our products. We could even provide you with the first batch of goods for free. If you're looking for cash, we can discuss that too. I noticed during the live stream that you were walking home. You don't have a car yet, do you? My company can gift you a fully equipped luxury car, and we can also provide you with a house in Jiangcheng. If you don't have a girlfriend yet, with a house, a car, and being an agent, you wouldn't have to worry about that, would you? The viewers in the live stream were all shocked. Wow, I couldn't help but exclaim. This elder is impressive. Truly, having an elder in the family is like having a treasure. These conditions are tempting even to me. This elder seems to understand psychology well. Luxury cars, mansions, a career, and beautiful women. All of this leads to the pinnacle of life. What official could withstand such temptations? To be honest, not just the viewers, even Chun Mo was intrigued. The thought of gaining luxury cars and mansions without doing anything is simply exhilarating. However, he genuinely had no idea how the system was generating this for him. Furthermore, Chun Mo has come to value money less now. Without the system, wealth, career, luxury cars, mansions, and beautiful women would be the ultimate pursuits he might never achieve in his lifetime. But now he has the system. Since yesterday, he hasn't calculated how many cars he has modified, but he knows that his account balance has exceeded 3.8 million. The system's universal currency has also reached over 7.1 million. Almost everyone has given positive feedback. For Chun Mo, money has become just a number. As long as he wants to earn it, he definitely can. However, when money is easily attainable, it loses its allure. The same goes for luxury cars and mansions. Now, Chun Mo has come to enjoy the simple pleasure of chatting and joking with customers in his little shop. He has grown fond of receiving positive reviews from customers. With this in mind, Chun Mo waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Let us go. I'm really tired. This thing isn't patented, so anyone can buy one and take it apart. If there's a sense of fairness, we can jointly register a patent, allowing everyone to produce it without charging each other patent fees, just to keep it affordable for the public. If foreigners want to buy it, we can leverage the patent to sell it to them at a high price and profit from them. Since you all seem to have time on your hands, help me keep an eye out for those looking to buy the base. Tell them it's 10,000 per unit. After they pay, they can simply wait for the shipment to arrive and install it." Then the mechanic finished installing a machine, charging 100 for the installation fee. He said this and directly laid down on the table, falling asleep. Working intensively day and night, even coffee, food, and tea keep him awake. The viewers in the live stream listened to Chun Mo and felt his image grow even larger. Gifts started flying in from all directions. Although Chun Mo remained asleep with his head down, it couldn't dampen the enthusiasm of the viewers. There were even several top contributors. After a brief moment of silence, the bosses became excited. Yes, Chun Mo didn't tell them who the manufacturer was, nor the driver who delivered the goods. The driver would know. They could just ask him directly. Soon, another truck arrived, carrying 3 amphibious bases. The people quickly surrounded it, knocking on the truck's windows. However, neither the truck driver nor the forklift operator was willing to get out or respond, robotically delivering the goods and leaving once the unloading was done, just when the heads of major heavy industry groups were at a loss. Military personnel who had been secretly monitoring Chun Mo pulled out a special phone and said, "The executives and engineers from a well-known domestic heavy industry group have come. The importance of the amphibious base might be higher than expected. It's still unknown which factory produced this item." This was just something he observed and deemed important. In his view, the secret Chun Mo thought he had was not a secret at all. The military only needed to make a slight move to uncover the truth. On the other end of the line, at the Military Drone Research Center, Su Bairu looked at Zhang Chong. What were the investigation results? Zhang Chong shook his head. No traces related to foreign entities were found. Wang Hao and his girlfriend Liu Xin also checked and found no connections. Liu Xin's father owns 2 wood processing factories and a hotel in Jiangcheng, and they're not short on money, so he can be ruled out as a spy. Could it be that Chun Mo is truly a genius? Su Bairu shook his head without hesitation. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He believed there were extraordinary individuals in the civilian sector, but he didn't believe anyone could be that remarkable. He had already dismantled components like the anti-electronic fence device. The internal structure was very intricate. Some things he understood and were enlightening, while others were beyond his comprehension. After studying drones for a lifetime, could he possibly be outdone by a junior college student? Zhang Chong, seeing that Su Bairu was starting to doubt life, suggested, "Why not test it?" How to test it? Zhang Cheng issued a notice prohibiting drone modifications, and he had clearly stated that upgrades were not allowed. Moreover, even if they saw him adding components, it would still be useless. Su Bairu frowned. Zhang Chong smiled. Direct modification of the drone won't work, but we can use a robotic dog. Besides, we won't let him modify the outer shell. Just let him work on the internal components. Su Bairu's eyes widened instantly, slapping his thigh. Right. Why didn't I think of that? Find a robotic dog and break the LiDAR, servo motors, communication modules, and AI chips. Break the AI chips? Zhang Chong was taken aback. Is it enough to just damage the servo motors and communication modules? Su Bairu laughed. Isn't he supposed to be quite capable? I want to see just how much he can really do. Chapter 20. Need more money, Director Su. What kind of robotic dog do you plan to use for the testing? Zhang Chong asked. Su Bairu casually replied. Why not use that batch we eliminated before? Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong felt a bit worried. But those are military models. What if Chun Mo really is a spy and manages to crack the technology? Crack it. Su Bairu chuckled, his laughter filled with confidence and a hint of disdain. Xiaozhong, you're still too young and thinking too simply. Do you really think he has some extraordinary abilities? Let's say for argument's sake that he is a spy. He definitely wouldn't be a top-tier technician. Not to mention, he is far too young for that. Just think about it. If he really had the skills to crack military AI chips, what kind of talent would that be? That would be a national treasure. Such people are treated like ancestors by any country. Who would be willing to toss them into a small hardware store as cannon fodder? Moreover, that batch of robotic dogs is outdated technology we phased out years ago. The core algorithms and architecture have long been updated. The robotic dogs themselves are not classified. There's nothing to worry about. After hearing this, Zhang Chong found it quite reasonable. This time, the main goal was to assess Chun Mo's technical level. He also didn't believe that someone with the ability to repair military-grade robotic dog chips could be a foreign spy. If enemy agents were that capable, then why even fight? China might as well just surrender. However, military action still required multiple approvals. Even if Su Bairu gave the green light, it wasn't as flexible as local operations. Furthermore, the higher-ups didn't take the matter too seriously after hearing the report, just like Su Bairu. They didn't believe that a small hardware store owner could actually crack military encryption technology. By the time all of Zhang Chong's paperwork was completed, it was already the next day. The light rain continued to fall. The hardware store remained bustling with activity. Yesterday, Chun Mo had sold over 300 bases, and more mechanics had come to help, so he no longer needed to get involved personally. The only headache for him was the heavy industry group leaders who were still persistent. Seeing that they couldn't extract supplier information from Chun Mo, they began to change their strategy, wanting to directly buy a few amphibious bases to take back for disassembly and study. After all, there were no relevant patents on this item. Whoever disassembled it first and replicated the technology would effectively gain a huge advantage. But Chun Mo was reluctant to sell to them directly. He had been withholding the information about the manufacturers, so it was unlikely they would leave positive reviews. If he sold them a machine, they would all be very dissatisfied, and not only would he have given away a machine for free, but he would also lose money. However, these big shots kept showing up at his door daily, like clocking in for work, which severely impacted his normal business operations. There was no other choice. Chun Mo had to call in a group of laborers and tell the executives of the heavy industry group that if they wanted to buy the base, they had to purchase it from these workers. Moreover, Chun Mo stipulated that each worker could only buy one unit, selling it to them for 10,000, while they would have to buy it from the workers for 15,000. In other words, he was openly taking advantage of these executives. However, there was nothing they could do. The situation was pressing, and they were eager to buy back the bases for quick disassembly. Even if they knew Chun Mo was deliberately taking advantage of them, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and buy from the workers. These companies needed more than just one unit. At least 10 units were required. After all, they intended to take them back for reverse engineering. With so many companies eyeing the same opportunity, they simply didn't have time to study them one by one. They could only rely on increasing their workforce and disassembling more units to gain experience. Time was money. Of course, this small amount of money was nothing for them. For these executives, tens of thousands were indeed trivial, but it thrilled the workers. They didn't have to do anything. Just standing there could earn them 5,000. This was an income they might not even earn in a month. Therefore, Chun Mo's satisfaction rate soared again, with everyone expressing high satisfaction. When Zhang Chong arrived at the scene, he happened to witness this spectacle. Seeing those normally high and mighty business tycoons and technical experts smiling at a group of simple farmers made his mouth twitch involuntarily. At the same time, his fondness for Chun Mo increased a bit. A person who could empathize with farmers and allow them to benefit was surely not a spy, right? With that thought in mind, Zhang Chong carried a metal box and walked into the store. "Boss, can you fix a robotic dog?" "Yes, I can," Chun Mo instinctively replied. The speed of his response left Zhang Chong momentarily speechless. He opened the box to reveal a metallic robotic dog inside. "Boss, I'm not talking about a toy. This is an intelligent robotic dog." "Wow, the items in the streamer's live broadcast are getting more impressive. This is a big job. This should be a robotic dog from a certain tech company. It's much more complex than a drone, so the streamer probably can't fix it now." "No doubt. This is indeed a robotic dog from that tech company, and it's the top-tier robotic dog in the world. If the streamer can fix it, I'll eat my hat." However, Chun Mo just calmly glanced at it and repeated, "I know, I can fix it." Zhang Chong's lips twitched. His good impression of Chun Mo began to wear off. Frowning, he asked, "Aren't you going to ask what the problem is?" Chun Mo replied, "No matter what the problem is, I can fix it. Since you want to talk, go ahead and tell me what's wrong." Zhang Chong explained, "This robotic dog looks fine on the outside, but after falling from a height, it suddenly stopped moving. I suspect a core component inside is broken." Chun Mo smiled. "If a part is broken, just replace it. It's not a big deal." "Replace a part?" Zhang Chong's frown deepened. "It's easy to say replace a part, but don't say this is a military robot dog. Even an ordinary robot dog on the market, can a hardware store just say they can replace parts?" He has always hated people who talk big. Su Bairu is quite arrogant, and he doesn't like that. However, Su Bairu is a technical expert, so he has the confidence to be arrogant. What he sees in Chun Mo is just a lack of awareness of the complexities involved, because Chun Mo cares about farmers. And Zhang Chong, who also comes from a farming background, still has a bit of goodwill towards Chun Mo. He reminds him, the robot dog is very complex, even more so than a drone. There are at least 7 or 8 different chips. Do you have those? Before Chun Mo could respond, a stream of comments appeared on the screen, all in unison. Chun Mo smiled and said, "See, the netizens have answered for me. My store is called whatever hardware store. As long as it's legal, I have it all." With such a statement, what else could Zhang Chong say? He directly handed the robot dog to Chun Mo. Chun Mo calmly took it, but inside, he was frantically calling out to the system. "System, exchange for robot dog repair technology. Repairing a drone only costs 100 points. How much could it cost to repair a robot dog?" He now has over 14 million points, so he is not worried at all. Not to mention repairing a robot dog. Even fixing a lithography machine wouldn't phase him. Sure enough, it only took 500 points. And Chun Mo successfully exchanged for the relevant repair technology. The system's charges for repair technology are ridiculously cheap, Chun Mo thought to himself. However, his expression of being lost in thought was interpreted differently by the viewers in the live stream. What's going on? Why isn't the host speaking? Could it be that he doesn't know where to start? This might really be a facepalm moment. This thing is way more complex than a drone. It's normal if he can't repair it. Previously, the host would take a quick look and start disassembling. This time he has been stuck for so long. It seems this robot dog truly has something special. You call this special? The robot dog from Yushu Technology is the top technology globally, even better than Boston Dynamics. The robot that dances the yanga at the Spring Festival Gala was made by them. If the host can repair it, I'll eat my hat. Haha, finally. I see something the host can't handle. The host, I take back what I said earlier. I really can't repair this, haha. Just when everyone thought Chun Mo would finally be at a loss this time, he came back to his senses. Seeing the doubts in the comments, he smiled. Brothers, don't be impatient. There is no such thing as not being able to repair something in my store. Saying that, he took out a screwdriver and smoothly began to disassemble it. Zhang Chong watched him with a confident demeanor but shook his head internally. So boastful. This exaggerated personality made him instinctively feel a bit repulsed. Perhaps, what he liked was the Chun Mo who solved harvesting problems for farmers in the livestream. Not this flamboyant Chun Mo in reality. He turned to look out the window, observing the repairmen still busy in the rain, and the harvester workers who actively sheltered them with umbrellas while getting soaked themselves, and he couldn't help but sigh. These are the truly humble and respectable people. Just as he was feeling emotional, Chun Mo's voice came through. Brother, you've got quite a few damaged parts here. Chun Mo frowned, holding up a motherboard that had several burnt areas. The chips are fried. This is a serious issue. Zhang Chong looked at Chun Mo's grave expression and laughed. I told you. How could anyone in this world know everything? It seems like the livestream chat is all fake. Perhaps they even hired someone to help him hide his identity. Could it be that Chun Mo is really a spy? With this thought, Zhang Chong's tone turned slightly teasing. So you mean it can't be repaired? Chun Mo shook his head. No, it will cost more. Cost more? Chun Mo's unexpected statement left Zhang Chong momentarily speechless. The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. Ha ha, I can't believe there's someone here who charges extra. Incredible. I told you, in the host's dictionary, there's no such thing as something that can't be fixed. Is this something that can be done just by paying more? You're not suggesting I need to buy a new one, are you? Zhang Chong thought that Chun Mo just didn't know how to fix it and wanted to discourage him by raising the repair cost. Zhang Chong believed he had found a loophole in Chun Mo's claim that he could fix anything. No wonder he said he could fix everything. If it wasn't available in the shop, he would just quote an exorbitant price, and if the other party didn't buy it, that was that. For items that couldn't be repaired, he would quote a price even higher than the original. If the repair cost was close to buying a new one, no one would bother to get it fixed, right? A slight smirk appeared on Zhang Chong's face. Chun Mo, your little scheme might work on others. But I'm here to uncover your true abilities. I'll pay any price. With this in mind, Zhang Chong said, money is not an issue, whatever it costs is fine. But you must fix it for me. Also, I hope you can avoid replacing parts unless absolutely necessary. After all, the original parts are the best. The customer is always right. Since the customer had said so, Chun Mo naturally had no reason to refuse. He shrugged and pointed at the chip on the motherboard that had turned to charcoal, saying, this main control chip and the adjacent memory are burnt through. This is physical damage and must be replaced. This is something that can be replaced, right? You can't expect me to handcraft the CPU for you on the spot. That was just a joke. However, Zhang Chong took it seriously, staring hard at Chun Mo and enunciating. Of course, something that can't be repaired can be replaced. As long as you can fix it. This isn't like a computer's CPU and memory that you can just plug in. These are soldered. Moreover, these are military-grade models, different from the civilian versions available on the market. In fact, to maintain confidentiality, the printing on them has been ground off. Even if Chun Mo wanted to replace it, he wouldn't be able to source it. Yet, Chun Mo was completely unaware that Zhang Chong was testing him, thinking he was a spy. Seeing that there was business to be done, Chun Mo smiled and said, all right, just watch. He picked up a multimeter and, after inspecting the mainboard for a while, focused his attention on a few burnt-out servo motors. These motors are fundamentally flawed, Chun Mo commented while disassembling them, shaking his head. The quality of the coils is poor, and the winding method and turns are incorrect, so it's no surprise they burned out. As he spoke, he actually found a roll of very thin enameled wire and began to hand-wind the coils. Everyone in the live stream was stunned. Wow, the host can do this too. Hand-winding motors? His hands-on skills are incredible. This isn't just winding yarn. With such thin wire, he is so steady. I'm impressed. A guy who could modify a harvester so drastically could also do such delicate work as if it were embroidery. I declare the host the perfect man in my heart. Zhang Chong was also taken aback. He himself worked in circuit design. Drawing a schematic was no problem. But to hand-wind a motor the size of a fingernail was beyond his capability. Did this guy really have the skills? Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Chun Mo quickly rewound and sealed all the damaged motors. Then, he started cleaning the charred circuit board. This was the real challenge. The circuit board was partially burnt. Although it wasn't completely damaged, several core components were fried, and the connections were ruined. Normally, it would be unusable, and even a miracle worker would have to replace the board. Zhang Chong was curious to see how Chun Mo would solve this. Just then, Chun Mo spoke up. Bro, this part of your circuit board is almost burnt through, and you don't want to replace it. How about this? I can use some jumper wires to connect a small board here and restore the functionality. Whatever, Zhang Chong replied with a slight smirk. He thought Chun Mo was just putting on a show, desperately struggling. Jumper wires and a small board? Did he think this was repairing a radio? Just connecting any random board wouldn't match the circuits and functionality of this military-grade mainboard. However, he kept his thoughts to himself, wanting to see how absurd Chun Mo could get. Then, he saw Chun Mo actually pull out a palm-sized blank copper-clad board from some corner of the shop. Next, something even more outrageous happened. Chun Mo took out a permanent marker and began drawing circuits directly on the copper-clad board by hand. After finishing, he found a bottle of green liquid and evenly coated it. Zhang Chong laughed inwardly. This guy can't be serious about making a PCB board by hand, can he? This is pure nonsense. This is a military product, not your bedside nightlight. Even if it's an outdated product, it still belongs to the world's top level. The complexity is beyond what can be achieved by hand-drawing lines, especially when he saw Chun Mo pretentiously soaking the board in some liquid for etching. While the live stream comments were filled with praises and astonished reactions, he found it even more amusing. Indeed, the ignorant are fearless. However, the following scenes gradually froze his smile. Chun Mo was fiddling with a multimeter on an old motherboard, and then skillfully used a heat gun and tweezers to remove some intact components. These components are still usable. I'll transfer them to this new board for you. As for the damaged ones, I'll replace them with new ones. Zhang Chong watched closely, noting that the burnt parts were a few surface mount resistors, capacitors, and a specially designed relay. He was curious to see where Chun Mo would find military-grade replacements. Then, he saw Chun Mo open a drawer and precisely select several identical surface mount components from a dense collection of tiny parts, soldering them on. While explaining, he effortlessly desoldered the charred AI chip with the heat gun and replaced it with a brand new chip from another drawer, demonstrating a level of skill that made it seem like he had spent a lifetime as a master technician in a bustling electronics market. At this point, Zhang Chong felt increasingly confused. Although he wasn't involved in design or development, Chun Mo's understanding of circuit boards and electronic repair technology had already left him profoundly impressed. With such skills, he could easily run a phone repair shop that would be overflowing with customers. And there would be no need to waste his life in a rundown hardware store, much less take on the immense risks of being a spy. The most alarming aspect was Chun Mo's level of proficiency. From a repair standpoint, Chun Mo's approach was entirely correct. Zhang Chong had a feeling that if given the right parts, Chun Mo could definitely fix the robotic dog, which he himself thought was beyond repair. What a talent! Perhaps he could consider bringing Chun Mo on board as a specialized repair technician for the military? While Zhang Chong was lost in thought, Chun Mo continued to dolder the burnt memory chip, explaining, "Brother, look here, this is the core memory. The entire operating system is stored here. Now that it's burnt, even if I replace it with a new one, it won't have the system. We must have the manufacturer reflash it for you. Also, I have to say, the company that made this robotic dog is quite shameless." At this moment, Zhang Chong was utterly stunned. He felt as if his 30-plus years of scientific knowledge were being repeatedly trampled by the man in front of him with a soldering iron. He furrowed his brow. Why is it shameless? Although he hadn't designed this model, he had participated in the design of the new version. Chun Mo's criticism felt like a personal insult. Unbeknownst to Chun Mo, his criticism of the manufacturer stemmed from the fact that when something breaks, people generally don't think they caused the damage themselves. They instinctively look for a scapegoat. As someone in the repair business, Chun Mo wanted good reviews, so he had to criticize the manufacturer. This not only aligned him with the consumer, providing them an excuse, but also served to enhance his own reputation indirectly. Although Chun Mo is just a novice boss, the techniques he employs to enhance satisfaction are ingrained in the genes of people from his region. You say this might damage the manufacturer's reputation? That's none of my concern. As long as I get good reviews, that's all that matters. Besides, Chun Mo is not aimlessly criticizing. He genuinely feels that this manufacturer is subpar. Look, the model markings on these components have all been laser removed, clearly indicating that they don't want others to repair them. If they break, you can only get a new one from them. And this memory? It's incredibly stingy to still be using 8 gigabytes in this day and age. Do you want an upgrade? Zhang Chong was taken aback. It can be upgraded? Absolutely. Chun Mo nodded. Since it's already burned out, it has to be replaced anyway. I'll just swap it for a 32 gigabytes one. It won't cost much, and I guarantee your experience will be greatly improved. Zhang Chong's mouth twitched. Can it really be done this way? Although he found it quite abstract, he still numbly nodded. Do as you wish. Because at that moment, he truly began to doubt whether Chun Mo could actually fix it. What kind of hardware store has such a complete range of electronic components? What kind of hardware store owner knows how to handcraft PCB boards? What kind of store keeps chips and memory in stock? The viewers in the live stream were completely shocked. Wait, can this thing really be upgraded? They learned something new. I have a question. Why does this machine only have 8 gigabytes of memory when phones now easily have 256 gigabytes or 512 gigabytes? Immediately, someone knowledgeable explained the difference between operating memory and storage memory. The host is talking about operating memory, while you're referring to storage, which is equivalent to the hard drive in a computer. Soon, someone connected the dots, so I understand. Does that mean I can upgrade my 8 gigabytes iPhone to 16 gigabytes and swap a low-spec 128 gigabytes version for a top-spec 1 terabyte version, completely escaping the clutches of Apple's costly memory? Congratulations, brother. You've discovered one of the wealth secrets of Huiqiang Bai, memory expansion. Wow, I'm using an expansion machine. That's so relatable. The door to a new world opened. In the future, they could buy low-spec devices and have the host upgrade the memory. 20 minutes later, under the dazed gaze of Zhang Chong and thousands of viewers, Chun Mo soldered the last wire, blew away non-existent dust, and smiled with satisfaction. Alright, the hardware part is perfectly repaired. However, it's still just a plant dog and cannot be controlled. It needs to be sent back for a system refresh. I don't know what the original system was, but I can pre-install my system for you. Zhang Chong was once again dumbfounded. He felt as if his CPU had completely burned out. You're telling me a hardware store has a system for a robotic dog? Chun Mo chuckled at Zhang Chong's shocked expression and lightly replied, yes. Chapter 22. I'm not planning to default on payment, are you? Seeing Zhang Chong's incredulous look, Chun Mo explained, of course, my system can't compare to the original. It's just to verify if it's fixed. Without a system, it's just a decoration. Like your computer, it will only show a black screen without an operating system. As a consumer, when you come to my shop to buy or repair something, you trust me, so I must prove that I have fixed it properly. If there is no system and you don't understand the technology, how can I prove it? What if I don't fix it well, you pay, and I don't acknowledge it? Or, if you decide not to pay first, saying you'll pay after the manufacturer updates the system, and then you run away. How would I find you? After listening to Chun Mo's explanation, Zhang Cheng surprisingly found it quite reasonable. But what nonsense is that? This isn't just about fixing a computer or installing a system. This is a military-grade robot dog, with parts that are completely different from the civilian version. Tell me, do you have a system that can adapt to this military robot dog? Then, he saw Chun Mo connecting the robot dog to the computer with a data cable and taking out a USB drive from the drawer, plugging it into the computer. On the computer screen, a rather shoddy interface popped up, featuring a tool for installing from a USB drive. Zhang Cheng suddenly felt it looked familiar. After thinking for a while, he realized that it was almost identical to the old version of a pirated Windows installation tool he used in college. Do you know how sophisticated the system of this robot dog is? Do you know how many sensors need to work in coordination? Do you know how many servos and planetary gear reducers need precise control? Are you crazy enough to use a tool meant for installing pirated systems to flash the system of a military robot dog? Are you out of your mind? Or am I? However, Chun Mo was completely unaware of his inner turmoil. He clicked a few times on the mouse, selected a system image named Ultimate Hardware Store Cracked version V10, and then clicked the install button. The progress bar began to slowly move. 20 minutes later, Chun Mo placed the robot dog, which had been flashed and reassembled, steadily on the ground. All right, perfectly repaired. He clapped his hands and said to Zhang Cheng, "This system comes with the latest intelligent voice interaction module. You can talk directly to it and give commands, and it will move." Saying this, he began to demonstrate in front of Zhang Cheng and all the viewers in the live stream. "Little dog, walk to the door and come back." As soon as he finished speaking, the electronic eye of the military robot dog lit up with blue light, and its four mechanical legs moved smoothly as it walked to the door and then made a perfect turn to return to its original spot. Chun Mo then pointed to a half-meter-high metal box nearby, filled with pipes. "Little dog, jump on that box." Received. A mechanical electronic voice responded. In the next second, the robot dog's four legs bent sharply, and it easily jumped onto the metal box, landing without a hint of extra movement. After jumping up, it even let out a bark. This scene instantly melted the hearts of viewers in the live stream. "So cute, I want to raise one. Wow. This is even more enjoyable than a real dog. Oh no, it's a toy I can't afford. Brothers, I'm truly tempted by this. Who can refuse a dog that understands human speech? Its movements are so smooth. Has technology really advanced to this level?" Viewers in the live stream are still amazed by its cuteness and intelligence. But Zhang Cheng is completely stunned. His mind is blank. Chun Mo actually fixed it. He knows better than anyone that the servo motor of this robotic dog was broken, the AI chip was burnt, the motherboard was damaged, and even the networking module was faulty. Now, it can walk and jump, which means the motor and motherboard have been repaired. It can automatically recognize the doorway and return, which indicates that its optical camera, fisheye camera, LiDAR, and other sensors have all been perfectly activated. Being able to process information normally and achieve voice recognition shows that the chip and memory Chun Mo replaced were not just random swaps. This means that so far, it is 100% certain that, except for the networking module, the damaged parts have been completely repaired by Chun Mo. A hardware store owner not only can handsaw the military-grade PCBs, but also carries military AI chips as spare parts? While this is already outrageous, what is even more unbelievable is this system. A system that seemingly popped up from nowhere can perfectly adapt to military hardware. The technical complexity involved is 1,000 times more shocking than Chun Mo being able to fix the robotic dog itself. It's known that assembling a computer isn't difficult, and even making motherboards or modifying configurations isn't hard. However, creating a Windows system is extremely challenging. The Windows operating system dominates the market, leaving Apple struggling to survive. In the mobile phone operating system arena, there are only Android and Apple sharing the market, while the domestic Harmony OS is still in the early stages of catching up. Moreover, even with Android and Apple, not all machines are universally compatible. Extensive modifications and adaptations are required based on different hardware configurations. But now Chun Mo, a hardware store owner, he has produced a plug-and-play system that perfectly accommodates military robotic dogs, and even the control over the robotic dog appears smoother than the original system. This is no longer just a matter of impressive technology. It's simply miraculous. Just when Zhang Cheng's worldview was being repeatedly crushed and on the verge of collapse, Chun Mo's voice rang out leisurely. "Brother, look, the machine is fixed. Should we discuss the cost now? I want to charge you for those miscellaneous small components. They're on the house. The main thing is this labor fee. I've been winding wires and working on the boards all day. My skill level justifies a labor fee of 200 yuan, don't you think? You'd pay 20 or 30 for a pirated system installation elsewhere. For everything else, I'll just charge you the cost of the parts. Let us make it a total of 3,000 yuan. He was afraid Zhang Cheng would think it was too expensive, so he counted on his fingers. Explaining item by item. The main costs are for the CPU and the 32G memory. Those are the big expenses. And that LiDAR of yours, I fixed that too. If you take it back to the original manufacturer for repairs, they'll definitely make you replace it with a new one. A single LiDAR unit can cost you 1 or 2,000. By the way, that wireless network card of yours just had a small MOSFET broken. I replaced it for you without charging." Seeing Zhang Cheng remain silent, Chun Mo smiled and said, "Brother, I'm really not trying to cheat you. Just look outside. I can easily sell an amphibious base for 10,000. I'm not short of your 3 to 5,000. The cost is right here." Zhang Cheng stared blankly at Chun Mo, and after a long pause, hesitantly asked, You've explained so much to me. Are you worried that I think it's too expensive and will try to haggle? Chun Mo's heart sank. Of course. If you didn't think it was expensive, why have you been so quiet since I mentioned settling the bill? Chun Mo glanced at Zhang Chong. Could it be that he never intended to pay me from the start? What the heck? I've encountered a freeloader. Zhang Chong didn't respond, but took a deep breath and asked the question he was most concerned about right now. Where on earth did you learn such incredible skills? I learned it in college. Chun Mo answered as if it were obvious. Can you really learn this kind of knowledge in college? Then my doctorate must have been a waste. Zhang Chong felt like he had attended a fake prestigious university. Seeing that Zhang Chong truly had the demeanor of an educated person, Chun Mo laughed. Maybe our majors are different. And I just have a hobby for repairs and love to research. Zhang Chong sighed with relief. That makes sense. Passion is the best teacher. For a super genius. If you genuinely enjoy repairs and research, it's normal to achieve this. Normal my foot. If it was just hardware repairs, perhaps passion and genius could explain it. But what about this system? You love repairs so much that you created a system for a robotic dog, and it's compatible with various models? I can't believe you. Noticing that Zhang Chong was zoning out again, Chun Mo quickly reminded him, Brother, while we're chatting, could we settle the bill first? It's a small business. And you're an educated person, you must understand. At that moment, influenced by Chun Mo, the online viewers also felt that Zhang Chong was trying to escape payment. After all, they only knew that Chun Mo was impressive for fixing the robotic dog, but they had no concept of how impressive it truly was. There are plenty of people who fix phones and computers. Why should a robotic dog repairman be considered more noble? Zhang Chong twitched at the corner of his mouth. You already have such remarkable skills. Does it really matter that much to you? Not caring anymore whether Chun Mo was a spy, Zhang Chong took the initiative to extend an olive branch. I think your talent shouldn't be wasted in this little hardware store. Before he could finish his invitation, Chun Mo's expression changed instantly. He took a cautious step back, looking at Zhang Chong with disbelief. Brother, after all this build-up, you're not trying to tell me you plan to renege on the payment, right? Chapter 23. The Art of Kickbacks. Seeing Chun Mo's expression that seemed ready to fight if he tried to skip out on the bill, Zhang Chong found it both amusing and frustrating. He quickly took out his phone and transferred 3,000 yuan to him. He put away his phone and looked at the transformed robotic dog, his eyes filled with shock and curiosity. I'm not trying to dodge payment. Can I inspect it again? Sure. Ding. Transaction completed. Customer satisfaction rating. Very satisfied. Transaction amount. 3,000 yuan. Congratulations. Host has received double rewards. 6,000 universal coins. With 6,000 universal coins credited, Chun Mo felt great and waved his hand casually. Given permission, Zhang Chong immediately began testing. Little dog, do a backflip. Received. The military robotic dog suddenly pushed off with its 4 legs, executing an incredibly smooth backflip in midair, landing as steadily as a mountain. Zhang Chong's expression stiffened. Not only was the execution high, but the coordination was impressive as well. The ability to backflip was already shocking, but landing smoothly showcased exceptional skill. Little dog, go up the stairs and then walk backward down. The robotic dog immediately started moving, climbing the steep stairs of the hardware store with alternating legs, just like a real dog. Then, on the narrow staircase, it made a beautiful turn and walked backward step by step. Zhang Chong felt his worldview was profoundly shaken. The responsiveness and stability while climbing stairs. Was this still the outdated model I used to have? The key was walking backward, which meant the visual sensors would be limited, requiring the mobilization of other sensors and chips for assistance. Even the latest models wouldn't achieve such high completion. But Chun Mo's robotic dog truly moved like an agile little dog, even occasionally mimicking a real puppy with little jumps. If it weren't for its mechanical appearance, he would have thought it was a real dog. Stand on one leg, crawl forward, imitate a catwalk, as Zhang Chong continuously gave increasingly outrageous commands. The robotic dog executed all the movements extremely smoothly. The viewers in the live stream were all envious. Wow, is this really a robotic dog? It looks like a real dog. So smooth, way smoother than my girlfriend. I can understand a backflip, but walking backward down the stairs? What kind of balance algorithm and real-time computing power does that need? I feel like all my physics knowledge is useless now. Newton's coffin can't hold it down anymore. Has technology really reached this level? Of course, this is a robotic dog from Yushu Technology, one of the best in the world. You know the dancing robot from the Spring Festival Gala? It's from their company. So it has such a big background. That makes sense. The viewers didn't understand, thinking this was just routine for robotic dogs. But Zhang Chong knew better than anyone. Many of the actions just performed were tests for military robotic dogs. It wasn't about performance, but the overall coordination of the system and its ability to process and judge information. Just as Chun Mo said, without a system, a robotic dog is just a decoration, whether going down the stairs backward or standing on one leg. Both require precise control of one's posture and the ability to quickly and accurately process and understand environmental information. It has been proven that after the repairs by Chun Mo, this robotic dog is even more agile than before. Chun Mo hardly replaced any major components. Even the servo motors are the original ones, just with the wiring redone. This means that the extraordinary changes stem from the system Chun Mo installed. Zhang Chong couldn't help but ask, have you repaired this model of robotic dog before? How come you have a compatible system for it? Hey, what's so hard about that? Chun Mo replied casually, completely unaware that Zhang Chong was also an expert in the industry. He thought Zhang Chong was just an ordinary user like Lu Xian. He confidently explained, a system isn't limited to just one set of hardware. You can assemble a computer at a computer store and install a Windows system on it. Microsoft doesn't develop a unique system just for your assembled computer. In the end, it's all just a universal system. Universal system? Just a universal system? Zhang Chong felt that he recognized every word Chun Mo said, but when combined, he completely didn't understand. What does just a universal system even mean? Do you know how long it took many people to research and develop this? How can it sound so common from your mouth? Zhang Chong felt his worldview had been trampled upon in an extremely simplistic way by Chun Mo. Looking at the calm Chun Mo, he suddenly thought. Could it be that Chun Mo is a high-level spy from abroad? Perhaps they just happen to have a compatible system for this robotic dog. Thinking of this, he tentatively asked, "Boss, I have another robotic dog at home, but the system is particularly bad and lags a lot. Can you help me install your system on it too?" "No problem. The installation fee is 30. After Chun Mo agreed, Zhang Chong immediately ran out of the store without hesitation. Soon, he had someone deliver a civilian robotic dog from a tech company. Chun Mo took out his USB drive with the installation tool for the universal hardware system, selected the smooth version, and clicked install. 20 minutes later, Zhang Chong looked at his previously poorly performing robotic dog, which was now elegantly strutting between the shelves and even dancing to the rhythm of the music, completely stunned. He felt that he was not encountering a hardware store owner, but a deity descending to the mortal realm. After promptly paying 30, he said, "My friend also wants you to install the system. I'm not sure." Chun Mo glanced at Zhang Chong and smiled slightly. "Don't worry, you're a regular customer. I'll give you a 20% discount." Zhang Chong's mouth twitched. "What do you mean by a discount? That is not what I meant." But since Chun Mo had agreed, he didn't hold back. He had previously asked the research center to urgently send over 2 defective robotic dogs. These 2 models had not gone into production due to various flaws during the development process. Even their internal systems are poorly adapted to these 2 robotic dogs. If Chun Mo's system could be installed on them, he would be completely convinced. An hour later, watching Chun Mo make the 2 robotic dogs bounce around while reciting auspicious phrases he found online, Zhang Chong was thoroughly impressed. Is this thing really universal? Then, a bold idea suddenly sprang to his mind. He said with a hint of urgency, "By the way, my friend mentioned that these 2 robotic dogs were bought as test versions to save money. Sometimes they crash unexpectedly or act strangely, so they're not very usable. I wonder if you can fix them." "Don't worry, my friend is making money now, so he is not short on cash. Even if it costs 30 to 50,000, he can transfer it to you right away. It's all about the sentiment." Chun Mo's eyes lit up instantly. "Sentiment? That is great. Sentiment is priceless." As long as he could fix them, not only could he charge more, but the other party would definitely be very satisfied. With that in mind, Chun Mo smiled and said, "I wonder when your friend is available." Zhang Chong replied, "He can't come, but I can transfer the money to you." Chun Mo hesitated for a moment. After all, Zhang Chong wasn't the one who had that sentiment, so it would be difficult to take advantage of the situation. With that thought, Chun Mo asked, "What is your relationship with him?" Zhang Chong thought to himself that he was just fabricating a friendship, so it didn't matter how close they were. He confidently patted his chest and said, "We grew up together as childhood friends." Chun Mo frowned slightly. "Have you never thought about making some money from this? For example, if the actual repair cost is 3,000, you charge 5,000? Don't worry. I'm not that kind of person," Zhang Chong declared solemnly. Chun Mo clicked his tongue. "Well, you can go back. Come back when your friend is free." Zhang Chong was left dumbfounded. What does that mean? Why wouldn't you fix it just because we're friends? Chun Mo thought to himself, of course, that's his sentiment. I can ask for as much as I want, and he would definitely give a good review, but it's not your sentiment. If I ask for more, what if you think it's too expensive? If you want to make a profit, we could work together to create something great. No matter how much I asked for, you would definitely give a good review. But you're clearly not that kind of person. I might as well wait for him to come and fix it myself. But he couldn't say that directly. After hesitating for a long time, he finally said, "This price, it's hard to say. I'm afraid you can't represent him." Saying that, he placed his phone on the table and quietly leaned over to Zhang Chong's ear. "Since your friend isn't short on money, and I see you're not exactly wealthy, why don't we both make some extra profit? For instance, if the actual repair cost is 3,000, I'll quote 10,000. You give me 10,000, and I won't care how much you ask from him. I'll give you back 5,000. How can I ensure he gives a good review? Of course, by giving a kickback." Chun Mo thought he was a genius. Zhang Chong was stunned. "Is this asking me to take a kickback? That's against the rules." "No way. P.S. my good brother. How can I do that?" Chun Mo gritted his teeth and quietly said, 20,000. I'll take 5,000. You take 15,000. How about that? If you don't agree, then I'll wait for him to come and earn that 20,000 myself. The robotic dog is a new thing, and not many people can repair it. Anyway, he isn't short on money, right? Look at those modified harvesters outside. Do you see those bases? I sold all of them. I'm not short on money. I just want to be friends with you and have more cooperation. Is the rebate I offered you 15,000? No. It's the fun at the KTV tonight, the experience at the foot massage shop tomorrow night, and the hot bath ready for you when you enter a certain community the day after tomorrow. You could even give the female streamer a couple of rewards and enjoy the thrill of being the top supporter. Brother, at your age, you should be getting married, right? Is this 15,000? This is the 5090 that your partner said you can't buy. Zhang Chong swallowed hard, looking at Chun Mo as if he were a devil. Chun Mo actually misspoke. He wasn't married and didn't even have a girlfriend. Forget about the 5090. He had played with supercomputers before. But the fun at KTV, the experience at the foot massage shop, and the hot bath ready for him really tempted him. He could only keep reminding himself to stay true to his heart. He wasn't intending to take a rebate. Without a rebate, Chun Mo wouldn't repair it. he would definitely report back right away after the fact. Thinking of this, Zhang Chong gestured to Chun Mo. Chun Mo immediately understood and adjusted his phone. At that moment, the live chat was filled with question marks, and some even doubted whether their connection had lagged. Finally, when the video came back, they hurriedly asked what had just happened. Chun Mo simply said he accidentally touched the phone and then started frantically repairing the robotic dog. This model has design issues. It's a miracle if it works well. Let me give you a proper upgrade. Saying that, he proceeded with a transformation. This time, it took a whole hour to repair the 2 robotic dogs. It's done. Take a look. This performance will definitely satisfy you. However, the repair cost is quite high. It's 40,000. Zhang Chong was stunned. Wasn't it agreed upon to be 20,000? With me taking 15 and you 5? How did it turn into 40,000? So you're taking 25? Chun Mo twitched his mouth. Brother, let me explain. He quickly covered the phone and whispered, this time, I've really made significant upgrades. After all, you said the other party isn't short on money, so why not let him pay a few extra thousand? But don't worry, I assure you this is genuine quality. Now this model of the robotic dog is not only smooth and seamless, but its performance has at least doubled. If someone spends money, they should see results, right? Not all wealthy people are easy targets. Rest assured, my cost is 13,000. I'll just charge you an extra 2,000, and the remaining 25,000 is all yours. Seeing Zhang Chong's eyes light up, Chun Mo knew the positive feedback was secured. He picked up the phone again and smiled. Family, my phone accidentally fell again. You might be wondering why the charge is so expensive this time. It's because I made enhancements. It's absolutely worth it. However, no one in the live chat believed him. I was wondering why the screen went black earlier. It turns out they were discussing kickbacks. It cracked me up that the host even offered a kickback. Stop pretending. You were just negotiating kickbacks again, weren't you? I thought the host was ruthless, but I didn't expect them to be this ruthless. Due to unequal distribution of the spoils, the other party, in a fit of anger, made it known to all the netizens about the kickback situation. Weren't they just saying they were best friends and couldn't possibly take more money? Turns out, the money wasn't enough. Well, that's my best friend. We need to add more money. I can't take it anymore. I would call this the funniest live stream of the year. I can't breathe from laughing. A script wouldn't even dare to write this. Haha. Chun Mo looked at the barrage of comments on the screen, completely unfazed. You all misunderstood. There's nothing about kickbacks here. You've all misunderstood. I initially said the estimated price was around 20,000, and he said, can it be fixed for 3 to 5,000? I replied, that is for 2 machines, and the situations are different. He said then they should all use good materials. As a result, when I calculated, because the materials were too solid, the cost ended up being 40,000. But don't worry, this 40,000 is absolutely worth it. Zhang Chong looked at Chun Mo, who was talking nonsense with a serious face. Thinking, I want to see how you prove that this 40,000 is worth spending. Chapter 24. The ability to point out how to cook is still exceeding expectations. Looking at the barrage of comments from the profiteers, Chun Mo remained calm. He just smiled mysteriously and pointed to the 2 newly modified robotic dogs on the ground. Next, it was time to witness the power of cash. Saying this, he directly picked up a toolbox. This was a complete electric tool kit, containing a hammer drill, hole saw, and all necessary drill bits. Chun Mo placed the box on the electronic scale at the door. Everyone could see that with the box, it weighed a full 30 pounds. Then, Chun Mo strapped the box onto one of the robotic dog's backs. The robotic dog was very small, and compared to the big box, it was practically invisible. Chun Mo laughed and said, little dog, run to that tree and come back. The robotic dog glanced at Chun Mo and quickly dashed out, barking twice at the tree before turning back. The viewers couldn't remain calm upon seeing this. Wow, carrying a 30-pound box and still being so agile? This robotic dog looks so weak, yet has such strength? Chun Mo continued, little dog, go upstairs and come back down. Zhang Chong couldn't believe it. Carrying such a big and heavy box, it can still go upstairs? The viewers thought it was impossible. The next moment, something happened that left everyone in shock. The robotic dog quickly ran upstairs and returned to Chun Mo's feet, as if it had no burden at all, lifting its little head to look at Chun Mo. The viewers in the live stream were stunned. It's just such a small robotic dog. What did it do wrong to be punished like this? Wow, carrying over 30 pounds up and down stairs as if it were nothing. I can't even do that. My stamina is even worse than a dog's. I admit this robotic dog is something, but this is just too outrageous. If there were such a robotic dog, would I no longer need to carry things upstairs in the future? Wow, the one upstairs is impressive. My place doesn't have an elevator, but with this thing, I could have it carry groceries upstairs in the future? I admit I was a bit loud just now, but it has completely shed its toy attributes and has practical value in daily life. Chun Mo smiled at the comments and said, no problem, after my modifications. Not only has its strength increased, but it's also more stable. You just need to attach a basket to its back, and it can help you pick up packages from the delivery station. Of course, it can also go to the breakfast shop downstairs to buy breakfast. And if you don't mind getting it dirty, it can even help you take out the trash. When it comes to helping carry groceries, the viewers in the live stream might not feel too much about it. After all, most of the audience are young people, some living in places with elevators. So they can't really appreciate how exhausting it is to carry heavy items up and down the stairs. But when it comes to picking up packages, buying breakfast, and taking out the trash, that's when they start to pay attention. Brothers, I'm genuinely interested in this. Who could refuse a dog that can run and jump, and even help fetch packages? Oh no, what do I do now that I'm tempted? Zhang Chong thought of even more. The load-bearing capacity is a core indicator to test the servo motors and power systems of the robotic dog. This model uses standard motors, so it can definitely handle 30 pounds. But it shouldn't be that easy. The most crucial part is that its mobility is so high and its stability so strong. This definitely isn't something that can be achieved with just a system upgrade. At least, it requires a revolutionary redesign of the entire power system. Moreover, the system matches perfectly, operating smoothly. Just based on this, he felt it was worth every penny. But that is not all. Chun Mo pointed to the shelf next to him. Little dog, there's a utility knife on that shelf. Take it down, cut the rope, and unload the items on your back. Woof. The robotic dog, carrying a toolbox, let out a playful electronic bark and then approached the shelf, its four mechanical legs making a soft clicking sound. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The robotic dog, carrying 30 pounds, climbed the vertical metal rack like Spider-Man, seemingly defying gravity, step by step. This scene once again shocked the viewers. Climbing walls. Am I still dreaming? Newton. I was sitting right next to it, and I couldn't say a word. I feel like I should rise from my grave. Mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live stream. Don't ask. I've already bowed. This is a miracle. How is this even possible? This is just too amazing. Electromagnetic adhesion. Zhang Chong exclaimed. He could guess the principle, but the shock in his heart far exceeded anyone else's. Such a heavy load could be firmly attached to the rack, indicating that the magnetic force is incredibly strong. Yet this robotic dog could step freely, showing that it can independently, precisely, and with millisecond control manage the magnetic force of each paw. This level of control precision is far beyond current military technology. In fact, even a decade from now, it's uncertain whether it could be achieved. The key point is that no one had thought about this before. Adding electromagnetic functionality to the robotic dog's legs allows for magnetic control at any time, even adjusting the strength of the magnet, enabling it to traverse metallic surfaces effortlessly. Is this a function that carbon-based life forms could come up with? You must be joking. He could already foresee the frenzy that would ensue when he brought this robotic dog to the research center. It seems like people's brains might just turn into that of a dog. While everyone was still in shock over the dog's acrobatics, something even more outrageous happened. The robotic dog, having climbed to the top of the shelf, extended one of its front legs and used the electromagnetic force of its paw to lift a utility knife from a nearby shelf. Then, it released the magnetic grip and dropped the knife to the ground. Following that, it quickly climbed down and, under the astonished gaze of everyone, pressed the blade switch with one leg while holding the knife casing with the other, pushing the knife out. Finally, using the electromagnetic function in its paw, it firmly grasped the blade and precisely cut the rope binding the toolbox. Clang! The toolbox fell heavily to the ground. At that moment, the live stream fell completely silent. Everyone was rendered speechless by this display of intelligence and dexterity. Zhang Chong felt dizzy. It should be noted that this was a robotic dog, not a robot. It lacked fingers and even true claws to autonomously find tools and use them to solve its own problems. This integration of artificial intelligence and machinery was remarkable. He looked at Chun Mo, his eyes full of awe. Is this something your system can do? Absolutely, Chun Mo replied with an expression that suggested it was a given. He demonstrated a few more interactive functions like catching, rolling over, and shaking hands, completely melting the hearts of the female viewers in the live stream. Chun Mo looked at the camera. Do you think it's just a robotic dog to play with? No, it's your free labor. It can help you buy food from afar, navigate, recognize traffic lights, and can even serve as a guide dog. If you ever feel down, it can be the best companion to cheer you up. So, do you think spending 40,000 is worth it? As he said this, he feigned a sad expression towards the robotic dog. Little dog, how would you comfort me if I felt down? The robotic dog's electronic eyes blinked, and it responded in a gentle mechanical voice. According to database analysis, the success rate of verbal comfort for humans during emotional distress is less than 5. Therefore, I want to attempt to comfort you verbally. I will immediately access the trending songs on a popular music platform and, based on your financial capacity, order your favorite food through a delivery service. Then, I will quietly lie by your feet, accompanying you through this unhappy time. As soon as this was said, the live stream was completely overwhelmed. Wow, stop. I'll buy it. Isn't that enough? This is a robotic dog. It's like the long-lost child I've been searching for. It can access music platforms, use food delivery services, and provide silent companionship. This is 1,000 times better than my boyfriend. I really didn't expect this Pinhea-fan concept. It's quite a bold move, and I admit I'm intrigued. The option to order Pinhea-fan is really over the top. Streamer, stop fixing the harvester and switch to selling this. I'll be the first to place an order. Zhang Chong stood there in a daze, feeling as if he wasn't in a hardware store, but in front of a portal to the future. He needed time to digest everything he had seen today. After transferring 40,000 yuan to Chun Mo, he hurried back to the RD center with 4 robotic dogs. He couldn't wait to see Su Bairu's shocked expression. Chapter 25. The live stream room is closed. Incredible. Simply unbelievable. Su Bairu, wearing white gloves, caressed the cold metal shell of the military robotic dog, his eyes filled with zeal and shock. After their overnight disassembly and performance comparison tests, the results left the experts at the research center in deep self-doubt. The military robotic dog, after Chun Mo optimized the system, had its overall performance increased by at least 5 times. The civilian model was even more impressive, with a performance boost of over 8 times. Look here. A researcher pointed at the data on the screen, his voice trembling. Previously, our model required complex self-checks and balance algorithms to get back up after a fall, taking at least 20 seconds at best. But now, it only takes 3 seconds, almost instant reaction. And here, when navigating this complex terrain, our previous model stumbled and had a failure rate of 40. But now, it moves effortlessly. Its jumping ability, load-bearing capacity, and dynamic balance have all been dramatically enhanced. Subaru watched as the robotic dog on the screen hopped around like a real puppy, even catching a ball thrown by a researcher. This made his face burn with embarrassment. This was no mere repair. It was a complete transformation. Zhang Chong, observing Subaru who had fallen silent, cautiously said, Director Su, I don't think Chun Mo is a spy from a rival company, right? A spy wouldn't just hand over such an extraordinary thing to us, would they? Of course not. Subaru slammed the table, his eyes reddening. With the temperament of a rival company, if they had this technology, they would have already declared a new Greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere. And it couldn't possibly be a spy from a certain country. If they had this technology, they would have accused us of harboring weapons of mass destruction and sent troops to investigate. No, this can't be a spy. This is a national treasure. He paced back and forth, his gaze growing more fervent. Such talent must be in our own hands. He pointed at Zhang Chong and issued the highest directive. We must take good care of Chun Mo. Give him whatever he wants. Zhang Chong felt a bit troubled. Director. Top talents usually have eccentric personalities. I see Chun Mo values his freedom. He remains unfazed even when heavy industries offer sky-high salaries. I've also extended an olive branch to him, but he didn't take the bait at all. I'm afraid that if we force him to join us, it might backfire. Subaru's expression suddenly became serious. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed, That's right. You're absolutely right. I almost missed something important. Such a remarkable person should be approached gently. We cannot be forceful. After pondering for a moment, he made a decisive decision. He immediately reported it and dispatched the top security forces to provide 24-hour covert protection for Comrade Chun Mo's safety, ensuring that nothing goes wrong. Second, we should pay another visit. But this time, it's not a test, it's a visit. Zhang Chong was taken aback and asked, Should we reveal our identity? Subaru smirked slightly. Just sneak into the village quietly. No need to make a fuss. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong almost burst out laughing. The military research center had completely transformed because of Chun Mo. In Lin Mo's livestream, gifts were raining down. Many people thought that a man's interests were simply the company of attractive women. They were mistaken. Such things might catch one's attention for a while. But the true interests of a man lie in activities like extreme sports, competitions, survival skills, and mechanical repairs. Chun Mo was among the top experts in mechanical repairs. He had seen plenty of people fixing axes and hammers. Repairing cars and home appliances was common, and fixing kitchenware was ubiquitous. However, repairing drones and robotic dogs was quite rare. Especially when the results were as astonishing as his, it was even more uncommon. The live stream's rewards kept pouring in, all asking for similar models. I also have a robotic dog. Why does it look and perform so differently? I've never seen that model of robotic dog before. I'm really tempted by this robotic dog, but it's a bit too expensive. The modification fee is 40,000. Can someone tell me the original price of this robotic dog? 2 robotic dogs modified to look like this for 40,000 is reasonable. I admit, I was too loud earlier. The host definitely didn't take any kickbacks. Host, can you quietly tell me how much you would charge if a guy like me came by? The live stream was once again filled with a cheerful atmosphere. In truth, Chun Mo didn't care much about the 30,000 or 20,000. Selling just one amphibious harvester base could bring in 10,000, and most of them would even offer double points. For Chun Mo, the reason for giving Zhang Chong a commission was partly for the show effect, and partly because he encountered someone who wasn't short on money and wanted to create some excitement. As Chun Mo said, the results after his modifications were absolutely worth the cost. Charging 40,000 or even 50,000 to 100,000 would still be a great deal for wealthy clients. Life had become quite dull, and now he finally had the means to enjoy himself a little, which wasn't a bad thing. At that moment, his phone vibrated again. The user named Monkey King sent 10 festive gifts. Thanks to Monkey King for the support. I'm a bit embarrassed by such support. Should I do a little dance for you? Soon, Monkey King sent a special message. Hurry up and dance. I'm waiting to see it. The viewers joined in the excitement. Chun Mo twitched the corner of his mouth. I was just joking, and you all took it seriously. I'm a boss too. Can you give me some face? Just then, a certain user sent a special message. It's fine if you don't dance. But you have to help me fix something. Chun Mo laughed. He may not excel in other areas, but fixing things was definitely his forte. What do you need fixed? Are you in the city? I don't accept mail repairs. You can ask local friends or online acquaintances to bring it in for repair. Firstly, the system only accepts on-site requests. Secondly, even if the system did allow delivery, would I really want to go through the hassle of packing it? If that were the case, I'd be worn out. I've already awakened the system, and I'm not about to be a pack mule. Soon. The user sent another message. Don't worry, I know your rules. I'm a longtime fan. The item I need fixed has arrived. Please help me improve it. Thank you. Just then, a strong man walked in holding a small box. Hello, I'm here on behalf of the user to get something fixed. Chun Mo took the box and looked at the screen. Is this the item you need fixed? Quickly, the user replied. No seat. Chun Mo smiled and adjusted his phone, slowly opening the box in front of the camera so everyone could see what was inside. However, when Chun Mo saw the contents of the box, he was completely stunned. The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. Moments later, Chun Mo's live stream was directly suspended. Chapter 26. Giving his girlfriend to the top donor 10 minutes later, Chun Mo's live stream was finally unblocked. However, he had a dark expression on his face, as if someone owed him 8 million. The tens of thousands of viewers flooding in couldn't help but laugh at his expression. Host, what happened? Did the admin call you? Of course, with that thing earlier, who wouldn't he get suspended? I'm dying of laughter, opening a big spittoon. Who can handle that? At that moment, the host's face turned green, haha. Chun Mo ignored the comments and went straight to the point. Are you still there, user? Soon after, colorful messages filled with effects appeared. The user replied, I'm here, please make sure to fix it and upgrade it. The corner of Chun Mo's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Are you serious? The user responded, absolutely serious. The atmosphere in the live stream instantly became cheerful. The top donor asked the host to fix a cup, which was quite explosive. Chun Mo took a deep breath, looking at the camera with a very complex expression, and tentatively asked, User, may I ask, could this item possibly be your girlfriend? Uft. Chun Mo's words made the viewers laugh out loud again. The user replied, Yes, this is my beloved girlfriend, so you must make her more comfortable. Chun Mo felt that his worldview was facing an unprecedented shock. He was hearing for the first time that a cup could be repaired. You wouldn't think that my next action is like dismembering your girlfriend, would you? No, you're doing this to make my girlfriend better. Of course. It makes sense that I'm the most prominent among the monkeys on the mountain. Chun Mo twitched the corner of his mouth. You don't think that if I touch your girlfriend, it would tarnish her purity, do you? Don't worry, I'm not a perfectionist. I have no cleanliness issues. I do. Chun Mo slammed the table in anger, almost going crazy. The viewers in the live stream were laughing so hard they couldn't stand up. I can't stop laughing. The host is facing the biggest setback of his career. I would call this the funniest live stream of the year. The host. I can repair drones, I can repair robotic dogs, but this thing really can't be repaired. I had been guessing what kind of situation would cause the host to suffer a setback, perhaps encountering some high-tech item or something that had already been discontinued. But I never expected it to be a sputum cup. Chun Mo also knew that Monkey Brother was just joking, and laughed. Monkey Brother, it's only been a few days, and you've already given me so many rewards. Each reward is 3,000, and these have added up to tens of thousands. You don't seem like someone who lacks money. He paused, his tone becoming heartfelt. For something like this, you could spend a little money. Just a little. Even going to a club to find a young model wouldn't cost you much. As soon as these words were spoken, the male viewers in the live stream burst out laughing. Of course, some voiced their dissenting opinions. They believe that only one truly knows oneself, and therefore can provide oneself with the utmost enjoyment. Chun Mo looked at the comments and said with a smile, Brothers, treat yourselves to something good. Do you really think you know yourself well? Come on, that's something to fool others with, but don't fool yourself. Can a sputum cup tell you that it has a father who loves to gamble, a sick mother, a brother in school, and a broken girlfriend? No, it can't. The press machine that was pawned, the conveyor belt that often jams, and the plastic in the warehouse that contains formaldehyde? Tell me, do you feel moved? Tell me, is your sputum cup going to fish like a kitten or push you to a breaking point? Look into my eyes. Answer me. The viewers in the live stream suddenly felt a chill. Wow, the host is a seasoned veteran. Host, take me with you. Today's live stream ends here. However, the prominent monkey on the mountain remained unmoved and simply sent a comment. Just tell me, repair it or not. Chun Mo felt like he had hit cotton with a punch. After a long time, he finally helplessly said, I admit, this demand of yours has indeed touched my blind spot of knowledge. Mainly because I've never heard that this thing could be repaired. I'm really curious. What exactly is wrong with it? The prominent monkey on the mountain replied, It couldn't withstand my immense power and exploded. As soon as this was said, the entire place fell silent. Then, the live stream erupted into the most enthusiastic barrage of comments of the day. What? It burst. Monkey Brother is awesome. Chun Mo was also taken aback. He stared at the screen in silence for a while, then sincerely gave a thumbs up to the camera. Monkey Guh, you're amazing. He took a deep breath and handed the box back to the sturdy man next to him, who was still trying to hold back laughter. Sorry, I really can't take this job. Please take it back to Monkey Guh. I want to take what belongs to others. After hesitating for a moment, Chun Mo exchanged 10 points for a special item called Naxita Super Realistic from the system and shook the packaging box in front of the camera. Monkey Guh, you've sent so many gifts to your brother. Not being able to save your girlfriend is my shortcoming, but here's a small token of appreciation. Seeing what Chun Mo was holding, everyone was confused. What is this? But soon someone figured it out. Damn, after all that talk, I thought you were an experienced player. But turns out you're a master of words too? This can't possibly be something the streamer used personally, right? Is this considered selling a girlfriend? If this gets out, the streamer gave his girlfriend to the top supporter. I'm dying of laughter. The streamer even sells something like this. Is there anything you don't sell? However, Chun Mo ignored the comments, had the sturdy man take it back to Monkey Guh, and decisively ended the stream. After a day and night of effort, he was really tired. When he got home, Chun Mo exchanged for an extremely lavish barbecue feast from the system. There were juicy lamb kidneys, sizzling lamb skewers, fragrant grilled oysters, and a big bunch of green grilled chives. Monkey Guh could even ruin a cup. This made Chun Mo realize he still had a lot to improve on. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Chun Mo yawned as he returned to the store. The rain was still falling. Outside the store, several harvesting machine operators were still lining up. However, the number was already much less than yesterday. After all, the golden window for harvest was only half a month. With so many days of rain, some corn that ripened early had already begun to rot in the fields, and the remaining crop wouldn't last long either. Even if farmers were willing to pay more, how much could they really offer? Usually, it was 50 per acre. And now it had risen to 150, which was already the psychological limit they could accept. If it went any higher, even if they didn't want to harvest themselves, hiring someone would be more cost-effective. Hiring someone from the labor market would only cost about 150 for a day. One person could generally harvest more than an acre in a day. This calculation was clear in the minds of the common people. For those harvesting machine operators who were a bit farther away, the journey was long, and it would take a whole day to drive there and back. By the time they returned home, there might not be any corn left to harvest after just a couple of days. In the end, they might even lose money. Even if they didn't lose money, they would only make back the cost of the base and travel expenses. You say the base is a long-term investment that can still be used next year? In the eyes of many harvesting machine operators, next year might not see such heavy rain again. Even if it did, it wouldn't be too late to come and install it next year. The poorer people are, the less likely they are to make long-term investments. It's not that they lack vision or awareness of long-term investments. Nor do they not understand that a 10,000 yuan base is a good deal that will eventually pay off. However, they simply lack the ability to withstand risks and are too afraid to take chances. What if the next few years are all smooth sailing? Then wouldn't that $1,000 be a waste? With limited funds, the most important thing is to preserve what they have. This is the result of weighing the pros and cons. Although it may seem foolish, it is the best choice they can make. After arranging for the mechanic to install the base, Chun Mo finally found some leisure time. He exchanged for a lounge chair from the system and comfortably started his live stream. However, before he could chat and joke with the viewers, Su Bairu rushed in. "Boss, do you have any guns in your store?" Chapter 27. Su Bairu gets caught. Su Bairu's words were like a thunderclap, immediately silencing the live stream. All the viewers were stunned. What the heck? It had only been quiet for a day, and now someone comes in asking to buy a gun? However, their interest was piqued. Since Chun Mo started his live stream, he had never sold anything he didn't know about. Although he had refused to sell something as absurd as a sputum cup, he had shocked them by pulling out a replica of a certain figure from a hardware store. Now, something big was finally happening. They were eager to see how Chun Mo would respond this time. Chun Mo was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. He didn't answer immediately, but gestured with his hands. "Sir, let me ask, is the gun you want about this thick, this long, and makes a bang when you use it?" Su Bairu nodded. Yes, that is the one. Don't you have it?" "I do." Hearing Chun Mo's firm reply made Su Bairu's heart skip a beat. Really? He had come to intentionally challenge Chun Mo. First, he mentioned something that Chun Mo would definitely not have to dampen his spirit. And then he would smoothly ask him to teach him how to work with his robotic dog system. But he never expected Chun Mo to actually say he had it. That one word have left Su Bairu completely stunned. If someone else had said it, he would definitely think it was just nonsense. But Chun Mo was not only smart, with a strong theoretical foundation, but also had remarkable practical skills. The principles of firearm manufacturing are not a secret. Many design blueprints for guns are publicly available. The reason there are no guns on the market is not due to technical barriers, but because of strict gun control laws. In places where firearms are rampant, a gun can cost as little as a few $dozen. If you want one, you can just skip a meal to buy it. Even in regions with strict regulations, seamless steel pipes are inexpensive, and lathes capable of rifling are everywhere. If Chun Mo said he had the technology, Su Bairu would believe it without a doubt. But actually possessing and daring to openly sell firearms would change the situation entirely, just as he was lost in thought. Chun Mo turned around and pulled out something that looked like a gun from the shelf with a clatter. It was a completely black, industrially powerful nail gun. "Sir, this should be what you're looking for, right?" Chun Mo placed the heavy nail gun on the counter and smiled. "It's specially designed for concrete. One shot makes a hole, and it has a labor-saving structure, suitable for the elderly and children. What do you need it for? Just give me 40, and I can throw in 2 packs of corresponding nails." Su Bairu twitched his mouth, looking at the nail gun on the table, feeling like he had been tricked. But he forced himself to say, "Not this one. I want a smaller one that can be operated with one hand." "Oh, the smaller one." Chun Mo nodded and took out a compact nail gun from another drawer. "Is this it? It's for woodworking, one-handed operation, convenient, and quick." Su Bairu couldn't fathom how Chun Mo's shop had everything. He was even more frustrated about the many items called guns, which had nothing to do with actual firearms. He quickly said, "I want the kind that gets warm and smokes after use." "Now I understand." Chun Mo clapped his thigh, feigning a look of realization, and turned to retrieve a hot melt glue gun. "Here, this thing gets warm at the nozzle after applying glue and even smokes." Looking at the 3 guns in front of him, Su Bairu felt his blood pressure rising. "Young man, let me be clear. What I'm looking for today are real guns that shoot bullets. Handguns, submachine guns, sniper rifles. I don't care, as long as they're real. Aren't you supposed to have everything? I just want to know if you have guns." Su Bairu finally let out a breath. The more Chun Mo diverted the topic, the more it indicated he didn't have any. He felt he could finally get the upper hand on Chun Mo. However, Chun Mo's smile became even brighter. "Sir, I've mentioned many times in my live streams that everything I sell is within the legal limits. You dare come to my law-abiding little hardware store to buy guns? Aren't you afraid of being caught?" Su Bairu laughed. "I've never known what it means to be caught in my life. Do you have any or not? If not, you have to agree to one condition." Chun Mo's smile became even more radiant. "Do you want to take a look behind you? Behind me?" Su Bairu instinctively turned around. In the next second, all the hairs on his body stood on end. He saw several armed special agents behind him, holding riot shields and steel forks, all geared up, staring at him with an intense, unyielding gaze. Before Su Bairu could react, Two gleaming steel forks precisely pinned his waist from either side. Don't move. Raise your hands. Su Bairu wanted to explain, but the cold steel fork pressed against his waist interrupted him with every word he tried to speak, and any slight movement would make it jab harder. The situation was overpowering, and he couldn't expose his identity, so even though Su Bairu was the director of a military research center, he could only comply without a sound as he was escorted out. The viewers in the live stream, after a brief shock, instantly burst into laughter. Haha, what a twist. Host, you thought I was on the second floor, but I was actually waiting for you on the fifth. I'm dying of laughter. The uncle looked completely bewildered, resembling someone who ended up getting caught during a raid instead of enjoying a night out. Hey, you just revealed yourself. Let's boost our performance, brothers. Buying a gun in broad daylight, isn't this quite an achievement? The host said, I'm waiting for the special task force, what about you? Half an hour later. In the criminal investigation team, Li Jiangguo looked at Su Bairu, whose face was bruised and swollen, and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Director Su, you're a leader, how could you make such a basic mistake? Su Bairu slammed the table in anger. I was just joking with him. Who knew he was serious? Li Jiangguo poured him a glass of water. You just said you plan to obtain more research materials from Chun Mo, even having him provide technical support to the military, right? Su Bairu nodded. Do you have a way? Li Jiangguo nodded. From my observations over the past few days, Chun Mo is someone who loves money, but he doesn't really care about it. Seeing that Su Bairu didn't understand, Li Jiangguo quickly explained. You said it yourself, Chun Mo is a genius. Geniuses need recognition and often have no friends. The reason he went to college, took over his parents' hardware store, and started live streaming is just to blend in with ordinary people. It's lonely at the top. So, you should act like an ordinary consumer. Chun Mo is like a docile donkey. He opened the store to seek recognition and find a sense of belonging, not to be criticized by you. What symbolizes his integration into a group? What symbolizes his recognition? It's money. Therefore, Chun Mo values positive reviews greatly and hopes you give him more money, which appears to be greedy. But you need to understand, Chun Mo fundamentally doesn't care about money. To him, money is something easily attainable. That's why he would spend 10 yuan to modify a tricycle for an elderly person and would go all out to install amphibious bases for the public to harvest. He refuses offers from major heavy industry companies, even allowing them to replicate his work for free and register patents. Chun Mo doesn't care about money, but you can't be stingy. As long as you give enough money and show goodwill, you'll be his friend. What can't you get? Su Bairu's eyes widened in an instant, looking at Li Jiangguo as if he were a savior. Team leader Li, you are a national hero. Saying this, he rushed straight to the bank. Chapter 28. Buying things and introducing partners? Boss, you have put me in a terrible situation. Su Bairu shouted as he entered. Chun Mo was leisurely lying on a chair, drinking fresh orange juice. Upon hearing this, he glanced at him. Uncle, let's be reasonable. You came to me for fun, and now you're blaming me for your own mess? Just then, a middle-aged woman walked in. Chun Mo quickly stood up to greet her. What can I do for you? Do you have any faucets? Yes. Without any hesitation, Chun Mo asked, what kind do you need? The woman initially intended to look for it herself, but, after seeing the rows of shelves in the store, said, the one for the kitchen sink. Chun Mo nodded. We have it. Do you need hot and cold water? Do you need to adjust the water flow? The woman replied, I need hot and cold water, and I also want to be able to adjust the water flow. Preferably with a detachable spout. In short, it should have more functions. Yes. Chun Mo directly generated a pull-out kitchen faucet from the system. Ding. Item generated. Location. Third row. Second shelf. Chun Mo quickly walked to the shelf, took out a faucet, and opened the box. Is it this kind? Not only does it have hot and cold water, but it also has a pull-out feature and 4 adjustable water flow modes, ranging from high volume to high-speed rinse. The woman's eyes lit up as she took a look at the faucet. It's so heavy. Chun Mo smiled. It has to be. This is all real brass. Definitely won't rust. The woman nodded in satisfaction. How much is it? Chun Mo, 30. The woman was surprised. I saw it online for 60 or 70. And yours is only 30, yet the quality is so good. Chun Mo chuckled. It's all from the neighbors. Then he tentatively asked, are you renovating? Or did the old one break? The woman sighed. It burst. I was washing vegetables and cooking when I noticed the water flow was weak. And later I found water leaking from the cabinet. When I opened the cabinet, I realized the old pipe had burst. Chun Mo said, so you need to take down the old pipe. Does your old pipe have this? Chun Mo pointed to the red and blue clips on the pipe. The woman shook her head. I didn't notice this. Chun Mo said, then I suggest you buy a dedicated wrench for the pipe. It makes disassembly easier. Even if you have one, I recommend using this wrench, because if the pipe bursts, it means the faucet is old, and the outer stainless steel textile hose is aged, which can be sharp. Using a wrench saves effort and protects your hands. The woman nodded. How much is it? Chun Mo, 5. The woman laughed. Just $5? Then I must take it. Chun Mo chuckled. Alright. He grabbed the pipe wrench and put it in the bag, along with a roll of Teflon tape and a rubber gasket. I'll also give you a roll of Teflon tape and a rubber gasket. In case you drop the gasket while installing, you'll have a spare. The total is 35. As the payment notification for 35 yuan sounded, the system notification chimed in. Ding. Transaction completed. Customer satisfaction check. Very satisfied. Transaction amount. 35 yuan. Congratulations. The host received double rewards. 70 virtual currency. With another 70 virtual currency credited. Chun Mo was in a great mood. Just as he was about to send her out, the woman smiled and said, I see you're quite young. Do you have a partner? Chun Mo shook his head. The woman's eyes brightened even more. I have a little cousin who just graduated this year. She's quite pretty and nice, and her family runs a hotel. I can introduce you if you're interested. Chun Mo was at a loss for words. A good review is one thing, but getting introduced to someone? This customer is too nice. However, Su Bairu couldn't wait any longer. He looked at the woman with a hint of impatience. Excuse me, madam, are you going to buy anything else? If not, please don't linger, I'm in a hurry. The woman glanced at Su Bairu, her face showing a hint of apology. Sorry, I didn't mean to hold you up. The little boss seems like a good person. As he walked out, he said, Little boss, when you have time, I'll bring you to see it. You'll definitely like it. Just dress handsomely, and don't mess it up. Chun Mo nodded, and his gaze towards Su Bairu became even more disapproving. You've ruined my good fortune. Are you buying something or not? If you want to chat, you can come to my live stream. Su Bairu, completely unaware of the trouble he was causing for Chun Mo, chuckled and said, Young man, don't be anxious. I've watched your live stream and know you are truly skilled. The mention of buying a gun was just a joke. Mainly, I want you to help me modify a robotic dog. He then took out a civilian version of the robotic dog. I watched your videos and thought this robotic dog was great, so I bought a similar one overnight. But the performance is worlds apart from what I saw in your videos. After some inquiries, I found out it's not that I bought a counterfeit, but rather your technology is outstanding and it was modified, so I thought maybe you could help me with a modification as well. Moreover, Su Bairu even created a persona for himself as a fishing enthusiast. It wasn't entirely fabricated. He genuinely enjoyed fishing and often watched fishing videos. However, due to his busy work schedule and being stationed at a military base, he hardly had time to fish. Thus, he hoped Chun Mo could help him modify a fishing robotic dog. Could you add a rod holder on its back? It would be best if it could automatically cast bait, detect when a fish bites, and reel in the line, finally tossing the fish accurately into the catch bag. After hearing Su Bairu's request, the live stream screen was filled with question marks. Has this old man gone fishing crazy? Why didn't I think of that? And it even throws the fish into the bag. Why not just say you want it to feed you too? This wasn't just a fishing robotic dog. It was a dream come true. Although the old man wasn't much, his ideas were indeed ambitious. Who could pull this off? Chun Mo glanced at the comments, and then at Su Bairu. Modifying it was no problem, but before he could finish, Su Bairu pulled out a bundle of cash worth 100,000 and tossed it on the table. Money isn't an issue. Saying that, he took out his phone and directly tipped Chun Mo with 10 gifts. The live stream displayed the splendid effects of the gifts. Looking at Su Bairu again, he realized this old man wasn't a troublemaker. He was like a walking ATM. Seeing the change in Chun Mo's expression, Su Bairu almost laughed. He thought to himself, this investigator is indeed sharp. He has a keen eye for people. He never expected that just a few tens of thousands could resolve the matter. Since Li Jiangwo's suggestion was spot on, Su Bairu waved his hand generously. This is just pocket change, a deposit. If you can achieve the effect I want. Not to mention 100 or 200,000, I'd even pay $1 million. As long as what you create is worth it. Even tens of millions or billions wouldn't be a problem. No upper limit. Chun Mo's eyes instantly lit up. He even thought about quickly creating a transformer. Indeed, fishing enthusiasts are generous. He said that there are no poor people among those who enjoy fishing. An ordinary fishing rod is affordable for anyone, and so is the bait. But aside from wealthy individuals and retirees who receive pensions, who has the time to sit by the river all day? Moreover, ordinary people are not fools. How much does fish cost at the market per pound? To catch one fish, how much do you need to spend on rods, bait, and even entrance fees? Besides, for the vast majority, fishing is really just about feeding the fish. Who in their right mind would ignore the large fish readily available at the market to spend a day by the river catching a few small ones? At this moment, Chun Mo looked at Su Bairu as if he were looking at a god of wealth. Rest assured, I'll make sure you're satisfied. Chapter 29. The all-purpose special machine dog. Seeing that Chun Mo was about to start disassembling, the elder hurried over and picked up the phone that Chun Mo was using for the live stream. He claimed to be helping Chun Mo capture details for viewers. But in reality, he had already arranged for someone to record the entire live broadcast. He wasn't helping the viewers. He was worried he wouldn't understand or remember the details. So he was personally recording a tutorial video. Chun Mo worked quickly, finishing the disassembly in no time. However, this time was completely different from before. Previously, it only involved modifying internal components. But this time, he even had to weld an outer frame and modify the support rod, while adding more motors and sensors. After thinking for a moment, Chun Mo finally began his operation. As he added an infrared detector, Su Bairu was somewhat puzzled. Why do you need to add an infrared detector? Generally, such equipment is used for military purposes to scan for enemies, right? Usually, LiDAR combined with various cameras is sufficient for most scenarios. Chun Mo, while working, explained, ordinary people might not need it, but this is a unique fishing machine dog. Think about it. What's the ultimate goal of fishing? Of course, it's to catch fish. But what if you finally find a fishing spot and there are no fish nearby? That's when the infrared detector comes into play. Before fishing, you can first check if there are any fish nearby, then strategically bait the spot and drop your line. Who would worry about not catching fish then? Su Bairu was taken aback. Wow. He initially thought Chun Mo was just making random modifications. But now he realized that Chun Mo was well prepared. He truly believed that Chun Mo was a genius. How did he come up with such ideas? How did he manage to identify and solve problems so effectively? The reason he suggested modifying it into a fishing machine dog was mainly to avoid exposing his military identity. He couldn't just tell Chun Mo to add a submachine gun that could automatically lock onto targets and fire, right? His request for a fishing rod was more complex, but also more aligned with civilian use scenarios. Just imagine, If the fish could be automatically caught, aimed, and shot, would that even be a problem? He had also considered how he would modify it if it were his own project. However, he only thought about adding a motor to the fishing rod for easier casting and reeling in, or perhaps adding a spoon nearby to control the swing for baiting. Hearing that Chun Mo had integrated an infrared fish detector, he was truly impressed. Not only him, even the netizens were excited. Wow, it even has infrared scanning? This is just incredible. What an infrared detector. It's practically a fish-finding device. I can't imagine how many fish I could catch in a day once I have an infrared detector and know where the fish are plentiful. No wonder I've been empty-handed. It turns out there were no fish where I was fishing. The streamer added, I want to modify my setup too. Please help me create a pair of eyes that can see schools of fish. Just this one feature made him feel thrilled. Soon, Chun Mo continued with the modifications. First, he added a bracket on the back to secure the fishing rod. Then, he pulled out a fishing rod from the corner. The netizens laughed, surprised to find that there were fishing rods in Chun Mo's shop. Wait, how does a hardware store have fishing rods? Could it be that the streamer is also an avid angler? This hardware blogger really has everything. Subaru was also surprised that Chun Mo was using just an ordinary fishing rod. He asked, Isn't this just a regular fishing rod? Shouldn't you make one yourself? Chun Mo looked at him as if he were a wealthy person. If there's a ready-made one, why make it yourself? Subaru replied, What I want is one that can extend and retract automatically. This ordinary rod is too thin and doesn't have much room for modification. It can't accommodate that many motors. Chun Mo frowned. What would I do with motors if I'm just sitting around? Of course, it's for an automatic telescoping fishing rod. A regular rod can't extend flexibly. Subaru looked at him as if it were obvious. Chun Mo smiled. Don't worry, if you can think of such problems, why wouldn't I? You've said it yourself. Fishing involves casting and reeling. If I install motors to make it an automatic telescoping rod, would that still be called fishing? Rest assured, I understand you fishing enthusiasts. I'll ensure you have the most authentic experience. While saying this, Chun Mo installed a high-torque motor inside the robotic dog to control the casting and reeling of the fishing rod. Subaru couldn't help but frown. But there is still a problem. While it can cast out and reel back, how do you control it while it's in the fish keeper? Moreover, the fishing rod is so long, and the robotic dog is quite light. It wouldn't be able to stand firm against a big fish. I still think using a telescoping rod would be better. At least it saves effort. Chun Mo felt displeased. If you're so capable, why don't you modify it yourself? Why come here to give me instructions? But thinking about the 10 events and the 100,000 on the table, his impatience turned into a smile again. Don't worry, I can definitely think of this issue too. Since you're so eager, I'll resolve this problem for you first. Saying this, Chun Mo disassembled the robotic dog's claws for modification, even altering the entire lower leg. After the transformation, the lower legs became longer, making the entire robotic dog look like a slender dog from a certain region. At the same time, its paws turned into real, segmented canine claws, equipped with retractable sharp claws. There was also a small drill at the base of its foot that could extend to burrow into the ground. Looking at the robotic dog that Chun Mo had initially modified, Subaru was completely stunned. Is this what you call a fishing robotic dog? You might as well call it an all-purpose special robotic dog. He was already very shocked. However, Chun Mo's modifications were just beginning. Chapter 30. Fish. I was terrified suddenly. Chun Mo pulled out a pile of random parts from who knows where. Miniature cameras, pressure sensors, gyroscopes. In the dazed gaze of Subaru and the tens of thousands of viewers in the live stream, Chun Mo, like an artist, integrated these seemingly unrelated components into the body of the robotic dog and an ordinary fishing rod in an extremely precise and clever manner. The entire process flowed smoothly, filled with mechanical beauty. An hour later, Chun Mo clapped his hands, satisfied with his masterpiece. Alright, it's done. Subaru looked at the robotic dog, which, apart from having a fishing rod holder and longer legs, had hardly changed at all, and was filled with doubts. Is this it? What about the crucial system? With so many random new parts added, the existing system must be incompatible, right? Wouldn't it require reprogramming a highly complex control system? That is the most time-consuming and technically challenging part. Subaru furrowed his brows and said, Little boss, the hardware is done. But you haven't tackled the most critical software system yet. Without the corresponding system, these parts are just a pile of scrap metal. Of course I know. Just wait for me to install the system for you. Chun Mo replied while skillfully opening the installation interface. Don't worry, I'll install a professional version of the fishing system for you, guaranteed to make you feel fantastic. Saying this, Chun Mo selected the fishing professional version from the installation tool interface. Looking at the screen displaying a rather counterfeit loading bar, Subaru couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity. Watching it in a video was one thing, but seeing it in person was another. He felt that his scientific faith was, at that moment, crushed to bits by a USB drive installing a pirated system. 20 minutes later, Chun Mo stood up. Come on, uncle, it's time to witness a miracle. Chun Mo placed the completely refreshed robotic dog on the ground and began to demonstrate its capabilities. Little dog, enter fishing mode. Received. Fishing mode activated. Conducting environmental scan. The robotic dog's electronic eyes lit up with a red glow, scanning around the small ditch outside the shop like a Terminator. Reporting to the owner, no effective water source detected. According to the map, there is abundant catch in the Tuhai River 1 kilometer away, and fishing is allowed there. You may proceed to the Tuhai River for fishing. Upon hearing the robotic dog's voice, everyone in the live stream was astonished. Wow, is this thing so intelligent? I can't believe it. I'm so envious it hurts. I always thought that fishing was about luck and skill, and that I was equal to wealthy people. But it seems that it's not fair at all. If I had a machine dog like this, I could play with it for a lifetime. I didn't feel much about the previous machine dogs, but this one truly excites me. Chun Mo looked at Subaru and asked, "How about we go to the Two-High River for a spin?" Hearing Chun Mo's voice, Subaru finally came back to his senses from his shock. Dry-mouthed. He asked, "Is that possible?" Chun Mo smiled. Of course, after all, this machine dog was specifically modified for you. Subaru was thrilled. That's great. Let's set off now. At that moment, the modified machine dog reminded them, "Today there is a level 3 north wind. It's drizzling outside, and the riverbank is slippery. Please wear rain and slip-resistant gear." Subaru was once again stunned. He never expected that this dog could do such things. Although AI is quite advanced now, and you can get similar or even better responses if you input the right information. This machine dog was operating based on its own observations and searches without anyone inputting information for it. There are many intelligent devices with cameras, but how many of them remind you about what you need to do? Just then, Chun Mo looked at Subaru and asked, "Did you drive here?" Subaru shook his head. He was brought here by military transport, and didn't he drive himself? Chun Mo shrugged. "I don't have a car either." "How about this, little dog? Help me hail a taxi to the nearby Two-High River." The machine dog replied, "Sorry. Hailing a taxi requires a linked phone and registered account. I don't have a phone number, but I have an embedded eSIM. Please apply for eSIM to activate the function, or log into an existing account." Chun Mo chose to log into an existing account. A white BYD Han with the last 4 digits 3233 was on its way, 1 kilometer away, expected to arrive in 2 minutes. The information and route were displayed on a small screen added to the machine dog's face. Soon, the car arrived. After getting in, Subaru wanted to bring the machine dog with him. However, the machine dog jumped into the car effortlessly, leaving Subaru in awe again. "So lively. Is this really a machine dog? It's like a real dog that has come to life." At that moment, the machine dog suddenly said, detected that the owner did not bring bait. "Would you like to change the route to pass by a fishing tackle store?" Just as Subaru was about to say yes, Chun Mo interjected, "No need." He immediately got out of the car and dashed into the store, exchanging for bait and fishing gear as he ran. "Wow, I run a hardware store, and now I'm letting others make money off me?" Watching Chun Mo change into slip-resistant shoes while carrying a box and a fishing rod, netizens couldn't help but burst out laughing again. "Wait, how does the streamer have everything in his store?" The fishing tackle shop owner remarked. "You have all this? I knew the streamer's store would definitely have fishing rods. That box isn't filled with bait, is it? The hardware store blogger really has everything at home. Don't even mention the online friends." Even the driver was stunned. He was just not interested in Chun Mo. What caught his attention was the robot dog. As soon as the robot dog got into the car, he noticed it. "Bro, is this dog yours? Where did you buy it? It's so impressive." Chun Mo chuckled. "I modified it. Pretty good, right?" The driver shrugged. He didn't believe that Chun Mo had modified it himself. This kind of robot dog looked very advanced. How could there be such a remarkable person in this city? The car zoomed off, and while driving, the driver chatted, focusing on the robot dog. He heard it was a fishing robot dog, which piqued his interest even more. Now in middle age, he was also a fishing enthusiast, but to support his family, he had to drive for about 10 hours every day. By the time he got home, he was exhausted and just wanted to lie in bed after eating. He didn't even have the energy to watch videos or read novels that required thinking, let alone go fishing. Hearing about an automatic fishing robot dog made him curious. After hesitating for a moment, he turned off his orders and suggested following Chun Mo to take a look, treating it as a break. Soon, the three arrived by the riverbank. However, Chun Mo didn't expect that the bank of the river was not well paved, at least not in this section. The overgrown weeds made it difficult for Chun Mo, a novice who had never fished before, to know where to start. Fortunately, the fishing robot dog was there. "Little dog, scan the current water area for fish." It scanned and reported, the water depth ahead is 12 meters, with slow currents. There are 3 fish schools within a 50-meter range. Within 10 meters, there are 10 fish over 1 kilogram, several small ones, and no large fish. Should we cast here? It is recommended to move forward another 100 meters. There's a patch of reeds by the riverbank with rich aquatic plants, and more large fish. Alternatively, moving 200 meters to the bridge's arch area is likely to have fish gathering. At this, everyone was stunned. "What? No way. Is this called fishing? This is like cheating." The fish. I was terrified, feeling completely exposed, with no privacy at all. My mom asked why I was kneeling to watch the live stream. Don't ask, I've already started worshipping it. It analyzes how many fish there are in such detail. This is like having X-ray vision. If I had this when I went fishing, could I still miss? Chapter 31. Guaranteed radar can't detect it. Subaru's pupils suddenly contracted. Some in the live stream still doubted whether the robot dog was just making things up. After all, even the best AI can sometimes act like it has no intelligence. Some might even fabricate stories. But only Subaru knew that Chun Mo had succeeded. He actually figured out the infrared detection. The key was that Chun Mo's system could call it perfectly, which was even more incredible. Due to traffic regulations, parking by the roadside already posed a risk of being ticketed, and stopping at the intersection was out of the question. So, Chun Mo and the others had to walk to the bridge, and then carefully descended along the somewhat slippery path. Fortunately, the rain had stopped, so there was no need to hold an umbrella. In fact, the long-handled umbrella in Chun Mo's hand could even be used as a cane. Otherwise, it would have been quite dangerous. The driver hesitated for a moment, but didn't follow them down. He just stood on the curb, stretching his neck to look. He was also a bit curious. The muddy and slippery riverbank was dangerous for anyone, let alone a robotic dog. In fact, if they walked another 1,000 meters south, there would be a solidified section of the river. Not only was the riverbank made of stone and cement, but there were also designated steps every so often to go down, and a small path along the riverbank with railings to prevent anyone from falling into the water. However, he hadn't thought of that at first, and now that he did, it was too late since Chun Mo and Su-Bai-Ru had already gone down. So he didn't bother to speak up. Still, he prepared to make a call at any moment. He was worried. What if Chun Mo and Su-Bai-Ru fell into the water and drowned? Fortunately, they were near a large bridge, surrounded by many loose stones. And Chun Mo and Su-Bai-Ru were standing on a large stone slab, which was quite stable. Chun Mo found a relatively stable spot to put down the box. And there was even a smooth hole in the stone, clearly a spot where someone often came to fish. It might just be the exclusive spot of some fishing enthusiast. Unfortunately, it was taken by Chun Mo. He laid out the bait and other items, then sat down on the box. And then there was nothing more. After all, he wasn't a real fishing enthusiast. His interest in fishing was merely imaginative. In Chun Mo's view, fishing should involve sitting under a sunshade on a lounge chair, eating chilled watermelon, drinking cold cola, nibbling on freshly grilled skewers, and watching beautiful women dance. When a fish bites, he would just pull it in. As for mixing bait, preparing spots, and hooking bait, he had no intention of doing any of that. So, Chun Mo really took out a bottle of cold cola from the box and sat down on it. He looked at the robotic dog. Little dog, you are now a mature fishing machine dog. Get the bait mixed. Received. As soon as he finished speaking, the robotic dog's paw extended, opening the folding bucket for mixing bait and adding a little water. It then used its paw to tear open the bag, picked up 2 pieces, and poured them into the bucket. Afterwards, one paw reached into the bucket, extending a drill-like part from its paw to stir the mixture. Once the bait was ready, a mechanical arm, resembling a transformer, extended from the dog's back, with a small spoon at the end, and began to scoop the bait and throw it into the middle of the river. After preparing the spot, it precisely picked out a piece from the bait box and hooked it onto the fishing hook. Then, the fishing rod was slowly lifted, making an extremely standard and graceful parabolic throw, accurately casting the hook into the middle of the river. Unknown to everyone, the landing point of the hook was just half a meter in front of 2 carp. The entire action was more professional than a fishing master. Next came the waiting. In the live stream, everyone held their breath, staring intently at the bobber on the water's surface. In less than 30 seconds, the bobber suddenly dipped down. Report to the owner, detected a carp biting the hook, weighing about 25 kilograms and with a braking force of 37 newtons. The device is automatically adjusting its line tension and angle. The fishing rod on the back of the robotic dog instantly bends into a perfect arc. The motor emits a buzzing sound as it engages in a thrilling battle with the carp underwater, at times tightening and at times loosening. The skill of reeling in the fish leaves countless viewers in the live stream in awe. A minute later, a lively big carp is successfully pulled from the water. The mechanical arm, equipped with a bait scooper, reaches out again, hooks the fishing line, and with a beautiful flick of the tail, accurately tosses the carp into the prepared keep net nearby. Wow, I'm genuinely amazed. This isn't just a robotic dog, it's a fishing god. Fully automatic fishing. This is the ultimate romance for men. Streamer, don't sell it yet. Has this thing applied for a patent? This technology can change the world. Su-Bai-Ru watched all of this in a daze. He felt like he wasn't watching a live stream, but a sci-fi blockbuster. Having engaged in scientific research for a lifetime, he has seen countless cutting-edge technologies. But he never imagined that these technologies could be combined in such a grounded way to achieve such astonishing results. Netizens fail to grasp the technological depth behind this. Some even think it's just a combination of motors, sensors, and other mechanical structures, which seems simple. These are all outsiders. Only industry insiders understand the hardships involved. It's like smartphones. Back in the 90s, speakers, cameras, phones, and laptops had already been invented and used in countless households. But who would have thought to combine them? Who would have imagined fitting them all into a small box? He recalled how, in the early 2000s, he had to buy a dedicated navigation system, called something like Collide. Not only did he have to spend money to buy it, but he also had to pay annually for upgrades. Who would have thought that smartphones would integrate navigation for free? This requires not just technology, but also genius-level imagination and integration capability. To achieve such a perfect and smooth integration of so many functions in such a small robotic dog is nothing short of a miracle. He felt that any price Chun Mo asked for would be justified. Forget about hundreds of thousands, even 10 billion, 100 billion, if he dared to ask for it. He would dare to secure funding from the government. Without Chun Mo, even giving them another decade wouldn't guarantee they could reach this level. The research funding and time invested in this are not something that can be measured by money. Are high-end smartphones from 10 years ago still considered high-end today? Are high-end chips from 10 years ago still high-end? What does a technology war mean? It's not about what I can create that you can never achieve. It's about what I can create now that you can't replicate for another decade or even several decades. By the time you manage to create it, it would have already been eliminated, or my price would already be just a tenth or even a fraction of yours. This is the marketplace. On the battlefield, it's even more evident. My radar can detect your aircraft, while your radar cannot detect mine. My unmanned submersible could explode beneath your aircraft carrier without you being aware of it. It seems like a gap of 10 to 20 years, but in reality, it represents the difference between victory and defeat. However, before he could speak, Chun Mo was already taking down the fishing hook and sighed. Oh no, I should have replaced the spoon at the end of the robotic arm with a small hand. I've never fished before and forgot that I still have to remove the hook. If it were a small hand, I could easily grab the spoon or take off the hook. I'll modify it when I get back. Seeing that Chun Mo was still not satisfied, Subaru felt a chill. Is this what a true genius looks like? He was completely stunned by the robotic dog, and hadn't he even considered this aspect until now. It was only then that he asked, by the way, I noticed the fishing rod was bending, but why is this robotic dog not moving at all? Is it because of the drill under its feet? Exactly. Chun Mo laughed. Talking to smart people saves time. As you said, the situation by the river is quite complex, and the fish in the water are very strong. The robotic dog is lightweight, so ensuring it doesn't get pulled into the river is crucial. This drill can ensure that whether it's soil, concrete, or rock, as long as there's a place, it can firmly drill in and stand its ground. Subaru was once again amazed. The onlookers were speechless. The driver on the shore swallowed hard and could no longer resist walking down to get a closer look at the robotic dog. This thing is too amazing. If I had one of these robotic dogs, wouldn't it be able to fish for me automatically? That way, I could just lie at home and make money. Chun Mo snapped his fingers. Exactly. He thought the driver was quite perceptive, actually pointing out a way to make money. He wasn't looking to make money from fishing, but if the fishing robotic dog could be profitable, he could ask Subaru for more money. As they spoke, the robotic dog successfully caught a large fish. Chun Mo was freeing the hook while grinning at Subaru. Uncle C, are you satisfied with the results? Subaru nodded vigorously. He was extremely satisfied. Chun Mo smiled. As long as you're happy. When we get back, I'll modify the robotic arm to automatically remove the hooks. This involves both hardware and software. And I've been busy with it for quite a while. What is the psychological price range you can accept? What is your upper limit? 100. Subaru instinctively wanted to say 100 billion. But then he reconsidered and thought that was a bit low. He had plenty of money. But he wanted to leave a good impression on Chun Mo. By offering him more, not only could he obtain this technology, but he might also persuade him to become a technical consultant for the military. So he changed his mind and said, ahem, let us say 200. Before he could finish, Chun Mo interjected. 2 million? I know you have money, but you really don't need to spend so much. I'm in a legitimate business here. How can I ask for such a high price? A fixed price of 500,000. What do you think? Subaru was completely stunned. 500,000. He looked at Chun Mo and then at the machine dog, which could be described as a collection of cutting-edge technology, feeling that his brain was completely overwhelmed. Could it be that Chun Mo was here for charity? Chun Mo noticed Subaru's wide eyes and felt a jolt in his heart. Damn, it's too high? This old man is just a pretentious show-off. He started with 1 or 2 million, and I thought he was a big spender. What if he is just an ordinary retired old man here to show off with all his retirement savings? What if he only has that 100,000 deposit and the money for 10 units? Thinking of this, Chun Mo was speechless. The amount of money didn't really matter. After all, the parts were provided by the system, and the technology was bought from the system, which could be considered a no-cost business. But when encountering a big spender, shouldn't I take advantage of it? However, it seems that for the sake of this old man's good evaluation, I have to cut my own price. And this cut has to be pretty deep. With that in mind, Chun Mo explained, I assure you, this price is absolutely reasonable. I guarantee that if you go elsewhere, you won't find this technology for 5 million. Although the parts don't really cost 500,000. You know, sometimes knowledge is priceless, and hobbies are also priceless. 500,000 is just the price of a domestic new energy vehicle. You rich people treat that as a toy, but this machine dog I modified, aside from not being able to carry people, has technology that is just as high-end as new energy vehicles. There are many features I haven't demonstrated to you yet. How about this? I'll give you a discount and charge you before Chun Mo could finish. Subaru slapped his thigh and decisively said, 1 million. I'll give you 1 million, and you'll modify another one for me, following the standard. This time, I want it to be more discreet. 2 minutes later, hearing the notification of 1 million arriving, Chun Mo smiled. It turns out I misunderstood. This is a real big shot. With that thought, Chun Mo immediately showed a knowing smile. I understand you. It must be that your wife is strict and doesn't want you to go fishing, right? Don't worry. I'm very experienced with this. I guarantee to modify it so clearly that no one will be able to discover it. Even if she uses a locator to track you, or scans with satellites and radar, I assure you they won't find you. Chapter 32. You call this a machine dog? Strict wife? Subaru's mouth twitched. How do you talk? I'm not strict with my wife. She cares for me and respects me a lot. You're slandering me. Chun Mo looked at Subaru's guilty and anxious expression and couldn't help but laugh. It seems he really is afraid of his wife. He didn't understand. How could someone who casually takes out 1 million to play with a machine dog be so afraid of their partner? But being afraid of one's partner is good. Chun Mo chuckled and said, don't worry, I'll handle this for you, and I promise it will be done properly. Subaru wanted to explain further, but thinking about the quote Chun Mo gave and the results he promised, he swallowed his words. He was afraid of making Chun Mo unhappy, which might lead him to refuse the modifications. He didn't believe that Chun Mo needed that extra amount. Who was Chun Mo? He was a true genius. And what was the modification fee of 500,000 per unit? It was practically charity. He recalled Li Jiangwo's words. Chun Mo liked making money, but what he truly enjoyed was the joy of earning, the sense of achievement, not the money itself. To Chun Mo, money was just a number. For the same thing, different people were charged differently. If you were wealthy, Chun Mo wouldn't mind charging a bit more. If you didn't have much money, he wouldn't mind doing a good deed, resolving your issues for just a few bucks. He was like a prodigy in the world, seemingly extravagant and greedy, yet holding the simplest values. Just like how Chun Mo unconditionally offered his inventions for the farmers' harvests, allowing others to register patents as well. Now he realized that Chun Mo must have thought he didn't have much money, which was why he asked for 500,000. The reason he agreed to help with the modifications was also that he saw him as someone under the thumb of his wife. If he weren't so controlled, would Chun Mo still help him? Maybe yes, maybe no. But he didn't dare to take that chance. Therefore, Subiru pretended to be embarrassed and scratched his head, saying, "You've seen through me. You must help me out." Chun Mo raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Don't worry, just leave it to me." The nearby driver finally reacted, wide-eyed and incredulous. Looking at Chun Mo, "You mean modifying this machine dog costs 500,000? That's highway robbery. My car only cost 100,000. Chun Mo could tell that the driver was genuinely interested. He wanted to tell the driver that he could come back after Subiru left, and he would give him a friendly price. 20,000 wasn't out of the question. Earning 20,000 was still earning. He believed in not wasting opportunities. Chun Mo was eager to have any dog pass by his shop, ready to buy 2 bones before leaving. But Subiru was staring at him intently, leaving no opportunity for him. Just then, Subiru's phone rang. Seeing the number on the screen, Subiru's eyes widened, and after glancing around, he hung up. However, as soon as he hung up, the phone rang again. Unable to avoid it, Subiru walked a bit away from the shore and answered the call. As soon as he picked up, a roar erupted from the other end. "I saw the live stream. That little comrade said you're under your wife's thumb. Why don't you explain? Aren't you making the whole world think I'm a tigress? I tell you, if you can't clarify this matter, you might as well resign for the rest of your life." Although Subiru did not use the speakerphone and even intentionally lowered the volume, the other person's voice was too loud, and both Chun Mo and the ride-hailing driver could hear it. The driver twitched his mouth. He thought that after so many years of driving, he had seen a lot of people. Now he realized he was still too naive, even less mature than Chun Mo, a young guy. Looking up, he saw Subiru bent over, speaking softly to the phone. "I'm busy, working here. Please don't delay things, okay? I'll explain it to you when I get back. Just stop calling me." However, the woman on the other end of the line was relentless. "I didn't mean to disturb you, but don't ruin my reputation. You need to clarify right now that you're not under your wife's control." Chun Mo glanced at the driver and shrugged. "Is this how women are after getting married?" The driver seemed to recall something, suddenly shivering, and whispered, "Bro, don't jinx me. My wife and mom are the best women in the world. They never shout at me like that. They are virtuous and full of femininity." He patted Chun Mo's shoulder and sighed. "Bro, cherish your days now. Once you have a wife and kids, you'll know what it's like to be surrounded by love." Chun Mo twitched his mouth. This doesn't look like being surrounded by love at all. The viewers watching this scene couldn't help but laugh. "I can't take it anymore. How is this so funny? Driver, you asked me this in front of the camera. What are you thinking? Driver, if you want me dead, just say it." A wife suffering from postpartum depression, a mom going through menopause, and a daughter who calls herself old. Dang, a middle-aged man is really at his limit. Wow, this makes me even more afraid of marriage. Looking at the comments, Chun Mo also gave the driver a sympathetic look and patted his shoulder. He whispered in his ear, "Bro, don't worry. If you need anything or want to buy something, just come to the hardware store to find me. Whatever you want, I'll definitely give you the lowest price. I see you like this fishing robot. I can sell it to you for a lower price, 20,000 yuan. As a man, remember to treat yourself better. If it doesn't work out, you can sell it again and consider it pocket money." The driver's eyes immediately lit up. "Really?" Chun Mo nodded. "Whether it's 10,000 or 20,000, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Besides, this driver can't afford to pay more for something like this. If I lower the price a bit, who knows, maybe the other party won't be able to resist the temptation, bites the bullet, and buys it, giving me a good review." Not missing any chance to make money and gain good reviews is Chun Mo's motto. As a man himself, he understands how attractive a machine that can fish automatically is to men. At this moment, Subiru had finished the call, looking calm and unbothered, and turned to the two chatting animatedly. "What are you two talking about so happily?" Chun Mo quickly smiled and said, "Oh, nothing much. I was just saying that it's not easy for you. Bro, don't worry, I'll definitely handle the confidentiality aspect well for you." The viewers burst into laughter upon hearing Chun Mo's serious, yet nonsensical talk. I noticed that the host wasn't speaking a single truth. Who said that? At least having the ability to repair is true. One can only say that the host really has a knack for tailoring his approach to the audience. Do you really think the host adjusts his approach based on the audience? I believe the host genuinely sympathizes with that driver. I feel the same way. A machine dog costs quite a bit, let alone one that's been modified to such an extent. I have some knowledge of the electronics industry, and I dare say that if you took $1 million to the market, you might not even find such an impressive machine dog. That's true. The host's skills are undeniable. I have yet to see anything he can't repair. The upgrades and modifications are beyond my imagination. Meanwhile, Subiru had no idea that for the same machine dog, Chun Mo quoted the driver a price of 20,000. Hearing that Chun Mo was finally going to improve its concealment, he grabbed Chun Mo's hand and was ready to leave. In his view, Chun Mo's character was unpredictable, and he was afraid that Chun Mo might refuse to repair it if they delayed. Fortunately, Chun Mo did not disappoint. After returning to the hardware store, he completed the upgrades for both machine dogs in just 2 hours. Looking at the machine dog, which had completely transformed into a border collie and was wagging its tail at him, Subiru felt his heart leap. Is this really what you call a machine dog? After Chun Mo's new round of modifications, the machine dog had completely shed its metallic appearance and now bore no resemblance to a machine at all. What is concealment? This is concealment. Even if it appeared right in front of you, you wouldn't think of it as a machine dog. You'd only see a lovely border collie or Akita. The viewers were also stunned by Chun Mo's handiwork. This time, Chun Mo used a lot of tools. The sound of welding hardly stopped, along with the grinding of various wheels. The original machine dog had been dismantled to the point where it was unrecognizable, due to the lack of integrated casting equipment. Many components had to be cut, welded, and polished manually, resulting in some rough workmanship. Initially, they thought Chun Mo had just taken a furry synthetic fabric to cover up the flaws, but to their surprise, he had actually made a dog skin. Just moments ago, they were praising Chun Mo for his meticulousness, jokingly asking if he could use an excavator to stitch flowers. But when they saw a lifelike border collie appear in the live stream, they were left speechless. This was simply unbelievable. They even thought of the legendary painting a skin. Could Chun Mo possibly have some strange techniques? Even Su Bairu never expected that Chun Mo could create a realistic dog. Chun Mo then began demonstrating the dog's features. In addition to its original functions, he modified the original baiting spoon mechanical arm to extend a mechanical arm from each side of the abdomen. Furthermore, the end of the mechanical arm was no longer a baiting spoon, but rather fingers that could open, with silicone non-slip pads added to grip fish and remove hooks. After all, fish are slippery. Although the machine has great power and stability, having a silicone anti-slip mat not only makes it easier, but also prevents the metal from scratching the fish, which is simply a blessing for anglers. Su Bairu listened to Chun Mo's introduction and looked at the two agile mechanical arms, his mouth twitching. With such nimble mechanical arms, you actually use them to catch fish instead of handling advanced weapons. What a waste. Such a waste. And the base that is as stable as a mountain and can be adjusted at will. You don't even use it to mount a Gatling gun. Such a waste of resources. Originally, Su Bairu thought that the layer of synthetic material Chun Mo had put on was unnecessary. Not to mention that even if you put it on, it doesn't look like real fur. A robotic dog is still a robotic dog. It has a mechanical feel that makes it impossible to truly disguise itself as a real dog. Moreover, if you cover it with a layer of skin, how can the base and mechanical arms extend out? However, at that moment, he just wanted to slap himself. Chun Mo is a genius. A true master. Would Chun Mo not think of the problems that even he could think of? How could he consider denying Chun Mo when he doesn't even measure up? First, let's look at the appearance. The base on its back automatically flips into the abdomen, and the mechanical arms retract, leaving only the part covered with synthetic fur. Coupled with Chun Mo's adjustments to the appearance, it looks no different from a real border collie. If it only looked similar in a static position, that would be one thing. The most amazing part is that this robotic dog can mimic all the postures of a real dog. Running, jumping, sitting, its movements are smooth and fluid, exactly like a real dog. It even sticks out its tongue and wags its tail. If Su Bairu hadn't watched Chun Mo modify it step by step, he would have thought it was a real dog. He initially intended to see if Chun Mo could come up with a way to shield radar detection for concealment. But now it seems that it's not a bad idea either. With a little modification, this device could be a powerful weapon on the battlefield. It could also perform special tasks in everyday life. Besides acting as a spy dog, it could even capture footage in important administrative settings. The most suitable use would be for assassination. Just imagine if a small handgun were hidden inside the robotic dog's abdomen, concealed in grass or bushes. At a critical moment, it could extend its mechanical arm, grab the gun, and shoot. After eliminating the target, it could put the gun back in its abdomen and retract its arm. It would appear to be just an ordinary little dog. Who would suspect that a cute little dog was capable of shooting? Thinking of this, Su Bairu's body even trembled. This trip was truly worthwhile. Seeing his excited demeanor, Chun Mo smiled and said, "Is that all? There's more." Su Bairu felt he was so excited he could hardly catch his breath. He then heard Chun Mo say, "Just now by the river, I overheard your call with the lady. Since she watched the live stream, she must know that this dog is a fishing robot dog. No matter how much I disguise its appearance, it won't matter. This thing can only deceive those who are unprepared and have never seen it before. Now that we know, we can only go all out and rely on hard power." Su Bairu's eyes were vacant as he gasped for breath. He didn't understand what Chun Mo meant by hard power. However, the appearance and behavior were exactly like a real dog, and he couldn't figure out what hard power really was. He only heard Chun Mo introduce, "Since we have to go head-to-head with the opponent, I must mention my counter-surveillance capabilities. First of all, I have installed a signal detector that can detect nearby GPS devices. Once there is a tracker on you or your vehicle, it can be detected, and then selectively block the signals of these GPS devices. After all, some of them are built into cars and phones for navigation, so we can't block them all." Su Bairu's breathing became even heavier, and he was even sweating on his forehead. If this were to fall into the hands of the enemy, it would be a complete disaster. Seeing that Su Bairu was satisfied, Chun Mo continued, "Although I don't know what you do, uncle, but the fact that you can spend $1 million on fishing under such strict supervision suggests that you must be quite wealthy. Therefore, it's possible that they might look for you through other means, such as operators, satellite positioning, surveillance systems, or even radar scanning, especially with a robotic dog around. As long as the opponent uses radar to scan, your whereabouts could easily be exposed." Su Bairu's mouth twitched. "No. Do you have a misunderstanding about what being wealthy means? Which rich person can casually be located by an operator, or even use surveillance systems and radar scanning? Do you think I'm a president from some country?" Yet, he was still very curious to hear how Chun Mo planned to solve this. Chun Mo then said, "So, I specifically added a counter-signal tracking system and an invisibility coating. This coating isn't truly invisible. It simply absorbs signals and disguises them as false signals, making radar and other detection devices misinterpret them as something else. This way, When you go fishing, they absolutely want to be able to find you. Absorbing signals is one thing, but can you really disguise signals? Su Baiyu's heart, already at its limit, finally couldn't take it anymore, and he collapsed. Chapter 34. A weapon that influences the war landscape. Seeing Su Baiyu fall straight down, Chun Mo instinctively rushed over. Although his reaction speed was already quite fast, he was still a beat too late. Fortunately, the hardware store was very cramped. After Su Baiyu fell back, he first hit a shelf and then slid down to the ground. Although he hit his head hard, it was better than falling directly to the ground. Falling on the ground would injure both his body and head. Falling on the shelf meant he only hurt his head. Seeing Su Baiyu lying on the ground motionless, Chun Mo was startled. He quickly dialed for emergency help. At the same time, he exchanged for life-saving items like quick-acting heart-saving pills and other remedies from the system. Chun Mo didn't know what was wrong with Su Baiyu, so he could only give him one quick-acting heart-saving pill. Then, looking at his phone, he asked, "Brothers, something big has happened. Uncle Su has fainted, and we don't know what's going on. I gave him some quick-acting heart rescue pills, and I still have many life-saving medicines like the Ngong Nyo Huang Wan. I just don't know if there will be any conflicts. Should I give him more?" Chun Mo stared intently at the screen. It was clear that the viewers in the live stream didn't expect things to turn out this way. Some were still discussing Su Bairu's condition, probably too excited. Could it be that the streamer shocked him, causing a heart attack? Spending $1 million on a robotic dog, and not even enjoying it before he passed away. Elderly individuals are most averse to extreme joy or sorrow. It must have been too exciting, leading to a heart condition flare-up. Of course, there were also a few responses mixed in, but they were vague and lacked definite answers. Chun Mo knew that most of these viewers were ordinary people with no real judgment ability. Even if they had, with so many comments flying in the live stream, he couldn't see them all, and even if he did, he wouldn't be able to discern their truthfulness. With that in mind, Chun Mo turned his gaze to the modified robotic dog beside him. "Hey, little buddy, can I take the quick-acting heart rescue pills and Ngong Nyo Huang Wan together?" Soon, the robotic dog provided an answer. It is absolutely not recommended to take quick-acting heart rescue pills and Ngong Nyo Huang Wan together. They are two types of emergency herbal medicines with completely different properties, effects, and applicable scenarios. Incorrect combined use may not only be ineffective, but could also pose risks. Then it rambled on with a bunch of explanations. Chun Mo wasn't in the mood to listen to its details. But then he suddenly remembered that he had installed a first aid system in the robotic dog. Although he didn't know Su Bairu's age, he looked like he was balding and had gray hair, so he must have been quite old. To ensure that Su Bairu would give a good review and feel that the money was well spent, Chun Mo had added some first aid functions to the robotic dog. Of course, as a fishing robotic dog, it should also have basic first aid and alarm functions. After all, anglers often find themselves outdoors, sometimes even in the scorching sun, alone and exposed. They could even fall into the water due to various circumstances. Saying that fishing is a dangerous activity might be exaggerated. But for those with heart conditions or other illnesses, being alone outdoors is never safe. Even if the robotic dog can help send an alert, that would be a good thing. Just as Chun Mo was thinking about initiating a rescue with the robotic dog, it had already emitted a sound. Danger detected. Emergency rescue mode activated. It recognized that a call to emergency services had been made and began preparing. While speaking, it extended its paw, tore open a cardboard box, and reached out its mechanical arm to grab a piece of cut cardboard, jumping to Su Bairu's side and starting to fan him. While fanning, it placed its two front paws on Su Bairu's heart area. Half a minute later, a voice announced, "Ventricular fibrillation detected, ventricular tachycardia," mimicking the pulse current of a defibrillator. Then, Chun Mo and everyone in the live stream saw Su Bairu suddenly jump as if he had been electrocuted. Then came a second jolt. A third. 3 full minutes passed. The sound of the robotic dog came again. The heart had returned to a normal sinus rhythm, with normal heartbeat, blood pressure, and respiration detected. It was stimulating the patient to wake up. Saying this, it extended its paw again and poked Su Bairu in his side. Only then did Su Bairu slowly awaken. Looking at the border collie in front of him, Su Bairu smiled broadly and said, "What a good dog." He even reached out to pat the dog's head, only to realize he was lying on the ground, suddenly feeling faint again, although he was awake. His mind was still a bit unclear. Just then, Su Bairu's phone rang. It was his wife. Su Bairu's expression changed. He didn't have time to ask what was going on and quickly got up, walking outside to answer the call. At that moment, Chun Mo had already heard the sound of an ambulance approaching. Meanwhile, Su Bairu's lowered voice came through. "I told you, I'm working. Can you please not disturb me?" However, the voice on the other end was sobbing. Listening to his wife's frightened voice, Su Bairu finally remembered that he had fainted due to being overly excited. He even recalled the moment he passed out, the sensation of everything spinning. But his first reaction was not to blame Chun Mo, nor was it to rush to the hospital. Instead, he felt even more excited. Su Bairu turned to Chun Mo, staring intently. "So, your robotic dog has emergency rescue functions? It can even serve as an external defibrillator?" Chun Mo nodded. "Isn't that a simple matter? Basic disinfection and bandaging are no problem. Especially now that we have 2 mechanical arms, we can achieve more functions. Otherwise, what are these 2 big hands for? Moreover, fishing is done outdoors, often by the riverside. As the saying goes, you can't walk by the river without getting your shoes wet. Performing simple emergency care is quite normal, right? Don't worry. Even if you fall into the river, it can help you extend a fishing rod to rescue you. Give it a rope, and it can pull you back, too." Su Bairu's lips trembled again. This was no fishing robot. It was simply an all-purpose soldier. Even if it couldn't execute missions independently, it would still be the best companion for a special forces operative. Just imagine. This thing not only has strong off-road and camouflage capabilities, but it can also shield surrounding signals and radar detection, and even simulate information from other sources. Isn't that equivalent to having a signal jamming device? One that can block radar and satellite surveillance? Plus, it can perform infrared detection. Isn't that like having X-ray vision? It can also handle bandaging and emergency care, which is like carrying a medic with you. Even if this robotic dog can't execute tasks alone and can only serve as assistance, it would still be the strongest individual support. Not to mention, one could charge fearlessly, achieving fire coverage and assassination missions. He could hardly imagine the impact such a robotic dog would have on the future of warfare on the battlefield. He could feel his breathing becoming heavier as the ambulance came to a stop by the roadside. Several medical staff rushed over with a stretcher. Where's the patient? Chun Mo pointed to Su-Bai-Ru, who was about to faint again. It's him. Chapter 35. After a lifetime of fighting. Time to enjoy life. After accompanying Su-Bai-Ru for a full-body checkup and confirming that he was really fine, Chun Mo finally brought up the issue of payment. Initially, he thought that since Su-Bai-Ru had fainted and undergone so many tests, which cost quite a bit, he could offer him a discount. To his surprise, Su-Bai-Ru not only didn't haggle, but even offered to pay Chun Mo 2 million. As Su-Bai-Ru put it, is my life not worth $1 million? With that said, Chun Mo had nothing to argue. If he didn't accept it, wouldn't that be looking down on him? Beep. Transaction completed. Customer satisfaction check. Very satisfied. Transaction amount. 2 million. Congratulations, host, you have received double rewards for million universal coins. Seeing the long string of zeros behind the 4, Chun Mo was ecstatic, with the money from both land and amphibious bases. His universal coins had already exceeded 10 million. Because of this, Chun Mo felt even more carefree. By the time he left the hospital, it was already 7 in the evening. If it were before, with so much money, Chun Mo definitely wouldn't have gone to the hardware store. After struggling for half his life, shouldn't he enjoy himself a little? But precisely because he had the system and had easily earned so much money, he felt that going home was becoming less interesting. What could he do at home? There was nothing to do. In the past, he looked forward to getting off school, finishing work, and closing the store, all just to go home, order takeout, watch short videos, and read free novels online. Was that interesting? Chun Mo used to think it was. After all, he had worked hard all day. What else could he do? He didn't have the money or energy for anything else. But now that Chun Mo had money and the system, eating, he could eat whatever he wanted. With just 1 or 2 million universal coins, he could exchange for a whole table of seafood, including king crabs and lobsters. He even had a bit of a heat rash from eating too much barbecue lately. Watching videos and reading novels, the tall beauties were indeed nice. But he used to enjoy watching because he could only watch and couldn't afford to indulge. Now that he could clearly afford it, he felt he shouldn't just watch. Watching too much could lead to discomfort. Reading free novels online felt even less interesting now. Now Chun Mo had his own system and was living more lavishly than the protagonists in those novels. There was no one to show off to him. No one to slap him in the face, and certainly no bizarre occurrences to scare him. All he heard were praises of boss, and very satisfied. As for those money-grabbing minigames, they held even less appeal. He used to enjoy them because he couldn't afford to spend money. Now, spending tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands was nothing to him. Since he could easily top the rankings, those pay-to-win minigames had lost their charm. Of course, Chun Mo couldn't keep scrolling anymore. After all, even if he was still reading novels on a certain platform, he would have to subscribe to a membership and couldn't see any ads at all. Looking at the gloomy sky, Chun Mo sighed. Sometimes, being young and wealthy isn't such a good thing. Many people haven't even enjoyed the pleasures of life before it becomes dull. Thinking of this, Chun Mo returned to the local hardware store and exchanged for a vegetable salad, then resumed his live stream. As soon as he went online, over 10,000 viewers flooded into the stream, many inquiring about Su-Bai-Ru's health. Chun Mo smiled and said, "It's fine now. I just got too excited and fainted. I've had a full checkup, and everything is okay. I just need to manage my emotions better in the future." With the viewers reassured, they began discussing the fishing robotic dog. Watching the discussions unfold, Chun Mo realized that he had become popular again. And this time he even made it on trending topics. Opening the platform, he immediately found his video, which was a clip from the live stream. The comments below were all filled with disbelief, with some expressing envy and jealousy. Being able to perform CPR is just too cool. It can monitor heart rate and detect arrhythmias, transforming into an AD defibrillator. This is a blessing for heart patients. I didn't believe it when the host said his robotic dog could be a guide dog, but now I really do. Brothers, I'm seriously tempted. With this robotic dog, who even needs to get married? Can women go fishing with you? Can they comfort you? Can they take care of you when you're sick? No, they can't. They'll just break your fishing rod when you're out fishing, criticize you for not providing emotional support when you're feeling down, and complain about why you got sick and didn't take care of them. What on earth did the person above go through? Don't say that. It makes me more scared of marriage. Host, can we possibly get a humanoid robot? I could save up for 50,000. Host, I'm from Jiangxi. Please hurry up and develop a humanoid robot. ID pays 60,000. Seeing the comments, Chun Mo couldn't help but look at the live stream chat. Brothers, are there any veterans in the chat who can tell us if marriage is really that terrifying? This statement sparked a huge reaction from the viewers. How can you describe it? It's simply terrifying. Just imagine you're in a post-apocalyptic world with a teammate, but that teammate is like an old demon. Seeing this comment made Chun Mo shiver. He had initially thought that since he was already wealthy, he could consider settling down. but now it seemed he should wait a bit longer. He took a bite of what looked like a crunchy and delicious cherry radish, and the corners of his mouth twitched. What is this? Didn't they say it was sweet and better than fruit? Is this it? He took another bite of the lettuce, and his mouth twitched again. He had actually liked lettuce as an ingredient, whether dipped in sauce or in a burger. But unexpectedly, it tasted completely different in the salad. Especially with the purple cabbage in it, it feels like eating grass. This stuff tastes so bad. Why do it seem like those celebrities and wealthy people eat it? Is it because I haven't been rich long enough to change my taste? Looking at Chun Mo's pained expression, the live broadcast room was once again filled with laughter. Of course, this meal didn't go smoothly. The nearby hardware store was shut down, and the owner was taken into custody. No one around was competing with Chun Mo for business. Plus, Chun Mo had gained quite a reputation from his live broadcasts recently, and business was booming. Now that work was over, it was peak time for customers. Therefore, before Chun Mo had even taken a couple of bites, he was busy handling a continuous stream of customers. Do you have power strips? Yes. What is it for? With wire or without? Do you have kitchen drainage pipes? Yes. Does it have an overflow outlet or not? Does it have a water purifier outlet or not? Do you have a toilet plunger? Yes. Do you have a three-way connector? Yes. Do you have a direct four-way? Yes. Do you have a girlfriend? Yes. Chapter 36. I have two guns. After saying that, Chun Mo finally realized that the woman had asked if he had a girlfriend. Too late. Chun Mo's mouth twitched. Oh no, I spoke too quickly. From the voice, it sounded like it was a woman. If it were a man, it would be easier. He could just sell him a model and call it a girlfriend. But a woman coming to buy a girlfriend, he really didn't know what to do. As Chun Mo turned back to get screws for another customer, he looked closely and saw it was a middle-aged woman. She looked familiar, yet somehow unfamiliar. He had seen too many customers that day, apart from the men. They were all similar middle-aged women. Even if he had seen her, he wouldn't have remembered, doubting if he heard wrong. Chun Mo looked at the middle-aged woman again. Excuse me, what did you just say you wanted to buy? He wanted to call her sister, but after thinking about it, better not. Who knows? She might be a fan here to tease him, regardless of whether she was older than him. Calling her beautiful would definitely be more flattering than sister. Maybe because of that compliment, she wouldn't cause trouble. The middle-aged woman laughed and said, I was asking if you have a girlfriend. Chun Mo fell silent. The viewers in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. This is hilarious. Let's see if the host has a girlfriend now. I've been wanting to ask the host if he has a girlfriend, but I didn't get the chance to go to Jiangcheng, and someone asked for me. Don't be too smug. Remember, the host once sent a spittoon to the top supporter, so this little question won't stump him. Bro, keep an eye out. This customer is a woman. If you give her that thing, she'll definitely use it too. So what if she is a woman? The host has a spittoon in the store. Why can't there be a massage gun? But a massage gun isn't called a girlfriend. It's more like a boyfriend. Of course, some people recognize the identity of this woman. Isn't she the one who said she wanted to introduce a girlfriend to the host the other day? Now that you mention it, it does seem that way. At this moment, the woman looked at Chun Mo's bewildered expression and smiled. Brother, you haven't forgotten me, have you? I'm the one who bought the faucet from you. Did you forget I said I would introduce you to someone? Hearing this, Chun Mo finally remembered, and his eyes lit up. He had been eating too nourishing foods lately, which made him feel a bit overheated. This was also why he intentionally ate lighter today. He couldn't keep eating rich foods, otherwise, he feared his body might burst from it. Chun Mo quickly approached the middle-aged woman, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, How could I forget you? By the way, you just asked me if I have a girlfriend, right? No, absolutely none. The woman looked at Chun Mo and smiled. The reason I'm here this time is to see if you're free tomorrow afternoon. If you are, I'd like you to meet the girl. Chun Mo glanced apologetically at the older man nearby, who was still waiting for screws. I'm sorry for taking your time. Here's the screw for you. Do you have anything else you want to buy? The man shook his head. Chun Mo smiled 1 yuan. However, after the man paid, he showed no intention of leaving and stood at the door, watching Chun Mo with great interest. Chun Mo was taken aback. Sir, what else do you need? The man shook his head. I'm not buying anything, just watching. Chun Mo couldn't help but twitch his mouth. So he was just here to enjoy the show? I charged you only 1 yuan for 10 screws, and you still want to stick around? Seeing Chun Mo's expression, the man laughed heartily. Why are you still so shy? You can't have this attitude when dealing with women. You need to bring out the charm you have when shopping. The middle-aged woman also laughed. Exactly. I've heard that you're quite the internet celebrity now. Why are you still so bashful? Arranged meetings are a good thing. What's there to be afraid of? The viewers in the live stream, seeing Chun Mo blushing, began to tease him too. In the end, they agreed to meet at a nearby Western restaurant. After 2 more hours of busy work, Chun Mo finally ended the live stream at 10 o'clock at night. He didn't feel much about the blind date the next day. While he didn't dislike it, he wasn't particularly fond of it either. He didn't think 2 strangers would have much to talk about. In fact, he had no plans for marriage at all. The only reason he agreed to meet was that he had eaten too much barbecue and felt a bit overheated. Chun Mo remained calm. However, the military was not calm at all. 2 modified robotic dogs were sent for testing. One was taken into the laboratory, while the other was warmly requested by the military for simulated combat drills. In their view, what if the claims didn't hold up? Chun Mo's system was a professional fishing version, but that didn't mean it could only fish. In fact, when the military personnel presented their needs, the robotic dog could automatically recognize the firearms in front of it. 2 robotic arms extended, one holding a submachine gun and the other a handgun. The first test was a standard shooting range assessment. Whether in indoor or outdoor environments, it scored full marks. Even with all the lights turned off indoors and the windows sealed, in complete darkness, both the 50-meter and 100-meter tests still scored full marks. After all, for a normal person, in such an environment where one cannot see their own hand, let alone hitting the target, it's impossible to even know where the target is. But the robotic dog is different. It not only has infrared cameras, but also laser radars, with precision no different from daytime conditions. The second test was conducted in an environment with obstacles, targeting a dummy. Watching the robotic dog traverse through mud, squeeze under a car, and then climb over a wall to hit the dummy right between the eyes, even the Special Forces leader couldn't help but marvel. You tell me this thing is a piece of junk from our military district? The tester beside him shook his head. No, it's a civilian robotic dog. The Special Forces leader felt a sense of crisis. A civilian one? He pointed at the dummy with a hit in the forehead and laughed. You call that civilian? Then are our military robotic dogs just toys? Previously, he had looked down on these machines. What is so special about a military robotic dog? Compared to him, it was just slightly better than a toy. But this robotic dog, which even made him feel a sense of threat, you say is civilian? What have I been training for all these years, risking my life multiple times? Is this a joke? The tester also felt his explanation was inadequate and quickly clarified. I didn't explain fully. It was originally civilian, but it has been modified by a certain genius. The Special Forces leader breathed a slight sigh of relief, thinking that was more acceptable. If civilian robots had such capabilities, it would be terrifying. However, just then, the tester said, this one is called the Fishing Professional Edition. It was specially modified for fishing. Look, the two mechanical arms are so flexible, and they are made of silicone, which is not only non-slip, but also won't harm the fish. You have to wonder how this person's mind works. To be so talented, the Special Forces leader felt overwhelmed. He might even be losing his hearing. He dug in his ears and grabbed the tester's collar, asking, did you just say this is a fishing robotic dog? The tester was startled, looking at the Special Forces leader, whose teeth were gritted and veins were bulging. He swallowed hard. That is what I said. The Special Forces leader felt his life had been greatly insulted. Are you messing with me? As he tightened his grip on the collar, the tester was nearly in tears. No, please let go. Do I really need to mess with you? At that moment, the company commander beside them coughed. Let go. He wasn't wrong. It really was designed for fishing. One could only say that this Chun Mo was too much of a genius. Clearly, it was all existing technology. In the hands of so many people at the research center, it was just a pile of scrap metal. But in his hands, it was already comparable to our Special Forces soldiers. The Special Forces leader was anxious earlier. Although he also felt the robotic dog was excessively powerful, completely beyond his understanding, he still felt somewhat unconvinced. I admit this dog has something, but to compare with me, it's still far off. I request to compete against it. The company commander nodded without hesitation. Go back and rest well. Tomorrow morning, the competition officially begins. The Special Forces king snorted, I want to compete right now. The commander retorted, it's nighttime. Can you hit 10 targets in complete darkness? How can you not know your limits? Remembering his earlier performance in the darkroom, the soldier felt a bit uncertain, but he still stubbornly said, let it enjoy one more night of pride. Chapter 37. Even the Special Forces king can't do it early the next morning. Chun Mo acted as if nothing was wrong. After finishing breakfast, he arrived at the hardware store early. Business was not very good in the morning. Even though Chun Mo had recently gained some fame as an internet celebrity in Jiangcheng, he had only been live streaming for a few days. Moreover, his store was not a restaurant. How many people would visit a hardware store, even if it was run by an internet celebrity? Additionally, with the temperature dropping and rain falling, there were not many customers in the morning. However, compared to before, there were still quite a few. There were even farmers and harvest machine operators coming to the store to present banners. Plus, all the morning customers were either satisfied or very satisfied. Chun Mo's mood was quite good. On the other hand, the Special Forces king was in a bad mood. Early in the morning, he received a notification that he needed to go to the back mountain for a practical exercise with a robotic dog. Alongside him, a bomb disposal expert was assigned. The robotic dog was the only one on its side. The objective was to disarm a time bomb at the mountain top and eliminate 3 bandits. Of course, since it was just an exercise, the guns used did not have real bullets. To the soldier, this seemed far too easy. Moreover, that stupid border collie, even if it were the latest robot, was still just a simpleton. Relying on its equipment to hit stationary targets might not be difficult. But he didn't believe it could outdo a bomb disposal expert or take down bandits better than he could. Naturally, the bomb disposal function was something the military had only just tested the night before. This made the military personnel even more excited. The robotic dog was like a treasure, always revealing various novel functions, surprising them at any moment. Cameras had been installed in key areas of the back mountain, and drones were monitoring the situation. The Special Forces king was also equipped with a camera. On the robotic dog's side, it was much simpler, as its eyes were cameras and did not require any external cameras. However, their plans quickly fell apart. The road cameras only captured the Special Forces king's silhouette and did not pick up the robotic dog's presence at all. Even though they had assigned 2 soldiers to monitor each camera, they still failed to notice any activity from the robotic dog. Moreover, the drone soon suffered signal interference. Although it quickly regained its signal, it lost track of the robotic dog. Fortunately, the robotic dog itself continued to transmit video back. Through the behavioral strategies sent by the robotic dog, they finally understood why they could not see its presence. Because they only mentioned that this operation was a simulation exercise, along with the corresponding action requirements. They did not say that these cameras and drones were used to record them. This led the robotic dog to believe that these cameras and drones were also the bad guys. As a result, it kept detecting the cameras and deliberately avoiding them. The modified robotic dog was neither too big nor too small. much like a border collie. Additionally, it was intentionally concealed and even occasionally interfered with the signals transmitted by the cameras. This resulted in the cameras completely failing to capture the presence of the robotic dog. As for the drones, these were ordinary military drones, which had strong anti-jamming capabilities. However, the quality produced by Chun Mo was exceptional, which made it difficult for the drones to capture the robotic dog-esque figure after losing the image due to interference. Seeing this scene, everyone in the command room was excited. With such strong capabilities, that guy Chun Mo only wanted to use it against the big boss. It was like using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. If you ask me, it's all thanks to Subaru being afraid of his wife. Otherwise, how could we have gotten such an impressive robotic dog? The previous robotic dogs were also powerful, but they were still lacking for real combat applications. At most serving as a squad of disposable soldiers for charging. But this robotic dog was simply more effective than humans in many scenarios. Especially when they saw the Special Forces King in camouflage, making a peace sign to the camera, they felt even more speechless. You're still here taking it easy. Doing that. What if the cameras were set up by criminals instead? You would have been shot to pieces by now. They really wanted to tell the Special Forces King to avoid the cameras. But thinking that he didn't even have an electronic device detector, they abandoned that idea. There was no need to impose an unnecessary burden on the Special Forces King. Initially, they thought this competition would be a disadvantage for the robotic dog. But now they felt that the Special Forces King they had high hopes for was actually the one at a real disadvantage. 1 hour later, the Special Forces King glanced at the time. There was still an hour until the explosion. He looked at the bomb disposal expert. You wait here. I'll deal with the criminals first, then we'll defuse the bomb. The bomb disposal expert shook his head. No, we can't guarantee whether the other side has a remote control. If you kill one criminal and alert the others, they might press the remote button. And our mission would fail. We must defuse the bomb first. Besides, this mountain is so big. Where are we going to find the criminals? The Special Forces King smiled. We are usually right here on this mountain. We know it very well. Saying this, he took out a map. According to the map, this was the criminals' hideout. And all 3 criminals were inside. He had been there many times, familiar with both the terrain and how to sneak in. Moreover, there was a large rock on the opposite side, which served as natural cover. With a sniper rifle in hand, it would be very easy for him to deal with those 3. Seeing that the bomb disposal expert still insisted, the Special Forces King frowned. This mission is a competition between me and the robotic dog. You are just here to assist me. Trust me, this route is the fastest. The bomb is on the mountaintop, and you're too slow. Even if you reach the top and don't come down, I would still have to find the bandits myself, which would take too much time. I'm worried the robotic dog will take me out. The bomb disposal expert thought for a moment and agreed that there was some truth to what he said. The Special Forces leader smirked slightly. It's just a little robotic dog. If it were somewhere else, he might not be so confident. But here, this is his home turf. If he loses to a ridiculous fishing robotic dog here, he might as well find a block of tofu and end it all. In fact, he even planned to sneak around from the back of the house to give his 3 teammates, who were pretending to be bandits, a little surprise. He could see the bandits' hiding place just below the slope. There were no windows on this side of the house. He just needed to quietly sneak over. And he could slip into the house without anyone noticing, taking out all 3 directly in the room. The Special Forces leader raised an eyebrow, telling himself, Brothers, you didn't expect me to show up here so quickly, did you? However, just as he reached halfway, he heard a voice in his earpiece. The game is over. The Special Forces leader was stunned and spoke into the microphone. It's over? Did the bomb disposal expert go to the top? Didn't I ask him to wait for me? Just then, the voice in the earpiece said, The robotic dog has disarmed the bomb and eliminated all the bandits. Before he could process this, he heard voices coming from the house below. Wow, this thing is incredible. It's practically undetectable. I didn't even see how this dog got in. Such a cute dog. And you tell me it's fake? Then he saw 3 people in black clothes coming out of the house, holding a dog. He instinctively reached for his gun to shoot at them. But as he saw the robotic dog looking at him, the 3 also turned to look in the direction the dog was facing, so he lowered his weapon. He lost. He actually lost. But he couldn't figure out how the robotic dog managed to do it. He was the Special Forces leader and was extremely familiar with the environment here. Although the bomb disposal expert had slowed him down, even if it was just him, he couldn't have reached the top and then quietly taken out those 3 bandits in such a short time. In such a short time, let alone disarming a bomb. He couldn't even run up there. Moreover, the path he took was the closest and easiest one. Throughout the way, he hadn't seen any sign of the robotic dog. He couldn't believe that a robotic dog could move faster than him on the mountain path. It cheated. The robotic dog must have cheated. Chapter 38, Blind Date Bang. The Special Forces leader kicked open the door to the command room. In his view, the robotic dog had no chance of winning at all. Hearing the noise, everyone in the command room turned grim. The captain's heart sank. You are the king of soldiers. We can understand your pride. We understand that you just lost the competition and feel frustrated. But this is the command room. Several leaders from the regiment are watching. Was there an order for you to kick the door open? Just this one point can be used against you. If it were earlier, perhaps your status as a Special Forces ace might have earned you leniency. But now, you can be replaced, and yet you still act so arrogantly. It seems you are just asking for more punishment. Normally, he would have kicked him hard, making it difficult for the leaders to take action against him. But this is not the time for roughhousing. The captain instinctively wanted to say a few good words for him. However, before he could speak, the commander shook his head and beckoned to the ace. Don't believe you can lose? Come see for yourself. He had the video of the robotic dog pulled up. The commander had served at the grassroots level and had seen many Special Forces aces. Although kicking the command room door was quite rude, he understood. When he saw the robotic dog swiftly navigating through the mountainous terrain, even the grass and bushes couldn't hinder its speed. The ace fell silent. His long-standing doubt was about the time aspect. But when he saw it in action, he understood. Nothing is impossible. Human capabilities can be limited. A person can sprint for a short burst, but it's impossible to maintain that speed indefinitely, even if they are a well-trained Special Forces ace. But the robotic dog could, even on steep terrain approaching 90 degrees, which he deliberately avoided because it was strenuous to climb. The robotic dog could extend drill-like feet to enhance grip, making such terrain just another ordinary path. Moreover, for some reason, when passing through grass and bushes, the robotic dog always managed to find gaps, allowing it to slip through or jump over. Noticing his confusion, the test personnel explained, the robotic dog has LiDAR and infrared detection, so it already knows the conditions ahead and can plan accordingly. Additionally, being small in size, it is more agile. With its steel body, it can run through thorny underbrush without feeling pain. However, in such environments, it's difficult for a human to pass quickly, and they would often deliberately avoid these areas when planning routes. The test personnel continued, we reviewed your performance. Your 5-kilometer time was 16 minutes and 50 seconds. This stretch of mountain path is actually less than 5 kilometers. If it were flat terrain, you could definitely complete it in 16 minutes. Even with the added weight of weapons and bomb disposal tools, you could finish in 20 minutes. But unfortunately, this isn't flat terrain, it's mountainous. Your speed is severely limited, especially with a bomb disposal expert who is not in good physical condition, which further slows you down. The robotic dog, however, has none of these concerns. Its speed might be slightly reduced compared to flat ground, but it has almost no impact compared to yours. In truth, the Special Forces ace had already seen this. He thought he had a clear understanding of the robotic dog's capabilities and wouldn't be surprised anymore. But when he saw the robotic dog precisely dismantling a time bomb at the summit, he was still taken aback. Didn't you say this was a fishing robotic dog? Why is it disarming bombs? The tester explained, it is a robotic dog equipped with many sensors, and the purpose of each wire can be detected through electrical currents. Of course, we also instilled some knowledge about bomb disposal into it beforehand. The Special Forces soldier was astonished. I can't even disarm a bomb. How could it? However, when he saw the robotic dog sneak into the small house from the hillside behind it, just like he did, he became even more unsettled. This was my plan. The most shocking moment was when he saw the robotic dog enter the small house, raise its gun, and pointed at the three people, saying, you are surrounded. Please surrender. At that moment, his face turned crimson. These are my lines. This is all my dialogue. Watching the Special Forces soldier sit there in a daze, the commander sighed deeply. He stood up, patted his shoulder, and said to the squad leader, I can understand his feelings. Anyone who has spent 8 years day and night training would feel bad about losing to a robotic dog. He is a hero in our regiment. Contact his family and see if they can come stay for a couple of days. The regiment will provide support. If they can't make it, give him a 2-week leave to go home and see his family. I remember he has a 3-year-old daughter. Let him spend some time with her and relax. He meant well. He couldn't bear to see the soldier's spirit broken. However, the Special Forces soldier was anxious. What do you mean? Do you think I'm useless? You think I'm no longer valuable, so you plan to kick me out? I'm not retired yet. I can still carry out missions. I'm useful. I don't want to go home. Seeing his demeanor, the commander couldn't help but rub his forehead. No one here wants to abandon you. You will always be the pride of the regiment. A robotic dog cannot replace your position. I'm worried about how you feel. Why don't you understand what's good for you? Since you want to prove yourself so much, I have a mission for you. Are you in? At that moment, the soldier felt his heart shatter. Meanwhile, in the hardware store, Chun Mo was in a great mood. He made over 2,000 in sales that morning and was very satisfied. It was simply fantastic. Seeing that he had some free time, Chun Mo quickly closed the door, wiped his hands and face with a wet wipe, changed his clothes, and headed to the restaurant they had agreed upon. The reservation was for noon, and it was only 11:30 now. The restaurant was very close to Chun Mo, just a 10-minute walk away. Seeing the smile on Chun Mo's face, the netizens couldn't help but tease him. Wow, the host is in high spirits because of good news. You're going on a blind date like this? Aren't you going to style yourself? Haha, the host looks handsome. Honey, don't go. Look at me. I'm way better than those flirtatious foxes. I thought the one upstairs was a beauty, but when I clicked in, it turned out to be a guy. Chun Mo felt a bit tense when he saw the comments. Goodness, what a bizarre situation. At 11:40, Chun Mo arrived at the restaurant 20 minutes early. The restaurant looked very artistic and somewhat upscale. Normally, Chun Mo wouldn't come to such places. After all, artistic and upscale doesn't necessarily mean good food, but it definitely means expensive. He chose a seat by the window and immediately spotted a woman wearing jeans and a gray turtleneck sweater. Although she was wearing a mask, making it hard to see her features clearly, her eyes were beautiful and expressive. They had a doll-like quality to them. Chapter 39, A Blind Date Interception. While she resembled a doll, in reality, she was even more attractive. After all, dolls are usually made for children. The woman in front of him not only had a pair of large, lively, and pretty eyes, but her figure was also exceptional. The high-neck sweater accentuated her long neck, while the snug sweater and jeans highlighted her curves beautifully. However, Chun Mo felt a bit skeptical. A woman like her should have no shortage of boyfriends. The middle-aged woman from yesterday mentioned a window seat, but there were 3 by the window, making it hard to determine which one was her. He wanted to approach her and ask, but felt a bit shy. Should he really ask if she was there for a blind date? What if he mistook her for someone else? That would be so awkward. Even if he didn't make a mistake, it would still be embarrassing. Thinking about this made him slightly regretful. If he had known, he should have asked for her contact information or at least seen a picture. At the time, he hadn't thought much of it, and didn't take the matter seriously. To him, he had no intention of pursuing it. Previously, he didn't have the money to approach a beautiful girl, so even when he encountered someone he liked, he didn't dare to confess. But now, things were different. He genuinely liked her. Just as Chun Mo was hesitating, the girl in front of him stood up and smiled, saying, "You're here for a blind date, right?" Chun Mo snapped back to reality and nodded. Yes, you too?" The girl smiled and nodded. "But you're late." Chun Mo thought to himself. It's only 20 minutes until the scheduled time, I'm not late. However, in traditional views, arriving later than the girl is considered being late. She arrived before him and had been waiting for who knows how long, so saying he was late seemed quite normal. With that thought, Chun Mo smiled awkwardly. Sorry, the shop was a bit busy. He expected the girl to be displeased, but to his surprise, she shook her head. It's fine, I just got here too. I don't really like this place. How about we go for a walk? Chun Mo nodded. This was his first blind date, and he didn't know the process. The girl seemed familiar with it, so he decided to go along with whatever she suggested. As they reached the door, Chun Mo spotted a girl who looked somewhat familiar. He turned back to take another look and realized it was the girl he had helped with her drone. Upon seeing Chun Mo, Lu Xian's eyes lit up. Boss, you're not doing business today? I opened in the morning, but I had something to do at noon. Are you here to eat too? Lu Xian sighed. Her smile a bit forced. I have a lunch appointment with a friend. Thanks for what you did last time. Chun Mo waved his hand dismissively. No problem. Is it with your crush? Lu Xian shook her head. Noticing Lu Xian's low spirits, Chun Mo decided not to pry further. Seeing Lu Xian walk into the store, Chun Mo turned around. He then noticed a woman wearing a mask, staring at him. Are you familiar with her? Chun Mo's heart sank. Oh no, chatting with another woman in front of his date was like asking for trouble. If he were a woman, he would think this man was a jerk too. Thinking this, Chun Mo quickly explained, not really. I and her. Before he could finish, the girl said, you're not going to say you just met her once, are you? Chun Mo nodded. As the girl walked forward, she continued, you're not going to say you run a hardware store and she bought something from you, right? Chun Mo nodded again, even feeling relieved. You know that? Great. However, the girl shook her head. Are you really going to brush me off like that? Do you think I'm that easy to fool? Chun Mo's mouth twitched. I'm not fooling you, it's all true. You can ask her. I even have online friends as witnesses. I stream live when I run the store. The girl shook her head. Who knows what you do after the stream? Who have you met? Just like now, you're not streaming while you're on a blind date with me, right? The girl had reached a Land Rover and opened the door. Get in. However, Chun Mo shook his head. Although the girl was beautiful and he was moved, it was just her appearance, and he couldn't see her face. Looks certainly count for something, but there are plenty of pretty girls. Lu Xian from earlier was not ugly either. He wasn't short on money now. If he wanted to find a beautiful girl, he could have a different one every day, each with their own unique skills. There was no need to chase after a woman who wouldn't let go on the first meeting. No, I still have business to attend to at the store this afternoon. I'll head back now. The woman looked at Chun Mo's displeased face and laughed. What? Are you angry? Don't you men like this feeling? Doesn't this show that I care about you? Chun Mo couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the woman's sudden change in demeanor. Where did you learn to change your expression like that? I just witnessed a strange tale from Chengdu, and now I'm encountering a face-changing act? However, before he could voice his refusal, the girl said, why are you being so indecisive? At least you came out for a blind date. Even if you don't like me, we can still go out for a meal, right? It's like I'm bullying you. Seeing the girl being so open, Chun Mo felt more at ease. He chuckled and got into the girl's car, but the girl shot him an annoyed look. Dude, that's really rude. Chun Mo was taken aback. The girl continued, I'm a girl too. And you just jumped into the backseat like that? It makes me look like the driver. Chun Mo laughed. Sorry, I'm used to taking rideshare. Besides, we haven't even exchanged names yet. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for me to sit in the front? The girl didn't respond. Instead, getting out of the car and pulling Chun Mo from the back seat into the front. If I say sit, you sit. Why so much fuss? The door slammed shut with a thud. Chun Mo didn't feel much, but the girl turned to look at Lu Xian, who was sitting by the window and looking this way. The corners of her mouth curved slightly under the mask, and her ears, pressed by the mask, turned completely red. Sister, it's not that my sister isn't human. It's just that your blind date is too charming. I really can't help it. Don't worry. Once I get together with Chun Mo, I'll definitely give you a big red envelope. Even if it doesn't work out, you'll still get a big red envelope. After glancing at Lu Xian again, the girl's feelings of guilt grew stronger. Taking a couple of deep breaths to calm her emotions, she finally returned to her seat. Looking at Chun Mo, she suddenly smiled. Chun Mo was taken aback. Do I have something on my face? The girl shook her head. No? What do you want to eat? I won't say anything else, but in the whole city, there's no restaurant I don't know about. Chapter 40. Let me hear you call me big brother. What do you want to eat? Chun Mo realized he didn't have a particular craving. Mainly because he could redeem anything he wanted through the system at any time. Not only was it cheap, but the taste was also excellent. So, even though he had money these days, Chun Mo still hadn't gone out to eat. The key point was that he didn't have a good impression of this girl. She was too skilled, making Chun Mo feel like he was dealing with a doll. Thinking of this, Chun Mo shook his head. Whatever, just eat what you want. The car quickly started and stopped in front of a small restaurant. As she led Chun Mo inside, the girl smiled and said, don't be fooled by the small size of this place. The food is actually quite good, and the owners are nice. Chun Mo looked up and saw that it was a very ordinary Shandong cuisine restaurant, due to his poor impression of the girl and his own lack of social skills. Chun Mo spoke very little. Perhaps noticing Chun Mo's silence, the girl didn't talk much either. To Chun Mo, this meal felt quite suffocating. He thought the girl probably wouldn't have a good impression of him either. After all, who would like a quiet person? Of course, they exchanged some basic information. The girl's name was Qin Yue, 23 years old. Chun Mo had seen her face under the mask, and she wasn't a masked goddess. In fact, she looked prettier without it. She lost some of her intellectual elegance but gained a bit of liveliness, looking like she was around 18 or 19. Judging by appearance alone, she truly captivated Chun Mo. Who doesn't like youthful looks? Who doesn't like a top-tier doll? But Chun Mo realized he didn't seem mature enough for a serious relationship or marriage. He needed to settle down a bit more. Especially, he needed to restrain himself around beautiful women. He couldn't just fall head over heels for every girl he saw. Deciding to relax tonight, Chun Mo felt excited. Back at the hardware store, he started a live stream. Seeing Chun Mo's expression, the viewers all laughed. The host is in high spirits with good news. Quick, tell us how the beauty was at noon. Looking at the host's expression, they wondered if he had succeeded. What have they been talking about? With that expression, they wouldn't be getting a bit too cozy in the middle of the day, would they? The host must not forget about the matchmaker next time. The host already has a girlfriend. Shouldn't he get a few fishing machines for the brothers in the live stream? Chun Mo looked at the comments and smiled, saying, hold on. We just had a simple meal. It shouldn't lead to anything. Don't make wild guesses. Although Chun Mo said this, the netizens didn't believe him at all. They even started asking when the wedding would be. Just then, his phone vibrated again. The user Masanda Hoza or Ding Zuihong sent. Carnival 100. Congratulations to Brother Monkey for sending out 10. How much? 100. Chun Mo gasped. Who is this Brother Monkey? A carnival costs 3,000, and 100 would be 300,000. Just like that. He casually gave 30,000 to a stranger. What is true love? This is true love. The netizens were also shocked. Wow. Brother Monkey is amazing. 100 carnivals. Is this what being a tycoon looks like? Dad, look at me. I can also do live streaming. They had known Brother Monkey was wealthy, but didn't expect him to be this extravagant. After the initial shock wore off, Chun Mo began to ponder why Brother Monkey would send him a carnival. From what he knew, this person was very rich and had a strong character. When he fixed an elderly woman's tricycle, he had sent a carnival as a gift. He had sent many gifts since then, even multiple 10 spots. He could be considered the biggest supporter in his live stream, with an unshakable status. However, this big brother didn't just give gifts randomly. He usually only gifted after transforming something he found interesting. So why did he send 100 now while just chatting and showing off? He suddenly remembered the small toy from before. Chun Mo couldn't help but gasp again. The system's products are indeed high quality. Even a wealthy person accustomed to luxury was thrilled by a $20 toy from the system. He realized he might have discovered a new business opportunity. Thanks to Brother Monkey for sending 100 Doi number 1. You're really too generous. Is Brother Monkey very satisfied? In the live stream, Brother Monkey succinctly replied with a simple MM. Chun Mo smiled. With such support from Brother Monkey, what else can I say? Please send me your contact info privately. I'll add you as a friend and send you something even more powerful. After a while, Brother Monkey finally replied with a good. Then Chun Mo saw a private message from the other party. The username was Wang Shi Feng with an avatar of blue skies and green grass. It looked like a typical middle-aged man's profile. After adding him as a friend, Chun Mo noticed the feed was filled with motivational success quotes and nostalgic reflections. Occasionally, there were a couple of photos of camping and playing golf. It was clear he was a successful person. Seeing the username on Sanda Hozig Wading Joyong, Chun Mo had thought he was a young, rich second generation, but it turned out to be a middle-aged man. However, he wasn't a female streamer anyway. Whether it's a wealthy young man or a middle-aged gentleman, it makes no difference to him. As long as he can pop some popcorn, he's a good brother. Chun Mo sent a message asking, what else do you want, monkey brother? I have everything here. The other party replied almost instantly. Which one do you like the most? Chun Mo thought for a moment and realized he hadn't used any. So he said, it's quite subjective. How about I send you a few more options? To his surprise, the other party didn't continue that line of conversation but instead asked, can you modify a fishing robot dog for me? Chun Mo hesitated for a moment. For him, exchanging for a fishing robot dog from the system wasn't expensive. It only required 10,000 universal coins. Given his current situation, he could easily exchange for over 1,000 of them. The other party had gifted him hundreds of thousands worth of items, and even with the platform taking a cut, he would still get over 200,000. Logically speaking, it wouldn't be a problem to get 1, or even 3 or 5. But who wouldn't want to save some money? He could have the system provide the materials and just modify it himself. Why should he buy it from the universal shop? Thinking of this, Chun Mo said, modifying it is fine, but you need to buy a robot dog yourself. I can be absent, but you must have a representative come to the store. The other party sent a happy emoji and replied, I understand. If anyone could just get modifications done, the online orders would be endless, and I wouldn't be able to keep up. Don't worry, I'm a good brother and won't break your rules. I'll have someone bring the robot dog over and call you good brother to hear. Chun Mo twitched his mouth. Come on, in the live stream, I call you good brother out of respect. But privately, asking me to call you that is an insult to my character. Half a minute later, the other party's message popped up again. It's not for nothing. Call me that once, and I'll give you 2 million for the modification. Chun Mo's anger vanished instantly. That being said, if it were someone else, he definitely wouldn't call them that. Wouldn't that be insulting? But you're different. You're my good brother, my benefactor. Not only could I call you once, but I could call you 10 times, so what? Right, good brother? The viewers in the live stream looked at Chun Mo's lewd smile and were speechless. What is the host talking about? They found it amusing how quickly he changed his expression. Host, your face changed too fast. I've screenshot this. The host's expression is priceless. No way. Could Monkey Brother have a crush on the host? Be careful, host. Check if Monkey Brother's IP is from the region. Half an hour later, a strong man holding a robot dog walked into the hardware store again. With prior experience, Chun Mo worked much faster this time. In just over an hour, the modification was complete. Looking at the notification for 2 million received, as well as 4 million universal coins, Chun Mo felt refreshed. Calling him good brother was worth it. However, just as Chun Mo thought he could finally take a break, a middle-aged woman came in to introduce him to a girlfriend. As soon as she entered, she questioned angrily, "What is going on with you? Didn't you promise to be there yesterday? Why didn't you show up? The girl waited for you all afternoon." Chun Mo was taken aback. "I went. We even had lunch together. Is there some kind of misunderstanding here?" "Misunderstanding? What kind of misunderstanding could there be? Do you think the girl could be lying to me?" Chun Mo was anxious. "It really is a misunderstanding. Maybe she just wasn't interested in me, so she deliberately told you I didn't go. Is that so?" The middle-aged woman was also uncertain now. Chun Mo nodded. "Absolutely. If you don't believe me, ask the viewers in the live stream. I even turned off the stream at noon. I arrived at 11:40, and the girl was already there when I got there. She said she didn't like Western food, so we went to a small restaurant instead." The middle-aged woman also felt that Chun Mo didn't seem like someone who would stand someone up. Seeing how confident he sounded, she said, "I'm sorry, little boss, I misunderstood. She told me you didn't go, and I thought you really didn't. It's fine if she is not interested. I know quite a few young ladies. I can introduce you to a couple more." Upon hearing that she wanted to introduce more girls, Chun Mo quickly shook his head. A young man doesn't know the awkwardness of blind dates. After experiencing it once, I definitely don't want to go through it again. Besides, I plan to enjoy the vibrance of life first. I want to learn some skills and get to know beautiful women better. Finding a girlfriend. Isn't that just ruining my own good fortune? Choosing one tree or an entire forest, Chun Mo understood well. So he smiled and said, "Let us skip it for now. I really don't have any plans to date at the moment." The middle-aged woman became anxious. "Little boss, don't be disheartened. Or is it that you're not interested in XIN? Seeing that the other party misunderstood, Chun Mo quickly explained, No, Qin Yue's looks are simply top-notch. How could I not be interested? It's just that I'm really busy with the store right now and don't have time for dating." The middle-aged woman was confused. Wait, who is this Qin Yue? At a cafe just a street away from the hardware store, Qin Yue, who was holding her phone and smiling widely, suddenly lost her smile. "Oh no. I should have found someone to impersonate Chun Mo and go on a blind date with Liu Xin." 5 kilometers away, in a row of villas, Liu Xin, who was watching the live stream, suddenly felt her heart race and held her breath, wanting to know what was going on. The middle-aged woman, seeing that Chun Mo's expression didn't seem fake, asked, "What is the name of the girl you were supposed to meet today?" "Qin Yue," Chun Mo said as if it were obvious. The middle-aged woman was both amused and frustrated. "You can't be mistaking her for someone else, can you?" Chun Mo laughed. "How could I? I'm not a 3-year-old. The water bottle-shaped Western restaurant, the table by the window. Plus, I asked her, and she said she was going on a blind date. But the girl I found for you is named Liu Xin." Chun Mo's expression instantly froze. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I even added her contact information." Just then, the middle-aged woman's phone rang. A middle-aged woman glanced at the caller ID, looked at Chun Mo, and whispered, "Don't speak yet. The girl is calling." She answered the phone and immediately smiled. Xin. "Don't worry, I've asked clearly. He went. He did not go. You just got the wrong table. You two mistook each other." The voice on the other end said something, and the middle-aged woman looked at Chun Mo. "Is that girl named Qin Yue wearing a gray turtleneck sweater and jeans?" Chun Mo nodded yes. The woman spoke again into the phone. He says yes. After a while, she looked at Chun Mo again. "Is she driving a Land Rover?" Chun Mo nodded again. "See, that's a match. I didn't mistake her." The woman laughed. "You didn't just not mistake her. You mistook her terribly. That's not at all the person I introduced to you. Xin said she knows you and has been to your shop to fix something. This afternoon, you came out of the restaurant, she went in, and you two even greeted each other." Boom. Chun Mo felt like he had been struck by lightning. The person you mentioned as a blind date couldn't possibly be that girl, could it? Realizing he had misspoken, he quickly said, No, it's the beautiful girl who fixes drones. Whether she fixes drones or not, you definitely mistook her. She'll be coming to the shop soon." The corners of Chun Mo's mouth twitched. What the heck is going on? How did I get involved with that girl? Netizens who understood the situation burst into laughter. Haha, this is a huge misunderstanding. So the streamer just greeted his blind date for a few words, and then went out to eat with another woman? I'm dying of laughter. This is what they call blind dating. It's really too funny. That's impossible. How can someone go on a blind date and not even know the person's name or what they look like? It's quite normal. In my previous blind dates, I didn't know some people's names, and there were even some where I finished the meal and went home without knowing their names. You can tell those who say it's fake have no experience. My sister met 5 blind dates in one day during last year's New Year. My parents might know each of their names, but my sister and I definitely don't. Don't say blind dates are just to deal with parents. My online friend is someone I dated myself, and we've met, but I still don't know her name. Bro, is your online friend serious? Are you sure she is not just a running buddy? Just then, a woman wearing a gray turtleneck sweater, tall and curvy, with a mask on her face, rushed in. It was indeed Qin Yue. "Boss, do you have a wrench?" As soon as she entered, Qin Yue hurriedly asked, her voice a bit breathless. After realizing the blind date had been exposed, she rushed over from the cafe. Although she drove, she still found herself a bit out of breath. Chun Mo noticed Qin Yue and, before he could greet her, instinctively said, yes. Seeing Chun Mo's dazed response, Qin Yue chuckled, it's you. So this is your shop. Then I won't be paying. Mention of freeloading immediately made Chun Mo furrow his brows. He looked at the middle-aged woman. I was on a blind date with her this afternoon. As the middle-aged woman looked at her, Qin Yue felt a jolt in her heart. However, she quickly calmed herself and pretended to be composed, saying, hello, Andy, my name is Qin Yue, and I am Chun Mo's girlfriend. Although she seemed calm, her face had already turned red all the way to her ears, and her delicate earlobes were flushed. The middle-aged woman was also taken aback. Am I really Chun Mo's mother? Am I that old? Chun Mo watched the scene unfold before him, feeling overwhelmed. What is even going on here? However, the netizens were all excited the moment they saw Qin Yue. Wow, a doll? Compared to her, a doll is just a random thing on the street. What do you know? Show me the doll. No matter how beautiful she is, can she compare? What is the spirit of the internet? The spirit of the internet is sharing. Do you understand sharing? So even if she is prettier, has a better figure, and a sweeter voice, she still can't compare to the doll in my heart. Dude, you eat this well? No wonder the streamer mistook her for a blind date. I would have made the same mistake. So right. I think I'm in love. Mom, I despise the thief, understand the thief, and become the thief. Chun Mo turned to Qin Yue and explained, sorry, beautiful. It seems there was a misunderstanding at noon. I think I'm not your blind date. We've mistaken each other. Qin Yue's eyes widened in shock as she feigned surprise. What did you say? Chun Mo looked embarrassed. I'm sorry, it was my mistake. I mistook you for someone else at noon, and the person I was supposed to meet is not you. Of course, the person you were supposed to meet is not me either. Is that so? Qin Yue replied in a neutral tone. On the surface, she seemed calm, but her mind was racing. The middle-aged woman, who had been silent, explained for Chun Mo, that's right. You both actually got it wrong. Qin Yue smiled. That's great. Great? Both Chun Mo and the middle-aged woman turned to look at Qin Yue. It was then that she realized she had misspoken, cleared her throat, and stammered an explanation. What I meant was, since we weren't supposed to be each other's blind dates, but ended up together by coincidence, I SNT that fate. Plus, I just wanted to buy a wrench and happened to come to Chun Mo's shop. That's also fate, right? Fate is paramount. Is that so? Chun Mo felt that something was off. He also sensed that Qin Yue seemed a bit strange. Meanwhile, the middle-aged woman remained silent. Regardless of whether the girl was right or wrong, it was clear that she was quite satisfied with Chun Mo. As a girl, if she was already saying such things, could she really break them apart? Thinking of this, the middle-aged woman smiled at Chun Mo. Little boss, congratulations. You accidentally found such a beautiful partner. I can consider myself half a matchmaker for you too. When you get married, you must invite me to the wedding. The middle-aged woman left with a smile. Chun Mo and Qin Yue were left in an awkward silence, especially Chun Mo, who looked at Qin Yue, unsure of what to say. However, the netizens watching this scene were feeling envious. Can someone tell me what exactly is going on? Is this like winning a beautiful wife for free? Why can't I encounter such good fortune? A devoted admirer turns into a goddess. I admit, jealousy is transforming me. Why is the host still in a daze? The girl has already said that, so hurry up and confess your feelings. I admit the host is quite handsome, but am I not good looking? Why don't I have beautiful women pursuing me? Host, go for it. After a while, Chun Mo finally snapped back to reality and asked, what size do you need? Qin Yue's face flushed. How can you just ask someone about that? Especially in front of so many people in the live stream. You really don't consider the viewers as outsiders, do you? But since Chun Mo asked, she shyly replied, 34E. Single-ended or double-ended? Qin Yue was taken aback. Is there just one? Aren't there usually two? Seeing Qin Yue in confusion, Chun Mo added, what are you planning to use it for? Qin Yue was even more confused. How am I supposed to know how to use it? But she quickly realized that Chun Mo was talking about a wrench. Her already flushed face turned even redder. She had no idea what it was for. She just casually said it to grab a man's attention. But now that it was out there, she had to come up with something. To fix cars. Now Chun Mo was somewhat surprised. You can fix cars? Qin Yue twitched her lips, but honestly said, I can't. It's not that she was afraid to boast. Mainly, she was worried Chun Mo would ask her to fix something on the spot, which would be a disaster. Chun Mo laughed and said, it's better to go to a professional repair shop for fixing cars. Sometimes it looks easy, but in practice, it's not that simple. Qin Yue instinctively retorted, you don't have one, do you? Chun Mo laughed. How could I not have one? Ding. Item has been generated. Location, first row shelf, third level. Chun Mo walked over to the first row shelf and casually picked up the wrench that the system had just generated. It was a double-ended wrench, with one side being 34 and the other 36. The wrench was long and made of solid material, feeling quite heavy in his hand. I have to say, products from the system are definitely top-notch. He handed it to Qin Yue and casually said, $5. Qin Yue nodded and didn't say much. She took out her phone and paid him 5 yuan, then quickly left. Watching Qin Yue's swaying figure as she walked away, Chun Mo had a sudden idea. It wasn't until Qin Yue got in her car and left that he returned to the counter and checked her satisfaction level. Ding. Transaction completed. Customer satisfaction check, very dissatisfied. Transaction amount, 5 yuan. Congratulations, host cannot receive this transaction amount, and 10 yuan will be deducted. At that moment, Chun Mo's phone suddenly buzzed, notifying him that 10 yuan had been deducted. Looking at the words very dissatisfied, Chun Mo felt his veins were about to burst. Damn it, I've had the system for so many days, always working diligently, and never had one person dissatisfied with my service. Even if some were not completely satisfied, they were at least satisfied. Not a single one was dissatisfied. You're doing well, and yet you've made me extremely dissatisfied. If you need a wrench, I'll give you a wrench. A double-ended one, no less, with one end being a large 36. It's a genuine, heavy-duty wrench, weighing at least 3 to 5 pounds, and I'm selling it to you for just $5. Even if you consider it scrap metal at $1 per pound, it's still a good deal. What have I done to deserve this level of dissatisfaction from you? This woman looks quite appealing, but it turns out her heart is so malicious. Although it's just a $10 deduction. For Chun Mo, $10 is nothing. He wouldn't even bat an eye at 100,000. But is it really just about the $10? It's about my reputation. It's a denial of my work. Going from 100% positive feedback to 99. It seems like just one negative review. But it's the difference between a perfect score and one that can never be perfect. Looking at the 99% rating, Chun Mo felt his heart shatter. 100% positive feedback is like a woman's thin veil. Once it's been pierced, you can never go back to a state without negative reviews. The more he looked, the angrier he became. The more he looked, the more frustrated he felt. After so many diligent days, not a single negative review. Chun Mo was completely broken. His mindset collapsed, especially when he saw viewers in the live stream discussing body shapes and curves. He couldn't help but feel even more furious. Brothers, don't just look at appearances. No one wears the label of a bad person on their face. Would those scammers admit they are scammers? You can know a person's face, but not their heart. Some people may look good on the outside, but their insides are rotten. I'm not targeting anyone. I just want everyone to open their eyes and not be deceived by appearances. What did Zhang Wuji's mother say to him? The prettier the girl, the more likely she is to deceive. Yet the viewers simply don't believe it. Don't talk, streamer. Don't give me that. You drive luxury cars and live in mansions, feasting on extravagant seafood, and then tell us it's fine to eat plain food? I don't believe you. We might just be coveting your girlfriend. Do you want us to never find a girlfriend in our lives? What happened to the promise of the rich helping the poor? You eat meat and don't even let your brothers sip the soup? I don't buy it, unless I get to experience it myself. Chun Mo looked at the stubborn viewers and was about to explode with anger. Why won't you listen? When you're old, I'll sell you health products. Your current attitudes are so similar to those elderly people who've been scammed. Think about your disobedient parents. When you're trying to persuade them that health products are useless, and you tell them that shopping in senior groups is a scam. Didn't they say the same thing? They call me mom and dad. How could they deceive me? They said, the owner's mother is celebrating her 80th birthday. It's not for profit, they're giving us a discount. I'm not charging you. I'm not selling you anything. I'm providing free live streams. And yet you want to listen to me and insist on believing a woman you've never met. Is it just because she's pretty, has a good figure, and speaks nicely? What else does she have? Just tell me what else. What are women? They can be quite a handful. Seeing Chun Mo's exhausted appearance, netizens were puzzled. We like beautiful women, but are we infringing on your territory? Could it be that the streamer has a dislike for women? Is it possible that the streamer actually prefers men? Streamer, look at me. I have a round face and a big beard. Just give me a fishing robot dog, and I'll be yours. If you don't like women, just say so. I don't want anything else. I'm just interested in you as a person. Don't say that. You just don't want us to see your girlfriend. Right, right. Everything you say is right. Where's your girlfriend's contact information? Don't be angry, streamer. If you don't want her, you can give her to me. A few hundred meters away, downstairs in a certain apartment complex, Qin Yue was fuming in a brand new Land Rover as she watched the live stream. Here I am, with looks and money, even lowering myself to pursue you. And you can't even hold me in your hands. Not only do you want money for a wrench, but you also tarnish my reputation in front of so many netizens. Do I not care about my pride? But soon, she hesitated. Could it be that Chun Mo is really gay? After all the effort I put into liking a man, he turns out to be gay? But thinking about the way Chun Mo looked at her, she dismissed that notion. Could it be that Chun Mo has someone he likes? Who could it be? Is it that Liu Xin? Remembering the way Chun Mo and Liu Xin locked eyes at noon, her competitive spirit was ignited. However, the priority now was to stabilize Chun Mo. With that thought, Qin Yue smirked slightly and rewarded Chun Mo with 10 more gifts. Then, she sent a special message. Boss. Now is the time for hard work. The country hasn't become prosperous yet, so how can you indulge in romance? Think about the tens of thousands of brothers in the live stream, the daily rewards in the thousands, and your potential earnings. Don't forget your ambitions. At the hardware store, Chun Mo looked at the gifts and messages. His previously frustrated mindset began to recover a bit. Thanks to Brother Monkey for the gifts. Women are just material things. Brother Monkey understands me best. Without further ado, he decided to give Brother Monkey something special. Seeing Brother Monkey silent, Chun Mo lost interest in the messages. Lying on a lounge chair, he seemed to be resting, but he was actually thinking about how to eliminate that negative review. Chun Mo didn't have obsessive-compulsive disorder. He just felt it was frustrating to provide comprehensive service and still receive a negative review. Finally, he found a way to turn things around. If he could go 3 days without a single negative review, he could exchange it for a negative review removal card. With this revelation, Chun Mo became energized. He stood at the door, eagerly waiting for customers to arrive. Watching Chun Mo gazing longingly out the door, the viewers in the live stream all laughed. Here you are, making the poor guy skeptical about beautiful women, yet you're yearning for one. The streamer seems to be quite anxious about not seeing his girlfriend for a moment. It's the first day of the broadcast, and I've never seen the streamer so restless. Is this what love feels like? Qin Yue, who was watching the live broadcast, felt her face turn red. She casually tossed out a carnival event. However, Chun Mo, who was eagerly waiting for customers to come in, had no mood to care about any carnival events. Could a carnival event make up for my negative reviews? Seeing Chun Mo's indifferent reaction to the carnival, the netizens gasped in surprise. Wow, the anchor is getting carried away. At that moment, the number of viewers in Chun Mo's live stream had reached 100,000, making it the top live stream on the popular list. It was only 4 p.m., a time when traffic was usually low. Chun Mo's live stream didn't rely on any suggestive content or sell merchandise. Yet it still managed to attract over 100,000 viewers and climb to the top of the popular list, which was truly impressive. As a result, many internet celebrities and MCNs rushed into Chun Mo's live stream with both their main and secondary accounts. They assumed that his live stream would be very professional. Even if it wasn't, it must at least be entertaining. In their view, anyone who could reach the top of the popular list and rank highly on the gift list must be multi-talented. However, they soon discovered that Chun Mo's live stream was quite shabby. It looked like an ordinary hardware store, and even among hardware stores, it was on the older side. With such a poor environment, the hosts must be very engaging. But they found that this host said nothing and simply stood at the door looking outside. The key point was that despite this, there were still people sending gifts, and the comments were flying by rapidly. These internet celebrities and MCNs were completely baffled. What are you all looking at? Are you treating his live stream like a chat room? What are you hoping for? Especially when they saw someone send a carnival event worth 3,000 yuan, and Chun Mo remained completely still. They were utterly confused. This was a carnival event. How many top anchors might not see even one after streaming all day? And here he was, just standing there doing nothing. Yet someone still sent him gifts? And he didn't even say thank you? No way. Is it possible that these 100,000 viewers are all fake? Particularly, a suggestive female anchor felt her heart sink. I'm attractive, have a great figure, and I have to wear revealing outfits every day to please the audience. Yet even a small gift requires long thanks. And sometimes I even have to accompany big spenders for meals. After settling accounts, removing the shares for the platform and the agency, I only take home a few hundred yuan daily. And here you are, a big man, just standing there making money? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Just then, a woman walked in. Boss, do you have this kind of kettle? Chun Mo smiled and replied, yes. Meanwhile, the suggestive female anchor noticed that the comments in the live stream had all changed to yes, as if they were rehearsed. She let out a sigh of relief. It seemed the gifts were indeed real. This hardware store, which seemed to be able to gather so many accounts and coordinate them seamlessly. Could it be that he was actually a wealthy second generation who wanted to experience being an internet celebrity? Upon realizing this, the woman quickly followed Chun Mo's account. She thought, why go through so much hassle to experience the feeling of being an internet celebrity? Just give me a little something, and I can let you experience it tonight. Moreover, it would be an in-depth experience. At that moment, Chun Mo looked at the kettle in the woman's hand and asked, what's wrong with this kettle? The woman replied, I don't know what happened. It doesn't heat up when plugged in. Chun Mo nodded, I can fix that. The woman's eyes lit up. How much is a new one, and how much to repair it? A new one is 20, and fixing it is 5. Chun Mo wanted to say, just give me a token amount, and as long as I get a good review, that would be fine. But he held back. He could lower the price a bit. But he wouldn't compromise his standards just for good reviews. That would make him a slave to reviews, wouldn't he? The woman was instantly tempted when she heard 5. Can you really fix it? Chun Mo smiled, of course. I guarantee it will work better than before. Making money isn't easy, so saving a bit is good. The more the woman looked at Chun Mo, the more satisfied she felt. Then fix it. How long will it take? Chun Mo smiled slightly. If you're in a hurry, it'll just take 3 minutes. The woman thought for a moment and said, no rush. I'll leave it here and go pick up my child first. She was worried Chun Mo might be in a hurry and wouldn't fix it well. After the woman left, Chun Mo placed the kettle on the counter. He then took out an electric screwdriver, explaining as he disassembled it. This kettle has a simple structure. If there's an issue, it's usually the coupler that's broken. As he spoke, he pulled out a multimeter from somewhere and demonstrated. You see, it's clearly burnt here. After that, he walked to the shelf and returned with a new coupler in hand. At that moment, the comments in the live stream started to increase again. The coupler is 10. After watching the stream for a few days, I figured it out. The coupler is 10. 10. That's from other greedy streamers. Chun Mo isn't charging 10. Didn't he say it's just 5? 5 is really charitable. I'll go home and fix all my old kettles. The streamer fixing this is like using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. The viewers in the live stream were excitedly discussing, but the woman felt a bit bored. What is this all about? Just fixing a kettle? And you guys are acting like it's impressive. Clearly, they hired some low-level bots to boost their popularity, and they don't even know how to do it properly. Just then, Chun Mo explained on screen. For regular repairs, we just need to replace the old coupler with the new one. But this customer is clearly a mom with young kids, and this old kettle isn't safe. So we can make a few small upgrades. Hearing the word upgrade, the viewers in the live stream became excited. Watching the clearly increasing number of comments and the sudden influx of gifts, the woman twitched the corner of her mouth. So this is how they send gifts? And so many accounts at once. Even if each only gives a little, it adds up. Truly, they are wealthy. At this moment, Chun Mo took out a small component and said, this is the temperature display module. By replacing the original indicator light with this module, we can clearly know the water temperature inside the kettle. Then he took out something he didn't recognize and continued. This is the anti-dry burning module and the overflow prevention module. With this, it won't dry out, and if there is too much water, it will automatically alert us to avoid boiling water overflowing and causing burns. Just when she thought that was all, Chun Mo pulled out another component from somewhere. This is the speaker and voice control module. With it, we can control it remotely. When the water boils, it can remind us to pour it out in time. He added a small motherboard, and that was it. Of course, at that moment, if the water boiled and a child unknowingly touched the kettle, they could still get burned. So, we need a thermal insulation and anti-scald feature. Chun Mo then took out a tube of glue and applied it outside. Saying this glue absolutely does not contain harmful substances like formaldehyde, the glue quickly solidified, forming a smooth white outer shell that looked even better than the original stainless steel casing. But would it really work? At this point, she also became interested. Then it was Chun Mo's demonstration time. As he filled the kettle with water and placed it on the base, it prompted that there was too much water and that it would overflow when boiled, asking him to pour some out to stay within the maximum scale line. She was impressed. Although it wasn't a high-end product, the fact that this ordinary kettle could be transformed like this showed that the host had something special. After Chun Mo poured out some water, it quickly began to boil. The red light below turned into numbers, changing with the water temperature. The most amazing thing was that the kettle, which Chun Mo had painted white, transformed into pink and slowly changed to red, until at 100 degrees. It became a bright red. Of course, Chun Mo explained. This is a thermochromic material that changes color as the temperature rises. Below 36 degrees, it is white. After 36 degrees, it slowly turns red, and at 100 degrees, it becomes bright red, indicating that the water inside is very hot and caution is needed. He then placed his hand on the kettle. Everyone look. The water inside is at 100 degrees, and my hand on top only feels slightly warm. I want tea get burned. To prove that the water was indeed hot, Chun Mo even brewed a cup of tea with it on the spot, watching the steam rise. She was completely convinced. She even typed in the live chat, "Where can I buy this kettle?" As she switched to a smaller window to search for the same kettle on a shopping app, she couldn't find it at all. When she returned to the live stream, she noticed many comments asking how to buy the same kettle. Suddenly, a buzz went through her head. Perhaps the viewers in this live stream were not just there for show. Just then, another man walked in and immediately asked, "What about the glue?" Before he could finish, Chun Mo replied, "Yes." The man laughed, "I haven't even said what I want yet." Chun Mo smiled and said, "It's a degluer. I've got it." As he spoke, he took a bottle of degluer from under the counter and handed it to the man. "Normally it's $10, but since you're my brother, I'll sell it to you for $5. The man chuckled and asked, "Can it clean double-sided tape?" Chun Mo patted his chest confidently. "Of course. Just spray it on. Wipe it with a cloth, and it will be spotless. It won't damage your car's paint either." He then pulled out a blue cloth. "I'll throw in a cloth for you. Normally this would cost $3 to $5 as well." The man gave Chun Mo a thumbs up. No need to say more. "Brother, I'll transfer the money." Just as the man reached the door, another woman walked in. "Do you have tape?" "Yes." "Wide transparent tape?" "Yes." This time, the woman immediately typed out a response as well. Looking at the screen filled with yes, she started to giggle. At that moment, the woman who had brought in the water kettle earlier entered with a little boy. Chun Mo quickly handed the kettle to her. $5. However, the woman's brows immediately furrowed. "This isn't my kettle, is it? Did you swap it?" The second woman glanced at the first displeased expression and unfriendly tone, feeling furious. "Chun Haigo upgraded it for you without charging a penny more, and you act like this? If I were the boss, I'd just kick you out. If you're poor, just get lost." In the hardware store, Chun Mo's heart sank. Could he be getting another bad review? Chapter 44, St. Chun. Afraid of receiving a second negative review, Chun Mo quickly explained, "Miss, this is still your kettle, and it has been repaired. However, I heard you say you were picking up your child, and I noticed that this kettle had very poor safety features. For the sake of your child's safety, I made a few small modifications." Then Chun Mo demonstrated all the functions. The more the woman looked, the more intrigued she became. Not only was there a temperature display, but the kettle also changed color with temperature increases. Wouldn't this allow her to easily see if there was hot water inside? Safety had indeed been greatly improved, especially when she saw that after the water boiled, the kettle felt warm to the touch, not hot. She felt even more drawn to it. For adults, these features might seem trivial, but for families with children, no amount of safety measures is too much. However, along with her excitement, she felt a twinge of worry. Originally, the repair was only $5. How much would it cost now? If a kettle now cost $100, she might as well buy a less safe kettle. It wasn't that her son's safety wasn't worth the extra money, but expenses were tight at home, and that extra cost wasn't essential. An ordinary kettle was still usable. Her son was already 7 years old, and they had been using an old kettle without safety features all these years without any issues. Seeing that the woman was unhappy, Chun Mo thought she was worried about the safety of the heat-insulating color-changing material. He quickly explained, "Don't worry, the thermal color-changing glue I used is in the safest condition. The water is boiling now, with a temperature of 100 degrees Celsius. If there were harmful substances like formaldehyde, they would definitely be evaporating strongly right now." Saying this, Chun Mo hurriedly spent 200,000 in-game currency from the system to exchange for a formaldehyde detector. This is a formaldehyde detector. Can you see that there's no formaldehyde? This transaction only earned him 5 yuan. Even if he was very satisfied, he could only get 10 points of in-game currency. Spending 200,000 to exchange for a high-end formaldehyde detector seemed extravagant, as the cost and return appeared disproportionate. However, in reality, the formaldehyde detector could be reused. Moreover, dispelling this mother-esque concerns could earn him good reviews, which Chun Mo thought was quite necessary. Of course, it was mainly out of kindness that Chun Mo was willing to incur losses. However, the mother-esque expression did not improve. After hesitating for a moment, She asked. How much will this cost? After doing business for over a month, Chun Mo realized that she was worried about the price being too high. He immediately replied with a smile. Normally, buying a kettle like this would definitely cost a lot of money, even for repairs. It wouldn't be less than 100 or 80. But since we are neighbors, I said it would only be 5 yuan. I'll only charge you for the coupler. And the rest I'll just consider as a gift. The woman was momentarily stunned. Then, her face erupted with great surprise, but she quickly waved her hands. No, that's too cheap. You must be losing money. Seeing the woman's expression, Chun Mo knew that the good review was a sure thing. He smiled and said, Sister, don't argue with me. I said from the beginning that the repair is to save money. If I let you spend more, then there's no need to repair, right? I'm the boss. If I say 5 yuan, then it's 5 yuan. Watching the satisfied mother leave, Chun Mo quickly checked the system. Ding, transaction completed. Customer satisfaction detection, very satisfied. Transaction amount, 20 yuan. Congratulations, host, you received double rewards, 40 points of in-game currency. Chun Mo's eyes lit up. He didn't expect the other party to give 20. Although normally, this wouldn't be enough to buy such a kettle. At least this 20 yuan was an acknowledgement of his service. However, the viewers in the live stream were not very approving. This woman is too troublesome. The host is trying to help her by offering an upgrade, and look at her expression. She started off with a frown, and when she heard 5 yuan, she left happily. The transformation was faster than a Sichuan opera face change. Chun Mo looked at the comments in the live stream, frowning slightly. He had also come from tough days. Not to mention, just 2 weeks ago, he was struggling to make ends meet. Forget about a car, a house, or a girlfriend. He didn't even know if he could earn back next month's rent for his shop. Back then, if his kettle broke, would he choose to repair it or buy a new one? Even if repairing cost 10 yuan and a new one cost only 20, he would still choose to buy a new one. Did he not know that new ones are better? Did he not know that there are many new kettles costing over 100 or 200 with various new features? Doesn't he want insulation, anti-scalding, and temperature display? He wants all of it. But those features cost money. At that time, he was really counting every penny. He was very mindful of every cent. If spending $5 could solve the problem, why would he spend his limited money on a kettle? Ordinary people don't have a system in place. His parents ran this small shop, working tirelessly, and they only managed to save enough for a house. For an ordinary person, being able to buy a house in the city coming from a rural background is already quite impressive. Although the house has no elevator and is only 100 square meters, Chun Mo is already very satisfied. If he works in a factory, he can take home around 5,000 a month, and even if he saves 3,000 each month, based on the nearby price of 11,000 per square meter, it would take 30 years to save enough to buy a 100 square meter house. If it's in a slightly better location, it could be 15,000 per square meter. Calculating like this, it might take 40 to 50 years to buy a house. As for salary increases, in the current environment, just not having a pay cut is already good enough. Having stable employment is a blessing. How many opportunities do ordinary people have for salary increases? Moreover, they also have to consider expenses for marriage, raising children, and supporting their parents. For modern young people, relying solely on honest work throughout their lives, not to mention buying a house, even maintaining a normal life is a challenge. Chun Mo is not a born rich kid. He has worked in factories and has endured hardships in a hardware store. Because he has experienced the struggles of life, he understands how tough it is. Everyone wishes to spend lavishly, but not everyone can be like a certain online personality who gives tens of thousands in rewards to a streamer they've never met. Most people work together as a family just to keep the household afloat. Therefore, Chun Mo can empathize with this mother. As a result, his usual cheerful demeanor turned serious. Brothers, I know you mean well, but everyone has their own life. If you can directly replace a coupling, why spend extra on a bunch of unnecessary features? Everyone has different consumption views. Maybe they are saving money to buy a car or a house. Or perhaps they are saving for classes or travel. Maybe that kettle is just for occasional use, and they only need it to boil water. I upgraded it for the sake of reputation and show quality without discussing it with her beforehand. Why should she pay for my unilateral decision? Moreover, she transferred me not $5, but 20. Chun Mo picked up his phone, opened the transaction record, and held it up to the camera. Brothers, I'm not running a luxury shop or a high-end tech exhibition. I'm just a small hardware store in an old residential area. The customers who come to my store are ordinary people, while those in the live stream might be wealthy. I don't want you to judge the lives of ordinary people too harshly. I offer to enhance features to bring convenience, not to add burdens. If my live stream causes any inconvenience to customers, I would rather turn it off. Chun Mo's words left the viewers in silence. At that moment, someone came in to buy something, and Chun Mo quickly greeted them with a smile. What can I get for you, big brother? It was as if nothing had happened. Chun Mo was still that cheerful shop owner. However, the audience in the live stream seemed to see a different Chun Mo. Chapter 45. Do you have Gatling? In the Land Rover, Qin Yue's little mood towards Chun Mo completely disappeared, and she directly sent 10 carnival gifts. It was as if Qin Yue's 10 gifts flipped a switch, instantly filling the live stream with various gift effects. Even the borderline female viewer sent a Douyin no. One as a tip. She loved this lively and spirited host. The borderline female viewer looked at the Douyin number 1 rising in the live stream with immense satisfaction. While tipping for the carnival was indeed painful, sending a Douyin number 1 wasn't a problem. Worst case, she could work a bit harder during her live stream that night to make up for it. Just as she was feeling pleased and preparing to send a couple of bullet comments, her phone alarm went off, seeing the notification to get ready for her live stream. The borderline female viewer suddenly realized it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. In the past, She would have already gone for a light meal and gotten ready for her live stream by this time. But now, she lay in bed, not wanting to move at all. Why would she want to stream herself when she could watch someone else? She decided to order takeout first before worrying about makeup. She quickly ordered her usual light meal and resumed watching the live stream, completely ignoring the Big Brother's messages. 40 minutes later, when the takeout arrived, she realized that there was only an hour left until her live stream. She hurriedly turned off the stream, took a couple of bites of her food, and started washing her face and putting on makeup. While doing her makeup, she suddenly remembered that she had tipped Chun Mo 1,000 yuan. That was 1,000 yuan. She could barely make a few hundred after streaming all night. So why was she so generous in tipping 1,000 yuan all at once? The borderline female viewer angrily opened Chun Mo's live stream. But as she listened to Chun Mo's enthusiastic responses, she gradually began to smile. It was so relieving and exhilarating. She finally understood why Chun Mo's live stream, despite not being suggestive and not even thanking Big Brother for the tips, could attract so many viewers and gifts. Previously, she thought Chun Mo's audience were all fake accounts. But now she felt that they were genuine. If someone were to enter the live stream for the first time, they might think she was also one of Chun Mo's fake accounts. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the borderline female viewer started her live stream on time. As a borderline host, her streaming hours were mainly from 8 in the evening to 1 in the morning. During this time, boys without girlfriends, divorced or long-distance brothers, were often restless and unable to sleep. She had been streaming for over 6 months and had gained over 100,000 followers. As soon as she started her stream, hundreds of viewers poured in, and within just 5 minutes, the number of concurrent viewers reached 1,500. This was already considered quite high among borderline hosts, especially since she noticed that a certain Big Brother had also come into her live stream. Thinking of this, she immediately opened the PK. However, this time she didn't connect with other girls, but chose a hardware store instead. The first PK invitation was not approved. The second PK invitation also failed. It wasn't until the third time that the PK request was finally approved. At the hardware store, Chun Mo had just sent off a group of customers and sat down to take a break when he noticed several PK requests from the same person. Having never participated in a PK before, Chun Mo hesitated for just a moment before agreeing to the request. "Hi, brother, I finally connected with you." As soon as he agreed, a sweet female voice came through his phone. Chun Mo was waiting for her to speak, but realized she was just staring at him with wide eyes. Chun Mo's mouth twitched. Was she waiting for him to say something? But what should he say? Although he had seen others do PKs a few times, it was different when it was his turn. He had no idea what to say. Fortunately, the girl on the other side spoke again. "What kind of anchor are you, brother? Do you run a hardware store? Do you have any talents?" Chun Mo thought for a moment. Does screwing in screws count as a talent? The audience in his live stream burst into laughter. Originally, Qin Yue felt a bit jealous seeing Chun Mo PK with a female anchor, but at that moment, all jealousy vanished. However, the atmosphere in the other girl's live stream was different. The screen was filled with question marks. Many viewers were asking her to switch to someone else. Some said that screwing in screws didn't count as a talent, but shooting down things in the sky did. Of course, the female anchor ignored these comments and smiled at the camera. "Since brother doesn't have any talents, let us just PK based on our skills. Whoever loses has to bow 3 times to the other, okay?" Chun Mo agreed without any hesitation. Even if he didn't usually watch live streams, he knew that PKs were meant to attract attention. Why was he live streaming? It was to gain followers and earn money. If there was an opportunity to make money, why not take it? Moreover, he had to serve the customers on site well and maintain their satisfaction. But the audience in the live stream didn't need to be coddled. Soon, the live stream began, and the female anchor started to rally votes. She kept calling out to brother in a way that felt like a mother hen in her live stream. Meanwhile, Chun Mo showed no reaction. With over 10,000 viewers in his live stream, he thought he could handle a little over 1,000 on the other side, but it turned out he was wrong. Half a minute passed, and the other side knew that Chun Mo had many viewers, so they sent gifts worth hundreds. Meanwhile, Chun Mo's live stream hadn't even gathered $2 worth of gifts. Chun Mo was speechless. "Brothers, we usually send gifts pretty well. Why is everyone quiet now? I'm showing you a beautiful anchor. Isn't that enough?" However, the comments were filled with responses like, "We'll send gifts when we're happy. But you're not doing anything right now. Why should we send? Give me a fishing robot, and I'll send 10 gifts right away. I'll send 20 gifts. But first, you need to deliver. Aren't you supposed to be good at screwing in screws? At least do something." For some reason, they just wanted to see the anchor lose. "The mountain is full of monkeys, and my butt is the reddest. Please, please, I'll give you a tip right away." Chun Mo laughed. "I see it clearly now. You guys are just waiting for me to die? Fine, it's just a bow. What is the big deal?" Just then, an older gentleman walked in. Looking at Chun Mo, he asked, "Do you have a toilet plunger?" Chun Mo smiled, "Yes. $5. The old man hadn't left yet when another middle-aged man walked in, asking, "Do you have an angle valve?" "Yes. What size do you need?" With the arrival of the old man, it seemed to signal the start of business, and 4 more people came in one after another. Chun Mo's classic "yes, yes, yes" echoed once more. Just as he sent off the last customer and wanted to check the PK results, a wave of sound came in. A battery-operated vehicle, adorned with various colored lights, stopped at the door. A spirited young man with dyed blue hair, wearing slip-on shoes, stepped off with 2 tattooed girls. Without even entering, he raised his head, chin up, looking down his nose at Chun Mo. "So you really have everything?" Chun Mo nodded. At that moment, the spirited young man walked into the hardware store, looked around, and disdainfully said, "Didn't you say you have everything? Do you have a gun? I've seen your live stream. Don't try to fool me with a nail gun. I want the real deal. A Gatling gun. Do you have that? Chapter 46. Chun Mo actually hides a Gatling gun. A Gatling gun? The viewers in Chun Mo's livestream were all excited. Could it be that someone finally found something Chun Mo didn't have? For so many days, they hadn't seen anything that Chun Mo didn't sell. From small tools like wrenches and screws to large amphibious chassis and robotic dogs, there was nothing he wouldn't sell. Even when Su Bairu jokingly said he wanted to buy a gun, it was just a joke and never really put Chun Mo in a tough spot. But this blue-haired guy clearly came looking for trouble. Not to mention the blue-haired guy. Even the two tattooed girls beside him looked like they were not to be trifled with. However, some people started to feel nervous. These spirited young men and women were generally young and not very mature. They not only liked to be tough, but also enjoyed creating trouble. They often thought that picking fights and bullying others would showcase their value, even challenging the law as a way to prove themselves. Why dye their hair in vibrant colors? It's just to stand out. Why modify their vehicles? One reason is for the thrill of speed and the feeling of losing control. On the other hand, they hope to attract attention through these means, even deliberately provoking traffic police just to show off. Chun Mo encountered such people, which could be considered unfortunate. There might even be danger involved. However, Chun Mo just smiled. A Gatling gun? You're not talking about that one that goes da-da-da with blue flames, are you? The blue-haired guy sneered. What's wrong? You have one. Chun Mo nodded. I actually do. Are you sure you want to buy it? Yes. Whoever doesn't buy it is a fool. I have plenty of money. If you have the capability, bring it out. If not, you're just like this cigarette. The blue-haired guy threw the cigarette, but on the ground, and stomped it out. Meanwhile, Chun Mo casually picked up his phone. At that moment, there were only 10 seconds left in the PK. The difference in gifts between him and the other party was significant. Chun Mo was already prepared to bow. However, his phone suddenly vibrated. Little Bunny sent a carnival gift, and a mountain full of monkeys sent another carnival gift. With these two consecutive gifts, the gifts in Chun Mo's live stream surpassed the other party by a large margin. Seeing his comeback, Chun Mo smiled and said, "Thank you, Little Bunny, for the carnival gift. Thanks to a mountain full of monkeys for the carnival gift as well." At the same time, Little Bunny sent a message. "Be careful. I think it's better to call the police first." Then, she sent another message. "I'm a woman." Chun Mo laughed. "Thank you for the carnival gift, beautiful Little Bunny. I will pay attention to safety." At that moment, the live stream had already ended. The girl, acting coy, pouted and pretended to be unhappy. "Oh, why are you still stealing the spotlight? Since I lost, I will bow 3 times for you." Saying this, she stood up, took a few steps back, and began to bow. The girl was wearing a dress that looked fine, covering all the necessary parts. But since she was an edgy streamer, it wasn't that simple. The collar of her dress was particularly loose, which seemed fine at first glance. However, as soon as she bent down, it revealed a deep cleavage. Chun Mo was stunned after 3 consecutive bows. Can it really be played like this? It was as if he had opened the door to a new world. Just then, a blue-haired guy scoffed. "What are you stalling for? I told you to get the gun, and you're here watching beauties? As long as you can get the gun out, both of these girls tonight are yours." He pushed the 2 girls towards Chun Mo. Both girls looked like standard edgy types, thin as sticks, covered in tattoos, and one even had a lip piercing. It was clear they were young. But the smell of smoke and cheap cosmetics was unbearable for Chun Mo, seeing that the 2 girls not only showed no reluctance, but also hugged Chun Mo's arms. Calling him brother, he couldn't help but get goosebumps. It wasn't out of fear, but mainly because he was worried about getting sick from being too close. He quickly pulled his hands away. Chun Mo then generated a Gatling gun using the system. Ding. Item generated. Location: 5th row shelf, bottom cardboard box. He went to the 5th row shelf and pulled out a cardboard box from below. Inside lay a black heavy machine gun, with 6 barrels combined at the front and a classic drum magazine, grip, and carrying handle at the back. When Chun Mo lifted the Gatling gun, it felt quite heavy. The blue-haired guy wanted to see what Chun Mo was doing, but when he saw Chun Mo walking toward him with the Gatling gun, he instinctively raised his hands. The audience in the live stream was all curious. Could it be that the streamer really pulled out a Gatling gun? Why was the blue-haired guy raising his hands? Not just raising his hands, but his legs were shaking too. Could it be that the streamer really had a gun? You can't say that, given the host's skills. It would be surprising if he couldn't produce a firearm. Having the skills, whether to produce or sell, are 3 separate concepts. Come on, host, even if you can. Don't show it. If you do, you'll get into trouble. There's no need to show off in a moment of bravado. Even the audience from the adjacent stream is intrigued. Is this a performance in the other stream? Just then, Chun Mo walked out from between 2 rows of shelves. The black barrel glimmered under the lights, reflecting a metallic sheen. Everyone gasped in shock. This is really a Gatling gun. Chun Mo looked at the blue-haired guy who was raising his hands and continually backing away, and said with a smile, "Brother, this thing isn't cheap, so I won't sell it to you. But since you've shown interest, I'll give you a burst to let you see what a blue flame Gatling looks like." It's not that Chun Mo didn't want to sell it to him. The main issue is that this blue-haired guy, being a bit reckless, might not even afford it. Even if he could, he was clearly causing trouble and wouldn't give himself a good review. He absolutely couldn't afford to receive any negative feedback in the next 3 days, so he wouldn't gamble with his reputation. Seeing that Chun Mo was actually going to fire a burst, the blue-haired guy was startled. "No way, let's just put it back." He subtly stepped aside, passing the barrel to 2 girls nearby. Taking this opportunity, he touched the barrel. The cold, heavy sensation made him kneel down immediately without hesitation. "Bro, I was wrong. Please spare me. I really didn't come here to cause trouble. Just let me go. I was wrong. I truly regret it." Meanwhile, the military. which had been monitoring Chun Mo's stream, was also stunned. Did Chun Mo actually possess a Gatling gun? Chapter 47. Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. In this country, firearms are strictly prohibited. Not to mention a Gatling gun. Even a homemade firearm is absolutely forbidden. What do you think you're doing with that gun? If you dare to privately own a homemade firearm today, tomorrow you might think about smuggling them for an entire village, and the day after that, for an entire county. Today you hide a homemade firearm. Tomorrow you might be hiding a sniper rifle or artillery. Today you're just curious about what a gun looks like. But tomorrow will you be curious about what a dragon throne looks like? Therefore, in this country, privately possessing firearms is something that cannot be forgiven, no matter who you are. Initially, the military had no intention of disturbing Chun Mo's life. They just wanted to observe him closely. Now, they felt they couldn't let Chun Mo go unchecked. They weren't curious about the source of this Gatling gun. A master who can craft super advanced robotic dogs by hand could easily produce something like a dongfeng, and they wouldn't be surprised. What they were afraid of was that Chun Mo had so casually revealed such a deadly weapon on camera, and to demonstrate it in a residential area? This completely disregarded the law. They wanted to notify the nearby personnel protecting Chun Mo to immediately secure him. But after a moment of hesitation, they decided to hold their position and ensure their own safety. Ensure that Chun Mo has no weapons in hand before waiting for the next command. At the same time, the approaching individuals in hats were also taken aback. As soon as the blue-haired person entered the store, viewers in the live stream reported to the authorities. After all, it was late at night, and Chun Mo was the only one in the store. These spirited young individuals could do anything. If something went wrong, it would be too late. Recently, Chun Mo had become a well-known figure in Jiangcheng, especially within the hat community, where everyone knew him. The drones he modified could even breach the defenses of the municipal government building. It was said that there were some troublemakers at a hardware store. While responding quickly, these individuals watched the live stream in their vehicle. Just a few hundred meters away, they saw Chun Mo pull out a Gatling gun. The individuals watching the live stream exchanged hesitant glances. Quick, turn off the sirens. Pull over and hold back. We can't act rashly and provoke Chun Mo. They immediately notified the special police and armed police, stating that someone was armed with a Gatling gun and urged them to control the situation quickly. Meanwhile, in the hardware store, Chun Mo smiled at the blue-haired person. Why are you still sitting on the ground? It's chilly after the autumn rain. The floor is cold. Find a chair to sit on. He then turned to the two terrified young women, who were trembling and shivering. He pointed the Gatling gun at the phone on the counter. You two, help me grab the phone so the viewers in the live stream can see the Gatling gun shooting blue flames. Once the two women picked up the phone, Chun Mo carried the Gatling gun outside. Seeing this scene, netizens were also confused. Is Chun Mo really planning to fire here? Is that thing really a Gatling gun? It doesn't look fake based on its quality and the expression of the blue-haired person. The blue-haired individual had knelt down, struggling to stand up. Likely too scared to do so, it couldn't be fake. I saw the blue-haired person touch the gun. It must be real. At that moment, Chun Mo held the gun with one hand and the handle with the other, pointing the muzzle upwards at an angle. He pressed down hard on the handle. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh. As the barrel spun, a series of rapid sounds filled the air, and blue flames shot out from the barrel like meteors into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The blue fireworks exploded with a crackle, and several small fireworks combined to form a larger one. The barrel kept spinning, and the speed of the fireworks increased. The colors began to multiply: blue, green, red, yellow, and even some fireworks had multiple colors. These small fireworks could also create patterns using different colors and explosion times. Passers-by heard the sounds and stopped to look at the sky. Many drivers pulled over, got out of their cars, and watched this small fireworks show. Even nearby shop owners came out of their stores to look up. At that moment, the fireworks transformed from floral patterns into words, homage to the Gatling Bodhisattva. Soon, it changed into core values. As the rotation of the Gatling ceased, the fireworks in the sky gradually disappeared. Suddenly, countless applause erupted around. Even the blue-haired guy and the spirited girl couldn't help but clap. It wasn't until Chun Mo looked at him while holding the Gatling that the blue-haired guy blushed. Awkwardly turning to Chun Mo and asking, "Is this the Gatling you mentioned that shoots blue flames?" Chun Mo nodded. "Yeah. Just tell me if this looks like a Gatling to you. Isn't this a high-end version of a Gatling firework? Just let me know if it shoots blue flames." The corner of the blue-haired guy's mouth twitched. At that moment, he felt a mix of emotions. On one hand, he genuinely admired Chun Mo for being able to get such a thing. If he could buy one of these Gatling fireworks, he would definitely be the most eye-catching one in the whole city during the new year. On the other hand, he felt really embarrassed. Earlier, he had actually been so scared that he raised his hands in surrender and even knelt down. Of course, if it had just been kneeling, it would have been fine. He was actually so scared that he would himself. Fortunately, he had just used the restroom and didn't have much to begin with. And with it being dark and the lights dim, it wasn't too noticeable. Nonetheless, he was still blushing with shame. How embarrassing. The key point was that it was live-streamed online. So humiliating. At this moment, the viewers in the live stream also reacted. On one hand, they admired the beauty of the fireworks. On the other hand, they burst into laughter. I thought it was a real Gatling. This is so realistic. Mainly, the firework effects are so good. Compared to this, the 60 yuan ones I bought for the new year are pathetic. With a Gatling like this, I would be willing to pay 1,000 for it. Just thinking about how the blue-haired guy knelt down in fear from a firework made me want to laugh. The streamer is amazing, nothing can faze him. The streamer casually sets off fireworks, and I've already reported it. Please don't thank me, just call me Thunderwind. You think you're Thunderwind? Just admit you're lacking virtue. Chun Mo's live stream was filled with joy. As for the other live stream featuring the flirty girl, it was even more astonishing. Everyone was completely stunned. You can play like this? This hardware store streamer is so interesting. Streamer, quickly connect with the other streamer. Yeah, the other streamer has so much content. Then they continued to PK. As long as you are willing to PK, I will definitely crush it. The flirty girl's eyes lit up. What else is there to say? We must continue the PK. At this moment, the spirited girl holding Chun Mo's phone received a PK request and instinctively agreed. Before the flirty girl could say 2 words, all the big shots ran into Chun Mo's live stream. They all gave Chun Mo a wave of gifts. Watching the live stream filled with gift effects, the 2 spirited girls looked at Chun Mo with completely different eyes. This is the real big shot. At this moment, they no longer saw the blue-haired guy. They approached Chun Mo together. Brother, teach us how to stream. Brother, I'm good at living. Take me along. Chun Mo looked at the 2 girls, feeling a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He quickly took the phone from their hands and slipped back into the live stream. Then he pulled down the roller shutter. Wow, no way. The better you live, the more dangerous it gets. I finally awakened the system and started living a life of pretense, and I can't let it be ruined by the 2 of you. Of course, they don't meet my aesthetic standards at all. Too thin, quite uncomfortable. Qin Yue is much better, truly exceptional. Slim where it should be slim. And plump where it should be plump, even better than a doll. Lu Xin is also not bad, but unfortunately, she is quite infatuated, and not with herself. Meanwhile, in the military, everyone watching Chun Mo's live stream exchanged glances, and eventually, they all laughed. After all that tension, it turned out to be just fireworks? Then someone picked up the microphone. Everyone present, did you enjoy the fireworks just now? Don't just focus on the fireworks. Make sure to protect Chun Mo. They all laughed it off. Uncle Had and Jiangxing had it tough. Chapter 48, A Long Night. Of course, it's time for romance. Everything is available just a few hundred meters away at the hardware store. A few officers looked at each other, completely dumbfounded. Wait. We called in the special police and armed police, and you're telling me what you have in hand is fireworks? You're telling me it's fireworks. And you're using these fireworks to promote core values? How are we supposed to act on this? On the other side, the hurried special police and armed police had no idea that these fireworks were actually shot out from a Gatling gun. Looking at the dazzling fireworks, especially the core values that appeared at the end, they felt a mix of emotions. The diversity of humanity. Some privately hoard heavy machine guns, attempting to carry out terrorist activities in residential areas, while others set off brilliant fireworks, promoting the correct values. Unfortunately, the other side has heavy machine guns, and even if they have riot shields, it doesn't guarantee their safe retreat. Zhang Zihao was breathing heavily, feeling both nervous and excited, his palms sweating. He had just graduated from the police academy this year, and had only been a special police officer for 5 months, still not officially confirmed. Tonight was his duty night. He was about to finish evening classes, and was preparing to drive to the school gate for duty. Unfortunately, before he could set off, he received notice that a terrorist armed with a Gatling gun was about to open fire in a residential area, and he needed to quickly put on his bulletproof vest, grab his gun, and wait downstairs. His first reaction was that the captain was joking. This was Huaxia, not some other country, let alone a Gatling gun. He hadn't seen even a rustic shotgun in years. He graduated from the police academy and had never even touched a Gatling gun. How could an ordinary person have something like that? However, it wasn't he until he heard the emergency assembly bell and saw his colleagues fully armed, wearing bulletproof vests and holding guns, waiting downstairs that he finally realized this was no joke, it was real. Getting closer to the target location, the initial excitement turned into increasing tension. After all, it was a Gatling gun, an automatic heavy machine gun known as a battlefield meat grinder. He tightened his grip on the rifle in his hands and adjusted his bulletproof vest. Normally, these 2 items would give him enough sense of security, but this was a Gatling gun. Once the other side truly goes insane, even if everyone on our side joins forces, the casualties will likely be severe. Unless there are snipers. But in reality, there aren't that many excellent snipers available, and even the armed police can't easily dispatch them. Moreover, to ensure the safety of the public, it's crucial to control the terrorists as quickly as possible. This means that we will likely have to engage in direct combat. With this thought in mind, Zhang Zihao nervously looked at the captain. Captain, I want to call home. The captain nodded. Make it quick. However, before he could get through, orders came down from above for them to return. Everyone in the vehicle breathed a sigh of relief. Sweat broke out on Zhang Zihao's forehead. Just a moment ago, he was so tense that he couldn't even sweat. Now that he heard he wouldn't have to face a Gatling gun, the tension eased, and he couldn't stop the sweat from flowing. He noticed it wasn't just him. Even the captain seemed relieved, with beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. After hanging up the phone, he heard the captain laugh. The terrorists have been controlled? The armed police are fast. They're more professional when it comes to dealing with armed terrorists. Just then, laughter came over the phone. No, the other side wasn't using a Gatling gun at all. It was a Gatling firework, just resembling a Gatling. We made a mistake. Hearing the cheerful voices on the other end, the captain's veins bulged out. Even Zhang Zihao felt like cursing. Of course, he only wanted to curse, while the captain was really cursing. What the hell? Is this something to joke about? You send us out without understanding the situation? Do you know what a real Gatling is? I even prepared a farewell letter. The new guys in the team were calling home to say their goodbyes, and you tell me it was fireworks. Don't tell me it was just the core values in the sky a moment ago. How do you know? The other side laughed. Of course. The only place nearby setting off fireworks is that one. What else could it be? The fireworks were bright and flashy. I thought it was the city or district cheering us on. and it turns out to be what you call terrorists? How can you still laugh? I was scared out of my wits. On the other end, there was a chorus of apologies. All right, without saying more. All brothers who went on the mission today can go take a shower and relax. It's on me. Now that sounds better. The captain hung up the phone and looked at everyone. Brothers, it was a misunderstanding. Let's go back to our duties, and after that, let us all go take a shower and relax. The special police were caught off guard, but the armed police fared relatively better. However, hearing that it was a false alarm, everyone was furious. In the end, they had no choice but to arrange a gathering for the armed police as well. Although the regular police weren't included in the arrangements, they all went. Why can't we relax too? Since some were treating, can't we go ourselves? As a result, all the bathing centers in Jiangcheng were packed. Meanwhile, at that moment, Chun Mo was listening to the knocking on the door and the calls of master, brother. Feeling quite overwhelmed, the viewers in the live stream expressed their frustration, saying, brothers, it's getting late anyway. We're closing for today. You can come back tomorrow morning. However, the viewers were not pleased. No, we haven't figured out what this Gatling is all about, and you're logging off? They were particularly upset about the impressive fireworks. Feeling that the host wanted to keep them all to himself, one viewer, a woman who had been competing closely, was especially anxious. Hey, I just won that PK against you, and you haven't accepted your punishment yet, and now you're leaving? It suddenly dawned on Chun Mo that he had just participated in a competition. He checked the results and realized he had indeed lost. Looking closely, he noticed that while he had received many gifts, the opposing side had even more. With no other option, he bowed 3 times to the woman. Chun Mo was puzzled, wondering whether this act was a punishment for him or for her. For her, those 3 bows were indeed a form of punishment, as they showcased her figure. But for him, it was merely bowing. Moreover, 3 bows were typically reserved for the deceased. Just as Chun Mo was about to end the stream, the woman said, "Don't go, brother. Let's continue, just one more round, okay?" Initially, she was concerned about the $1,000 she had spent, but now she was no longer worried. After competing with Chun Mo in those 2 rounds, her follower count had surged by 50,000. The most crucial part was that 2 big spenders had joined the live stream, one named Monkey Mountain and the other Little Rabbit. Little Rabbit sent a carnival gift, while Monkey Mountain went even further with 2 carnivals. With 3 carnivals, she had already earned over $4,000. Adding in other gifts, she had made enough that day to cover her usual 10 days of streaming. She had to seize this opportunity. After considering it, Chun Mo decided it was fine to compete again, which would also give the audience a chance to see the Gatling gun. Being men, they couldn't help but hype up such a good item. At that moment, many comments in the live stream were asking about the material of the Gatling gun. Chun Mo smiled and picked up a wrench from the side, tapping it against the barrel. Did you hear that? It's pure stainless steel. He then showcased the body and structure of the gun. There is a small motor inside this position to mimic the rotation of the Gatling barrel. Of course, to coordinate with the fireworks shot out, there's also a circuit board inside to control the rotation speed. Moving on to the grip, there is a button here. When the 2 switches in front are turned on and this button is pressed, you can electronically ignite it, which will then ignite the fuse. As for the weight, right now without any fireworks, it's about 10 kilograms. If it were loaded with fireworks, it would weigh around 20 to 30 kilograms, making it quite hefty in hand. For those saying fireworks are banned, we only ban them in winter. It's not that time yet. Plus, my store is licensed to sell fireworks. So please don't mess around. Saying this, Chun Mo pressed the switch again, and the barrel began to rotate once more. However, this time, no blue flames or fireworks shot out. Watching the incredibly realistic body, the male viewers in the live stream couldn't take it anymore. Stop just talking about it. Share the link. What did I play with when I was a kid? It was all Gatling fireworks. How is the gap so big? Don't say anything more. The plastic Gatling I bought for $200 looks so silly. I hope we can popularize this kind of fireworks for the new year. Bro, you're thinking too much. Fireworks are banned during the new year. Damn, you can't even set off fireworks. I'm going to buy a box of firecrackers tomorrow. Trust me, those firecrackers are no fun. You need the big ones. Talking about the big ones, do you really want to starve their dog? The dog cried looking at the bowl blown up by those big ones. What did I do to deserve this? Streamer, you've got the barrel, the grip, and the magazine. Have you thought about moving your little hands to make some small modifications? Just a little. Chun Mo twitched his mouth. Stop. Don't think I don't know what you're really after. Just a little? I see it's a lot more than that. If you want me dead, just say it. No need to beat around the bush. And those little hands making money? They're hands that get you locked up. What good does it do me to go in there? The key is, don't just talk. Send some gifts. If you don't send gifts, how am I supposed to make money? What if I starve to death because you didn't send gifts? How am I supposed to buy a car? How do I get you a beautiful sister-in-law? What will my unborn child eat? Besides, don't you think about me? Don't you think about yourselves? Don't you want to see the other streamer bow? PK sounds good. Not only can it bring in some cash, but you can also see the female streamer bow. Awesome. As soon as Chun Mo finished speaking, the gifts in the live stream started to rise rapidly. However, he soon realized that no matter how much his gifts increased, the other side always surpassed him. Chun Mo was speechless. Bro, you guys aren't pulling your weight. Where's our big brother? So many of us can't compete with that small live stream. After he said this, someone quickly explained. It's not that we aren't trying. Monkey Brother and Rabbit Sister have gone to the other side. Yeah, Monkey Brother and Rabbit Sister are taking turns sending gifts over there. We can't compete. What? That's outrageous. Chun Mo said with a pained expression in the live stream. Bro, this shouldn't be a PK. I totally forgot I'm just a rough guy. I can't handle the Mariana Trench over there. How can Monkey Brother, who just fixes cups, withstand it? Going head-to-head with a beauty in PK is just sending our big brother over to the other live stream. Bro, I've been tricked. Not far away in the tea room, Chun Mo chuckled softly. She looked down and noticed she couldn't see her toes, revealing a confident expression. So you like this, huh? I'm not older than her. Am I? But looking at the second-ranked little rabbit in the live stream, her expression turned serious. This little rabbit is also a woman. Why do people send gifts in the live stream of the borderline girl? Is it because they don't want someone to see through them, just like themselves? This little bunny seems a bit tricky. However, the person in question has no idea about the schemes of another individual and doesn't even know that this person is known as Monkey Brother. Right now, they don't want to engage in any competitions at all. This round of competition not only didn't bring in any money, but also lost 2 important supporters, which is quite a loss. After the competition ended, they bowed 3 times to the borderline girl and then directly ended the stream. The blue-haired girl and the spirited girl were still waiting outside, but they didn't raise any alarms and decisively slipped out through the back door. Of course, they didn't go home. With a long night ahead, they headed to a different venue for some fun. At the entrance of a luxurious bathing center, the extravagant decor made them gulp. This kind of high-end place was somewhere they would have never approached before, not because they couldn't afford it, but because it seemed unnecessary. It was like buying a phone. Why buy a 1 terabyte phone if you already have one? Not because the 1 terabyte one is bad, but simply because it's unaffordable. There were too many places to spend money, so why throw it away here? Normally, such places were considered non-essential expenses. But things were different now. They had money. After struggling for half their life, shouldn't they enjoy themselves? Looking at the beautiful receptionist at the entrance, a poem suddenly came to mind. 10 years to sharpen a sword. The frost blade has never been tested. Today, I present it to you, who has grievances. They couldn't remember how many years they had sharpened their sword. But they knew today was the day it would be drawn. Then, they were told, sorry, it's too crowded today. You can take a shower. But the technicians are all busy, and you might have to wait until 1 or 2. They were speechless. Who said the physical economy was not doing well? They just hadn't found the right industry. Look at the bathing industry. Such a large establishment, and one still couldn't get an appointment for a shower. After leaving there, they took another taxi. The driver was young, about the same age. However, he was very talkative. As soon as they got in the car, he asked, are you planning to relax a bit? They nodded. You're from out of town, right? The place you're going to is a chain, but it's pretty basic. At this hour, wearing a mask, it shouldn't be just for vegetarian food, right? This caught their attention. Was this a friendly driver? They quickly asked, where should I go then? The driver suggested a name. After checking the navigation, the distance wasn't too far, even closer than the place they were initially headed to, which made them feel more at ease. At least it wasn't just to make extra fare by misleading them. They decisively changed their destination. 8 minutes later, upon seeing the cars lined up outside, they felt they had come to the right place. Just as they were about to enter, the driver rolled down the window and shouted, hey, a suggestion for you. Go directly to room 27. It just opened, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. After thanking the driver, they walked in, feeling a bit speechless. The story of the oil seller I read since childhood reminded Chun Mo that whatever one does, experience is key. There's no other reason, just familiarity with the task. Having just started, he was certainly inexperienced. As he entered, the manager approached him. The first thing he said was, sorry, we're fully booked today. How about coming back another day? Chun Mo was speechless. What is going on? Why is every place so crowded? The manager glanced around and whispered to Chun Mo, is it the hat uncle? Chun Mo felt speechless. Even though he was wearing a cap and a mask, he wasn't the hat uncle. Besides, the hat uncle couldn't be fishing for law enforcement either. Noticing Chun Mo's displeasure, the manager explained, I didn't mean anything by it. On one hand, it is indeed busy today. On the other hand, the hat uncle's group activity today makes it really inconvenient. Not just us, but even nearby bathing centers are affected. Huh. The hat uncle is having a group activity at the bathing center? Seeing Chun Mo's disbelief, the manager couldn't help but laugh. It's not really a group activity. Tonight, some idiot set off a Gatling gun, which alarmed all the hat uncles in the city. From regular police to special police to armed police. Even traffic police checking for drunk driving were stationed at intersections. That was a Gatling gun. If things went wrong, it could have been disastrous, and everyone was on edge. Especially the special and armed police, they were sweating bullets, fearing for their lives. But in the end, it turned out the news was false. That guy was just holding a Gatling firework. So, these uncles all came to bathe. Chun Mo twitched his mouth. They were just setting off fireworks, but it's not right to call them idiots. The manager noticed Chun Mo was unhappy and quickly added, right, I was just feeling emotional. I'm not very cultured and don't know how to express myself. But if it weren't for that guy, you wouldn't be disappointed, right? Chun Mo left without a hint of hesitation. It was all that blue-haired guy's fault. Why cause such trouble and buy a Gatling gun? You're so broke you need 3 people to share a milk tea, yet you want to buy a Gatling gun. Even if I had one, could you afford it? Now look at this. You go home and cuddle with your girlfriend, while I can't even take a shower. Back home, the more Chun Mo thought about it, the more he felt something was off. The system said that if he maintained good reviews for these 3 days without any bad ones, he could offset the previous negative review. Why did he have to open for business? As long as he opened, he would inevitably encounter strange customers. Just like before with Chun Mo, who seemed beautiful but had a wicked heart. Who knows, he might get backstabbed. He might as well take a 3-day break. After all, he had all good reviews this afternoon. He only needed to hold out for another 2.5 days to achieve the goal of all good reviews. I'm truly a genius. At the same time, Chun Mo decided to adopt a more relaxed attitude towards good reviews in the future. Bad reviews are like women. They might hurt a lot the first time. However, when there are too many negative reviews, that's just how it is. All one can do is to serve every customer with care, take a little less money when encountering difficult situations, and make a profit when dealing with wealthy customers. There's no need to get tangled up over whether every order receives a good review. With these thoughts in mind, Chun Mo comfortably took a hot shower. The next day, he slept until noon. After exchanging for some dishes he liked from the system and having a hearty meal, he also redeemed a bunch of drinks and snacks before finally turning on his computer to play League of Legends. He played from noon until evening, but his rank dropped from Bronze I to Bronze 2, which left Chun Mo fuming, and he immediately exchanged for a high-performance computer from the system. What a piece of junk computer. It's holding me back from climbing ranks. After another 3 hours of play, he remained stuck at Bronze 2, leaving Chun Mo completely speechless. Time to sleep. His teammates were just too terrible. It was frustrating. This situation continued for 2 days until Chun Mo finally reached the promotional match for Bronze I. Meanwhile, Chun Mo was enjoying his time sleeping and playing, but his fans were getting increasingly anxious. It was tough for them to not see him streaming for a whole day. Could it be that he was disappointed after losing a PK and decided not to stream anymore? Qin Yue and Lu Xin were particularly worried. What happened to Chun Mo? The shop was closed, he wasn't streaming, and even his phone was turned off. Could it be that he was targeted by some troublemakers, or even harmed? Even the fringe streamers were getting anxious. Why isn't he streaming yet? If he doesn't stream, who am I supposed to PK with? It's fine if he doesn't come online. But he shouldn't keep my 2 good brothers offline as well. Of course, the most anxious were the military. What if Chun Mo was captured by foreign forces, or even assassinated? No, they must quickly ascertain his whereabouts and ensure his safety. Thus, a large-scale operation to find Chun Mo was launched. Chapter 50, Mechanical Exoskeleton Ding Dong. A person in a yellow delivery uniform rang Chun Mo's doorbell. However, at that moment, Chun Mo was completely focused on his promotional match and didn't hear a thing. With top-notch headphones, a premium keyboard and mouse, and even a new screen, he was fully immersed. This was the promotional match for Bronze I. Winning would mean advancing to silver. At this moment, Chun Mo was incredibly focused. With the volume of his headset turned up high, he wouldn't hear even the loudest sounds, let alone an old doorbell. Of course, even if he had heard it, he wouldn't have been able to move. The high ground tower had already been destroyed. Do you expect me to go open the door? Forget it. Seeing that there was no response to the knocking or the doorbell, the person in the yellow delivery uniform shook his head in the hallway. The expressions of those present immediately grew serious as they looked at another middle-aged man in a blue vest with a locksmith company logo on it. Open the door quickly. But quietly. The man in the blue vest immediately stepped forward. He understood the urgency of the situation and did not hesitate or pretend that it was difficult to open the door. In just 5 seconds, the door was unlocked. A group of individuals dressed in security uniforms rushed in immediately. Their movements were synchronized and well-trained. Despite the speed of their actions, they made very little noise, clearly indicating they had received professional training. It was hard to believe these people were just security guards. They were, in fact, special forces from the military, specifically sent to investigate Chun Mo's whereabouts, and leading them was none other than the renowned Special Forces commander. As soon as they entered, a series of loud noises echoed. The Special Forces commander felt a chill in his heart. Could it be that there were still eyes watching from that country? The group instantly placed their hands on their waists. Just then, an exasperated voice was heard. Damn it, lost again. 2 days ago, I was at a bronze rank. And after 2 days, I'm still at a bronze rank. Did I fight for nothing? Chun Mo angrily came out of his study, intending to use the restroom, only to see a group of people in security uniforms filling his living room. Confusion filled his mind. Had he crossed over? The Special Forces were even more puzzled. He was at home, but he didn't answer calls, didn't reply to messages, and showed no reaction to their knocking. As Chun Mo's eyes narrowed slightly, the Special Forces commander's mind raced. What excuse should he come up with? Before he could think of a reason, one of the Special Forces explained. We received reports of a loud water noise from upstairs, so we came to check if something happened. Chun Mo nodded. I see, but how did you get in? The Special Forces commander quickly explained. We tried calling you, but you didn't answer. We knocked and rang the doorbell, but there was no response. We thought you weren't home, so we called a locksmith to help us open the door. What about the locksmith? Asked Chun Mo. He left right after opening the door, the commander replied. Not that he was afraid of the commotion. Even if there was a murder inside, he would still be curious enough to check it out, but the atmosphere here is clearly off. There might be terrorists inside. Watching the scene unfold, Chun Mo didn't take it to heart, and quickly dashed into his kitchen and bathroom, even checking the washing machine on the balcony. Everything seemed fine. Could it be a heating issue? But that didn't make sense. The heating wasn't even on yet. The Special Forces commander awkwardly scratched his head. It might not be your place after all. We should leave. By the way, why does your phone show it's powered off? It's out of battery. I was too lazy to charge it. Then why didn't you respond to the knocking? Maybe I was sleeping. Or I had headphones on playing games, and didn't hear. The Special Forces commander was completely speechless. Could you at least have mentioned you were gaming? It put us in a very awkward position. Suddenly, the commander had a light bulb moment and asked, by the way, you're the internet celebrity who owns the hardware store, right? Chun Mo nodded. I heard you can modify fishing robot dogs? Chun Mo nodded again. Then can you create an exoskeleton? Exoskeleton. Chun Mo gasped. Brother, that's not something you just make. It's too risky. The Special Forces commander quickly caught on to the key point. So what you mean is, it's not that it can't be made, but that you're afraid to make it? Chun Mo stepped back a step and asked, what do you mean? Let me tell you, I don't take private jobs. Besides, you were just a security guard. What do you know about exoskeletons? The key is, even if I make one, can you afford it? The Special Forces soldier side, I don't want it either. It's just that I have a good buddy who used to be a soldier. He got injured during a mission, and now he is paralyzed from the waist down, living in a wheelchair. The exoskeletons in the hospital are too expensive, and I was hoping you could make a cheaper one to help him stand up again. After hearing this, Chun Mo fell silent. He is paralyzed, and the government doesn't take care, so why should I? Am I a wish-granting turtle? If you want to do good, go ahead and help him yourself. Why drag me into this? Isn't this moral coercion? To be honest, if a paralyzed veteran really came to Chun Mo's shop, he might not just stand by. But you're a young man, and you come to me asking for something cheap. Why should I? Am I in debt to you? Thinking this way, Chun Mo felt less favorable towards the Special Forces soldier. Since it's not my family's problem, can I leave? Closing the door, Chun Mo was speechless. They're all young men. Why aren't they doing proper jobs, and instead working as security guards? His neighborhood, though not old, isn't knew either. There's no need for image-based security guards. It's always been older men in their 50s or 60s, earning just over $1,000 a month. What decent young person works as a neighborhood security guard? Besides, there's a whole bunch of them doing it together. Suddenly, Chun Mo froze. Could it be that these people aren't neighborhood security guards, but rather disguises by someone? The constant sound of running water might not be a leaking pipe, but rather someone who has committed murder. Chun Mo's eyes widened instantly. No wonder there's a soldier friend involved. That makes sense. He thought about how those people stood tall, had serious expressions, and their sizes were similar, making them look like anything but careless young men working as neighborhood security. This all adds up. Realizing this, Chun Mo hurriedly charged his phone. He wanted to check if there had been any recent murders in Jiangxing. If a murderer was really hiding in his neighborhood, it would be better for him to move out. After all, they are all wealthy people. Life is precious. When the phone powered on, countless missed calls and unread messages flooded in. There were also several friend requests. Among them, the most frequent was from Qin Yue. There were also quite a few messages from Brother Monkey, the top supporter, mostly asking why Chun Mo hadn't gone live and if something had happened. Seeing Brother Monkey's messages, Chun Mo felt genuinely touched. Even though they had never met, Brother Monkey cared about him so much. If it weren't for Brother Monkey being heavily reliant on his cup, Chun Mo might even suspect that Brother Monkey had feelings for him. Without any hesitation, Chun Mo directly called Brother Monkey. After all, he is the top supporter. His daily revenue is worth more than any gift Chun Mo could offer. So he must be treated well. However, as soon as the call was made, the other party hung up. Then, a message from Monkey Brother came through. In a meeting, can't take the call. Are you okay? Chun Mo quickly typed back. Thanks for your concern. I'm fine, just a bit tired these past couple of days. Haven't been streaming. Keep busy, I'll start streaming tomorrow. By the way, I'll send you a good item. After replying to Monkey Brother, Chun Mo glanced at Qin Yue's message, which was also asking why he hadn't gone live. He chose not to respond to her, and then noticed a friend request. It was from Rabbit Sister. Chun Mo quickly accepted the request. This was a recently risen big shot, though not as wealthy as Monkey Brother, but still significant. The key point was that this was a sister. The last incident made Chun Mo aware that as a man, his appeal to the big brother was always lacking. But with a sister, it was different. As soon as the friend request was accepted, Rabbit Sister messaged him. Why haven't you streamed or opened your shop these past few days? Are you sick? Chun Mo copied his message to Monkey Brother, changed the name, and sent it to Rabbit Sister for efficiency. Just then, Rabbit Sister messaged again. What a good item. Chun Mo's mind instantly cleared. Damn, he had forgotten Rabbit Sister was a woman. But soon, he calmed down. What was there to fear? Didn't women also want good items? It's a firearm. One shot, one kill JPG. Chun Mo spent 50 universal coins to exchange for a good item and sent a photo to Rabbit Sister. Before long, Rabbit Sister replied. Rogue. Chun Mo was speechless. Women are indeed troublesome. I kindly send you something, and instead of appreciating it, you scold me. That Qin Yue was the same. I sold her a wrench at a low price, and she still gave me a bad review. Monkey Brother was better. When I gave him a cup, he just silently accepted it and continued to support. The next afternoon, after enduring 3 days and clearing the bad review from Qin Yue, Chun Mo finally opened the live stream and resumed business. Perhaps due to the 2-day closure, business wasn't great. After waiting for half an hour, he finally had his first customer. It was the security captain he had seen yesterday, accompanied by a woman pushing a wheelchair with a scruffy-looking man sitting in it. As soon as they entered, the woman suddenly knelt down in front of Chun Mo. Please, save my husband's legs. Looking at the woman kneeling before him, Chun Mo frowned. He wasn't a do-gooder. He really didn't want to get involved in such matters. But seeing her cry on the floor made it hard for him to ignore. Chun Mo sighed. He felt he was not destined to be someone who accomplishes great things. A person who does great things must at least have a ruthless heart. He knew he didn't have to help these two, but then again, he now has this ability, and the other party is also a soldier. He injured his leg while on a mission, and when he truly saw him, he couldn't harden his heart. Sighing, he asked, how do you want me to help? The woman took out a pair of prosthetic legs from under the wheelchair. My husband was injured in both legs during a mission, resulting in amputation. We were fitted with a pair of prosthetics. Since it was an injury sustained during duty, the country didn't treat us unfairly. This is the bionic prosthesis they provided earlier. As she spoke, the woman helped the man put on the prosthetic legs. The installation wasn't complicated. After putting them on, the man used the wheelchair for support and stood up. He even stumbled and took a couple of steps. The woman sighed and said, "You see, while this thing allows someone to stand, it only enables standing. Walking is still less convenient than a wheelchair." She mentioned that it can capture myoelectric signals to walk when one wants, but in reality, it's still very difficult. If it were amputation below the knee, any prosthetic would work well, but my husband has high-level paralysis in both legs, making even this bionic prosthesis hard to use. Chun Mo looked at the woman and asked, "Are you his wife?" She nodded. "How long have you been married?" "We got married after he returned home paralyzed. It's been 5 years." Chun Mo raised an eyebrow. "You married after he became paralyzed?" He couldn't help but admire this woman even more. "May I ask your age?" Without hesitation, she replied, "I'm 30, he is 32. Chun Mo remained silent. Upon seeing her, he initially thought she must be nearing 40, and the man would be in his 40s. But it turned out they were only in their 30s. A quick glance revealed the problem to Chun Mo. The man likely felt insecure after becoming paralyzed, had a poor mindset, and often smoked and drank. He didn't even bother to take care of his appearance. Chun Mo understood this. Once a top soldier, now he could only lie in bed, unable to even take care of himself in the restroom. It was a huge blow for both the man and the woman. It's not just young people. Many elderly individuals also struggle mentally after paralysis, wishing for an early end. Smoking and drinking can numb the mind and body, serving as a way to escape reality. However, understanding this doesn't mean it should be the way to cope. It was incredibly unfair to this woman. After he became disabled, she didn't leave. Instead, she took the initiative to marry him. After marriage, she even took care of his most intimate needs. Not even biological parents might do that, let alone a spouse. Yet this woman not only managed it, but even knelt down in front of so many people in the live stream. Chun Mo turned to the man. "You haven't said a word since you came in. Please express your needs. What needs could I have? Do you think saying it will make it happen?" The man swallowed hard, finally producing a hoarse voice filled with helplessness. To him, even the best hospitals in the capital couldn't help him. How could a small hardware store solve anything? He even felt that the woman and his comrades were just trying to coax him out for a walk. Chun Mo smiled and said, "How do you know if you don't give it a try? You're not a doctor." The man's voice carried a hint of sarcasm. Chun Mo pointed to the shelves filled with a variety of products. "Maybe you didn't see my sign when you came in. Although I'm not a doctor and can't cure your legs, I do have everything in this hardware store. Our motto is, whatever you need, we have it. Then I want something that allows me to go out without needing someone to support me, something that lets me go up and downstairs normally." Chun Mo shrugged. "Is it that simple?" The man replied, "Is this really simple?" Chun Mo nodded. Notification, item has been generated. Location, inside the cardboard box next to the back door. Chun Mo walked over to the back door, where a large cardboard box had appeared at some point. It was labeled, portable wheelchair. It seemed to have just appeared, yet it also felt like it had been there for a long time. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream also became interested. Wow, this is for someone with a high-level paralysis. Going out is easy, a wheelchair will do. But going up and downstairs normally is challenging. Who told you going out is simple? The roads are filled with cars. And the sidewalks are either bicycles or parked cars. Even if there's a path, it's uneven, and some sections have steps. How do you expect him to go out? Unless you're just talking about stepping out of the house. This man is unbelievable. If he weren't her husband, I wouldn't want to deal with him for a minute. This woman is truly remarkable. To take care of him, she looks like she's aged 10 years by the time she is 30. This is the tragedy of a hero in decline. Even if the state wants to take responsibility, what good is it besides offering a bit more compensation? He'll still be bettered for life, right? Does having money even matter? If I could live without working and still have money to spend, I would rather be bettered for life. It's easy to say, but if you actually end up bettered, you wouldn't want that. By the way, I wonder if the host has something like this. I really wanted to hear the hostess response, but it seems like the host hasn't said anything this time. Did they meet the standards? Otherwise, why would the host go silent? Meanwhile, the military was also keeping an eye on things. After the Special Forces leader shared his thoughts, they found them to be plausible. Of course, the military and the Special Forces leader were not aiming to help the paralyzed stand up, but were interested in a real military exoskeleton. However, Chun Mo clearly did not want to create a military exoskeleton, so they could only test things step by step. The mechanical dog they developed initially was also a gradual exploration, eventually leading them to achieve their desired outcome with a fishing robot dog. Chun Mo was a genius, a treasure, and they had to go along with him, digging little by little. Naturally, the more they dug, the more surprised they became. At that moment, Chun Mo brought the box over and dropped it on the ground. He grabbed a wallpaper knife from a nearby shelf and cut the tape. Alright, this will meet your needs for going out and moving up and downstairs. He pulled out something resembling a high stool from the box. It looked like a bar stool with 6 small wheels. Chun Mo smiled and said, "Come on, give it a try." The man was taken aback. "A chair?" Chun Mo shook his head. "No. This is a multifunctional portable wheelchair. Don't say it's just for going out. As long as you're not afraid of accidents or the wind stinging your face, it can reach speeds of up to 120 kilometers. Of course, going up and down the stairs is a piece of cake. Forget about normal stair climbing. You could carry 2 bags of rice and effortlessly make it to the 5th floor. Not only the men, but even the viewers in the live stream were left speechless. Is this rickety chair for real? What a boast. Chapter 52. Step on the gas. Let's go. Host, I admit you're impressive. But isn't this just a common bar stool? I have one at home. To be honest, it's just a size smaller than my adjustable bar stool. Host, even if we don't have one, there is no need to exaggerate. The market has opened. I bet this bar stool is definitely not ordinary. I bet a pack of spicy strips that it's going to flop this time. I'm with a lollipop. The host is definitely bragging. I'm not being stubborn. Do you really believe him? This is all staged. Even the fishing robotic dog was just a prop. Those three people are definitely hired actors. They probably didn't stream the other day because they were busy scripting. If this broken chair can climb stairs, I'll live stream myself doing a handstand and eating poop. As soon as this person appeared, the viewers burst into laughter. Oh wow, the stubborn guy is here. The last carnival he promised hasn't even happened yet, and now he is back to conning for food and drinks? I initially thought the host was bragging. But to see the stubborn guy eat poop, I have to support the host. At that moment, Chun Mo also noticed what the stubborn guy had said and couldn't help but laugh. Stubborn guy, let us forget about the poop eating. If this wheelchair can reach a speed of 120 km/h and help this brother climb stairs, how about you fulfill your promise from last time? Soon, the stubborn guy replied, I can give you 100. Chun Mo sighed as he looked at the live stream. It's a pity that boasting online has no consequences. If only there were a gift pool that could manage this. Everyone would deposit money into the gift pool. If I win, it automatically converts to gifts for me. And if I lose, it goes to him. Otherwise, he dare to promise even 1,000 carnivals. After Chun Mo finished speaking, the live stream burst into laughter. What a ridiculous idea. This is practically gambling. You must be hoping for the platform's downfall. Chun Mo then turned to the three. It's not convenient to demonstrate here. How about we find a more secluded place? The three nodded in agreement. While the man with the amputated limb remained in a daze, Chun Mo glanced at him, feeling somewhat speechless. He understood the emotional toll of such a setback. Anyone could falter after such a disaster, and some might even consider ending their life. But this man has parents and a wife. Since he is alive, he should live honorably and not let those who care for him suffer more. Of course, Chun Mo wouldn't say this now. What if he doesn't give a good review later? The plan is to sell the items first, then give him a good scolding afterward. Chun Mo had already figured out how to make a substantial profit. Soon, under the guidance of the elite soldier, the four arrived at a newly constructed road. This road was nearing completion, but the landscaping and curbstones had yet to be finished, so it wasn't officially open for traffic yet. Chun Mo looked at the man and asked, are you willing to give it a try? The man lounged in the chair, lowering his head and not even lifting his eyelids. Chun Mo couldn't help but laugh in anger. Have I spoiled you too much? Immediately, he turned to the Special Forces King and said, are you wasting my time? The Special Forces King felt a jolt in his heart. He didn't come here solely for his comrade. He was more concerned about himself. In the middle of the night, he recalled the moment he was defeated by the robotic dog, its performance shocking him repeatedly. But the more he learned, the more unwilling he was to accept it. The robotic dog was merely relying on more advanced equipment. What if he had access to even more advanced machines? He had long known that the military had an exoskeleton project, and some comrades had even tested it. However, the results were far from impressive, almost completely useless. Just like the robotic dog back then, perhaps in 10 or 20 years, after countless iterations and upgrades, it would shine on the battlefield. But not now. Until Chun Mo appeared. If Chun Mo could develop such a powerful robotic dog for practical combat, could he also create a stronger exoskeleton? He even thought of the legendary Iron Man suit. If he had the Iron Man suit, it wouldn't matter if it was just a small robotic dog. Even planes and artillery would be nothing to him. He would smile confidently, completely unfazed. Although the so-called wheelchair looked rather unreliable, that was exactly what made it promising. Wasn't that robotic dog just an ordinary border collie at first glance? Sometimes, one shouldn't judge by appearances. Thinking of this, the Special Forces King directly grabbed the collar of the amputee. Do you still want to stand up? You coward. You're really embarrassing us soldiers. Saying this, he threw a punch at the man. The amputee sneered dismissively. Do you really believe in this kid who hasn't even grown a full set of hair? The Special Forces King stared intensely into the amputee's eyes. I believe. Not just me. The commander believes too. Everyone believes. Why can't you understand? The amputee looked at the Special Forces King's anxious expression and seemed to understand something. Taking a deep breath, he said, I'll try. Then he turned to the woman. She instinctively reached out to assist him. However, Chun Mo smiled and said, do it on your own. Aren't you a soldier? I don't believe you can't even get onto a chair. You lost your legs, not your arms. The amputee clenched his fists, but seeing the Special Forces King's gaze, he twisted his body and fell from the wheelchair. After hitting the ground, the man didn't frown at all. He used his hands to slowly crawl toward Chun Mo's multifunctional portable wheelchair. His speed was slow, but he was indeed making progress. At this moment, some viewers in Chun Mo's live stream could no longer bear to watch. You're just someone selling things. How others choose to use them is none of your business. The host is twisted. You have legs and arms, yet you're making a legless hero crawl over. Do you even have any shame? However, Chun Mo didn't care about these people's opinions at all. You don't even contribute a dime, and you still think you have the right to criticize me? I can help him live like a normal person. Can you? The man's speed wasn't fast, but fortunately, the distance wasn't too far, and he quickly moved to the portable wheelchair. He exerted himself, but still struggled to climb up. Mainly, he was hesitant to use too much strength, fearing that he might topple the wheelchair. Chun Mo's wheelchair resembled a wheeled stool, tall and narrow, seemingly not very sturdy. Chun Mo noticed the man's concerns and said with a smile, just give it a good push upwards, it won't tip over. The man mustered some strength and finally managed to get the remaining part of his thigh from the amputation lodged on a small step in the middle of the chair. After several attempts, he finally climbed up. Chun Mo laughed and said, see, I told you it was possible. Although this wheelchair is portable and has many compromises to reduce its size, it still allows you to get on. Once the man sat up straight, Chun Mo began to introduce the wheelchair. This is the remote control. With it, you can operate the wheelchair anytime. Of course, there are basic functions on the wheelchair itself as well. Let me first teach you how to use the buttons on the wheelchair. As he spoke, Chun Mo pressed one of the buttons. Suddenly, two panels at the left and right rear of the wheelchair rose up, supporting the man's waist. They were equipped with safety belts as well. After having the man insert the safety belt into a groove below his thigh, Chun Mo explained, "This is the safety guard and safety belt. On one hand, it provides support for your back and waist. On the other hand, it secures the little remaining part of your thigh to prevent you from slipping out." After that, he took out the remote and pointed to the waist support button, saying, "This adjusts the position of the waist support. The plus button moves it forward for a tighter fit, while the minus button relaxes it backward." The man made some adjustments, setting the angle of the waist support. Chun Mo then pointed to a gear lever and said, "On the left side is the gear lever. Pushing it forward is for moving forward, while pulling it back is for reversing. On the right side is the speed and direction joystick, with the button on top for braking. Of course, you can also control the direction by twisting your body, once you get the hang of it. You mainly use your body movements to steer. Since this is your first time using this wheelchair, and you might be a bit reckless, I need to help you activate the autopilot and safety mode." Saying this, Chun Mo pressed the buttons for autopilot and safety mode. To the man's surprise, the waist support emitted a buzzing sound as it extended upward, reaching up to his chest, with extensions on both sides that effectively secured his back and chest. The 6 wheels also extended outward. Originally positioned directly beneath the wheelchair, they now protruded beyond it. Chun Mo explained, "When moving fast, we need to enhance protection, providing better support for your back, securing your chest to keep your body stable. Additionally, extending the wheels stabilizes the center of gravity." As he spoke, Chun Mo took a helmet from a box and handed it to the man, saying, "Try this on." Seeing Chun Mo produce a helmet, the man, trying to maintain his bravado, exclaimed, "You're just pretending. You think this will scare me? I'll raise the stakes. If I lose, I won. Just eat dirt. I'll drink urine." After relaying the man's words to Chun Mo, who was filming with his phone, Chun Mo couldn't help but crack a smile. Is he trying to get free food and drinks as well? At this moment, the amputee no longer looked lifeless. He realized that this wheelchair actually had some advantages. At least it was compact and agile. Even if it was just an electric wheelchair, its maneuverability was much better than that of a larger model. Thinking of this, the man switched to the forward gear and pushed the speed control lever all the way down. He was eager to see just how fast this chair, which looked like a bar stool, could go. Mainly, he hadn't felt the thrill of speeding forward in a long time. Even if it was just an ordinary portable electric wheelchair, he would accept it. Moreover, this wheelchair looked impressive. Full throttle, here we go? Chapter 53. So exciting. Chun Mo listened to the dramatic shout and watched as the amputee shot off like an arrow, throwing his hands up at the camera. "See, I told you, people who have been suppressed for too long will definitely speed." The woman looked at the rapid speed, her face filled with concern. How can it go so fast? Will there be an accident? Before Chun Mo could respond, the soldier was frantically waving his hands. What could possibly go wrong? "You have to trust Chun Mo. What he makes is always top-notch. You know that." This saying had become a well-known rule in their military district. How could anything Chun Mo created have issues? If there were problems, it would definitely be due to human error, not Chun Mo's work. Besides, this was just the beginning. What if your comment made Chun Mo hesitate to fully unleash his creativity? And then there were those online who said the speed was too fast and didn't meet standards. Were they trying to get him in trouble? Before coming here, he had heard Zhang Chong from the RD Center say that Chun Mo just wanted to enjoy his work and advised not to disturb him too much for confidentiality, and to avoid mentioning military applications. Of course, the commanders had also cautioned about this. Zhang Chong had also emphasized a key personal insight. Chun Mo strictly adhered to the law, because the local government had regulations against privately modifying drones. Chun Mo completely steered clear of any drone modifications. No amount of money could persuade him otherwise. Therefore, they should never let Chun Mo feel that what he created was illegal, because he would genuinely walk away from it. So, when these people claimed that Chun Mo's work didn't meet standards, he wasn't happy. He immediately yelled at the camera, "What are you talking about? This isn't an electric car that has to follow the rule of not exceeding 25 miles per hour. What Chun Mo created is a wheelchair. Do you understand? Does your wheelchair have a speed limit? Does it say it can't go 120 miles per hour? And besides, this is a closed road. We can go as fast as we want. Who said electric wheelchairs have standards? Bring out the standards if you have them. Even if you do, it wouldn't matter. This is a special portable wheelchair in the testing phase, and it's not bound by your ridiculous standards. You stubborn ones, if you have the guts, go ahead and sue. I'll tell you where the courts move quickly. The military courts move fast. This is for soldiers injured in the line of duty. It doesn't meet national standards, but complies with military standards." Chun Mo watched the interaction between the warrior and the online users with a smile. "Come on. You're just a security guard, quite bold, huh?" Hearing the term security guard, the warrior froze, and sweat instantly broke out on his back. He quickly glanced at the amputee's wife, fearing she might slip up. Fortunately, she was staring into the distance, completely oblivious to the conversation. The warrior awkwardly chuckled. "I used to be in the military, so I have a bit of a temper." Chun Mo waved his hand, saying that is a bit insulting to soldiers. "What do you mean a soldier has a bad temper? You should say you're straightforward. You're just happy to see your good brothers and comrades back in action." The warrior nodded furiously. Yes. I'm not very educated." Just when he thought everything had passed, Chun Mo casually asked, "How did you know my name is Chun Mo?" The warrior's heart sank, feeling a chill run through him. Oh no. Just then, a voice came through his tiny earpiece. The warrior finally relaxed and quickly explained, I'm the security guard in your community. I checked the homeowner information before going upstairs yesterday. Of course, I know your name. He wasn't fighting alone. Countless people were watching the live stream, and he had audio equipment to ensure the conversation was clearly transmitted to the command center. He also wore a tiny earpiece to maintain contact with the command room at all times, just to prevent situations like this. The warrior even felt a bit proud. Now you have nothing to say, right? However, Chun Mo's voice turned colder. So what if you know? Why are you shouting in the live stream? I'm basically online with my real name now. Didn't you notice? Before everyone called me the host or the boss. Now Chun Mo is flooding the screen? The warrior looked at the live stream and saw messages flooding in. Chun Mo, silence, sunk, Chun Inc., Ching Inc. And some people were teasing that Chun Mo's disguise was gone. The warrior was almost in tears. I really didn't mean to. It's those people in the command room who kept calling you Chun Mo. They led me astray. Chun Mo glanced at the regretful warrior and smiled. It's fine. Just treat me to a meal after the stream, and we'll forget about it. After saying that, he turned to the live stream. Brothers, it's been so many days since the broadcast, and you still don't know my name. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chun Mo. Chun from Old Vinegar, and Mo from Silence. Of course, I still prefer you to call me the host or the boss. However, someone in the live stream suddenly called him Black Dog Mo, and soon the screen was filled with Chun Black Dog. Chun Mo twitched at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, whether in the East or the West, adults or children, everyone shares a common hobby, giving nicknames. To divert their attention, Chun Mo quickly changed the subject. Hard-headed guy, are you satisfied with the speed? Soon, the hard-headed guy replied. Not satisfied. This isn't even 120 kilometers. Chun Mo did not explain and said, I can actually add a speedometer. How about I install one and we can take a look? The stubborn guy replied, no need. Didn't you say can climb stairs? If you can make that disabled person use your wheelchair to climb stairs, I'll dare to eat and drink upside down. Just then, the amputee appeared in the frame. Soon, he became clear from a small black dot, gradually slowing down until he stopped steadily in front of Chun Mo. The amputee took off his helmet, his face flushed. With wide eyes, he grasped Chun Mo's shoulders tightly and exclaimed, this is thrilling. So exciting. How much is this wheelchair? We'll talk about the price later. But let's hurry and find some stairs to climb. Climb stairs. Before the amputee could react, Chun Mo got into the vehicle. He urged the stunned soldier, who was holding his phone, what are you standing there for? Get in and drive. Find a community to test the climbing ability. Isn't it worth seeing? The soldier immediately burst into laughter and dashed into the driver's seat. While he's seen people drink while standing on their heads, he had never seen anyone eat and drink upside down, so he had to witness it. The main point was climbing stairs. A wheelchair that can run isn't surprising. Electric wheelchairs can run too. Chun Mo's might be faster, smaller, and more maneuverable, with better control. Besides these, compared to a regular electric wheelchair, it doesn't have many advantages. But if it can climb stairs, that would completely change the nature of it. Of course, hearing Chun Mo call out, the amputee's wife quickly got into the car. As for the amputee, he could just follow along in his wheelchair. Chapter 54. Climbing 28 floors without breaking a sweat. The amputee stared at the slowly starting vehicle, completely bewildered. I haven't even gotten in yet. The soldier, stepping on the gas, rolled down the window and shouted, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and follow in your wheelchair. Hearing the soldier's words, the netizens were dumbfounded. Follow in a wheelchair? Can a wheelchair be driven? People usually push wheelchairs. Who has a wheelchair that can drive? However, thinking about the speed of this wheelchair, the netizens felt that the term drive was indeed quite fitting. Just as the netizens were curious about whether the amputee could keep up, he had already caught up, turning to the soldier and saying, bro, your speed isn't that great. Not great. How dare you say I'm not great? A man can't say he can't. The soldier immediately pressed the accelerator. However, the amputee was even faster. Soon, the vehicle exited the closed road and entered the city's main thoroughfare. It was still before 5 in the afternoon, the time when there were the fewest people. The soldier planned to speed up to catch up, but Chun Mo disagreed. Are you planning to race? I don't care about your life, but don't drag me down with you. The city roads have a speed limit of 60, okay? The soldier broke into a cold sweat. This was bad. In his excitement earlier, he almost forgot the rules Zhang Chong had reminded him about. Rule 1. Chun Mo is a person who follows rules. So do not break the law in front of him, and definitely don't make him feel like he is breaking the law. Thinking of this, the soldier's mood suddenly calmed down. Speed limit 60? I'll directly set it to 50, not only yielding to pedestrians, but also to vehicles. And I won't forget to use the turn signals. Of course, the man with amputated limbs couldn't speed up either. After all, he wasn't in a motor vehicle and had to use the non-motorized lane. The non-motorized lane was filled with slow-moving electric bikes and bicycles, some even riding side by side. Even if he wanted to go fast, he couldn't. Soon, a few of them stopped at a nearby high-rise residential area and casually chose a building to enter. Looking at the steps in front of him, the man with amputated limbs felt a bit intimidated. It was easy to run fast on flat ground, but he had seen wheelchairs that could climb 1 or 2 steps. Yet he had never heard of a wheelchair that could ascend stairs. Seeing the confused and slightly fearful expression on the man's face, Chun Mo didn't say anything but pressed the button to ascend. He looked at the man with amputated limbs. You can use the remote control or the joystick on the wheelchair. Just treat it like normal movement. The man opted not to use the remote control, feeling that holding the joystick in his hand provided a greater sense of security. Still in the forward drive mode, He gently pushed the joystick to control the wheelchair to move forward. What he didn't expect was that the wheelchair didn't just rush forward, but instead lifted 2 wheels and landed directly on the steps. People then realized that this wheelchair was designed like a 6-legged high stool. It turned out that these 6 legs were not only there to support the 6 wheels, but were actual legs. Previously, the rear wheels had extended backward for stability, and people noticed that these 6 legs were unusual, but they didn't think much of it. After all, it just looked a bit longer. Now they understood that these 6 legs could not only extend, but also bend. At that moment, the 6 legs moved like flexible octopus tentacles, some taking steps upward while others provided support. They appeared extremely agile, and the man with amputated limbs soon reached the platform between the first and second floors. His eyes widened in an instant. He hadn't even realized how he had climbed half a flight of stairs. I'm a paraplegic. I'm paralyzed from the waist down. I have no legs. How did I get up here? He slightly twisted his body, and the wheelchair changed direction, continuing to climb upward. The man couldn't quite grasp the principle behind it, but he could feel the 6 legs extending upward. Of course, he didn't care about the principle anymore. As someone in a wheelchair, did he really need to know how the wheelchair was made? Shouldn't everyone who used a smartphone understand how it works and be able to make one by hand? As long as this wheelchair allowed him to climb stairs as if walking on flat ground, that was enough. Thinking of this, the man felt excited, climbing up step by step. However, Chun Mo was not pleased. You're machine legs, while I'm flesh and blood. You're climbing up without a care in the world. Can I handle that? With that thought, Chun Mo looked at the soldier. You're holding your phone. Why aren't you keeping up? If you miss a shot and he refuses to eat or drink, will you eat in his place? He has a criminal record. The soldier king didn't say a word and took off running. If he didn't run, he'd just be waiting for free food and drinks. However, he still underestimated the terrifying capabilities of the multifunctional portable wheelchair. What does a wheelchair capable of 120 kilometers per hour mean? Even when climbing stairs, this performance beast is much slower than on flat ground. But it's still not something human legs can compare to, especially since humans get tired. At first, the soldier king ran very quickly, and the amputee didn't dare to climb too fast, so he quickly caught up. However, when the amputee saw the soldier king catching up and realized that the wheelchair was indeed very stable while climbing, he immediately started to speed up. He left behind a remark, "Go eat dust," and his speed suddenly increased. The soldier king became interested. You have 6 wheels, and I have 2 legs. It's normal for me to not outrun you on flat ground, but can I still lose to you while climbing stairs? While speaking, he began to accelerate as well. The viewers watching this scene also became intrigued. Wow, a chase in the hallway. This thing climbs stairs so impressively, even faster than I do. Go for it, brother. Humanity must win. However, the soldier king's initial speed was still very fast, allowing him to keep up closely with the amputee. Although he was always 2 body lengths behind, he could at least see the amputee's back. Yet, after climbing 10 floors, the soldier king's speed gradually slowed down. Although it was still fast compared to an average person, it was far behind that of the tireless machine. Gradually, the distance changed from 2 body lengths to half a floor, then to a full floor. In the end, he couldn't even reach the hem of the amputee's clothing. But the soldier king was not someone who would easily give up. 15 floors, 18 floors, 20 floors, 25 floors. Seeing the soldier king climb 25 floors without stopping, the viewers were astonished. Wow, this person's stamina is incredible. Didn't Chun Mo say this guy was just a security guard? This guy is definitely a bodyguard. Retired soldiers are terrifying. Brother, stop being a security guard. Let me take care of you. Of course, what shocked the viewers even more was Chun Mo's wheelchair. A person with high-level paraplegia. He directly left such a high-speed climber far behind. This is too intense. Finally reaching the top floor. Looking at the sign for the 28th floor and the amputee in the wheelchair, the soldier king finally stopped, panting and leaning against the wall. Hey, why are you running so fast? The amputee laughed. Clearly, you're the one who's too slow. Seeing the smug expression on the amputee's face, the viewers couldn't remain calm. Climbing 28 floors in 3 minutes, while live streaming on his phone, and you tell me he is too slow? Wasn't he it just a moment ago when you didn't believe the streamer? If it weren't for Chun Mo's wheelchair, would you be so arrogant? Nowadays, even those in wheelchairs are this cocky. That expression is just asking for a punch. If I were him, I would definitely throw a punch. Among the monkeys, I'm the most outstanding. I'm different. I'd kick his wheelchair over and make him lie on the ground unable to get up. Wow. If we're talking about being ruthless, Brother Monkey is the real deal. Should Brother Monkey give that wheelchair a try? However, the soldier's reaction was completely opposite to that of the online users. After calming his breath, he lightly punched the amputee's chest and said, "Feeling good? If so, come downstairs with me to meet the boss and apologize properly." Speaking of apologies, the amputee also felt embarrassed. At first, he didn't believe that Chun Mo could help him stand up, so he didn't treat Chun Mo well. Now, he had truly grown fond of the wheelchair. Not only did it move quickly, but it could also go upstairs, and it did so at an impressive speed. He genuinely feared that Chun Mo would get angry and refuse to sell it to him. However, going downstairs proved to be more challenging than going up. Looking at the stairs, he felt a bit anxious. The key was that Chun Mo hadn't mentioned whether they would turn around and use the forward gear or switch to reverse. Of course, his biggest fear was that this wheelchair could only go upstairs and not downstairs. After all, descending was trickier than ascending. Seeing the amputee frozen in place, the soldier turned back to him and said, "Hurry up, the boss and sister-in-law are waiting for you downstairs." The amputee's face turned even redder. But he didn't hide it and directly said, I don't know if this wheelchair can go downstairs. How do I go down? Chapter 55. I call it the delivery magic tool. Upon hearing this, the Special Forces soldier was also taken aback. The viewers in the live stream were stunned as well. What if going downstairs required the reverse gear, but it ended up in the forward gear? That would be a terrible fall. However, the Special Forces soldier only paused for a moment before laughing. What is the big deal? I'll catch you downstairs. You've endured so much hardship. Are you still afraid of falling? It seems like you've been living a good life for the past 2 years and forgot who you are. Hearing the soldier's words, the amputee also smiled. Yes, over the years of lying in bed, he had been too afraid to even get off the bed. In fact, he could push the wheelchair himself and take a couple of steps with a bionic prosthetic, but he didn't dare. He was afraid of other strange looks. Afraid of being called a cripple or useless. He was even more afraid that this was all he could do. Sometimes, the most terrifying thing for a person isn't crying or being tired. In the army, what hardships haven't we endured? Many people think that the Special Forces training under high-pressure water hoses while carrying logs is fake, but little do they know that it's the most basic training. When his feet developed blisters, and they burst, he still had to run, get soaked, and sweat. At first, he had to use scissors to carefully cut the blisters on his feet, and then disinfect them with alcohol, without even iodine. Back then, he endured the exhaustion and pain. So he wasn't afraid of hardship. What he feared was hopelessness. Hearing this, the Special Forces soldier sighed. Why was he afraid of the machine dog invented by Chun Mo, even losing to it once, and wanting to compete again? It was because he couldn't believe that technology had developed to this extent, and couldn't accept that machines had surpassed him. He feared becoming obsolete. That the skills he had painstakingly developed would become a joke. That's why he specifically applied to meet Chun Mo. If the machine dog could advance with technology, so could he. He didn't want to be eliminated. The Special Forces soldier patted the amputee's shoulder and said, everything is in the past. The amputee sighed, and tears silently slipped from the corners of his eyes. I'm feeling overwhelmed with despair, but I'm too afraid to end my life. It's not that I'm afraid of pain, nor am I cowardly. It's just that my parents only have me as their son. They are farmers without any retirement income. As long as I'm alive, they receive financial support. But if I were to die, not only would they have to deal with the loss of their child, but at their age, they would still need to find work. I can't even bring myself to show kindness to Xiaofeng. I wish she would despise me. If she does, she can divorce me and no longer have to care for this disabled person. I don't want to marry her. I don't want her youth to be wasted on me. Looking at the amputee in tears, the online viewers were moved. Their impression of him wasn't great. He came seeking help but didn't show any gratitude. His wife stood by him unwaveringly, yet he couldn't even muster a smile for her, as if everyone owed him something. Now, they began to understand that everyone has their own struggles. Without experiencing someone else's pain, one can never truly comprehend why they have reached this point. Each person has their own thoughts, and perhaps what seems like a dire situation is actually a well-considered choice for them. The veteran soldier embraced the amputee, saying, enough about the past, it's all behind us now. Make sure to take good care of your wife. Then he joked, I see you climbing stairs so quickly. Why not consider delivering food in the future? The amputee couldn't help but laugh. I think that could work. I just wonder about the weight capacity of this wheelchair. It would be even better for moving furniture. The soldier replied, what are we waiting for? Let us see if you can get downstairs. If you can only go up but not down, it's all for nothing. I'll be here to catch you. So go ahead and give it a try. With comrades around him, the amputee felt no hesitation and set off. Contrary to his fears of stumbling and falling, he began to descend steadily. Wow, incredible, he exclaimed, filled with excitement, while the soldier clapped in encouragement. The viewers in the live stream couldn't help but send applause and gifts, with many expressing their tears of joy. Although it merely demonstrated that this wheelchair could handle stairs, for the amputee, it meant he would no longer need assistance to go up and down, enabling him to live more independently at home, just like a normal person. Especially since this wheelchair was designed to be high like a bar stool and compact. It felt almost like having real legs. He even imagined himself washing dishes and cooking for his wife and parents while sitting in this chair. In the past, he couldn't even dream of such moments, but now they were within reach. He quickened his pace, eager to share the good news with his wife. It turned out that going down was indeed more challenging than going up, as evidenced by his slower descent. Nevertheless, he was still a bit faster than the soldier. The viewers were astonished by his agility, with many expressing their desire to buy a similar wheelchair. I feel even more like a disabled person compared to him. Brothers, I'm really serious about this. I live on the 6th floor, and there is no elevator. At this moment, Chun Mo was quite speechless. What kind of broken elevator requires a card? It's making all that noise, and I can't even join in the fun. Looking at the woman with her hands clasped tightly in front of her, her tense expression made Chun Mo smile. Come on, let us go downstairs. It sounds like it's coming down, so don't worry. The woman looked at Chun Mo with gratitude. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Chun Mo noticed her expression and felt curious. With his bad temper, it doesn't seem like he treats you well. Why don't you divorce him? The woman followed Chun Mo slowly down the stairs. Perhaps thinking of something happy, she smiled and said firmly, because I know what kind of person he is. Chapter 56. Chun Mo's actions must have deeper meaning, boss. How much is this wheelchair? I want it. As soon as they reached the bottom, the man with a prosthetic limb said excitedly. Chun Mo glanced at him, then at the woman with tears on her face, and quoted a price of 500,000. Chun Mo's pricing was always at his discretion. Of course, saying it was completely at his whim isn't entirely accurate. It also depended on the buyer's financial capacity, their need for such an item, and the rarity of the product. Chun Mo was sure that this wheelchair was not available for sale elsewhere. The man with the prosthetic limb needed this wheelchair very much. Chun Mo had inquired earlier, and the man's severance pay plus compensation after deducting years of medical expenses left him with $1 million. Asking for half didn't seem excessive. Although the man had gone from being bedridden to being able to run and navigate stairs, which made him very happy, theoretically he would give a good review. But Chun Mo added, "Think about it. How much would you spend on a car? This wheelchair can go up to 120 miles per hour, and it can go upstairs. Plus, it's an electric model. One charge can cover over 100 kilometers. With that in mind, isn't the price of $500,000 quite reasonable? Even if we take a step back, with it you go from being someone who can only lie in bed to being a normal person. Riding this to deliver food, don't say 5 floors. Even if it's over 30 floors without an elevator, you can smile confidently. $500,000 for 50 years of freedom to work. Doesn't that sound like a good deal?" Chun Mo wanted to say more, but the man waved his hand. "Boss, you don't need to say any more. $500,000 isn't too much." After that, he looked at the woman a bit embarrassed. "That, my wife." The woman came to his side and took his hand. "You don't need to discuss it with me." Then she looked at Chun Mo. "Boss, I'll transfer the money to you now." For Chun Mo, he actually preferred the man to transfer the money himself. For the system, whoever pays is considered the actual buyer. If the woman pays, she becomes the buyer, and the system would check if she is satisfied. There are no dutiful sons by the bedside of a long-ill parent, let alone a newlywed wife caring for a husband who has been paralyzed for years. If she claimed to have no complaints, Chun Mo wouldn't believe it. Spending $500,000 on a wheelchair was a redemption for the man, but for the woman, it felt like a sacrifice. Perhaps this woman has a good character and truly loves her husband, willingly offering the $500,000. However, Chun Mo doesn't want to take that risk, nor does he need to. Therefore, he directly interrupted the woman who was about to make the transfer and looked at the man with a disability. "Why are you having your wife make the transfer instead of you?" The man scratched his head in confusion. "Well, all the money in our family is managed by my partner. Then have your wife transfer the money to you. And you can give it to me. Is that really necessary? We're all family. Does it matter who pays?" The man seemed puzzled, but the soldier shot him a glare. "Boss Chun has his reasons for doing this. Just follow his instructions without questioning it. If you keep being picky, I might not sell to you at all, and you won't have any place to cry later." Upon hearing this, the man quickly complied and arranged for the transfer to himself. In the command room, the team leader watched this unfold and turned to the advisor beside him. "Why do you think Chun Mo is doing this?" The advisor looked on with admiration. "Don't let his young age fool you. He is quite shrewd. Truly, a real genius isn't just about high IQ. His emotional intelligence is beyond what most can comprehend." The team leader was speechless. "What do you mean? You can understand it, but I can't? Are you implying that I'm just an ordinary person while you're not? I'm the team leader, after all, even if you came from the headquarters. My rank is still much higher than yours." Seeing the team leader's disgruntled expression, the advisor chuckled. "As you said, Chun Mo doesn't need to do this. It doesn't benefit him at all. Since it doesn't help him, it must be beneficial for the couple. While the transfer might seem cumbersome and could incur fees, it clearly indicates that the money is coming from Tian Jiqiang." The advisor sighed. Right now, Tian Jiqiang is bedridden. If Chun Mo can help him stand, run, jump, and live like a normal person, he'd gladly pay more than $500,000. But what about 6 months later? 3 years, 5 years, or even 10 years down the line? People change. What if he gets used to the wheelchair? Or if better prosthetics become available that allow him to completely get rid of it? Or if, after spending this $500,000, his quality of life declines? Will he still be grateful to Chun Mo? He might even blame his wife for not stopping him or for spending $500,000 on a broken wheelchair. Until you manage a household, you don't realize the value of money. If he had to deliver takeout for a couple of days, he might just think that it's better to lie in bed and be taken care of for life. Chun Mo's actions may seem unreasonable, but in reality, he is protecting the woman. He can't let her spend money and then face resentment. The team leader's eyes widened in realization. Wow, this Chun Mo, despite his young age, is quite clever. The advisor smiled slightly. What is surprising about that? Genius isn't about age. Do you know Heisenberg? The team leader shook his head. I know about the fortifications of the enemy. The advisor smirked. What about Pauli? The team leader replied. What about him? What about Einstein? The team leader finally nodded. I know this. He is 5 years old and still can't speak. His mother didn't give up on him and eventually made him a world-renowned physicist. I learned about this when I was young. The advisor finally sighed in relief. So you know that Einstein's famous work is the theory of relativity? The team leader laughed. Of course I know. Special relativity and general relativity, right? Although I don't know exactly what they are about, I know the names. Do you think I'm illiterate? The advisor didn't answer him, but smiled. Since you know, do you also know that special relativity was published when he was 26 years old? Einstein published the theory of special relativity and the photon hypothesis at 26. Schrödinger proposed the Schrödinger equation at 38. Do you know when he developed it? It was during his honeymoon with his lover. Schrödinger was not only a genius in his career, but also a big winner in life. His lovers included his students, colleagues' wives, actresses, and housemates. There were so many. The key is that while he maintained a stable home life, he also had his lovers living with him and his wife. Do you really think geniuses are just wooden blocks? They play the game better than you. The team leader gasped in surprise, his eyes shining. You can bring your lover home to live with your wife? Wouldn't his wife cut him with scissors? The advisor was speechless. Is that the point? The point is that geniuses are not like your teacher says. unable to speak by age 5. They have high IQs and EQs. However, the team leader didn't care about that at all and asked eagerly, I've heard of Schrodinger too. Does he have any works? How did he manage that? With such good-looking actors who earn so much money, what kind of man wouldn't they be able to find? Why would they willingly be a mistress? The advisor simply put on his headset. He was completely exasperated with this team leader. How could he only think about such matters? But the team leader suddenly yanked off his headset. I was wondering why the daughter of the richest man in Jiangcheng was so infatuated with him, throwing hundreds of thousands at him. The daughter of the hotel owner also gave up on her male god to pursue him. So this is the genius's method. But aside from selling goods at a hardware store and going home to sleep, I haven't seen him do anything else. Is it possible that geniuses automatically attract women? The advisor looked at him and almost wanted to slap himself. Why did he have to bring up women? Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, Chun Mo looked at the system's very satisfying notification and the 1 million universal coins, smiling. Since you were so straightforward, how about I help you fix your prosthetic? Don't worry, I'll give you a discount. Chapter 57. Please call me Iron Man Fixing Prosthetics? Tian Jiqiang recalled that the bionic prosthetic, which looked quite high-tech but was actually not very useful, and shook his head. Forget it. That pair of prosthetics cost over 200,000. Although it was paid for by the army, that is still 200,000. Even if Chun Mo gives me a discount, how much could it be? 30,000. 50,000. Forget about 30,000 or 50,000. Even 3,000 or 5,000. He wouldn't want to pay. With such a good wheelchair, who would still want that broken prosthetic? It's not even broken, just inconvenient to use. Your wheelchair is much better. I feel it's easier than folding my legs. But even if I were exhausted, I couldn't run 120 kilometers in an hour. The woman smiled as she linked her arm with Tian Jiqiang's and said, I know you didn't want children before because you were worried about burdening me and wanted me to remarry. Now that you can walk and even find a job to support the family, can we consider having a child? Tian Jiqiang chuckled foolishly. However, before he could respond, the Special Forces leader was taken aback. Repair the prosthetic? Logically, with such a useful wheelchair, who would still use a prosthetic? The key point is that the prosthetic was not only not broken but also not functional. But one cannot judge everything by common sense. If an ordinary person said this, it would definitely be a money trap. But when Chun Mo says it, it means he is about to take action, and this is not just an ordinary prosthetic. Even if it's not a transformer, it must be an epic-making product. Did you just refuse it like that? Have you forgotten this is a mission from the headquarters? Thinking of this, the leader quickly coughed twice and nudged Tian Jiqiang with his arm. Tian Jiqiang thought he was urging him to express his stance and chuckled. Don't worry, after I go back this time, I'll quit smoking and drinking, and we'll prepare for pregnancy properly. You can take care of the child at home while I go out to work, and what will we do together? The leader was anxious. Am I listening to you flaunt your love? You can show it at home. Fix it. Let us fix it. The leader whispered. Tian Jiqiang looked at the leader's expression and thought he didn't know the prosthetic was not functional. So he explained. There's really no need to repair this prosthetic. When I first got it, they said if it was well matched, it could function like a normal leg. But I've also joined a support group, and over the years, I haven't seen anyone walk normally with it. It can't be that everyone is mismatched. Those below the knee work just fine. But for those above the knee, there are some who can walk slowly. But going up and down stairs or running and jumping is impossible. The key is that it requires frequent hospital visits for data transmission and rehabilitation training. For someone like me with high-level paraplegia, this wheelchair from the boss is the best solution. The leader was getting anxious. Tian Jiqiang, you big fool. I told you to watch the live stream, and where did you go? Do you even realize what you've missed? It's not just about you. The amputee Tian Jiqiang. It's also about him. Although this wheelchair is impressive, can it compare to a prosthetic? If we could bring back the modified prosthetic from Chun Mo, the Army's exoskeleton technology could leap forward. Then he'd be like Tony Stark in steel armor. The viewers laughed at the leader's frustration. So, the amputee veteran is named Tian Jiqiang. This is hilarious. He still loves exposing others' names. Stop talking. If this goes on, everyone will be registering online. If it were me, I would be angry too. When others suggest repairs, they really mean it. When the streamer suggests repairs, who knows? They might even upgrade you to an exoskeleton. If it were me, I would be banging my thigh in frustration. If that amputee had watched the stream, he wouldn't have said something like no repairs. Wow, I really empathized with that situation. If I had a friend like that who was useless when given the chance, I would be even more anxious than him. Seeing that Tian Jiqiang couldn't be moved, the Soldier King turned to Chun Mo. In an instant, his anger transformed into a humble demeanor, even accompanied by a hint of a smile. Boss, my brother hasn't watched your stream and doesn't understand. Please give us another chance. Just upgrade his prosthetic leg. No matter how good a wheelchair is, it can't compare to real legs. As for the money, don't worry about giving us a discount. Charge us what it's worth. My brother is a combat hero, and whatever it costs can be reimbursed by the military. Chun Mo's eyes instantly lit up. It can be reimbursed? The Soldier King couldn't understand why Chun Mo was so happy about the reimbursement. Shouldn't it be his good brother who was happy? Of course, under normal circumstances, reimbursement wouldn't be possible. The country has already given you severance pay, compensation, regular treatment, provided you with a wheelchair and prosthetics, and even monthly subsidies and future retirement benefits. If you're dissatisfied with what the country provides and want to change your wheelchair and prosthetics on your own, that is quite greedy. But this time it's different. This isn't just for Tian Jiqiang, it's also for the military. This wheelchair, and even the prosthetics modified by Chun Mo, will definitely be taken back by the military for research and disassembly. If the state doesn't pay, who will? Although he couldn't understand why Chun Mo was so happy, since the state would reimburse him, he realized how to steer the conversation. Chapter 58, Hero, Attach the Leg. The Special Forces King's mind raced with memories, especially recalling how Chun Mo had people take kickbacks during the stream. It felt like he grasped something. He leaned closer to Chun Mo and whispered, "The country will definitely reimburse for a combat hero. I know you want to do good, but there's no need to save money for the state. Just make the items well, and let my brother be able to run and jump like a normal person. Spending a little more money is fine. This is something you made yourself. There's no market price for it. So you can decide how much to sell it for later, right? Besides, you can make not just one but many, so he can switch them out. What if one gets dirty? What if one suddenly breaks? Wouldn't it be good to have a backup?" Seeing Chun Mo's eyes brighten more, the Soldier King looked around and continued to whisper, "I'm also a veteran, and I have many comrades. Although we are in peacetime now, injuries and disabilities can still happen during routine training or other tasks. Even ordinary people can suffer from serious fractures. If you can make my buddy, who is paralyzed, lively again, wouldn't others want to come to you? Just think about how much that is worth." After saying this, the Soldier King gave Chun Mo a knowing look. However, the scene where Chun Mo readily agreed in his imagination did not occur. Instead, Chun Mo leaned closer and whispered in his ear. The Special Forces soldier felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back. Had Chun Mo discovered the earpiece in his ear? No way, that was a tiny earpiece, completely tucked inside. Just then, he heard Chun Mo softly say in his ear, "Don't worry, I'm not someone who keeps everything to myself. For the clients you brought, I'll give you 20%. It turned out that he hadn't discovered the earpiece. He was just going to share the profits? Suddenly, he felt as if the clouds had parted and he could see the sky. So this was the right way to communicate with Chun Mo. Rule 2. Chun Mo is a good person who prices items based on financial capability and customer needs, but his charges are always fair. This is one of the rules they summarized in the military. For the same item, Chun Mo's prices vary. Sometimes they are high, sometimes low. Although nothing is free, sometimes it feels almost like it is. The amphibious chassis is already priced very low, and Chun Mo has made the technology and patents available to heavy industry and agricultural machinery companies nationwide. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a philanthropist. At times, however, he might charge more. For instance, when Liu Xin wanted to repair a drone, although Chun Mo's modifications proved to be worth far more than the cost, it was still not cheap compared to his usual pricing style because Liu Xin had mentioned she wasn't short on money and was in urgent need. Even when repairing a robotic dog, Chun Mo suggested that people could take a kickback for extra charges. Although it was proven that Chun Mo's modifications were worth it, it also showed that he was not a rigid person. Moreover, he had never shown any intention of using online donations for personal gain. Thus, the people in the command room unanimously believed that Chun Mo did not oppose making money. He was a person with great compassion who did not profit from the poor. Yet he still did not understand how to make good use of this rule. But now he did. Even a philanthropist needed to make money, just not from ordinary people. Ordinary folks had it tough already. They had to calculate every penny, even when buying a screw, and every bit of meat in their meals. Chun Mo not only refrained from taking their money, but even subsidized them. Indeed, Chun Mo was a truly good person, someone who had risen above base interests. But how could such a good person make money? Previously, Chun Mo relied on live streaming donations, making money from wealthy patrons to subsidize ordinary people. But now, he could not only sell his charm to earn money from wealthy patrons, but also make money from the state. He finally understood why Chun Mo was so happy. Who would want to constantly sacrifice their charm for the wealthy? What if one day those wealthy patrons wanted to meet in person? One couldn't sacrifice a part for the whole, could they? After all, making money through live streaming wasn't a long-term solution. It was much better to earn money from the state. Chun Mo felt as if all the confusion had vanished, as if the clouds had parted and he could see clearly. However, the soldier didn't have time to think much more and quickly took the opportunity to say, "Don't worry. I only need 10%. After all, once the live stream goes out, even without me, those people will still find you. Being able to make money is your skill. I can't just sit around and earn that much." Initially, Chun Mo wasn't too satisfied with the soldier, but at this moment, he suddenly realized that the young man seemed quite capable. At least he was sensible and knew the ropes. Thinking of this, Chun Mo asked again, "So, how much do you think is appropriate?" "Of course, the more, the better. Don't worry, the country has money, plenty of it. Even if we spend millions on each injured soldier. How much is that in total? For the country, even if it costs tens or hundreds of billions, does that even matter? One belt costs trillions. This is something that can truly enhance a sense of belonging. But your product has to be good enough. If it turns out worse than what they had before, then charging millions or tens of millions won't work. The country isn't foolish. You need to show them the value." Chun Mo smiled. "Don't worry, leave it to me." These days, Chun Mo had also figured things out. The uncertainty of ordinary people was too great, and human diversity was vast. There would always be some individuals who, despite your excellent price and good service, would still give you a bad review just because they didn't like you. Just like Chun Mo's prices were already cheaper than the market rate, even lower than the normal purchase price, but some people still wanted him to give them discounts. However, some situations were different. For example, farmers waiting for the harvesters to arrive, or the operators of those harvesters, eager to make money. And then there were the disabled individuals who were bedridden, hoping to stand up again. Of course, if this disabled person didn't have to pay out of pocket, but rather the country covered the costs. That would be even better. Thinking of this, Chun Mo looked at Tian Jiqiang with a changed expression. This was no ordinary customer. This was practically my living advertisement. This hero, although this wheelchair could replace legs to some extent, it was still a wheelchair and not as convenient as legs. While I can't regenerate limbs, current science and technology are advanced, and I have a bionic prosthetic ready for you. I've heard you were coming, and it's all set. How about we go to the store and try it out? Chun Mo's way of addressing Tian Jiqiang changed, directly referring to him as a hero. If there's reimbursement, you should have said so earlier. If you had mentioned it, that wheelchair would have cost you $1 million right there. What a loss. Although it was unclear what Chun Mo and the soldier were whispering about, Tian Jiqiang wasn't foolish. He had initially been overwhelmed by the joy of regaining his freedom. But now he realized he was here on a mission from his unit. Although the unit only instructed him to listen to Sun Changjia without specifying the exact task, he now understood. They were using him as bait to lure Chun Mo into revealing his various amazing inventions. Perhaps, Chun Mo was a great inventor hidden among the people, only wanting to serve the public and not seeking a position in the state, which is why the military used this method to obtain Chun Mo's inventions. It must be said that those who could make a name for themselves in the military, if they didn't have a powerful background, were certainly not just brawn without brains. Moreover, even if it wasn't a state mission, Chun Mo's wheelchair is so stunning. How could the prosthetics he highly recommends be any worse? Although he is very satisfied with this wheelchair, it is obvious to anyone that he is disabled. But if Chun Mo's prosthetics can truly function like real legs, then he wouldn't have to endure the strange looks from others anymore, right? Thinking of this, Tian Jiqiang quickly stated, I want it. Boss, no matter the cost. I need it. Please fix my prosthetics. Chun Mo shook his head. Forget about the repair. Since it can be reimbursed, there's no need to save those $2. Your comrade mentioned your situation to me last night, and I've already prepared the prosthetics for you. Soon, they returned to the store. Chun Mo explained the requirements, and the system automatically generated the product. It was much easier than modifying it himself. Ding. Item has been generated. Location, in the cardboard box at the stairs leading to the second floor. Chun Mo looked at Tian Jiqiang. The item is over there by the stairs. Bring the box over. Tian Jiqiang nodded. With his multifunctional portable wheelchair, moving things was no problem. However, when online viewers saw Tian Jiqiang, who was paralyzed from the waist down, carrying the box himself, they were quite astonished. After placing the box on the counter, Tian Jiqiang eagerly opened it. However, when he saw what was inside, even though he was once a special operative, he was still taken aback and almost dropped the box. Chapter 59. Chun Mo understands me. You say this is a prosthetic? Tian Jiqiang trembled as he pulled out a leg from the box. The moment he saw the leg, the online viewers couldn't remain calm either. Wow, you scared me. Are you sure this isn't a murder cover-up? Aren't prosthetics supposed to be made of metal or plastic? Why does this feel like a real leg? It's no wonder Tian Jiqiang reacted strongly and the viewers were startled. In everyone's mind, prosthetics should be metallic, even exposing metal joints. Even if covered in plastic, it should reflect light, not have this color and texture. Even if it were silicone, it would typically be white, delicate, long, and flawless, unlike a real person. But Chun Mo's prosthetics were the complete opposite. Not only was it about the same thickness as a real leg, but more importantly, the color had a slightly dark yellow skin tone, even yellower than an average person's leg. As for the skin's texture, it looked rough and even had a few leg hairs. Nearby, a seasoned soldier couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Boss, are you sure this isn't a real leg? Saying this, he even reached out to pinch it. The moment he touched it, he was left speechless. The feel was almost identical to that of a real person. Even the hairs felt prickly. It was clearly an old man's leg. It was simply indistinguishable. How is this thing used? It wouldn't require surgery to attach, would it? This thing was indeed beyond his understanding. Chun Mo picked up the prosthetic limb and placed it on the ground. Looking at Tian Jiqiang, get out of the wheelchair and try the prosthetic. At this moment, Tian Jiqiang had already become accustomed to his multifunctional portable wheelchair, and getting out of it felt a bit strange. However, thinking about the wonders of this wheelchair and glancing at the prosthetic in front of him, he felt a mix of skepticism and anticipation. Although it looked rather ordinary, even somewhat unattractive, the more unremarkable it appeared, the less he dared to underestimate it. Chun Mo's products were always of high quality, and he believed this prosthetic might even be better than the wheelchair. How could he not look forward to it? Tian Jiqiang got out of the portable wheelchair, only to be directly tossed into the original wheelchair by the soldier. Feeling suddenly shorter and losing the sense of control, he experienced discomfort and wished he could quickly climb back into the portable wheelchair. Yet, out of trust in Chun Mo, he held back. Just then, Chun Mo casually threw the prosthetic in front of him and said, just like you usually wear a prosthetic, simply snap it on. Looking at the smooth cross-section, Tian Jiqiang was puzzled. He had tested many prosthetics, from low-end to high-end, even those that required helmets to capture brain waves. Yet all prosthetics, without exception, needed to be molded. It was like making dentures. While crafting a single tooth might be simple, the challenge lay in ensuring it fit perfectly in the original position. The same applied to prosthetics. The cross-section of a normal prosthetic was not smooth, but had an opening for the leg to fit in, just like wearing shoes. Even shoes needed to match the foot size. Most importantly, even slippers needed openings. How could one wear something that was just a flat piece? Now, Chun Mo's prosthetic looked like a flat piece to him, making it impossible to wear. Nevertheless, out of trust in Chun Mo, he tentatively placed his leg on the cross-section of the prosthetic. At that moment, Chun Mo suddenly said, "Come on, we're the prosthetic." To his surprise, the prosthetic spoke. Upon detecting the right leg, it began to wrap around it. Tian Jiqiang felt the prosthetic move beneath his leg, almost as if it were a mass of flesh acting on its own. If it weren't for his strong mental fortitude, he would have pulled his leg away. He sensed warmth radiating from the prosthetic, a pulling sensation as if it wanted to draw his residual limb inside. In fact, his stump was indeed being drawn in, enveloped by a warm, snug feeling. Unlike previous prosthetics that felt rigid and somewhat loose, this one felt incredibly tight, not tight in an uncomfortable way, but rather in a way that was surprisingly comfortable, offering a sense of ample wrapping. Additionally, it was warm, but not uncomfortably hot. Previous prosthetics would feel hard and cold when first worn. In spring and summer, it was manageable, but in autumn and winter, especially in winter, it was much colder than wearing shoes. However, this one was different, comfortable, extremely comfortable. He even felt a gentle vibration and massage sensation from within. Tian Jiqiang looked at Chun Mo and asked, "Why do I feel warm inside, and as if it's still moving?" Chun Mo smiled and replied, "Because it has 8D massage heads, high-frequency vibration motors, and far-infrared heating that can relax your leg muscles anytime, anywhere." Chun Mo glanced at Tian Jiqiang's amputated leg and continued, "I heard last night that you have a high-level paralysis, which makes it even more inconvenient to move compared to an amputation below the knee. It's hard to exercise the thigh area normally, and now with the amputation, it's even harder. This can help promote blood circulation and keep your body functioning well. You can't afford to lose any more muscle in your thigh. We can't have you facing further amputations. If it comes to that, it would mean amputating at the waist. Not to mention, even if you don't have children now, you definitely wouldn't want to lose that part." At that moment, Tian Jiqiang felt so moved that he almost cried. Everyone else was concerned about whether he could move. But only Chun Mo considered his muscle atrophy, and even the fact that he didn't have children. This was what it meant to be considerate. He suddenly felt as if he had found a confidant. Without any more doubts, Tian Jiqiang propelled his wheelchair to the counter, picked up another prosthetic leg, placed it on, and imitated Chun Mo, saying, "Install the prosthetic. Install the prosthetic. Little whatever, install the prosthetic." Chun Mo chuckled at his eagerness, saying, "It's called little whatever because my hardware store has all sorts of hardware. Also, this is just the installation and debugging phase. It's not linked to your voice yet. Once it is linked, it won't respond when others call it." After that, he issued the command, "Little whatever," with a prosthetic. As both prosthetics were fitted, Chun Mo continued, "Little whatever, perform matching." The prosthetics made a sound, matching in progress. With a true friend in the world, distance means nothing. After about 5 minutes, the system finally indicated that the matching was complete. Chun Mo looked at Tian Jiqiang, "Stand up and walk." Tian Jiqiang gripped the armrests of the wheelchair, wanting to stand up with all his might, but hesitated. He was scared. Scared that he wouldn't be able to stand, scared that he would still stumble. The portable wheelchair was great, and he was satisfied with it. But who wouldn't want to stand and walk on their own legs, even if they were just prosthetics? Seeing him hesitate, the soldier directly pulled him up. "Take a couple of steps." Chapter 60. Isn't this the exoskeleton technology one wanted? "Don't move. I can stand on my own." Tian Jiqiang stumbled as he was pulled up, and quickly pushed the soldier away. No one present could understand his feelings. From a top soldier to a bettered person, he had experienced too much hope and despair over the years. At this moment, he was closer to hope than ever, and he truly didn't want to shatter that. He trusted Chun Mo, but he still had concerns about this prosthetic. It was just too heavy. The most important thing about prosthetics is that they need to be lightweight. Just like shoes, the lighter they are, the more comfortable they feel when walking. Prosthetics are like another pair of shoes for amputees, but they are larger and inherently heavier, so it's even more important to pursue lightweight designs. Otherwise, the residual limb wouldn't be able to support itself, making it impossible to stand. Moreover, in the case of high-level amputations where part of the thigh is missing, even the original prosthetics can be quite challenging to manage. However, after he had mentally prepared himself and told himself that a portable wheelchair is also a good option, he found that he could actually stand up. Moreover, he didn't feel the previous sensation of being top-heavy or like walking on stilts. He tried to exert force, attempting to take a step forward. To his astonishment, his calf actually lifted by itself, and he took a step forward. Tian Jiqiang was stunned. How did this happen? If it were a single leg amputation, it would be understandable. But he had undergone a double leg amputation. Chun Mo smiled, saying, "Why does it matter how I did it? Just focus on whether you can walk or not." The hesitation on Tian Jiqiang's face was instantly replaced by joy. Indeed, why should he care about the principle? He wasn't a scientist, and he wouldn't understand it anyway. As long as he could walk, that was all that mattered. Saying this, he tried to take another step. Although it was still a bit unsteady, he could actually walk. It's worth noting that he had adapted to his previous prosthetics for a long time before he could walk unassisted. Now, this new prosthetic allowed him to walk independently right away. The key was that it was much more stable than the previous one. He tried to walk a couple more steps, and even walked out the door. The more he walked, the more thrilled he became. Initially, he walked slowly and somewhat unsteadily. But now, as he stepped forward, the prosthetic immediately followed suit, and the rhythm of his steps became increasingly aligned with his thoughts. It was as if, while he was adapting to the prosthetic was also adapting to him. As he walked more steadily, he even quickened his pace and began to walk briskly. Although he was still a bit unsteady at first, as he continued walking, it seemed that the prosthetic had adjusted to this frequency, becoming increasingly stable. Suddenly, he had a whimsical thought. If he stood straight at such a fast pace, would the prosthetic continue moving forward? However, the prosthetic came to an immediate halt. Although it stopped quickly, causing him to sway slightly due to inertia, the prosthetic adjusted itself to support his leaning body, allowing him to stand firmly in place. He was astonished. This thing was just like his own foot. It even knew to steady him when he lost balance. Are you sure this isn't my actual foot? Tian Jiqiang attempted to turn around. To his surprise, as he twisted his body, his foot actually followed along. His breathing became heavier with excitement. He suddenly felt an impulse. Perhaps he could try jumping. However, not trying was fine, but once he did, he became even more exhilarated. Because this prosthetic could actually jump. The key was that when he landed, there was no discomfort at all. It felt as if the prosthetic were a natural extension of his leg, with no sensation of being caught or restricted. Feeling the silicone wrapping around his thighs, he suddenly felt a sense of reassurance. He jogged along, tears streaming down his face, dripping onto the ground from his chin without him noticing. No one knew how he had endured these years. Returning to the hardware store, Tian Jiqiang looked at Chun Mo with excitement. Boss, you saved me. Saying this, he knelt down straight in front of Chun Mo, respectfully bowing his head. Even if a tough guy dragged him, he wouldn't get up. Observing this scene, netizens were moved as well. Men may not easily shed tears, but they do so when truly heartbroken. Although it's said that a man's knees are worth gold, I think Chun Mo deserves this bow. Seriously, as a grown man, why am I crying while watching a stress relief livestream? I came to see some fun, not to be moved by you, you rascal. At first, I thought this man was quite something, but now I feel he's not bad after all. Didn't you notice his wife cried even harder than he did? That's true love. Tian Jiqiang cried on the ground for a while until Chun Mo personally bent down to help him up before he stood. Boss, from today on, I, Tian Jiqiang, am yours. I'll work for you in the store, and I won't take a penny. Absolutely no complaints. Upon hearing this, Chun Mo instinctively took a step back, sizing up Tian Jiqiang. You little rascal, are you trying to default on a debt? Tian Jiqiang was taken aback. What debt? Did I promise anything before? After thinking it over, it seemed TNT promised anything. Seeing Tian Jiqiang's confused expression, Chun Mo coughed twice. We agreed that the state would reimburse you. You don't need my charity. Now you're saying you want to work for me. Are you planning to offset your debt with labor? You're using my prosthetic, and you still want me to give you a job. How polite. You misunderstood. I truly didn't mean to not pay. How much is this prosthetic? Tian Jiqiang quickly explained upon realizing Chun Mo had misunderstood. Chun Mo had already inquired with Tian Jiqiang's wife, and the prosthetic was planned to cost several $100,000. He didn't intend to ask for much. After all, being too demanding would affect future long-term cooperation. So he quoted a price he thought was reasonable, $500,000, then. After all, this prosthetic does more than just let you run and jump. Worried that Tian Jiqiang and the army would think it was expensive, Chun Mo specifically explained, let us not even mention the massage and heating functions. Don't you feel something different at the top of your thighs? Tian Jiqiang felt it. Not much different, it's quite comfortable. If there's anything different, it's that other places are warm with massage. But this part feels a bit cool. Exactly, it's cool. You're a man. Men fear heat, but not cold. Heat can affect performance. So, I specially added a cooling feature to ensure you can have two big, healthy babies at once. Chun Mo raised an eyebrow. Tian Jiqiang's eyes lit up. But he awkwardly laughed. 2 boys would be too much. I can't afford to raise them. A pair of twins would be best. Seeing him satisfied, Chun Mo continued to explain. You think that is all? You can feel it too. When you run, you don't need to exert yourself. Unlike traditional prosthetics that lack support. This is different from your previous prosthetics as well. You get what you pay for. Since I dare to ask for $500,000, the configuration is definitely top-notch. Just like a multifunctional portable wheelchair. The prosthetics not only contain high-density batteries for ample endurance, but also feature a running assist system specifically designed for high-level paraplegics. A running assist system? Upon hearing those 4 words, the soldier held his breath. Even though I can't fully understand it. The term running assist clearly indicates that these prosthetics are not solely reliant on human effort. They use machinery to help people run. Isn't this exactly the exoskeleton technology one wanted? Chapter 61. Are you sure this isn't cyberpunk? Seeing that Tian Jiqiang and the netizens didn't quite grasp it, Chun Mo explained. High-level paraplegics are different from ordinary amputees. They have lost both knees and significant portions of their thighs. It's well known that running relies not only on the hips and thighs, but, more importantly, on the knee joints and calves, or rather, the swing range and frequency of the legs. For those with a single leg amputated, having one good leg makes it simpler to match prosthetics. And they can even walk easily with crutches. However, once high-performance prosthetics are installed, their performance can still be limited. After all, no matter how advanced the prosthetics are, they are still constrained by that good leg. At most, the artificial leg can provide more force, allowing for slightly faster running speeds or higher jumps. In the Paralympics, some athletes using advanced prosthetics can run faster than average people, precisely because the materials used are better suited for jumping and running. For those amputated below the calves, advanced prosthetics are actually more convenient since they primarily rely on the thighs and knees, with only the ankles and feet missing. The operational capabilities are quite limited. Listening to Chun Mo, the netizens couldn't help but twitch their lips. So, does that mean the more amputations, the better? Host. Tomorrow I'll get amputated down to just my head. Can you turn me into a super scion? It's the first time I've heard that more amputations mean greater athletic ability. Is this what they call the paradox of less is more? More is less. Damn, I'm confused. Tian Jiqiang was also puzzled. Just tell us what benefits these legs have. Chun Mo nodded. In short, these legs can let you run 100 kilometers without feeling tired. allowing you to easily surpass the world sprint champion's speed. While the sprint champion can only run 100 meters, you could maintain that speed for the entire distance. The soldier gasped in amazement. This is it. I've made it. It was worth it. Without waiting for Tian Jiqian to ask, the soldier continued. What if I run 100 kilometers at the sprint champion's speed? Chun Mo thought for a moment. I wouldn't recommend it, as it puts too much strain on the heart. After all, even if your stamina keeps up, running at high speeds for extended periods will cause your internal organs to work overtime, which can lead to problems. The soldier's eyes lit up. What if I don't care about the damage to my body? For instance, on the battlefield, not running means death. Or, if I need to pursue the enemy and quickly close the distance, is it worth running long distances even at the cost of one's life? Chun Mo smiled and replied, then I can make you run with your legs kicking up sparks. The soldier's expression turned serious. Really? Chun Mo nodded and explained. This prosthetic limb has 3 modes: normal mode, performance mode, and crazy mode. In normal mode, the principle of this prosthetic is not much different from traditional ones. It senses bioelectrical signals for control. However, processing these bioelectrical signals quickly and accurately is challenging, so I incorporated AI in a muscle dynamic simulation system. This means that when your brain wants to move your leg forward, it quickly releases bioelectrical signals to your leg muscles to propel you forward. But accurately processing these signals is difficult, which is why AI is included. His remaining thigh was tightly wrapped in silicone. If you think it's just silicone, that would be a shallow understanding. Inside, there are countless sensors that can not only sense electromyographic signals, but also capture muscle dynamics in real time. Based on the current state of the muscles, AI can judge what you intend to do next, first matching the most appropriate action based on muscle dynamics, and then responding in conjunction with the bioelectrical signals. This enables accurate reactions. Moreover, because of the AI chip, it continuously learns the relationship between your bioelectrical signals and muscle dynamics, constantly adjusting and optimizing, becoming more intuitive with a decreasing error rate and increasing response speed. In the military command room, the experts, after listening to Chun Mo's explanation, were all visibly impressed. Wonderful. First, relying on muscle dynamics for action preparation. Since human legs are not as agile as fingers, the possible actions are essentially walking forward, stepping back, turning, jumping, and so on, depending on the muscles activated. Their strength varies, allowing for a basic judgment even without bioelectrical signals. Coupled with the assistance of bioelectrical signals, it's simply perfect. The key is the addition of the AI chip, which continuously learns and analyzes the individual's bioelectrical signals and muscle dynamics, essentially allowing for ongoing training tailored to the individual. Who knows, by the end, it might feel just like a real leg. Although we have also researched in this direction, our prosthetics are not smooth enough. Data capture and processing are not adequate, and our integration with AI has been misguided. We always focus on bioelectrical signals while neglecting that muscle movements themselves are also a form of signal, and they are much easier to interpret than bioelectrical signals. How did Chun Mo come up with this? He is simply a genius. Can you say something that others don't know? The commander and the advisor beside him watched as the old experts' mouths twitched. Their prosthetic hasn't even warmed up yet, and you want to take it away? Are you even human? The commander cleared his throat. Look again. Chun Mo mentioned that this is just the normal mode. There are more powerful performance and crazy modes. Based on Chun Mo's further explanation, they understood that the so-called performance mode would break through some limitations. For example, in standard mode, the performance can only reach the level of a second-tier athlete. However, in performance mode, it can surpass that of an athlete. After all, a patient with high-level paraplegia has lost their feet, calves, knees, and even part of their thighs, with only the thigh tightly wrapped in a prosthetic limb. This means that both legs are essentially machines. The speed and height that machines can achieve are no longer constrained by muscle and body weight. Of course, this still relies on the thigh continuously sending signals. Theoretically, it is just that the explosive power is stronger, while endurance remains similar. However, the prosthetic limb that wraps around the thigh also includes features like massage, vibration, and infrared thermal therapy, which can relax the muscles. Coupled with most of the force being generated by the prosthetic, this leads to endurance far exceeding that of ordinary people. Imagine someone who can leap over a 3-meter wall and can sprint for dozens of kilometers. Wouldn't that be intimidating? As for the crazy mode, it changes the control of the prosthetic limb management from being solely based on bioelectrical signals and muscle status to a combination of bioelectrical signals, muscle status, and commands all working together. For instance, if a command is issued to run forward at a speed of 50 kilometers per hour, even if the thigh muscles are completely still, the prosthetic will strive to run forward. As long as there are no signals from the thigh muscles indicating a turn or a stop, it can keep running. It can even forcibly ignore bodily signals and execute commands. Chun Mo looked at the soldier and smiled, saying, "So, as long as you're crazy enough to issue a command to run forward at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, even if there are obstacles ahead, as long as the order is not revoked, it will keep running. However, doing so would mean you completely become a mere appendage of the machine." Seeing the soldier display a shocked and fearful expression, Chun Mo chuckled. Of course, such a scenario is nearly impossible to achieve. It's very likely that one would trip and fall after just a few steps due to uneven ground. After all, without the control of bioelectrical signals and muscle status, the prosthetic limb would be like a machine without eyes, unable to avoid pits or make turns. There aren't that many perfectly straight and flat roads for you to run on. Yet, even so, the Special Forces soldier and the online viewers were still stunned. The prosthetic limb was more effective than the original body. Isn't this just cyberpunk? Chapter 62. A glimpse of brilliance. The Special Forces soldier did not know what cyberpunk meant, but he understood how terrifying it would be to run 10 or 20 kilometers at sprinting speed. Especially for someone like him, who had undergone rigorous training, endurance was unquestionable, and his physical capacity far exceeded that of an average person. However, no matter how strong his endurance or capacity, human bodily functions have their limits. After running for a long time, fatigue sets in, muscles ache, and it's impossible to maintain high speeds. Additionally, due to the varying physical limits of individuals, even if an ordinary person trains their whole life, they cannot achieve the speed of a world champion. When one reaches a certain extreme, it is no longer something that can be achieved merely by gritting one's teeth and pushing through. He could run 30 or 50 kilometers while carrying weight. However, there is still a significant gap between his sprinting speed and that of the world champion. This is a natural physical limit. It's not that he doesn't want to move his legs faster or take longer strides. He simply can't accelerate anymore. It's like the 3 modes set for the prosthetic limbs by Chun Mo. In the first mode, these prosthetics will never perform better than those of a secondary athlete. This is preset from the moment of use. But the biggest difference between humans and animals is the ability to create and use tools. With these prosthetics, even if he doesn't activate the extreme mode and only uses the performance mode, it's equivalent to raising his own limits significantly. In a web novel he read before joining the military, there was a concept called gene lock. It described how, after unlocking this gene lock, the protagonist would no longer be constrained by human limits, able to take on 10 opponents, ultimately getting promoted, earning more money, marrying a beautiful and wealthy woman, and reaching the pinnacle of life. If he had such prosthetics, wouldn't that be like unlocking the gene lock? And this is just for the legs. What if his arms and hands were also prosthetics? Just thinking about it is exhilarating. At that point, not only could he marry a beautiful and wealthy woman, but he could also have a harem like the protagonists in those novels. But thinking about a harem made him uneasy. The army is great in many ways, but all they can do is shoot guns. Even shooting isn't done casually. As a special forces soldier, the daily training tasks are extremely demanding. If he only focused on shooting, where would he find the energy for anything else? Becoming a king of special forces isn't just about being good with firearms. But with Chun Mo's prosthetics, it would be different. Even if he wasn't in top condition, the small differences could be easily compensated by the prosthetics. These prosthetics could also help with blood circulation and maintain vitality. They seem tailor-made for him. But just the thought of not being paralyzed from the waist down makes him feel a bit uneasy. After all, these are directly attached to his legs. From what he knows about the people at the research center, it would take at least a few years to fully digest these technologies and apply them to exoskeletons. By then, he would be retired for sure. In the past, he could still say he would be back whenever called upon. Once he retires, with robotic dogs, exoskeletons, and even high-tech advancements he can't even fathom, there would be no need for an old soldier like him to return. He fears that with just a wave of a hand from above, there would be countless robotic dogs and flying robots, defeating the enemy effortlessly. Forget about recalling old soldiers. Not downsizing the military would be a good thing. The more he thinks about it, the angrier he gets, wishing he could just saw off his legs right then and there. He looks at Tian Jiqiang with eyes full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Old Tian, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and try running. The amputee is also stirred up inside. If what Chun Mo said is true, wouldn't he be close to becoming a superhuman? Thinking of this, Tian Jiqiang adopts a charging stance and pushes down hard. The 2 prosthetic limbs instantly exert force, propelling him into a standing high jump. Although there is no ruler to measure accurately, the height is visibly impressive. Although Chun Mo already knew about the capabilities of the prosthetics from the system introduction, seeing it in action was still astonishing. The system indeed produces high-quality results. Thinking about the effort he put into modifications before, he felt a bit upset. After all, he still couldn't escape the mindset of someone who has struggled financially, always thinking about learning more skills, believing that having more knowledge is never a burden. In reality, with the system in place, what skills are even needed? With such an advantage, there's no need to practice any techniques. With this thought in mind, Chun Mo looked at Tian Jiqiang and said, I'll get a measuring tape. You can try the long jump. The high jump requires a bar for convenient measurement, but the long jump is much simpler. Soon, Chun Mo took out a leather measuring tape and laid it straight on the ground. Tian Jiqiang was already eager to try, and without waiting for Chun Mo to give the signal, he jumped from the takeoff line. However, contrary to everyone's expectations of him jumping several meters, he only managed 2 meters and fell on his rear due to lack of adjustment. The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. I thought he would be impressive, but this, just this, even though I can't jump, it doesn't stop me from saying you're not good enough. Come on, young man, you need to practice. I, as a girl, can jump 2 meters. You, a grown man, only jump 2 meters. What a shame. Of course, most of the teasing from the viewers was harmless. Tian Jiqiang, unaware of the comments, felt quite pleased. Just this morning, he was a high-level paraplegic who couldn't even manage to go to the bathroom independently. In less than a day, he was able to run and jump. What a change. Moreover, during his time in the military, he could only jump 1 meters. Although his form was better back then, he knew his physical condition. After being bettered in for a long time, even if he could only jump 1 meter, he would still be very happy. After regaining his balance, Tian Jiqiang prepared for another jump. This time, he still managed 2 meters and fell again, but it was evidently much better than the first attempt. 3 minutes later, he could jump 2 3 meters, and he landed steadily each time. The viewers who were initially laughing stopped. 2. 3 meters. For most ordinary people, that's already beyond reach. After another 3 minutes, Tian Jiqiang leaped again. This time, he achieved 2. 5 meters. The viewers were completely stunned. A standing long jump of 2. 5 meters. Wow. That truly meets the male standard for a level 2 athlete in long jump. Jumping continuously for 7 minutes. If it were me, I would have either collapsed or injured my ankle. Yet he looked completely unfazed, still appearing relaxed. From the initial fall to now jumping 2. 5 meters with ease, it was hard to imagine how powerful he would be in performance mode. Suddenly, it struck me that this was just the standard mode. At this moment, Chun Mo also looked at Tian Jiqiang and said, "The viewers want you to try performance mode. Since everyone wants to see it, why not give it a shot?" He wouldn't admit that he wanted to see it himself. Not only Chun Mo, but Tian Jiqiang had been eager to try performance mode for a while. However, without Chun Mo's permission, he felt a bit hesitant. Now that Chun Mo has spoken, there is nothing more to say. Tian Jiqiang directly issued the order, "Activate performance mode." Performance mode activated. Please be aware that performance mode can be quite intense, and maintain balance to avoid injury, the system reminded. Chapter 63. Where am I supposed to get an invoice for you? 3 meters. I can't believe it, that's a standing long jump. With a light leap of 3 meters. I actually can't match a person with disabilities. Can anyone tell me what the world record for standing long jump is? As an athlete, I can clearly tell you that the world record is 3.73 meters, which is still much better. I can also jump over 3 meters. But his form is not standard. If I were to jump in that position, I definitely wouldn't reach 3 meters. Is this what performance mode is? Seeing Tian Jiqiang casually achieving a 3-meter jump, the netizens were once again unsettled. However, this was just the beginning. Tian Jiqiang was afraid that the performance mode was too intense, so he didn't dare to exert too much force. Focusing all his attention on adapting to this new power, you could see from his steady landing that he was confident. With certainty in his heart, Tian Jiqiang leaped again. This time, he directly reached a 4-meter jump. Moreover, he landed steadily without any difficulty. As he practiced more, Tian Jiqiang had transitioned from stumbling when he stood up to now moving smoothly and fluidly. Just as he was about to continue jumping, Chun Mo smiled and said, "Congratulations. You have broken the world record." Tian Jiqiang was stunned. "I only jumped 4 meters, and that is a world record?" Thinking of this, Tian Jiqiang decided to go all out and use his maximum strength. Who cares if it looks good or not, or whether he might fall? I've already broken the world record. What is a little squat? With that thought, Tian Jiqiang made a powerful leap, using all his strength this time. Bang! After landing, Tian Jiqiang made a loud thud. This time he didn't fall into a squat, but he still stumbled forward several steps before stabilizing himself. Normally, such a performance would be deemed invalid in a competition. However, Tian Jiqiang wasn't there for an Olympic event. The ground was made of cement bricks, not a sand pit, so no one would care too much. However, just as everyone was about to measure the distance, they suddenly found that the measuring tape wasn't long enough. Everyone looked at each other. The soldiers' eyes widened. This is a 5-meter tape. How could it be this far? Could it be 8 meters? Chun Mo also gasped. Indeed, performance mode was too extraordinary. He quietly walked into the store and took out a 20-meter tape. He was determined that with a 20-meter tape, there is no way he could break my record. Based on the footprints and video verification, it was ultimately determined that the previous jump measured 8 meters and 56 centimeters. 8.5. A standing long jump of 8 meters. He could leap directly from the last row of a classroom to the podium. With this jump, he broke 2.5 world records. Oh my, this performance mode could just as well be called the cultivation mode. It's no wonder so many people in the cyberpunk world love using prosthetics. It turns out they are really useful. The quality of what Chun Mo produces is simply too high. I can't even imagine how far he could jump if he had a running start. Chun Mo looked at the comments and laughed. What is there to not imagine? Lao Tian, give me one with a running start. Tian Jiqiang was also getting into it. However, this is an outdoor space, right next to a shop. At this moment, there were already onlookers recording videos. It wasn't exactly crowded, but it was close. There wasn't really enough space for him to perform. Nevertheless, Tian Jiqiang was now seen as a flying person in everyone's eyes. As soon as it was announced that everyone should step back because Tian Jiqiang was going to jump with assistance, everyone instinctively took several steps back, and those who were in the way quickly moved aside. Some even helped maintain order. Once the area was cleared and Tian Jiqiang had rested, he did some simple warm-up movements and began his assisted run. His running speed was quite impressive, although it wasn't tested. Chun Mo believed it definitely exceeded that of a short-distance champion. Tian Jiqiang leaped powerfully from the marked line, soaring into the air like a cannonball. He was truly flying. Since Tian Jiqiang hadn't undergone professional training, the force he generated was not only forward but also upward. Like a carp leaping out of the water, he traced a perfect parabolic arc in the air. Just looking at the height of his jump, it was at least 4 to 5 meters, requiring everyone to look up. It was unclear whether he had reserved some strength or was becoming more skilled at controlling it, but this time Tian Jiqiang landed smoothly. However, Chun Mo was feeling a bit frustrated again. He had prepared a 20-meter measuring tape, which turned out to be insufficient. Chun Mo sighed, "Stay right there. I'll go get a longer measuring tape." Soon, he returned with a roll of measuring tape. This time, however, Chun Mo was clever and brought out a 100-meter tape. Seeing the large measuring tape in Chun Mo's hands, the viewers laughed. Thankfully, the hostess hardware store had everything. Otherwise, measuring would be a problem. Wow. A 100-meter measuring tape. The host really has everything. Chun Mo also laughed. Brothers, you can say that I'm not focused on my work with other things. But measuring tapes? That's the essence of a hardware store. Don't even mention 100 meters. I have tapes that go up to 500 or 1,000 meters. From small ones for measuring rooms to large ones for measuring land. I have it all. If that is not enough, I also have laser levels and distance measuring devices. Before long, the result was measured again, 32 meters. The world record is only 95 meters. That's more than 3 times the world record. The key point is that this time Tian Jiqiang landed smoothly, clearly indicating that this was not his limit. Of course, Chun Mo wasn't interested in knowing his limits anymore. Would it really have to reach a crazy mode where an assistant jumps 100 meters? If that were the case, no matter how well the shock absorption was done, Tian Jiqiang would probably sustain internal injuries. Or should he find a closed road to race cars? These are all meaningless. Ultimately, they are all beyond human limits. And in the future, Tian Jiqiang can test it himself. Chun Mo looked at Tian Jiqiang with a smile. Now you have tested this prosthetic limb. It has been proven that my prosthetic limb can not only run and jump, but also allow you to surpass ordinary people. So, about the 500,000 we agreed on, are you going to pay now and take it away, or do you need to raise more money? 500,000 is not a small amount after all. Although Chun Mo learned from Tian Jiqiang's wife that they had over $1 million. Having that money doesn't mean they can take out that much cash immediately. Perhaps they have it tied up in fixed deposits or investments. Moreover, they could opt for reimbursement, meaning they might have to wait for the funds to be approved before making the payment. Chun Mo originally only planned to charge around 100,000 or so. Considering that the wheelchair had already cost them 500,000, charging another 500,000 would be completely unreasonable. But since reimbursement was an option, what else was there to say? After seeing the actual effect, Chun Mo felt that 500,000 was actually too little. Tian Jiqiang couldn't wait any longer. This wasn't just about getting legs that allowed him to move freely. It was also a massager and a vitality enhancer for future generations. Whether they could have twins depended on these legs. Tian Jiqiang looked at his wife, who quickly transferred the money to him. After making the payment, Tian Jiqiang looked at Chun Mo and asked, "Boss, can you issue an invoice? I need it for reimbursement." Chun Mo almost blurted out a response, but held it back. "What are you talking about?" Tian Jiqiang thought Chun Mo hadn't heard clearly and repeated, "Invoice." Chun Mo's mouth twitched. "Oh no, I really don't have that." Chapter 64. The system fails at a critical moment. It's over. It's over. Hearing the word invoice, Chun Mo broke out in a cold sweat. In his small hardware store, let alone an invoice, he didn't even have a company seal. No, it's worse than that. He didn't even have a corporate bank account. His business license was just for a sole proprietorship. He had always relied on affordable prices to attract customers, even during the good times in real estate. When he had some so-called big clients in construction sites and decoration companies, his average monthly profit was still quite limited. Otherwise, his parents wouldn't have only bought a small 100 square meter house after so many years, and it didn't even have an elevator. The store also hadn't expanded over the years, and they couldn't even afford to change the sign to a new one. Of course, after he took over, the business became even worse. Not only had the real estate industry collapsed, but people also started shopping online. He was barely making ends meet and had never thought about things like issuing invoices. In his impression, the invoices in the store were just a small booklet of receipts on the table. Whether for bookkeeping, someone buying on credit and needing a promissory note, or someone placing an order, they used that little booklet. Naturally, if someone bought a lot of items and wanted a receipt, he would write one, stating the date and what was sold to them. But he is not an old fossil. Of course he knows what an invoice is. He also understands that, under normal circumstances, it's impossible to get reimbursed without an invoice. The key point is that this is a live broadcast, with hundreds of thousands of viewers online. It's not just his fans. There are also detractors and competitors from various industries who would love to report him and get him into trouble. For an ordinary sole proprietor, even if you earn hundreds of thousands a year, as long as you don't say anything, no one will investigate you, let alone question whether you issue invoices. But now, with a wheelchair and a prosthetic limb costing $1 million, if he claims he is not making money, not paying taxes, and not issuing invoices, that wouldn't hold water. Realizing this, Chun Mo quickly asked the system in his mind, "Brother, do you have an invoice? The customer wants one." Just then, the system replied, "Blank invoice." Chun Mo twitched his mouth. What the hell? What use is a blank invoice to me? To tear up for fun? Since he couldn't find a way out, Chun Mo had no choice but to explain. "My shop is just a small sole proprietorship. I haven't sold these things before. Only in the last couple of days has business picked up a bit, and the variety of goods has increased. But I haven't registered with the business administration yet. It's getting late. Why don't you go home first? I'll go to the business bureau tomorrow to handle the paperwork. I'll find someone to expedite it. And I'll definitely get you the invoice as soon as possible." Tian Jiqiang and Bing Wang were all anxious. "No, we don't want the invoice. We must take the goods today." Chun Mo laughed. "Don't worry, I'm not that unreasonable. You can take the goods today. Just hold off on the payment for now. Consider it a trial use. Once I complete the paperwork, you can come back to pay." Chun Mo patted Tian Jiqiang's shoulder. "I understand your urgent desire to stand up again. I admire everything you've done for the country. But the money we earn with our legs can certainly provide a better life for ourselves and create a warm home for our wives, children, and parents. Since the country can reimburse, why should we spend our own money? This is 500,000. No, combined it's $1 million. With this $1 million, you can find a good hospital when your wife gives birth. You can find a good postpartum center, hire a nanny to help take care of the baby, enroll the child in special classes, and take the child on trips. The country doesn't need your little contributions. What it needs are people like you who have sacrificed for it. Tian Jiqiang was stunned. He didn't expect Chun Mo to say this. In that moment, he even felt an impulse to bow to Chun Mo again. But he also knew that bowing was the least useful thing. Having done it once was enough. He needed to repay Chun Mo with real actions. His wife beside him looked at Chun Mo with red eyes. She is a woman, and even if she is selfless, she is still an ordinary person. She could accept spending all their savings on her husband's treatment, even accumulating debts. If she couldn't accept such a life, she wouldn't have resolutely chosen to marry him after Tian Jiqiang lost his legs. However, it is precisely because of the years spent alongside Tian Jiqiang that she has come to understand the value of money. The indifference Tian Jiqiang often shows her, coupled with the misunderstanding from those around her, only intensifies her longing for care and recognition. In the quiet of midnight, she has felt regret. If her story were shared online, most people would likely praise her. Even the negative comments would be automatically filtered out by the system. Yet, the words left on the internet ultimately exist only in that realm. In reality, most people around her superficially praise her diligence and capability, claiming she does not mind Tian Jiqiang's condition, but behind her back, they say she married a useless person. They also remark on Tian Jiqiang's strange temperament, suggesting she married him only for money. They even accuse her of being unfaithful, claiming she should face severe consequences. People say the city is full of tricks, and she wishes to return to the countryside. However, the women there, lacking jobs, spend their days revolving around children and household chores, with little to talk about. Their gossip amounts to nothing more than trivial matters and backbiting. It seems as if she is the only good person in the world, while everyone else is bad. Ironically, those gossiping lack sophistication. One moment they are talking behind her back, and the next moment, when she appears, they freeze in awkward smiles, forgetting even to greet her, as if terrified she might know they were speaking ill of her. Some even think they are clever, claiming they are only repeating what others say. When asked where they heard it, they simply respond that it's common knowledge. Of course, this is still mild compared to others. Some inappropriate men openly say she married a useless man, their words laced with mockery. Even her parents urge her to quickly secure her finances and leave the marriage, suggesting that if she does, the money will all be hers. They question whether she truly intends to spend her life with him. Coupled with Tian Jiqiang's deliberate coldness towards her, the pain she has endured over the years is known only to her. But Chun Mo is different. He cares about whether she has access to good hospitals for childbirth, whether there will be someone to take care of her after giving birth, and if anyone will help raise the child. He truly understands her struggles. She can't help but picture herself lying on a soft bed in a maternity center, with Tian Jiqiang beside her holding their child, and a nurse helping to prepare formula. Thinking about this makes her gaze towards Chun Mo feel markedly different. Thank you. You are a good person. Chun Mo is taken aback. Wait, what's going on? I haven't even confessed. Why am I suddenly receiving a good person card? The problem is, those who receive such cards usually don't end up in good situations. I took such a big risk to go through the proper procedures for you. Are you cursing me? Isn't this a case of betrayal? With this thought, Chun Mo hesitates and says, of course. If you truly look down on this amount of money and insist on not reimbursing it, you can pay now without waiting for the invoice. Tian Jiqiang and his wife exchange glances, shaking their heads vigorously as if they were shaking a rattle drum. After all, that is 500,000. As Chun Mo said, why not take advantage of it? He suddenly stated, the money for the wheelchair won't be refunded to you for now. Let's see if we can issue a new invoice later. If not, I'll refund you and let you repurchase it, ensuring you get reimbursed. Seeing the two about to express their gratitude again, Chun Mo asked, is everything all right now? The two shook their heads. Chun Mo smiled. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry back home. What? Do I still have to treat you both to a meal? Tian Jiqiang was anxious. There's no need for a benefactor to treat us. We should be the ones treating you. Tian Jiqiang's wife quickly added, exactly. I'll book a restaurant right now. You should at least have a meal with us. You are our family's great benefactor. However, Chun Mo waved his hand. To him, they were just two ordinary customers. He admired Tian Jiqiang. All soldiers deserve his respect. No matter the reason for joining the military, as long as they are still in service, he would show them respect. He particularly admired those who made contributions and sacrifices in the military. Perhaps one day Tian Jiqiang might change, but until he goes down the wrong path, he still deserves Chun Mo's respect and admiration. The same goes for Tian Jiqiang's wife. The fact that she married him after his high-level paralysis and has stayed by his side for so many years also earned Chun Mo's admiration. It was precisely because Tian Jiqiang sacrificed his legs for the country that Chun Mo offered a product surpassing current technology. He wasn't foolish. While there might be high-end technology in laboratories, very few could be applied to ordinary people. To put it plainly, the technology wasn't mature enough. Otherwise, Tian Jiqiang wouldn't be using such ineffective prosthetics. Knowing that this prosthetics technology exceeded current capabilities, Chun Mo was also aware of the risks involved in presenting something beyond existing technology. Innocent people can face trouble just by possessing valuable things. What if he gets targeted? What if someone investigates him and finds flaws? After all, many of his possessions wouldn't stand up to scrutiny. Yet, Chun Mo still presented it and offered a very low price of 500,000. He genuinely felt that 500,000 was a low price. Sometimes, medications are quite cheap. Even bottled water can be inexpensive. It's cheap enough that a bottle of 100 tablets of vitamin C costs only 2 or 3 yuan, making a profit. But some medications are very expensive. New anti-cancer drugs and other special medications often cost thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. And patients need to take them for life. For someone with high-level paralysis, this wheelchair and prosthetic are no less critical than life-sustaining anti-cancer drugs. Even if he priced it at several million, there would still be buyers. There are always wealthy individuals in this world. It was merely to ensure that a soldier who contributed to the country wouldn't have to suffer with ineffective prosthetics while lying in bed. Seeing Tian Jiqiang leave, Chun Mo turned to the soldier. Hey buddy, since everyone else has left, what are you still doing here? Are you going to celebrate too? The soldier chuckled. Well, I was thinking, since you can turn a paraplegic into a superhuman, can you give me an upgrade too? Chun Mo laughed. Sure, just get your legs amputated. Watching the corner of the soldier's mouth twitch, Chun Mo smiled and said, I've mentioned before that someone missing 2 legs is stronger than someone missing just 1. A person with high-level paraplegia is stronger than someone who has only had their legs amputated below the knee. If you can cut off both legs entirely, right up to the thighs, I'll tailor a lower body just for you. By the way, have you seen the smiling, proud wanderer? The soldier instinctively nodded. Ling Hu Chong. Chun Mo snapped his fingers. Exactly. There's a martial arts manual in it called the Sunflower Manual, and the first page says, to practice this skill, one must first castrate themselves. Therefore, throughout history, there has only been one path to becoming stronger. The more parts you're missing, the stronger you become. In short, the weaker you are, the stronger you can be. Chun Mo looked the soldier up and down. So, if you could cut off all 3 legs and both hands, I guarantee you'd be so strong that you'd scare yourself. 3 legs? The soldier was puzzled. Aren't they all, as he realized. His impression of Chun Mo was completely shattered. Goodness, so you're that kind of big shot. I always thought you were a compassionate scientific fanatic. But it turns out you're quite flamboyant. Is there really no other way? Chun Mo nodded. Maybe you could shave your head too? Once you go bald, you'll naturally become stronger. The soldier instantly pictured himself with both arms and legs chopped off, and just a bald head remaining. For some reason, in his mind, there was always a large pot. Without arms and legs, he was stuffed into a big pot, with only a bald head sticking out. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shiver. Never mind, I suddenly feel like this is pretty good. Chun Mo laughed. What is so good about it? Even if it's delivering food or packages, it's better than being a security guard like you are now. But don't worry, if you work hard with me, I'll definitely make sure you earn a fortune. He also gave the soldier a knowing look. The netizens instantly became curious. Working hard with Chun Mo? Is the store going to add a new employee? Is Chun Haigu planning to help him out, letting him work at the hardware store? Truly worthy of being the streamer I follow. Such a good person. Skillful and with good character. Keep it up, streamer. By the way, streamer, does your store really make money? I'm worried you'll go bankrupt, and you still want to bring others along to earn money? Exactly. Following the streamer means going hungry 3 days out of 9. Chun Mo looked at the netizens' comments and smiled. Who said that following me means you'll go hungry? Although my store really doesn't make much money, but I have all of you. Wasn't there a guy who was tough talking about giving me a reward at the carnival? I not only proved that the multifunctional portable wheelchair is fast and can go upstairs, but I even pulled out a prosthetic that is 2 stories high. Can we get a reward for the carnival now? Can we arrange for upside-down eating and drinking too? However, at this moment, the tough-talking guy had once again gone silent. After a while, seeing that the tough-talking guy still hadn't logged on, Chun Mo couldn't help but sigh. Forget it. Maybe he has gone to eat and drink like crazy and is preparing for a big release. Chapter 66. I'm almost killed by your thoughtfulness. Hearing Chun Mo's words, the netizens burst into laughter. The streamer's words are really sharp. By the way, where did you get such an amazing prosthetic? My relative is also an amputee and wants to get one. Are you silly? It's obvious that the host made this himself. With such high-tech products, who else could create them besides the host? I say, those so-called experts are just useless, taking money without doing anything meaningful. They're just scamming for funds. Chun Mo cleared his throat. Brothers, there are some things that can be said and some that cannot. If I keep talking, my live stream will be over. Are there any gifts or donations? If not, I'll have to end the stream. Looking around, he saw plenty of colorful gifts filling the screen, with a bunch of unfamiliar special effects. Yet, Chun Mo couldn't help but sigh. The current netizens aren't that impressive. What does it mean when the screen is filled with colorful gift effects? It means there aren't any high-value gifts to clear the screen. And those unfamiliar special effects? It means they're all just small-time players. If it were a carnival, we would all recognize each other by now. As he watched them continue to send gifts for a good 10 minutes, the special effects finally started to dwindle. Chun Mo then said to the camera, brothers, although I'm a host, I still need to say this. Don't just watch the live stream. Especially those of you who don't have much money. You supporting me in the live stream doesn't bring me any income. It only lowers my efficiency. Go out and make some money. You're too stingy to send me expensive gifts. Honestly, if you earn tens of thousands a month, you wouldn't be so tight-fisted with gifts. The viewers in the live stream couldn't help but laugh at Chun Mo's words. What the heck? I'm being criticized for sending gifts. For a moment, I couldn't figure out if the host was looking out for me or looking down on me. I sent such a big romantic carriage and got called poor. I just don't believe it. The next second, a user named Changshan Zhaozilong sent a romantic carriage. Chun Mo looked at the screen and was speechless. Brother, what is this? With this money, you might as well send a carnival gift, and I'd actually thank you. Hearing Chun Mo's words, the viewers burst out laughing. Changshan Zhaozilong was amused as well. After a while, when the special effects faded, Chun Mo finally saw the comments and was instantly shocked. That romantic carriage was worth 2,888. That is only 122 less than a $3,000 carnival gift. And he had mocked the guy. especially when he looked at the rankings in the live stream. Changshan Zhaozilong was actually in first place. Chun Mo immediately changed his tune. Brother Zhaozi, hello? I'm sorry. I was foolish earlier. Turns out you're a true big brother. It's just that I haven't been on this platform long and haven't seen many good gifts. Please don't hold it against me. Next time you send gifts, just send 10 romantic carriages. And when I see the carriages coming, I'll know it's you. Brother Zhaozi. Changshan Zhaozilong sent another 10 romantic carriages and also posted a special comment. This host is worth dealing with. 10 romantic carriages had arrived. And Chun Mo thanked Zhaozi Guo with a smile on the surface, but inside, he was even happier. Just saying a nice word could exchange for 28,000. Who says women are the ones with the upper hand? Clearly, it's the streamers. No wonder so many people are eager to become streamers. This thing makes money fast. Chun Mo glanced at the screen and saw there were no more gifts. He yawned and said, if there's no one here, I'll sign off now. Good night to all the poor brothers and sisters, and to the big brothers and sisters as well. Although it was only 7 in the evening. It was already completely dark outside. After playing games all night last night, he had successfully stabilized his rank at silver, and today he wasn't feeling too well. Seeing that it was dark outside, he didn't plan to linger in the shop any longer. I've already made so much money. Who has the time to waste with you guys? If it weren't for the little bit of money in your pockets, I wouldn't even bother talking to you. Now he was officially someone with over several million in assets. Adding the tens of millions in the system, combined with the terrifying purchasing power of those virtual coins. He wasn't exactly rolling in money, but he had a decent amount of assets. In the live stream, you all call me Chun Hey Go. And I don't mind. But in reality, when you see me, you better call me Mr. Chun. I might not even acknowledge you. The only regret was that the famous monkey and sister rabbit had been taken away. Last time, he thought about leveraging a PK to rake in some gifts, but ended up losing both the lady and the soldiers. Last night, Monkey said confidently he would tip. Now, after streaming all afternoon, there was no sign of him. As expected, one big brother couldn't be relied on alone. Fortunately, Zhaozi Guo had come through. After closing the live stream, Chun Mo looked at the soldier who hadn't left his side. Bro, I was live earlier, and it was crowded. So it wasn't convenient. I'll calculate the wheelchair money for you now. I haven't received payment for the prosthetics from your buddy. So I won't settle it yet. As soon as he pays, I'll settle it for you right away. Hearing this, the soldier felt dizzy. Oh no, oh no, oh no. He quickly stopped Chun Mo from transferring money, saying, what money? I don't know what you're talking about. That's money from my buddy to you. How could I take that? I'm not that kind of person. Chun Mo understood instantly, seeing the awkward expression on his face. He thought this guy was unhappy with the amount he was given. Wait, buddy, didn't you say that? We can't suddenly raise the price. My goods aren't free. There are costs involved in selling. You eat meat, but you can't expect me to go without soup. Even though Chun Mo's goods had no costs, why should he share? My prosthetics are one of a kind. Do you really think I can't get work without you? Chun Mo patted the soldier's shoulder. Buddy, you should know that I can sell without you. But without my supply, you really can't sell anything. Don't be too greedy. The soldier was almost in tears. He not only had an earpiece, but was also equipped with a mini camera and recording device. Boss, just calm down for a moment. I'm not trying to raise the price suddenly. You think it's just the two of us in this room, but in reality, there might be a whole crowd here. At times like this, let's not joke around. Some jokes just aren't funny. He said this while winking wildly at Chun Mo. He hadn't actually considered taking a cut from Chun Mo. After all, he was a soldier, and although his account couldn't be said to be under strict surveillance, frequent large transfers from unknown sources would certainly raise questions. The reason he said that at the time was mainly to build a closer relationship with Chun Mo. He was thinking of getting closer to Chun Mo first, and then reporting back to the unit, using the excuse of introducing clients. He intended to continuously help the unit purchase prosthetics and wheelchairs. This way, he could acquire enough prosthetics and wheelchairs while also establishing a friendship with Chun Mo. Who knows? He might even leverage this relationship to get Chun Mo to develop a set of exoskeleton armor for him. But who would have thought that Chun Mo would immediately want to transfer money to him? However, seeing Chun Mo's winking and comments about people in the room, he thought he might be worried about the kickback issue being exposed. He quickly laughed and said, don't worry. I'm not a big mouth, so it definitely won't get out. In the eyes of your comrades, you're still that good brother. Besides, you're worried about the large payment being frozen, right? I can exchange it for virtual currency for you. And then you can just say you made money trading. Watching Chun Mo's understanding expression while hearing questions coming through the earphones, the soldier was almost in tears. Can you please stop thinking about me? Your thoughtfulness is driving me crazy. Chapter 67. Commander, I'm really wronged. Seeing the soldier's complex expression, almost on the verge of tears, Chun Mo laughed and said, although I know I'm a good person, you don't need to thank me too much, and there's no need to get so emotional. This is mutually beneficial. He had originally wanted to invite Chun Mo to dinner to strengthen their bond, but at this moment, he had lost all interest. He had to quickly find a secluded place to clarify the situation with the command center. Initially, he intended to keep the rules he had formulated for interacting with Chun Mo to himself. This way, if someone else from the unit were to engage with Chun Mo, it would likely fail. As soon as he stepped in, he could smooth things over. In the future, his status in the unit would surely rise. But now he realized that if he didn't share this rule, he might face disciplinary scrutiny. He could even end up with a permanent stain on his record. Soldiers can like money and can earn money. However, during their service, to use their position for personal gain and profit from the state is simply asking for trouble. Looking at the soldier who seemed to be fleeing for his life, Chun Mo was at a loss for words. He had been hoping the soldier would take him a shower. It seemed he could only go home now. He also needed to look into where to get documentation and even find an accountant. Just thinking about an accountant made Chun Mo's head ache. All his goods were generated directly by the system. If things really got on track, it would be hard to explain the source, let alone the invoices. But after some thought, he felt he was being overly cautious. It's common for companies to receive goods without invoices, and there are certainly professionals who can handle it. Accountants and accounting firms specialize in this kind of work, and it's best to leave professional matters to the experts. Not to mention minor issues like missing invoices. There are even many transactions that are clearly illegal according to criminal law. For instance, illegal sand mining and transporting earth. How many of those are compliant with the law? Yet those involved seem to get by without any issues. With this in mind, Chun Mo contentedly headed home for hot pot. As the weather turned cold, nothing beats a steaming pot of copper hot pot. The tender goat meat, dipped in a well-prepared sauce, warmed him from mouth to toe. Chun Mo returned home happily for his hot pot. But the soldier had a tough time. As soon as he got in the vehicle, his teammate shot him a look that said, "You're in trouble this time." He whispered, "Old son, the commander wants you to call him back ASAP." The soldier sighed. Did he even need to say it? The commander was practically in his ear about this. He took out his earphone and accepted the military phone passed by his teammate. As soon as the call connected, the commander's furious voice came through, mixed with the angry shouts of the company commander and the special forces team leader. After more than 3 minutes of scolding, he finally got a chance to explain. Once he finished, the commander said, "So you're saying you're not just a sinner, but a hero?" The soldier nodded vigorously. "Exactly. If it weren't for my quick thinking, could Chun Mo have so easily made a prosthetic? You don't know." At that time, Chun Mo said he wouldn't do it anymore. "It was me who changed his mind." The commander snorted. "If I didn't know, do you think you could still be calling me? Do you think you'd have a chance to explain?" "I knew something was off at the time. I suspected these two matters might be connected, and I knew you weren't that kind of person, which is why I scolded you instead of tossing you to the military court. Do you know how serious that is?" Hearing the commander's tone, the soldier realized he was in the clear and instantly smiled. At that moment, there really weren't many options. Besides, in that situation, I couldn't just call the team directly. I was waiting for your good suggestions, but no one spoke up. You sent so many experts and advisors from the division, yet none were useful at the critical moment. At this point, the commander finally laughed. After being mocked by the advisors for lacking knowledge earlier in the afternoon, he had been looking for a chance to regain his dignity. He never expected the soldier would give him that opportunity. "Little son, I have to say, you may look big and strong, with a simple mind, but you do have a bit of my true legacy. Usually, you seem a bit foolish. But when it comes to getting things done, you're much better than those who only know how to study hard." This matter was handled very well, showing some quick wit. The commander glanced at the advisors sent from the division and raised his chin. Those so-called advisors, who seem impressive, talk a good game. But when it comes to critical moments, they really can't be relied on. Relying on just a couple of extra years of schooling. He thinks he knows all about this place and that place, but when it comes to actually getting things done, he's completely useless. It still depends on you. What you mean is, as long as the group pays, you can easily get Chun Mo's prosthetics and wheelchair now. I can't say it's 100%. At most it's 99%. I feel like it just requires finding someone with a disability in both legs to go through the motions. The tone of the veteran was filled with pride. Chun Mo is indeed very patriotic. He even took the time to praise Chun Mo. Over there. The leader nodded in satisfaction. You handled this matter very well. Don't come back tonight. Tomorrow, see if you can help the group by 10 or 8 sets. Since you say Chun Mo wants to help you, it wouldn't be good to keep refusing. How about this? Tonight the group will issue you a card. So Chun Mo can transfer all the money to this card in the future. This money can be saved for an opportunity to return it to Chun Mo later. We can't let him exert effort and also pay out of pocket, right? Chun Mo is right. The country isn't short of a few small amounts of money. I can't speak for other places, but for our group, all injuries sustained during missions and training can get prosthetics from Chun Mo, and the group will reimburse them. Veterans will reimburse too. Just feel free to build a good relationship with Chun Mo and see if you can get some good stuff from him. Meanwhile, the veteran and the leader were having a great conversation. On the other side, the hard-headed guy was so angry he was gritting his teeth. Chapter 68. Should the leader be robbed? Damn it. You're just a hardware store owner. What is so impressive about that? A bunch of mindless fans, barking along. There are still so many idiots giving thousands in rewards. Wouldn't it be better to use that money to find a girlfriend? The hard-headed guy's real name is Liu Yuchen, a senior student at a private college, majoring in business management. He usually doesn't like attending classes and prefers binge-watching short videos and live streams. Of course, he typically watches live streams of beautiful women dancing and similar content. When Chun Mo first went live, he happened to catch a blind push from the system while scrolling through live streams, which is how he ended up there. He initially wanted to leave. However, seeing Chun Mo's arrogant demeanor made him subconsciously want to see Chun Mo make a fool of himself, so he stayed. After all, who dares to claim they have it all? Aren't they afraid of being struck down by their own words? So from the very first day of Chun Mo's live streaming, he has been opposing him. Little did he expect that Chun Mo actually had it all. That time when Chun Mo asked for rewards during the carnival, he quickly exited the live stream. But after leaving, he didn't just scroll away. He watched from outside the live stream. Every time the system prompted him to automatically enter the live stream, he hurriedly tapped the screen to avoid entering. He just wanted to see how long Chun Mo could be so arrogant. Of course, he did sneak into the live stream a few times later on. After all, Chun Mo became very popular, and his live streams frequently had over 100,000 viewers, so no one would notice him. Watching Chun Mo get better day by day and earn more and more, he felt like his heart was being twisted in agony. Especially seeing that Chun Mo really has everything he wants, he became even more convinced that this was just hype. Everyone was a plant set up by Chun Mo. When he saw Chun Mo being reported by the owner of the neighboring hardware store, he was overjoyed, even forgetting to run into his crush at the cafeteria. Seeing the hardware store owner fail in his schemes and even get himself caught up in trouble, he was furious, thinking Chun Mo was just a shady character. He waited and waited, always on the lookout for Chun Mo to make a mistake, waiting for the chance to deal a fatal blow. After all, Chun Mo was not only popular in live streaming, but his streams were also being sliced and shared across various platforms. The number of people watching the slices far exceeded those watching the live streams. He had long become a representative of the clowns. At the same time, looking at those who made live stream slices, some had tens of thousands of followers. He felt even more envious and resentful. I've been watching Chun Mo since his first day of streaming. Who do you think you are? You latecomers, fake fans. Getting to enjoy the benefits while I'm being mocked online. Why is that fair? The more it was like this, the more upset he felt. This time, he thought he finally had a chance to turn the tables. However, what he didn't expect was that Chun Mo actually noticed his comment among so many others. Even more unexpectedly, Chun Mo's broken wheelchair could actually move so fast and climb stairs. Lost. Again, he was unwilling to accept it. He could never have imagined that a small hardware store owner, who doesn't study economics, would be interested in physics. Why can't you just sell your tools properly instead of dealing with wheelchairs and prosthetics? Watching himself lose the bet again, he wished he could find Chun Mo right now and give him a good beating. However, he didn't even have money for the bus fare to Jiangqing. He spent all his money on a birthday gift for his crush, and with 20 days left until his mom sent his living expenses, he had no idea how he would survive the next 20 days. Originally, he was quite worried, but at this moment, his eyes sparkled with excitement. After venting his frustrations, he felt invigorated. He thought of a critical issue regarding Chun Mo: incomplete paperwork, selling goods beyond the scope of his business license. For other items, he wasn't sure if Chun Mo had the sales qualifications. After all, the sales qualification for amphibious bases was a bit tricky, but it was relatively easy to obtain qualifications for other items. Even if he didn't have them, it wouldn't be a big deal. At most, he'd get fined a couple of thousand. For Chun Mo, a single tip could cover that. But today, he felt he had found something that could take Chun Mo down for good. One was the medical qualifications. Whether it was a wheelchair or prosthetics, these were considered medical devices. Medical devices are different from other items. Selling them without qualifications could lead to serious issues. If no one reports it, it's fine. But as soon as someone does, once health authorities investigate, Chun Mo would be in trouble. Besides this, he also discovered that Chun Mo not only lacked proper paperwork, but also didn't issue invoices or pay taxes. After all, he studied business management. Although he hardly attends classes, he is not a fool. He has already checked Chun Mo's business license and declaration status online. It turns out that Chun Mo only has a sole proprietorship license. Although the business scope is extensive, the total tax amount is zero. In other words, Chun Mo hasn't paid any taxes. Tax evasion is a more serious crime. This is too difficult. He has lost count of how much Chun Mo's store has sold. It must be hundreds of thousands, or even millions. After all, many of the items Chun Mo sells have high prices. Just this afternoon alone, he sold 1 million. With such high revenue, Chun Mo hasn't paid taxes. If he reports him, not only will Chun Mo face hefty fines, but he might also be shut down for rectification. The situation might not be easier than that of the hardware store. It's worth noting that the owner of the hardware store is still in custody. Thinking of this, Lu Yucheng quickly dialed the local business and health authorities. Let us see how you get out of this. Meanwhile, at the military district, the advisor, who had been hinting for a while, finally spoke up. You're thinking too simply about this issue. Chun Mo's paperwork is incomplete. According to normal procedures, even if he hires a professional agency to register a license, it would take more than half a month to complete the process. Moreover, prosthetics and wheelchairs are considered medical devices. Does Chun Mo have the qualifications to manufacture or sell medical devices? He has neither. Even if he uses connections to obtain these qualifications, how long will that take? Besides, since Chun Mo makes everything himself, the costs are hard to calculate, and profits are unmeasurable. How can he report accounts and taxes? By the time Chun Mo can issue invoices and sell prosthetics, it might be 2 months later. There will also be continuous tax issues afterward. The team leader, who was daydreaming about a bright future, suddenly froze. He wasn't a fool and understood that the advisor's words were indeed correct. However, this was something he couldn't resolve easily. He could use the team's funds to reimburse the disabled soldiers and veterans in the team for the cost of prosthetics, but he really couldn't intervene in local matters. At that moment, the advisor smiled and said, since this matter cannot be resolved by your team, I think you can leave the follow-up regarding Chun Mo entirely to the division. The division will handle this matter perfectly. If the division can't resolve it, they can ask the brigade commander for help. You know the relationship between the brigade commander and the division commander. Before he could finish, the team leader became anxious. What? I wondered why you were sitting there quietly. So you were planning to take Chun Mo away from our team. I'm telling you, Chun Mo was discovered by our team. He is one of us, and I'm not a pushover. Isn't it just a license and tax issue? I'll solve it tonight. Isn't he just a person? Your division commander has connections, but do you think I don't have anyone behind me? He was puzzled. Why has it always been the case that people like to take things away from the team leader? Chapter 69. The beautiful mom, the next morning at 9 o'clock. Chun Mo opened the hardware store door early. Last night, I had a hot pot, and I felt warm all over. Today, I feel refreshed. As Chun Mo just opened his phone to start the live stream, Lu Yuchen's phone received a notification. He had already set Chun Mo's live stream room as a special reminder. As soon as Chun Mo went online, he would be notified immediately. In terms of watch time and concern for Chun Mo's live stream, Lu Yuchen's engagement was definitely higher than that of most fans. When Chun Mo entered the live stream room and saw the smiling Chun Mo greeting everyone, Lu Yuchen couldn't help but slightly curl his lips. So smug. Just wait and see how long you can keep this up. He had already reported Chun Mo under his real name, whether it was regarding the sales qualifications for medical devices or tax issues. There was no way Chun Mo could defend himself. At that moment, he saw Chun Mo asking the viewers if anyone knew where to get a business license processed. Lu Yuchen couldn't help but laugh even more. He thought Chun Mo was so capable, yet he didn't even know anyone who could help with a business license. Just wait for the consequences. Just then, a middle-aged woman walked into the live stream. Hello, do you have air conditioning drainage pipes? The woman gestured, and Chun Mo smiled. You mean the drainage pipe for the indoor unit? The woman's eyes lit up. Yes. How long do you need? She hesitated. How long do you have? Chun Mo laughed. I have all lengths you might need. Lu Yuchen scoffed. You have all lengths? Do you have one that's 100 meters? How about one that can wrap around the earth 3 times? You just brag. He thought to himself, if I asked for 1,000 meters, you wouldn't be able to provide it. I bet you wouldn't dare. Of course, he didn't dare to speak up, as no one was paying attention to him right now. Once the viewers noticed him, he would have to quickly exit the live stream. He had considered registering a new account, but that required a new phone number. He thought about getting a new number, but it would cost 100 yuan to activate the card. He hadn't even eaten dinner last night or breakfast this morning, and he still hadn't secured lunch. Where would he find 100 yuan for a new card? Changing his name would also be fine. But he wanted to wait for Chun Mo to be fined or even arrested, so he could mock him afterward. He didn't want to change his name, after all. Once he did, he couldn't brag anymore. Meanwhile, in the live stream, the woman hesitantly asked, I don't know how long the pipe is. What's the usual length? Chun Mo replied, don't worry, the length depends on the distance from the indoor unit to the wall. Just tell me how far it is. The woman thought for a moment. It's quite close because it's in the bedroom, right next to the hole in the wall. After listening to her description, Chun Mo got up and grabbed a white plastic pipe from a nearby shelf. Based on what you said, I think a pipe a little over a meter should be enough. But just to be safe, I'll get you a 3-meter one. You can cut it if it's too long, but if it's too short, you'll have to come back. He then handed the plastic pipe to the woman. That'll be 2 yuan. After mentioning the price, Chun Mo explained, our plastic is better than what's on the market. It's all first-hand material. You can feel it just by squeezing it. Absolutely durable. It's also easy to install. There's a clip here that directly fits one end of the indoor unit. Just run this pipe through the hole of the air conditioner and insert it into the outdoor drainage pipe. After the woman completed the payment, she didn't forget to give Chun Mo a thumbs up before leaving. Little boss, your products are cheap and the service is great. I'll come back here for future purchases. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuchen frowned. Cheap and good service? Nonsense. You believe everything he says. It might just be some low-quality products from a small factory. The air conditioning drainage pipe is broken, and you should replace it quickly. Air conditioners are so cheap now, and with government subsidies, you should hurry and change it. Wait until the subsidies are gone, and then see if you regret it. At that moment, the woman, who had originally intended to leave, asked again. Do you have air conditioner cleaning agents and kitchen exhaust cleaning agents? He forced himself to suppress the urge to shout. He watched Chun Mo say that signature phrase, and saw the comments flooding in the live stream. He was so frustrated he could barely contain himself. Show off. Just let you show off a little longer. As he watched the woman happily spend 15 yuan to buy 2 bottles of cleaning agents, he couldn't help but feel a headache. Why isn't anyone coming yet? What kind of efficiency is this? This is medical equipment and taxation. Is this a joke to you? Just then, a woman entered the live stream holding a child. She appeared to be in her 20s, with a delicate oval face, fair and smooth skin, and a pointed chin, exuding a sense of elegance and refinement. Compared to younger girls, her figure was noticeably fuller, a unique charm bestowed by motherhood. She wore a snug, soft sweater that perfectly outlined her curves. Perhaps due to having given birth, her figure had a nurturing fullness, embodying the richness of life. As soon as she entered, the woman adjusted the child in her arms and smiled warmly at Chun Mo. Lu Yuchen couldn't help but be taken aback. Saliva nearly escaping from the corner of his mouth, and quickly wiped it away. So beautiful. She's even more attractive than my goddess, and she has such charm. Although she was somewhat less striking than Qin Yue and Lu Xine, she had a maternal aura, especially while holding a child, which instantly made him feel a sense of motherhood. Without thinking, he typed in the live stream, brothers, I really like this one. However, he never expected that some viewers were paying attention to him. Wow, it's the tough guy. Tough guy came to eat shit? She's holding a child. Are you a pervert? How can there be such a perverted person in the world? Brothers, don't just call him tough guy. I like her too. When is tough guy going live? I'm waiting. Seeing the comments, Lu Yuchen's heart sank. Oh no, I've been caught by the viewers. He wanted to exit immediately, but hesitated and ultimately chose to stay. Exiting the live broadcast room. The text above is obscured, and the discussions from viewers are not visible either. The key point is that he is now standing at attention. So he has no time to worry about saving face. Whatever. Anyway, I've already become the entertainment of the live broadcast room. Rather than quietly exiting, why not watch boldly? I'm right here, what can you do about it? Moreover, that individual has enough trouble of his own to deal with. You may be laughing at me now, But when he faces penalties and his shop gets shut down, let's see who will be laughing then. The one who laughs last is the real winner. Chapter 70. Under investigation, however, at this moment, Chun Mo was busy attending to customers and had no time to watch the live broadcast. He smiled and asked, "What would you like?" The woman pointed to a baby stroller outside. The stroller lost a wheel, and the fixed screw fell off. "Can you help me find a screw?" Chun Mo chuckled. This was no big deal at all. He fixed it in no time and didn't even ask for payment. Watching the woman insist on giving him 5 yuan, the onlooker became anxious, wishing he could dive into the phone. "It's just a broken screw. Why pay anything for that? I could fix it too. Why did she have to find this guy? How beautiful. Why didn't I open a hardware store? I can tighten screws too." Watching the mother leave, he felt a pang in his heart. Just then, Chun Mo suddenly called the mother back. Lu Yuchen's eyes lit up instantly. "Come back. Hurry back." Seeing the mother reappear on screen, Lu Yuchen couldn't help but grin like a fool. "Now you're acting like a decent person. Is there anything else?" The mother's voice was gentle. Chun Mo pointed to the stroller. "When you were pushing it earlier, I noticed it was quite bumpy. The shock absorption isn't good. Let me change the shock absorbers for you. It will be 20 yuan, and if you're not satisfied, no charge." The mother laughed. 20 yuan. What is there to be dissatisfied about? This stroller's shock absorption really isn't good. It gets bumpy on uneven ground. After asking the mother to take the child out, he flipped the stroller over. Seeing this, Lu Yuchen's heart sank. Not good. This guy might be planning another strange upgrade. Lu Yuchen glanced at the comments and found many viewers shared his concern. However, this time, he was overthinking it. Chun Mo really didn't intend to make any modifications. After all, there was no real need for a modification. He simply replaced a few parts with better performing shock springs. The original rear wheels had no shock absorption, but now they were added. After the modifications, Chun Mo even remembered to wipe the dust off the armrest with a wet wipe. He looked at the mother. "Try it out again." The mother placed the child back in the stroller and tested it. Her eyes instantly lit up. "This is so much better." Chun Mo smiled. "As long as it works well. Plus, I've changed the rear wheels to swivel ones, making it much easier to turn and maneuver." The mother was filled with gratitude. "Thank you so much." The rear wheels are also universal wheels, but only high-end strollers have them, costing around 2 to 3,000. "How did you change it? How much did it cost?" "We agreed on 20 yuan. It's not easy for a mom to take care of a child alone, regardless of whether it's easy or not. For Chun Mo, it's just a small effort. Not to mention that the parts are generated by the system and cost nothing. Even if he really spent money to buy them, it would only be a few springs and 2 universal wool brackets, costing only a dozen yuan for the cheaper ones and at most 30 for the more expensive ones, which isn't much at all. However, this mom didn't believe it and even suspected that Chun Mo had feelings for her. How could it be so cheap? "Brother, my sister is in a relationship now. If we had met a few years earlier, I might have really liked you, but my sister is already married and has children. Let's keep things straightforward, otherwise I won't dare to come to you to buy things in the future." Seeing the mom thinking Chun Mo liked her, the netizens burst into laughter. Lu Yuchen felt a mix of envy and jealousy. What does it mean that if they had met earlier she would have liked him? What is so good about this guy? I have a bachelor's degree, and he only has a technical college diploma. I am studying business management and will be a leader in the future, while he just runs a hardware store. What do you see in him? Is it just that he is a bit more handsome? Is that all? So shallow. As expected, my goddess wouldn't like someone like Chun Mo. Just then, another woman holding a child walked in and smiled. "Sister, you've misunderstood. He is not interested in you. He is a big internet celebrity here in Jiangxing, selling good quality products at reasonable prices with excellent service. My partner watches his live streams every day, saying he is charitable. When I wanted to buy a light online, he insisted I come here instead." The first mom's face turned red instantly, and she repeatedly apologized to Chun Mo. Chun Mo smiled and shook his head. "It's fine. You're so beautiful, sister. If you weren't married, I might really pursue you." Seeing 20 yuan deposited and a very satisfied review, Chun Mo felt great. He turned to the second mom. "You want to buy a light, right? What kind of light?" The second mom was quite straightforward and pulled out her phone to show Chun Mo a picture. "It's this ceiling light. Do you have it?" Chun Mo nodded yes. "You just need to change the LED bulb inside, right?" "Yes, just the bulb, and I need a 60-watt one." Chun Mo was taken aback. 60 watts? "I think this light's design should be for a bedroom, right? Why would you need 60 watts? The second mom laughed. "Impossible. My house has 60 watts, and I think it's not bright enough. I bought the previous light myself. I still have the purchase record. Using 60 watts in a bedroom? How big is your bedroom?" Chun Mo asked, puzzled. "About a dozen square meters. I don't remember, but my house is 106 square meters, a 3-bedroom apartment." Chun Mo calculated. Even if it wasn't an elevator building and had a smaller shared area, it would only leave about 90 square meters. A 3-bedroom apartment would mean each room is less than 25 square meters on average. The living room is generally quite large. And when you also consider the kitchen and bathroom, it means the bedroom is definitely not more than 20 square meters. Most likely, the master bedroom is around 18 to 20 square meters, while the smaller bedroom is about 15 square meters. Chun Mo explained that for a room of just over 10 square meters, and considering that the floor height in buildings is not very high, unlike in rural areas where the height can affect lighting, normally, 30 to 50 watts would be sufficient. 60 watts is too high unless the previous purchase was misrepresented or the energy efficiency is too poor. Seeing her reach for her phone to show Chun Mo, he laughed and said, "You don't need to mention the brand. You know I'm live streaming, and it wouldn't look good for the store, so let's not go there." After saying that, he took out an LED bulb. This is a 30-watt one with high energy efficiency. It has 3 modes: soft light, white light, and warm light. Install it when you get home, and if it's not bright enough, come back to me for an upgrade at no cost. The woman smiled. I trust you. How much is it? 18. By the way, do you have lights that can be controlled by a smartphone? I have a smart speaker at home, and my husband also has a smartphone. It would be best if it can be controlled by the speaker. She added, for watching the kids. We have a bed guard. Sometimes when the child is asleep, getting off the bed to turn off the light disturbs them, which is inconvenient. We have a night light with a remote, but the remote is always on the bedside and the child keeps biting it. Chun Mo smiled. Yes. Just replace this switch when you get home. It's 30. There are cheaper remote-controlled options, but this one is reasonably priced. The woman chuckled. No need to explain. I'm a bit of a fan of yours, so I understand. The price of a light online is quite high, and I've seen this socket too. The brand's own is quite expensive, and third-party ones aren't cheap either. What you offer is already very good. Just then, a group of uniformed people walked into the hardware store. Chapter 71. A toad on the foot, not biting or disgusting seeing the suddenly entering uniformed personnel. Chun Mo smiled and asked, what do you need? At that moment, the second mother turned around in surprise and asked, honey, what are you doing here? The shop owner mentioned that our 30-watt light is enough, and the switch compatible with the smart system is only about 40 yuan total. The woman excitedly shared her joy with her husband. After all, it was her husband who recommended this store to her. At that moment, one of the uniformed personnel stepped forward, looking at her with a wry smile. I'm here to carry out official duties. Someone reported that this hardware store lacks the qualifications to sell medical equipment illegally. The woman was instantly dumbfounded. At this point, the man also turned around, extended his hand, and shook Chun Mo's hand. Hello, I'm Zhang Jian from the health department. We received a formal report stating that you are illegally selling medical equipment. Can you explain this? Chun Mo sighed. He had known that such a situation would eventually arise. The key point is that he was selling live, so there was no way to deny it. However, fortunately, he had only sold a wheelchair and prosthetics, so it shouldn't be a big issue. At worst, it would just be a fine. A fine of 30 or 50,000 yuan wouldn't matter much when a single prosthetic costs 500,000. Seeing Chun Mo nodding and actively admitting his mistake, Lu Yuchen was so excited that he nearly jumped up. Great, great, great. Let us see how arrogant you can be. Do you really think no one can handle you? Lu Yuchen felt a rush of blood to his head, and his previously dazed eyes, from being hungry all day, suddenly brightened. Just then, a roommate shouted, Lao Lu went to class. The last 2 periods are with the attendance monster, and you haven't gone several times. If you don't go, you might fail. Class. Who gave you the impression that I would attend class? Haven't I already skipped enough? What attendance monster? I'm not going. What can you do to me? If he has the guts, let him expel me. Right now is my time to shine. You want me to go to class? He waved his hand impatiently. No way, no way. If he has the guts, let him expel me. If he doesn't, I'll take his last name. After saying that, he started typing furiously on his phone. I'm not being stubborn. Show off. Keep showing off. Weren't you so arrogant yesterday? Didn't you want to see me eat? In a ridiculous way? I'm Lu Yuchen from Nanhua College, and I'm preparing to stream myself doing something absurd right now. How come you're the one getting caught? You're the one acting unlawfully. This bet should count as my win. Seeing him so shameless, the netizens were both angry and amused. What a clown. Instead of minding your own business, you're here making everyone uncomfortable? How did Nanhua produce such trash? I'm seriously fed up. Can someone ban this person? I strongly suspect this guy is the one who reported it. Streamer, can you check if this guy is the one who reported it? It was as if a toad was lying on the feet of a giant, not biting but disgusting everyone. When Chun Mo got into trouble, the second mother frowned and looked at Zhang Jian. What is going on? Didn't you say his live stream was particularly interesting last night, and asked me to come here to buy things? The boss seems nice. Did you guys misunderstand? The first mother quickly chimed in. Yeah, the boss is really a warm-hearted person. There must be some misunderstanding. Lu Yuchen saw the first mother speaking up for Chun Mo, and was so furious that he gritted his teeth. I'm not being stubborn. Is he your father? You're speaking for him. Just because he fixed a stroller for you, you're infatuated with him. You're going to be like this for the rest of your life. The netizens were equally outraged by his words. Nanhua College, huh? I remember you. You're really bringing shame to us. Why is it that wherever you go, there's trouble? Reporting. Seeing the netizens getting angry, Lu Yuchen actually felt a sense of relief. Aren't you all jumping around? Don't you want to see me make a fool of myself? It seems like your streamer is the one in trouble now. However, just when everyone was worried about Chun Mo, a jeep suddenly stopped at the entrance. A few soldiers got out of the vehicle and opened the doors. A slightly plump middle-aged man stepped out of the car. It was none other than the division commander, Su Aigua. At the same time, 2 private cars also arrived. The person getting out was none other than Lu Chonglin, the mayor of Jiangqing. Hearing the commotion, several uniformed officers turned around and were instantly dumbfounded. As someone within the system, one might not need to recognize everyone, but Lu Chonglin must be known. A few hearts sank at this thought. Why did this matter draw his attention? As for the others nearby, like Su Aigua, they felt even more anxious. The husband of the second mother was no fool either. He instantly realized that he definitely wouldn't be able to manage this situation regarding Chun Mo. He had watched many of Chun Mo's live streams and clips, and he thought he had a good understanding of him. This was a true big player hidden among the people. All the modifications he had done were beyond anything he had even heard of, and the results were incredibly impressive, far exceeding current production levels. The key was that for Chun Mo, such high-tech matters seemed effortless. He believed that if the military was involved, it must be to recruit Chun Mo. After all, With just a casual modification of a drone, he could breach the defenses of a municipal building. What if one day he breached the military district's defenses? Such a talented individual surely needed to be kept under control. Lu Chonglin must have come to set the tone. He might pin a charge on Chun Mo, such as illegal modification of drones, endangering public safety, or unlicensed sale of medical devices. These were ready-made excuses. They could even say that Chun Mo was just seeking attention with his antics. In short, on the surface, it would seem like a suspension of operations and closing of his live stream, but in reality, they would bring Chun Mo into the military as a researcher. Thinking he had seen through everything, he clenched his fists and didn't dare to breathe too loudly, feeling that his opportunity had come. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Chonglin entered, he asked, "What are you doing here? What's going on?" The husband of the mother, seizing the moment while everyone was still reacting, quickly explained, "Last night, someone reported that a hardware store was illegally selling medical devices, and we came to have a discussion." After saying that, he didn't dare to lift his head. His heart was racing. He felt like he was handing Lu Chonglin a knife. At a time when Lu Chonglin needed a reason, he was providing him with a reasonable and legal one. A total of 4 people from the health department came, including him, 2 principal officers, and 2 regular staff members. Even if Lu Chonglin didn't provide him with benefits, as long as his words were useful, his unit would naturally take notice. However, the next second, Lu Chonglin scoffed, "Nonsense." Meanwhile, the brigade leader Su Aigwa smiled slightly. "You're not referring to the multifunctional portable wheelchair and bionic prosthetics, are you?" The husband of the mother nodded but lost his earlier excitement. He realized he had miscalculated. They had no intention of assigning a baseless charge to Chun Mo. In that moment, he suddenly recalled a saying, "The more you do, the more mistakes you make. The less you do, the fewer mistakes you make." Not doing anything means no mistakes. He was too anxious, always wanting to show off, always thinking he was clever. In reality, everyone else had also entered through exams, and many had better grades and higher qualifications than him. Were they all fools? Now, having failed to achieve anything, he feared he would be sidelined for a while after returning. Sure enough, Su Aigwa laughed and said, "He's not selling illegally. Everything in the hardware store is ordered by our military's research unit. The wheelchairs and prosthetics are not ordinary ones. They are special products for our military, sold to retired soldiers who have received first-class honors. It's not illegal." What? Now it was Chun Mo's turn to be dumbfounded. Wait, does this hardware store have something I don't know about? Are my parents actually procurement officers for the military? How did a small hardware store become a military research unit? Do my parents know about this? Does my grandfather know? Was my grandfather actually a big shot back in the day? Didn't they say my family has been poor for 8 generations? Seeing Chun Mo's expression, Su Aigwa patted him on the shoulder. "Don't be afraid. We have tested your prosthetics and wheelchairs, and their performance is excellent. We also watched your live stream from yesterday. You are a person with a strong sense of social responsibility. The wheelchair you invented, especially the bionic prosthetics, has really helped us a lot." Su Aigwa thought about the rules that the elite soldier Sun Changjia had mentioned regarding Chun Mo, along with the analysis from consultants and psychologists. Chun Mo should be someone who dislikes trouble and the bureaucratic system, preferring a free and easy life, but he is also a person with a heart for the people. For such unconventional talent, it's important to praise Chun Mo's products and give him a sense of honor, while also making him feel that his products benefit many people. However, it should not be suggested that his products are used on the battlefield as lethal weapons. After all, not everyone is a war fanatic. To tap into Chun Mo's potential, they need to align with his way of thinking and guide him accordingly. Therefore, they cannot openly state that Chun Mo's products could be used on the battlefield to create a group of special soldiers. Instead, they should say that Chun Mo's prosthetics are a blessing for disabled soldiers. Thinking of this, Su Aigwa continued, "Perhaps you don't know the name of the person who came yesterday, nor his past. His name is Tian Jiqiang. Before retiring, he received over 30 honor certificates and was a true Special Forces hero. However, 3 years ago, during a special mission abroad, he fought valiantly against the enemy to rescue trapped personnel from our country. Despite being shot 3 times and refusing to retreat, he ultimately had both legs blown off by the enemy. Even so, he did not drop his gun, continuing to fire until reinforcements arrived and successfully rescued our trapped personnel. He may seem a bit silly now, even somewhat downcast, but he is truly a first-class hero." After Su Aigwa finished speaking, Chun Mo fell silent. The viewers in the live stream chat also went quiet. After a long time, the chat finally began to fill with sporadic comments. "Wow, that's impressive. I think I understand what happened 3 years ago now. This made me tear up. To receive a first-class honor in peacetime is truly a mark of loyalty and bravery. I didn't expect old Tian to be so incredible. I don't envy him at all for getting the bionic prosthetics. No wonder he could marry such a wonderful wife. He is truly a hero." Chun Mo makes wheelchairs and prosthetics for heroes, helping them stand up again. What a great thing to do. I can't believe someone reported him. I'm really astonished. Where's that tough guy? Come out and face the music. Seeing the chat filling up with demands for him to come out, Liu Yuchen started to panic. Could something really happen? But soon he relaxed. This is online, not offline. No matter how lively the chat gets, they can only type a couple of words in the live stream. Can they really come to confront him? At worst, he could just change his name and account, and he'd be fine again. At this moment in the live stream, Chun Mo said with a smile, "Hearing about his deeds, I am very touched. Although I hadn't heard of his story before, I wouldn't stand by if someone sacrificed their legs for the country during peaceful times. But why do you say my hardware store is a research and procurement unit?" Su Aigwa chuckled, "Because your prosthetics are quite extraordinary, especially under performance mode and crazy mode. The effects are too impressive. Therefore, such high-performance prosthetics cannot be casually circulated in the market. We decided to procure bionic prosthetics and multifunctional portable wheelchairs as special equipment. Your store naturally became our procurement unit. However, it's best not to sell such high-performance prosthetics and wheelchairs to ordinary people. Chun Mo did not hesitate. He wasn't greedy. The military orders were already enough for him. Moreover, the military didn't restrict him from selling, only stating he couldn't sell such high-performance ones. If I disable the performance mode and crazy mode, won't that make it a regular civilian product? Later, I could even offer a discount on the grounds of reduced specifications, making it a hot-selling product. Plus, collaborating with the military has many advantages. First, no one would dare to cause trouble for him. Secondly, military procurement means no private funds are needed, and there is no need to worry about negative reviews. Even getting positive feedback would be simple. After all, no matter which unit is purchasing, it ultimately comes down to individuals being responsible for the matter. As long as he is a bit flexible in his thinking and willing to give up some profit, making the other party very satisfied wouldn't be too difficult. At that moment, Su-Igwa said with a smile, I saw in the live stream that Sun Changjia has already talked to you. He will be in charge of customer sources, and he has just retired from the military. Let's have him coordinate this matter with you. Now, I want to place an order for 2 portable wheelchairs and 2 pairs of prosthetics. When can I pick them up? Chun Mo smiled. You can take them now. Su-Igwa's smile froze, his face full of disbelief. Now, Chun Mo nodded. Yes, it's not a lot. You can take them right away. Of course, this is money. If you wanted more, I'd have to act all formal, but you just want 2. So why should I be polite? Better to secure the deal. Besides, you look like an official. Surely you wouldn't bicker with a small hardware store owner like me. If it's ready and satisfactory, why not take it? Chapter 73 Special Handling can get the goods on the spot. Although it seems a bit unbelievable, the excitement is overwhelming. Especially when Su-Igwa saw Chun Mo bringing the items over from the corner, his heart was filled with anticipation. Last night, Chun Mo had a good sleep, but he hardly rested at all. The military expert Sun Changjia did not return to the military district, but stayed in Jiangxing. On one hand, he acted as a security guard, responsible for Chun Mo's safety. On the other hand, he aimed to build a good relationship with Chun Mo to obtain more valuable items from him. However, Tian Jiqiang had already been taken to the military district for the most professional testing, including a crazy mode test. The results astonished everyone, including some designs of multifunctional portable wheelchairs that opened their eyes. The research institute personnel boasted that by combining the advantages of bionic prosthetics, multifunctional portable wheelchairs, and fishing robotic dogs, they could produce exoskeleton armor, achieving the effect of bionic prosthetics within a year. The emphasis on exoskeleton armor is mainly due to the numerous flaws in bionic prosthetics. As Chun Mo said, the higher the level of paralysis in the legs, the better the effect. Conversely, the effect diminishes for those with intact bodies. This means that active soldiers with intact bodies cannot use them at all. They must find those who have already sacrificed their legs for the country to act as prosthetic soldiers. But then, wouldn't that mean watching those who have already sacrificed their legs go to their deaths? After all, in safe situations, there is no need for such powerful bionic prosthetics. They are only required in extremely dangerous and challenging circumstances, where such equipment can enable individuals to exert extraordinary capabilities. While it is often said that if there is a war, they will be called back, one cannot truly send those who have already sacrificed their legs back to the most dangerous battlefields. However, exoskeleton armor is different. It is designed for normal individuals and serves to enhance the equipment of active soldiers. Compared to prosthetics, the military is more interested in exoskeleton armor and robotics. Su-Igwa left excitedly with the wheelchair and prosthetics. Before leaving, he told Chun Mo that as long as it is for the country and the people, he could research and sell whatever he wanted. The military does not have so many concerns. If you develop bionic prosthetics, disabled people around the world will thank you. I'll add you to my contacts. If you get bullied, just let me know. We may not have much, but we have plenty of strong men. Su-Igwa glanced at the uniformed officer and then at the camera, smiling brightly. If someone deliberately picks a fight and reports you unjustly, just tell me. We soldiers don't cause trouble, but we're not afraid of it either. Nanhua College of Arts and Sciences, Boys Dormitory. Seeing Su-Igwa's meaningful gaze, Liu Yuchen shivered. He felt like something bad was about to happen. But after thinking it over, he felt he was overthinking. He had merely reported that Chun Mo did not have the qualifications. He couldn't say he was wrong in reporting. Even if he was mistaken, did that mean Chun Mo was without fault? Who would have thought that a small hardware store could become a procurement point for the military? If the military really seeks trouble because of this, the reputation of the army would be tarnished. I might even gain protection from abroad and eventually escape to that other country. By then, I would be one of them, and the goddess might even come to me, hoping to join me and become part of that country as well. He thought he needed to be firm about this. He must ensure that she gives birth first before allowing her to join their household registration. With this in mind, he even started to hope the military would cause him some trouble. It would be best if a group of soldiers came to beat him up. Just as he was fantasizing about this bright future, Su-Igwa left. At this moment, Lu Changlin warmly shook hands with Chun Mo. Unlike Su-Igwa's straightforwardness, which carried a hint of roughness, Lu Changlin, although smiling and speaking kindly, had a sense of detachment and formality. There were even people taking photos nearby. After chatting for over 10 minutes, he smiled and said, I heard your license is for an individual business, and you also want to apply for a corporate license. I've already notified the business department, and they will come here soon for an on-site inspection and to handle things directly. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. You are now a big internet celebrity in Jiangcheng, a beautiful business card. Chun Mo felt a bit out of place in this situation. He was someone who had two faces, so he disliked this type of person the most. Thus, he politely replied, "That won't do? We still need to follow the procedures. How can we handle things here just for me? I'll head to the administrative hall." Lu Chonglin laughed. "Special cases are handled specially. This is not just for you, but also for the convenience of military procurement. Just now, the military procurement didn't you lack an invoice?" He continued, "I've also heard that many of your products are self-developed, and the R&D and manufacturing costs must be quite high. To encourage this spirit of innovation, the city has decided to exempt you from taxes." Chun Mo raised an eyebrow. After all that talk, this was the only part that felt somewhat personal. After seeing Lu Chonglin off, Chun Mo felt great. The two mothers who had been watching the excitement also congratulated him. After sending them off, Chun Mo finally picked up his phone. "Brothers, I don't know what happened, but I woke up and went from being a ragtag group to a regular army. No, not exactly a regular army, at most an irregular guerrilla unit." Looking at the screen full of congratulations, Chun Mo smiled. "I told you all to earn money properly, and not just watch videos. Why don't you listen?" With over 100,000 viewers online, the comments and bullet screens were overwhelming, but the gifts were so few. The special effects aren't even that fancy. "Where are my monkey brother? My rabbit sister? My Xiaoji brother? Let us get it going." Just then, the screen vibrated, and 10 romantic carriages appeared. Chun Mo was excited. "Thanks to Xiaoji brother for the romantic carriages. You're awesome." As soon as he finished speaking, the screen vibrated again with 10 carnivals flooding in. "Thanks to Rabbit Sister for the 10 carnivals. Sister Bunny, I thought you had been charmed away by those beautiful streamers." "Little Bunny, charmed away? What do you mean? Have you been charmed away by a beautiful streamer? I don't want what's left behind by others." Chun Mo laughed. "How could that be? I was talking about Brother Monkey. Ever since I connected with that female streamer once, he has completely immersed himself in the allure of women." Just then, the phone vibrated wildly. 100 gifts appeared in the live stream. The effects were so extravagant that Chun Mo couldn't see the screen clearly, and the phone even lagged. Fortunately, he was the host and received system notifications. Looking at the official system notification, he realized that this was the elusive Brother Monkey. Chapter 74. Something's off, very off thanks to Brother Monkey's 100 gifts. Watching the gifts rise continuously, Chun Mo was instantly excited. A wealthy patron. So wealthy. Brother Monkey had been quiet for the past few days, and Chun Mo thought he had been swept away, but unexpectedly, when he decided to contribute, it was 100 gifts at once. Although 100 gifts were worth 300,000, after deducting platform fees, it would only be a bit over 100,000. But it was free money. Who would complain about having too much money? Moreover, 300,000 was the annual revenue of his shop from the previous year, even though he had just sold 2 wheelchairs and 2 prosthetic limbs to Suigua, making a small profit of 2 million and receiving a very satisfactory 4 million universal coins. He still couldn't bear to give the streamer 30,000 in one go, especially since it was a male streamer. Not to mention 30,000. He wouldn't even spare 3. What's $3? That's just a cup of lemonade. You think just because you open your mouth on the screen, I should give you my lemonade? Why should I? Of course, if it were a beautiful female streamer, that would be a different story. While I might not give you a tip, I could still treat you to a cup of lemonade offline. If it were a very beautiful female streamer, not only a cup of lemonade, but I could even add 2 sticks of starch sausage. Why 2? Because everyone knows that starch sausages cost $3 each, $5 for 2. 2 is just a better deal. It was precisely because Chun Mo was truly reluctant to tip that he admired Brother Monkey even more and felt grateful to him. Those who send gifts are like benefactors. "Brother Monkey, you're back. I thought you were enchanted by the female streamers." Just then, Brother Monkey replied, "You and I are true love. With them, it's just for reproduction." Chun Mo was taken aback. Something's off. Very off. Why did he remember the original phrase as, "Same sex is true love. Opposite sex is just for reproduction"? Same sex, true love, always having a special fondness for oneself, lavishly giving gifts, accepting high-quality items without hesitation. Chun Mo suddenly felt a chill all over, shivering, and his grip tightened. Could it be that Brother Monkey is bisexual? At this moment, as Chun Mo looked at the 100 carnival events, it was no longer a carnival. It was clearly his own contract of servitude. Watching the carnival special effects still flooding the screen, Chun Mo fell silent. At this time, both the business and tax authorities arrived. Nanhua College of Arts and Sciences. Lu Yuchen was on the verge of tears. Why was it that with just one word from the military, Chun Mo was no longer considered illegal sales? Why did one statement turn Chun Mo from a tax evader into a tax exemption pioneer? Lying in bed, a tear rolled down Lu Yuchen's cheek. He felt like a jumping clown. The key was that Chun Mo's live stream was exploding with carnival events. Yet he didn't even know where his next meal would come from. Wiping his tears, he glanced at the screen and found that the comments were all criticizing him. Especially when he saw his name, Lu Yuchen, appearing on the screen, he was completely terrified. How could he have acted so rashly and posted his real name? Realizing this, he panicked. He had to cancel his account. However, before he could do so, his phone rang. It was a message from his roommate. "Come to class quickly. The teacher is furious and said if you don't show up, you'll fail the course. This is a core class. Hurry." Lu Yuchen's mind instantly cleared. Just as he got up and hadn't even reached the stairs, his phone rang again, this time from a local unknown number. "Hello, who is this?" Lu Yuchen asked irritably while running. "I'm the head of the student affairs office. You are Lu Yuchen, right?" "Yes, what is the matter?" Lu Yuchen stopped in his tracks, suddenly feeling a bad premonition. "What do you mean? What's the matter?" Do you know you've caused a huge mess for our school? Why are you skipping class to watch live streams? You can do whatever you want, but why bring the school into it? Do you know the school's complaint and reporting hotlines have been overwhelmed? You're not a kid anymore. Can't you just behave for once? Get to the student affairs office immediately and issue an apology to restore the school's image, or you can wait to be expelled. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yuchen felt dizzy, as if the whole world wanted him dead. Just then, a figure appeared before him. Around the corner, a figure in a white dress was walking toward him. He thought he heard a goddess calling his name. He squeezed his eyes hard and finally snapped out of his daze. It was the goddess. The goddess was really walking toward him and calling his name. Lu Yuchen's breathing became heavy. Could this be the legendary situation where one fails in career but succeeds in love? He quickly jogged a couple of steps to reach the goddess. What brings you here? However, he was met with a sharp slap and a stinging pain. Why did you report Chen Haigu? I knew you weren't a good person, but I didn't expect you to be this bad. Chen Haigu is so good. How could you report him? Do you know he is my idol? Lu Yuchen felt stars exploding in front of his eyes. Who am I? Where am I? What have I done? Chun Mo turned out to be the idol of his own goddess. His goddess actually liked Chun Mo too. At this moment, he truly regretted it. If he hadn't made a foolish bet with Chun Mo back then, and if after losing the bet, he had chosen to back down, relying on his status as one of Chun Mo's early fans to record and edit Chun Mo's videos, would he now have hundreds of thousands of followers? Would he have been able to have common topics with his goddess due to his understanding of Chun Mo, thus winning her heart? Would the student affairs office not be discussing expulsion with him, but rather asking him to promote the school? Would his goddess come to find him not to slap him, but to have a meal together? Looking at the back of his goddess, Lu Yuchen truly regretted it. The air still carried a sweet scent, and the warmth on his face seemed to bring with it a fragrance. He decided that this time, he must turn over a new leaf and start afresh. However, just as he was about to go to the student affairs office to apologize to the school, a wave of hunger and dizziness hit him again, and he felt darkness before his eyes as he fainted. When he woke up, he saw his roommates and school leaders present. Lu Yuchen's face instantly turned red. I want to apologize. I need to send an apology statement to Chun Mo. Seeing his demeanor, his roommates panicked and glared at the school leaders. Look what you've done to him. However, Lu Yuchen was even more anxious. What do you know? I'm willingly apologizing. Don't ruin my good intentions. His roommates were dumbfounded. Wait, we're speaking up for you, and you're snapping at us? Truly ungrateful. Lu Yuchen quickly apologized to them, then turned to the school leaders. I'm sorry, I caused trouble for the school. This incident originated from me alone. Let me handle it. Half an hour later, Chun Mo saw Lu Yuchen's apology video through the comments of viewers in his live stream. It was very sincere, recounting his mistakes and even his thought process. However, Chun Mo felt nothing. He had never taken Lu Yuchen seriously in the first place. The comments about him were just jokes. He had never taken them to heart. As for the reports, he was selling items live. They wouldn't hold up under scrutiny. Even without Lu Yuchen's report, others would have reported him. He was already prepared for a fine due to incomplete procedures. This incident wasn't a big deal. The key was, even if he didn't apologize, could he really take revenge? Besides, he was currently live streaming. Not only could he not retaliate, but he also needed to appear magnanimous. How could he ensure a long-term career in live streaming? Of course, by putting on a show. Thus, Chun Mo smiled at the camera and said, actually, you don't need to apologize to me. Even haters are fans. You are welcome to continue visiting my live stream. However, what Chun Mo never expected was that the very next morning, Lu Yuchen appeared at his store. Chapter 75, The Stubborn Guy. Chun Mo is a living bodhisattva? Hello, what do you need? As soon as the door opened, a customer walked in. And Chun Mo felt quite happy. When Lu Yuchen noticed that Chun Mo didn't recognize him, he felt a bit embarrassed. The words of apology were on the tip of his tongue, but he didn't know how to start. He instinctively said, is there something to apologize for? Yes. Chun Mo replied without thinking. However, once the words were out, both of them were stunned. Lu Yuchen quickly clarified, I'm sorry, I apologize. My name is Lu Yuchen, the one who criticized you online and reported you as the hard-tongued guy. I'm here to apologize. Chun Mo had already seen his apology video the day before. He didn't want to stoop to that level, and even the online community had let it go. So why was Lu Yuchen here now? But since he came to apologize in person, Chun Mo waved his hand and said, it's fine, no need to come all this way for such a small matter. Have you eaten? Would you like to try the breakfast from Jiangxing? Lu Yuchen's eyes lit up. Is that okay? The viewers, seeing the hard-tongued guy appear in the live stream to apologize to Chun Mo, felt a sense of vindication. However, when they heard that Chun Mo was going to treat Lu Yuchen to a meal, they felt a mix of admiration for Chun Mo's generosity and envy towards Lu Yuchen. This person not only avoided being scolded, but also got treated to a meal by Chun Mo. Why couldn't that good fortune fall on me? At that moment, Chun Mo smiled and said, of course, and please get me a portion too. To be honest, as a local from Jiangxing, there were many local delicacies mentioned in travel guides that I hadn't tried, let alone knowing the exact restaurants. Those places are scattered across various districts. How could I taste them all? Since you're here, please make sure to bring me a portion. And don't bother with any carnival nonsense or ridiculous stunts. I'm not interested in that. Just bring me some local specialties. Mainly, Lu Yuchen mentioned in his apology video that he was broke. Since there wasn't much to gain from him, I didn't need to play the villain. But even if he was broke, he could still afford breakfast, right? I hadn't had breakfast yet, so getting a meal for myself was reasonable, right? Otherwise, where's the sincerity in the apology? Just empty words? Seeing Lu Yuchen frozen in place, the viewers burst into laughter. This is hilarious. I thought the host was going to treat the hard-tongued guy. But it turns out he is asking him to treat him instead. Haha, the hard-tongued guy thought he was getting a deal, but he got played instead. As expected. Chun Mo is as frugal as ever. Seriously, the host is so generous. The food is so cheap. It's practically a gift. You don't understand. This is a connection between frugal people. Noticing Lu Yuchen's dazed expression and wanting to save on meal costs, Chun Mo laughed and said, "Don't think I'm taking advantage of you. You were in Nanhua yesterday, and now you're in Jiangcheng, right? You must have flown here. Round-trip tickets aren't cheap. Since you're here, you might as well enjoy it. Consider it a little trip. You know my fans, and you have some popularity now. It's better to make good use of that. Do you think I'm just asking you to treat me to a meal? You're mistaken. I'm helping you gain exposure, guiding you. Whether you can seize this opportunity is up to you." Lu Yuchen's eyes widened instantly. The reason he insisted on coming to Jiangcheng to apologize to Chun Mo in person was partly due to concerns about the potential impact, and partly because he thought it would be a good excuse to ask his family for some money. At the same time, he wanted to see Chun Mo in person and get an autograph. After all, since his goddess liked Chun Mo, if he could be in the same frame as Chun Mo and even get a signed item, wouldn't that boost his appeal in front of her? However, at that moment, Lu Yuchen suddenly felt a deep realization. People who watch live streams know how to record and share clips to gain followers and make money, while he only knew how to talk big and ended up hurting himself. Chun Mo could think of ways to ride the wave and make money. While he was only thinking about the goddess, he suddenly remembered the scene in the live stream where Sister Tuzi was frantically giving gifts to Chun Mo. He thought about how a beauty like Chini Wei would pursue Chun Mo in the store. Men pursuing women have always relied on charisma, not flattery. Even peacocks know how to display their feathers. Why did he only know how to be a meek follower? Having figured all this out, Lu Yuchen suddenly felt a sense of boundless possibilities in life. With a thud, he knelt straight in front of Chun Mo and even bowed deeply. "I'm sorry. I was wrong. I treated you that way and even reported you. Not only did you not get angry, but you also taught me how to make money. You're like a bodhisattva, and I'm just a beast." Chun Mo thought to himself, "I just wanted to gain a little advantage and save on meals. How did I become a bodhisattva? Maybe deep down, I'm just a kind-hearted person?" He helped Lu Yuchen up and smiled. "I'm no bodhisattva. Whether that happens depends on you, so don't get too ahead of yourself. If it really works out, just remember to give me a little cut." Lu Yuchen was so moved, he was on the verge of tears. How can it just be a little? It has to be a 70-30 split. Chun Mo frowned. "You're putting in both money and effort, while I'm just providing some topics and heat. How can I take 70? It should be a 50-50 split." Lu Yuchen was taken aback. "When I said 70-30, I meant I take 70 and you take 30. But after a moment's thought, he felt it was reasonable. After all, the idea came from Chun Mo, and the popularity was thanks to him. Without Chun Mo, he would be in a dire situation, and who would even know him? Moreover, if they split evenly, he would be earning money with half of Chun Mo's help. Chun Mo surely wouldn't let him earn nothing. The money he contributed was not just half, it was a bright future. Thinking of this, Lu Yuchen even felt that Chun Mo splitting it with him was truly for his own good. "Teacher Chun, don't say anything. Just watch my performance from now on." Watching Lu Yuchen, who was excitedly searching for food recommendations to buy breakfast for himself, Chun Mo felt great. Just then, while he was lounging in a chair waiting for Lu Yuchen to bring breakfast, a woman in yoga pants walked in. "Do you have any drain cleaner?" a gentle voice asked. "Yes." Upon hearing the voice, Chun Mo immediately sat up from the chair. Chun Mo's lounge chair wasn't too low, but since he was lying down, the position felt relatively low. As he looked up, he immediately saw a large gray hoof. Chun Mo instinctively swallowed hard. What the heck? Who is this, so generous? This really doesn't treat a friend as an outsider. Continuing to look up, he saw layers of mountains and couldn't see the true face of the situation. "Wow!" Chun Mo exclaimed. When he finally managed to stand up, he could clearly see the woman's appearance. She had a simple, pleasant face, with a charming oval shape and a gentle smile. However, her figure was anything but gentle. She wore a tight sports tank top, which was filled out completely, allowing the fine texture of the fabric to be clearly seen. The top was short, and as she raised her hand to play with her hair, a section of her delicate white waist was exposed to the air. On her flat abdomen, one could even vaguely see a hint of abs, radiating health and sensuality. She wore a small cardigan draped casually over her shoulders, accentuating her exquisite collarbone and rounded shoulders, making her even more alluring. The most striking part was her gray yoga pants. One must admit, yoga pants are truly one of humanity's greatest inventions. Although her face wasn't perfect, her beautiful figure, combined with her innocent charm and devilish curves, left Chun Mo momentarily mesmerized. It must be said that there is a world of difference between women who know how to dress and those who don't. Seeing Chun Mo's expression, the woman in yoga pants raised an eyebrow slightly. "Look at you. Even those bosses who frequent bars and clubs can't resist. What can you, a young guy, do?" At that moment, the comments in the live stream exploded. "Brothers, I really like this one. Love it. I suddenly understand why the streamer is willing to lose money to open a hardware store. In 5 minutes, I want to know everything about this woman. Those long legs. I could enjoy them for a year." Noticing Chun Mo's expression, the woman in yoga pants felt a sense of pride. However, on the surface, she looked at Chun Mo, who had walked straight to the shelf, and sweetly said, "No need to rush. Getting up suddenly from the lounge chair can make you dizzy." "Thank you," Chun Mo said, while generating a cleaning agent with the system. He asked, "Is the kitchen drain blocked?" The woman in yoga pants was taken aback. "I hadn't thought that much before." But she shook her head. "It's not just the kitchen. The whole house is blocked. Even the toilet isn't flushing properly." It might all be blocked. Chun Mo handed her the cleaning agent, frowning slightly. What caused the blockage? This cleaning agent is for kitchen drains. If the main drain is blocked, one bottle probably won't do the trick. Hearing her say the toilet wasn't working well, it seemed serious. Likely, the main drain was blocked too. Is it blocked downstairs, or just your place? Hearing Chun Mo's string of questions, the woman in yoga pants looked a bit confused. No, I just know you're making money, and you're a popular figure now, so I thought I could ride on your coattails. It would be even better if I could win you over. A beautiful woman stands in front of you and says, the drain is blocked. Shouldn't your first reaction be to help me unblock it, or maybe joke around, leading to us getting closer and eventually me winning you over? Instead, you're actually discussing how to fix the drain with me? No wonder someone as stunning as her can't seem to win over this guy. Turns out he's quite dense. Although she felt speechless inside, the woman in yoga pants maintained a calm expression, pouting slightly as if deep in thought. After a while, she sighed and said, sorry. I don't really know what caused it. Everything was fine last night, but this morning it was blocked. With a slight pout and a furrowed brow, her voice was filled with helplessness. But soon, as if she had an idea, she excitedly said, boss, don't you sell everything here? Do you offer drain unblocking services? He was at a loss for words. I sell everything, but I don't do everything. The woman in yoga pants playfully stuck out her tongue. Sorry about that. I'll contact a plumber for the drain. She then asked, do you have toilets here? Yes. Do you have smart toilets? Yes. Her face lit up with joy as she leaned slightly forward, looking at him. Really? That's great. I knew you'd have them. I've watched your videos and live streams. I'm a fan. She was already wearing a sports tank top, and as she bent slightly, it gave him an unobstructed view. He quickly turned his head away. He couldn't afford to look. What if a glance led to a bad review? He knew how difficult it was to get rid of a negative review. To eliminate one, he had to forego 2.5 days of business, almost losing his 2 best customers in the process. He couldn't make that mistake. Seeing him turn away, the woman in yoga pants smiled again, thinking he was quite innocent. Innocence is good. It means less experience and easier to handle. Once she wins him over, wouldn't everything in this store be hers? She decided to push a little harder, feigning hesitation as she said, you know, smart toilets are quite popular lately. I've wanted to switch to one for a while, but I'm worried about safety, so I haven't changed. I saw in the news that a woman got burned by a smart toilet while flushing. How terrible. I'm afraid of buying a low-quality one, so I haven't dared to switch. I heard your products are of high quality. Can you recommend one for me? As she said this, she started to wander around the store. He was startled. Hey, is this store somewhere you can just roam around? What if you look around and find I don't have any smart toilets, or even regular toilets? Am I supposed to conjure one up right in front of you? Su Aigua is the team leader, Lu Chonglin is the mayor, and even the colleagues from the Industry and Commerce Department come to my store and wait patiently for me to get the goods. Why are you so special? The young lady looks pretty decent, with fair skin and a constant smile on her face, but why is her heart so dark? Chapter 77. Another bad review. It's too messy inside, and the items are still in the boxes, so don't bother going in to look. Just tell me what you need. Chun Mo stood in front of the woman in yoga pants, smiling. The woman didn't expect Chun Mo to be so businesslike. Didn't he know that by following her, he could sneak a few more glances at her? She not only practiced yoga but also worked out regularly, so she was quite confident about her figure. However, Chun Mo always seemed uninterested, which made her a bit uncomfortable. She had even dropped hints for him, but he still didn't respond, making her feel even more uneasy. Could it be that Chun Mo didn't understand her intentions? Thinking of this, she decided to bring it up again. The more features, the better. In addition to an automatic lid, she also wanted a self-flushing function. That way, forgetting to flush wouldn't be embarrassing. Then she wanted a feminine wash feature and a drying function, which were the most important to her. However, seeing that Chun Mo still had no expression on his face, the woman in yoga pants gritted her teeth and added, it must be safe since the female anatomy is very delicate. What if, like in the news, the temperature control fails and hot water sprays out? That would be unbearable. She couldn't believe it. She had made her intentions clear, and Chun Mo remained indifferent. She was well aware of her charm. Even Brother Wong from the building materials business couldn't compete with her, let alone Chun Mo. Yet, Chun Mo simply nodded and calmly explained. First, I need to clarify that boiling water is very dangerous. Not only can women not handle it, but men can't either. Who can withstand boiling water? It's even worse when it's at extreme temperatures. But since she was a woman and a customer, Chun Mo naturally wouldn't argue with her. It's well known that women can't be reasoned with. Therefore, Chun Mo just responded, your concerns are not unfounded. But intelligent devices are bound to have issues. Even purely mechanical structures can malfunction. I can't guarantee that there won't be any problems, and no one can. Unless they are a fraud. I can only say that the probability of issues is extremely low, almost impossible in individual cases. But since you have concerns, it's better to stick with the previous model. I actually think this thing doesn't need to be that smart. After saying this, Chun Mo smiled and asked, do you still need this bottle of cleaner? $8. The woman in yoga pants was completely speechless. Was it that her makeup wasn't good enough? Or her figure wasn't appealing enough? How did she end up with such a blockhead? But she was determined not to give up. With her skills, winning over Chun Mo would be a piece of cake. Thinking of this, the woman in yoga pants smiled and said, yes, of course I'll buy it. It's just right to clean out the sink pipes. I usually enjoy cooking and occasionally make cakes and cookies, and I sometimes let my boss taste them. Chun Mo looked at the woman in yoga pants who was chattering away and felt a headache coming on. If you want to buy something, hurry up and pay. Why drag it out? If it weren't for business, he would have wanted to turn around and leave. If it weren't for the good reviews, he would have directly said, if you want to buy it or leave. But for the sake of the reviews, Chun Mo had to play along. Really? That's great. Women like you are rare these days. Hearing Chun Mo's compliment, the woman in yoga pants showed a shy expression. Really? I thought you would think it's silly that I cook myself. Not at all. Home-cooked meals are healthier. Seeing that the woman wanted to continue talking, Chun Mo quickly pointed to the QR code. Just scan it. Thank you. The woman was taken aback. She wasn't foolish and naturally picked up on Chun Mo's hint to hurry up. But the more she understood, the less she grasped why Chun Mo showed no interest in her. However, she knew better than to annoy him. So she quickly finished paying and continued. I think we should also replace the toilet. Other owners guaranteed me that nothing would go wrong, but I don't believe them. Though you can't guarantee 100%, I trust you. She thought she had spoken well, and that Chun Mo would surely be touched. However, at that moment, Chun Mo felt a bit speechless. You say such nice things, just give me a satisfactory review. At least give me a very satisfactory one. And I might chat with you a bit more. But since she still wanted to buy a smart toilet, Chun Mo couldn't just kick her out, so he continued. Alright. It's 900. Are you sure you want to buy it? Yes. When Chun Mo brought out the smart toilet generated by the system, he looked at the woman and smiled. How did you get here? Do you want me to help you load it into your car? The woman was taken aback. Aren't you responsible for delivery and installation? Chun Mo shook his head. This thing is easy to install. Of course, it might be inconvenient for you as a woman. Didn't you say your drain was clogged? You can find a plumber to help you install it. It's quite simple. If you're worried, or if the plumber isn't willing, I can help you find a renovation company to send someone to install it for you. Don't worry, when you buy from me, you're buying service as well. How about this? If you choose to install it yourself, I can give you $100 off. If I find a company to install it, I can offer a discount. The woman twitched her lips. Do you think I care about a toilet? What I care about is getting you to my house. Then you can work while I serve you tea, wipe your sweat, and treat you to a meal with the snacks I prepared. How could I not win you over? Now, you want me to find someone else to install it? That means my $900 is wasted. Can't you just install it for me? My home is very close. The woman stepped forward, grabbed Chun Mo's arm, and gently shook it. Chun Mo directly pulled his arm away. No way. I'm the only one in the store, and I still have to watch the shop. I can't just close the door. You can rest assured that the master I introduced to you is definitely experienced and trustworthy in skills. Have you heard of a well-known decoration company in Jiangxing? I can find their top-notch construction workers for you. The owner of this company, he used to be in the building materials business. But due to the downturn in that sector, he switched to decoration, only to find out that it's not profitable either. Now he has invested in several milk tea shops, but the business isn't doing well, with a couple of them on the verge of closing down. After his divorce, he lost a significant portion of his assets. He may seem like a big boss, but in reality, he is struggling financially and even has debts. If I hadn't seen through his true capabilities, I might have been taken advantage of long ago. Now you're telling me to let his workers install a toilet for me? I finally managed to get rid of him. What if he hears about it and comes back to bother me? She was puzzled as to why it was so hard to deal with this Chun Mo. Although she didn't really want the toilet anymore, she forced a smile, saying, then I won't need your installation. I'll just find someone else to do it. After saying that, she transferred 900. Chun Mo was taken aback. If you don't need installation, 800 is fine. I said I'd give 100 off. So it's 100 off. The woman smiled slightly. I know it's not easy for you to do business, and I understand the owner's character. You're already selling it to me at cost, or even at a loss, so I can't be ungrateful and take advantage of you. Could you help me load it into the car? Earning an extra 100 is better than losing 100. This woman is actually quite nice. Chun Mo happily helped her load the toilet into the trunk. After she drove away, he opened the system, and then he was completely dumbfounded. The system detected that the woman had given a review that was very dissatisfied, the worst of the worst. The system not only deducted the 900 but also charged him an additional 1800 in universal coins. Not only did he not earn an extra 100, but he also lost 2,700 and received another negative review. Looking at the woman disappearing into the traffic, Chun Mo couldn't hold back any longer. Chapter 78. There's no way to deal with this. Indeed, no woman is good, especially those who are attractive, single, and even take the initiative to get close to you. They are the worst. If she were truly that beautiful and didn't have major flaws elsewhere, someone else would have already pursued her. So why would she be flaunting herself in front of me? I should avoid doing business with such people in the future. Back at the hardware store, Chun Mo's expression was grim. The netizens watched his reaction and laughed. Boss, don't tell me you were rejected after confessing? Are you reluctant to part with that beauty from earlier? The streamer added, do you know what you just missed? That beauty was hinting at you. And you were only thinking about business. The host looked at the comments in the live stream and sighed. Guys, I've said it countless times, the prettier the woman, the more deceitful she can be. Some people may seem like benevolent beings on the surface, but you never know how dark they can be inside. A viewer commented, what just passed over my face? Seeing the comment, the host's lips twitched. That's not what I meant. I meant their hearts can be dark. You might wholeheartedly serve them, and they appear to be great on the surface, but inside, they could be cursing you 100 times. Knowing someone's face but not their heart is tough. He continued, it's better to deal with someone who is openly against you rather than those who play both sides. Just then, a friend walked in holding breakfast that had been prepared for the host. Hearing the host's words, his lips twitched in response. The host felt a bit awkward. So, did you hear anything you shouldn't have? His friend replied, I seem to have heard everything, both the good and the bad. If I said I was complimenting you, would you believe me? The host wasn't sure how to respond. He had just said not to play both sides, and now he felt he was doing just that. However, his friend remained calm. If someone else said that, I wouldn't believe it, but since it's you, I do. You would never harm me. Handing over the breakfast, he added. It's still warm, eat it while it's hot. As the host quietly ate, viewers began to tease. No wonder he's always speaking ill of women. Turns out he likes men. Guess that means there's hope for the monkey brother. Monkey brother, don't go disappearing again. Your partner is getting stolen. However, Chun Mo noticed something was off. The host seemed downcast. When she had visited his shop earlier, he had a similar demeanor. He even closed the shop for 2 consecutive days, making her worry something had happened to him. Yet, he seem like someone who liked men. Just a while ago, he seemed quite happy. But after moving the toilet for that girl in yoga pants, he suddenly became unhappy. It didn't look like he was upset about a beautiful woman leaving. Who would feel this way just because they couldn't see a beautiful woman? Could it be that the host was unwell? With that thought in mind, Chun Mo immediately sent him 100 virtual gifts and commented, if you're tired, just take a break. There's no need to keep pushing yourself. Hearing his phone vibrate, the host looked up in shock. Wow, monkey brother is impressive. I'm deeply grateful and wish I could repay you, but when the day comes that you have an injury, I will definitely get you a high-end prosthetic limb, even better than the one given to someone else. It will be free. As for my physical state, yes, I am a bit tired, but it's fine, I can manage. Chun Mo has come to terms with it. It's just a bad review. Why should I let a bad review hold me back? Different people have different needs. With so many customers coming in and out every day, there will always be some that I can't cater to, and there will always be difficult ones. I can't just stop my business because of one negative review, right? At most, it's just a deduction of some money or points. It's no big deal. If I lose, I can earn it back. With that thought, Chun Mo perked up and smiled at the camera. Thank you for your concern, brother monkey. This time, I won't be stingy and send a spittoon. I'll just send a doll instead. Don't worry, this doll will be absolutely high-end and realistic. In front of the phone, Chun Mo was exasperated. What makes you think I like such things? It started with a small cup, which was fine. I could just toss it in a cabinet. But now, you want to send a doll? Where am I supposed to put that? The key is, if my mom finds out I have something like this, won't she beat me to a pulp? No, I'm not interested in that. You should keep it for yourself. Chun Mo showed a look of regret. Meanwhile, in the command room of the military district, a group of people was puzzled by Chun Mo's state. What do you think is going on with Chun Mo? Could it be that he really dislikes women? It's possible. Being a genius, having some unique preferences is normal. Luckily, the person we sent out, Sun Changjia, is a man. I initially thought about sending a female soldier to interact with Chun Mo, but now it seems fortunate that Sun Changjia volunteered. Otherwise, it could have been a big problem. I actually think that's not the case. If he truly didn't like women, why would he go on a blind date? Plus, he seemed quite happy after it. I think Chun Mo is just exhausted. Think about it. From morning till night, he is the only one running the shop. The service is especially attentive, which itself requires a lot of physical and mental energy. Not to mention, he also has to do live streaming. After going home at night, he has to secretly work on wheelchairs and prosthetics, making strange inventions, and learning various knowledge. Even if his body is tough, he can't keep this up. Others nodded in agreement. Indeed, thinking about it this way, Chun Mo is really too tired. Even I, just sitting here watching, feel tired. How exhausted must Chun Mo be? Even a workhorse needs to rest. By the way, I remember the plan was for Sun Changjia to take a fully capable soldier with leg injuries to get an exoskeleton armor from Chun Mo, right? We need to call Sun Changjia back quickly. However, while they were discussing, a man in an administrative jacket walked in. Boss Chen, are you eating? Chun Mo looked up and saw a middle-aged man with a big belly walking in, followed by 2 young people. All 3 individuals were wearing white shirts. The middle-aged man had an administrative jacket on top, while the 2 young men were dressed in windbreakers. At a glance, with their attire, Chun Mo immediately recognized that these 3 were not ordinary people and definitely weren't there to shop. However, the blunt one failed to notice this and directly asked Chun Mo, "What do you want to buy?" The leading middle-aged man did not respond directly but smiled and said, "We are not here to buy anything. We have something we want to show Mr. Chun to see if there is any possibility for modification." "What is it?" "Just to be clear, I won't engage in anything illegal," Chun Mo replied. "Don't worry, it's definitely not illegal. We are from the agricultural department of Jiangqing. Thanks to Mr. Chen's help during the recent urgent harvesting work. Otherwise, with the frequent light rains, a lot of corn would have rotted in the fields. The agricultural machinery modified by Mr. Chen is not only effective but also very affordable, truly a lifesaver for the farmers in Jiangqing. We should have come to thank Mr. Chen much earlier." As he spoke, the middle-aged man signaled to the young man behind him. The young man immediately understood and took out a banner. Chun Mo was speechless. "Wow, your sincerity is quite impressive. A whole banner." He casually set the banner aside and smiled. "There's no need for thanks. I'm just in it for the money. But I'm curious. What do you intend for me to modify?" Seeing the frugal demeanor of the 3, Chun Mo's attitude wasn't very friendly. They seemed too stingy. He suspected that when it came time for modifications, they wouldn't be very generous either. The middle-aged man then said, "Actually, it's not a big deal. The sowing season is approaching, but the fields are still very wet." "Stop." Chun Mo quickly interrupted. "Are you asking me to modify a farming machine? Do you want me to improve the seeds? Even if I had such seeds, I couldn't just bring them out now. Modifying seeds takes a long time. Not to mention creating flood-resistant seeds, which is even more difficult. I really don't have that capability here. I can do repairs, but improving seeds is beyond me." The online viewers laughed. "You really think Chen He Go is a wish-granting turtle? The things you're trying to modify aren't illegal. But are you planning to ask the streamer for a miracle? Something that even so many breeding experts can't achieve. And you expect Chen He Go to do it for you? If the streamer could pull that off, I'd give him a longevity tablet. That would be a monumental achievement. Worthy of being called a modern-day Chun Mo. Seeing Chun Mo's misunderstanding, the middle-aged man quickly clarified, No, it's a misunderstanding. I don't want you to improve the seeds. I know that can't be done. I just wanted to see if you could make a machine that can sow normally in muddy fields. I've checked. And your machine is only suitable for harvesters and doesn't match with sowing machines. Sowing machines need to be inserted quite deep, but your base is too high, which would affect the normal sowing process. After hearing his explanation, the online viewers all urged Chun Mo to hurry up with the modifications, claiming it was a big order. However, Chun Mo shook his head and said, I'm sorry, it's easy to want to do this, but it's really unnecessary. The middle-aged man was taken aback. Why is it unnecessary? This is for the food security of the entire Jiangcheng and even the whole country, and for the income of the common people. Chun Mo nodded. That's true, but you probably haven't planted anything yourself, have you? The middle-aged man frowned. Although I haven't farmed, since I took charge of agriculture, I have read a lot of relevant reports and consulted many experts. I've never been negligent. I believe that caring for farmers and understanding farming doesn't necessarily require one to farm personally. Every year during planting and harvesting seasons, I do go to the fields to observe. Chun Mo nodded. I believe what you're saying. But have you considered that if the soil is very wet and a vehicle drives over it, it turns into mud? Even if seeds are planted, can they survive? The key is whether this rain will stop. According to the weather forecast, it should clear up in less than a week. If it's sunny for a few days and the fields dry out, then we can plant. If machines can't get in, then there's no point in planting. It will affect germination and survival rates. The middle-aged man was taken aback. Is there any machine that can change the weather and make it clear up quickly? What? Chun Mo thought he heard wrong. A machine that clears the weather? Are you talking about a weather control device? He had indeed heard of such a thing, but only from a video game. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. Do you really have one? That would be great. Chun Mo opened the exchange list and took a look. It seemed that there really was one, and the points required weren't too high. Only 2 billion. However, even though he had some savings, he certainly didn't have 2 billion universal currency. As for purchasing items, the system could generate them directly, no cost involved. But even if he could generate it, he didn't dare to, fearing it would end up being taken away the moment he produced it. Chapter 80. A space shuttle for you. Chun Mo looked at the excited middle-aged official and felt speechless. Dude, this is the real world, not a video game. We don't have that kind of advanced equipment. You can ask me to repair things or improve seeds, but controlling the weather is a job for the heavens. I'm just an ordinary person, alright? Hearing Chun Mo's words, the online viewers burst into laughter. However, the middle-aged man appeared embarrassed. I'm sorry, I really don't understand technology. Well, I have matters to attend to at my unit, so I'll head back now. He knew that Chun Mo was live streaming, and his outrageous request would surely be broadcasted. Yet, he didn't think there was anything wrong with his request. After all, he was just someone who didn't understand technological advancements. He was a government official, not a researcher. So there was no need to fully understand the complexities of a weather control device. But after he left, the viewers had no intention of letting him off the hook. I'm really amazed. The person in charge of agriculture thinks farming is useless. How does that reasoning even work? I used to think that these people's minds were very sharp. Thanks to the host, I got to see the diversity of species. It perfectly matched my stereotypes about these individuals. They think a banner can be exchanged for water-resistant seeds and a weather control device. As if a banner is worth so much. It must be valuable. Even if you found a national treasure, it would only be worth a banner. Is it worth it? Don't be ridiculous. There are still $500. The tricks that netizens use are getting more outrageous. Chun Mo, meanwhile, was lounging in a chair, studying the system. His universal currency had reached 18 million. Although it sounds like a lot, after looking at the price of the weather control device, he realized he was still far from enough. Not to mention a starship, even affording a weather control device seemed uncertain in his lifetime. Suddenly, a thought sparked Chun Mo's ambition. He had to find a way to earn a huge amount of gold coins. As is well known, making money from the poor is only feasible if done on a large scale. Otherwise, it's not profitable. Being just one person with a system and with limited reception capacity. Even if the hardware store was open 24 hours a day, relying on selling hammers and screwdrivers for $3 to $5, it would be impossible to save up 20 billion in a lifetime. However, if it were amphibious bases costing 10,000 each, only 200,000 units would be needed. If prosthetics cost 500,000 each, only 4,000 would be required. If all reviews were very satisfactory, that could be halved, needing only 2,000 units. Therefore, merely focusing on volume isn't very meaningful and could lead to encounters with individuals like Yoga Pants and Xin Yue. He had to raise the unit price while also maintaining volume. It was a two-pronged approach. With this in mind, Chun Mo felt he needed to target a batch of big clients. What is a big client? Of course, it's anyone with money. So who has money? For example, his top supporter, Monkey Brother, is quite wealthy. Sister Rabbit is also quite affluent. Who would dare to spend tens of thousands in a live broadcast without money? With this thought, his gaze fell back on his top supporter, Monkey Brother. Glancing at the smiling hard-mouthed brother next to him, Chun Mo waved his hand. You poor guy, I've pointed out the way for you. Why aren't you rushing to buy me food? No. Why aren't you rushing to make money for me? No. Why aren't you hurrying to shoot food exploration videos to catch this wave of traffic? What are you waiting for? After driving away hard-mouthed brother, Chun Mo mimicked his previous expression and looked into the camera. Monkey Brother, you said you don't like dolls, right? With so many monkeys, mine is the reddest. I get it. Chun Mo slapped his thigh. wearing an expression of understanding. I was shallow before. Monkey Brother is so wealthy, he can find whatever he wants. Even celebrities are no problem. He must just enjoy the feeling of shooting down planes. If that's the case, then I'll send you a plane. As soon as he said this, the live broadcast room exploded. Whoa, what outrageous words. What the heck, shooting down planes. I'm dying of laughter. So it turns out that Monkey Brother likes manual transmission? Did I hear that wrong? The host is going to give Monkey Brother an airplane? Is the host really that rich? Just giving away a private jet? Host, is this airplane for real? Monkey Brother, hurry up and agree. I can't wait to see your in-depth collaboration. Even Monkey Brother himself sent a series of question marks and ellipses, clearly bewildered by Chun Mo. She doesn't believe that Chun Mo can actually give her a real private jet. After all, she has already understood Chun Mo's family situation a few days ago. Buying a house is tough enough, let alone buying a plane. Even if he has made some money recently, it's still a drop in the bucket compared to the price of a private jet. You have to know, her family with assets in the hundreds of billions doesn't have its own private jet, and Chun Mo just says he will give one? Chun Mo chuckled, not keeping them in suspense, and directly turned to go upstairs. Moments later, under the astonished gazes of everyone, he actually walked out carrying an airplane. It was a completely black, sci-fi aesthetic model of a spacecraft, nearly 2 meters long. Its shape perfectly replicated the most classic space shuttle in history, but with details that had a more futuristic modification. For example, the huge rocket boosters on both sides of the body were replaced with 4 engines shaped like gaping abysses. Holy cow, it really is an airplane. Host, you scared me. I thought it was something else. I was already prepared for something else, and you show me this? This model is so cool. Where did you get it? Is it a figurine or a statue? This must have cost a lot. Not to mention it's cool. Look at the material of the body, that matte black texture. It's definitely not ordinary plastic. The quality is off the charts. Chun Mo carefully placed the spacecraft on the ground, dusted off the non-existent dust on it, and began his promotion. Monkey Brother, look. This thing is called an integrated reusable supersonic desktop ornament. How impressive is that? Seeing this imposing exterior, Monkey Brother felt no excitement inside. I'm a woman. I have no interest in model aircraft. You sending me this thing is worse than giving me a doll. But when she heard the name, she completely lost her composure. Wait, you call this a desktop ornament and say it's impressive? Netizens were also speechless. Such an amazing model, and you call it a desktop ornament? Chapter 80, Supercrystal Lattice and Shockwave Engine Ha City, an industrial university. Xiao Feiyu, who was secretly playing on his phone in class watching the live stream, was indeed drooling. This is too cool. The texture, the metallic sheen, the details, the precision, it's definitely something I can't afford. Chun Mo also began his introduction. Don't think it's just an ornament. It's scaled down proportionally from the genuine product. The body is made of the latest carbon-carbon composite radar-absorbing material, with a first-rate feel. It's not only lightweight but also can evade radar detection. In terms of power, I have equipped it with 4 pulse detonation engines. Normally, aviation kerosene would be the fuel of choice. However, gasoline isn't off the table either. Theoretically, filling it up with gasoline would allow it to create a sonic boom right in your backyard. The key point is this. Chun Mo pointed to the dark, dragon scale-like structure at the bottom of the aircraft. This is a super lattice thermal protection tile, which is a genuine aerospace heat-resistant material. Typically, it can withstand the temperatures encountered during re-entry into the atmosphere without any issues. For regular use, there's even less to worry about. Even if it accidentally flies over a barbecue grill during an outdoor picnic, it would remain unscathed. Every time Chun Mo introduced a feature, the viewers in the live stream were increasingly astonished. The comments began to take on a strange tone. Wait a minute, why does this feel more and more off? Even as a liberal arts student, I can sense something's wrong. Carbon-carbon composites? Pulse detonation engines? Super lattice thermal protection tiles? Host, are you sure these are technologies for desktop models, and not the real deal? I just checked. And all the technologies you mentioned are top-tier challenges in the aerospace field that our country, and even the entire world, have yet to fully conquer. Each one could leave countless esteemed academicians bald. It's laughable that the original version doesn't have this technology, yet you claim a model has solved it? So, what you're saying is, you've tackled all these issues with a desktop ornament. This is absurd beyond belief. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in Ha City, the most prestigious industrial university in the country had a full auditorium for an aerodynamics lecture. A venerable, white-haired academician was passionately explaining the technological bottlenecks of reusable spacecraft to hundreds of future pillars of the nation's aerospace industry. So, students, remember that the greatest challenge currently limiting the development of our space planes is the thermal barrier issue during atmospheric reentry, which we refer to as the death black barrier. Even though another country has had space shuttles for a long time, they are still troubled by this issue. Finding a material that can withstand thousands of degrees of high temperature, be reused multiple times, and is light enough is the direction we need to focus on for the next 10 or even 20 years. The old professor spoke passionately, and the students listened intently, captivated, except for one student in the back corner, wearing black-rimmed glasses and looking a bit dazed, who was secretly watching Chun Mo's livestream on his phone. In his earphones, Chun Mo's voice clearly resonated. What do you mean by boasting? Although this is a model, it's a high-end model, scaled down proportionally. Take the super lattice thermal protection tiles. For example, they are absolutely heat-resistant. We can conduct experiments. Upon hearing the words super lattice thermal protection tiles, he could no longer contain himself, bursting out like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. What the heck? His exclamation echoed throughout the quiet classroom. Everyone turned to look at him. their expressions filled with confusion. The old professor frowned. He recognized this student. He usually studies diligently and is a student highly valued by him. Why is he not paying attention in class today and looking at his phone? He picked up a piece of chalk from the podium, swung his arm, and with a precise parabolic throw, it hit him right on the forehead. Xiao Feiyu, this is class. What kind of behavior is this? Do you understand everything? Or have you solved the aerospace problems? Not studying properly, and still have time to play on your phone. However, Xiao Feiyu completely ignored the pain on his forehead, excitedly raising his phone, his voice trembling. No, teacher, you have to see this live stream. Didn't you just say that the thermal barrier issue is a world-class challenge? A deadlock? He pointed to Chun Mo on the screen, who was passionately discussing a desk ornament, and continued excitedly. It seems like this problem has been solved by Chun Mo. Chun Mo? Which Chun Mo? The old professor's breathing quickened as he eagerly asked. Which research institute is he from? Or which university is he a professor at? Is he working on new materials or aerodynamics? No, I know most of the top experts in the country. How come I've never heard of this person? He thought it might be a significant technological breakthrough from a secret national project that was now being gradually declassified. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a series of stifled giggles erupted in the large lecture hall. Xiao Feiyu looked at the professor's eager expression and awkwardly scratched his head, quietly explaining, Teacher, he is not a professor. He is a hardware store owner, and the store's name is Anything Hardware Store. Uft. Ha ha ha. A hardware store owner? Xiao Feiyu must be confused. I can't take it anymore. This is too funny. This time, all the students in the classroom could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. The old professor's face instantly turned as dark as a pot bottom. Nonsense. He fumed, his anger evident. I think you've been dazzled by the live stream. What does a hardware store owner know about thermal barriers or superlattices? No, teacher. Xiao Feiyu's face turned red with anxiety. Chun Mo really has the techniques. He has not some influencer selling products. As he spoke, he began to introduce Chun Mo's impressive achievements as if presenting a treasure. He previously created an amphibious universal chassis that solved the national autumn harvest problem. He also improved drones, equipping them with anti-electronic devices and advanced flight control, which directly led to Jiangqing banning drone modifications. And the robotic dog he developed is really quite impressive. Oh, and he also created groundbreaking bionic prosthetics, which have been designated for special procurement by the military. Listening to these increasingly outrageous accomplishments, the old professor felt overwhelmed. These achievements are all challenges in various fields. Even the most advanced countries don't have them. How could a small hardware store owner have researched all of this? Even boasting has its limits. Seeing Xiao Feiyu's utterly convinced expression, the old professor interrupted irritably. Do you believe him if he says that feces smell good as well? Chapter 82. Old Professor. 3000 degrees 1T turn red. Am I a clown? You are a university student. You are a student at a certain industrial university. I remember you were very studious. How could you fall for these online scammers? Perhaps feeling that his words were too harsh, the old professor sighed and said earnestly, You are still young and don't understand how treacherous the internet can be. He pointed at Xiao Feiyu with a pained expression and said, Those so-called big streamers online, every single one of them is a scammer. They will say anything for views. They can label a $2 a pound bulk liquor as an internal supply, claiming it's a 200,000 yuan bottle of pure essence. They can say a broken chair is a magnetic quantum health chair, selling you a 100 yuan chair with a piece of scrap magnet for thousands or even tens of thousands. This is all scripted. It's a performance. Can't you see that? But Chun Mo really has done research, Xiao Feiyu insisted. Look, he is live streaming. And you can see the results. It can't be fake, right? As soon as he finished speaking, several classmates who were also familiar with Chun Mo immediately raised their hands in agreement. Yes, teacher, we have been watching for a long time. Chun Mo is indeed impressive. Exactly, that video of the harvester tank in the mud was absolutely thrilling. The old professor frowned tightly. Didn't he expect that so many of his students had been deceived by a streamer? Could it be that they were so focused on studying that they lacked common sense? That wouldn't be good. Just then, Xiao Feiyu's eyes lit up excitedly. Teacher, Chun Mo is about to start an experimental verification. The old professor snorted but did not refute him. Instead, he smiled slightly. Then let us project it, so the whole class can see whether the genius you mentioned is truly a genius or just a fraud. A hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes. He wanted to see what tricks this hardware store owner could pull. He aimed to personally expose this scammer in front of his students, telling them that the future of their country and technology lies in their hands. They are currently in the highest institution of industrial education in their country. What they are exposed to is the most cutting-edge technology available. No private enterprise can surpass them. Anyone showing you things you haven't learned is a scammer. As for me, your teacher, I am one of the top experts in the field. Anyone who contradicts me is a fraud. You just need to study hard. Soon. The hardware store of Chun Mo was clearly displayed on the large screen at the front of the classroom through the projector. Inside the hardware store, Chun Mo looked at the barrage of comments praising him and chuckled. Folks, I know that talk is cheap. Since you don't believe me, let us do something hardcore, live roasting a plane. Saying this, he took out a blowtorch connected to a gas canister from the corner, the kind commonly used at butcher stalls to singe pig heads. With a puff, he turned on the switch, and a blue flame about 6 centimeters long instantly shot out. The gas inside is butane, and the flame can reach temperatures of up to 1,000 degrees in an instant. A regular steel plate would turn red after being sprayed for a while. Let's use it to test the super lattice heat-resistant tile of my desk ornament and see how it performs. As he spoke, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, he actually aimed the roaring blue flame at the black dragon scale at the bottom of the space shuttle model. The flames sizzled as they made contact with the heat-resistant tile, producing a piercing sound. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. It lasted a full minute. When he turned off the flamethrower, everyone leaned in to examine the area that had been scorched by the flames. To their surprise, aside from a bit of dust, it was completely unscathed, not even a hint of discoloration. Wow, what kind of incredible material is this? 1,300 degrees. It withstood half a minute without a scratch. It can't be real, right? This is definitely fake. It's not scientific. Host, be honest. Is there cold air in that flamethrower? It's not that impressive. Isn't it just a flamethrower? I use a camping stove to cook. And it doesn't even make the pot glow red. Brother, the pot doesn't glow red because there's water inside. What if you try it without water? In the lecture hall, the old professor's brows furrowed tightly. This material has something to it. Yet, he stubbornly explained to the students, don't be fooled by appearances. This small flamethrower doesn't reach very high temperatures. It wouldn't even penetrate a steel plate. As for the lack of discoloration, it should be due to the black coating on the outside, which hides the color inside. Ordinary ceramic-based composite materials can also achieve this. So there's no need to be overly surprised. When spacecraft re-enter the atmosphere, they don't just face simple flames. They encounter high-temperature plasma generated by the high-speed compression and friction of air over a long period. This experiment can only prove that the material of the model is decent, relatively speaking among a bunch of frauds, but it's still far from actual aerospace applications. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw on the live stream that the individual had pulled out an even thicker, more menacing industrial-grade acetylene cutting torch. Folks, that was just an appetizer. This thing can reach a flame temperature of 3,000 degrees, specifically designed for cutting thick steel plates. Today, let us use it to test the machine. He put on protective goggles and ignited the cutting torch, unleashing an even more dazzling and terrifying white flame. Before he finished speaking, he aimed the flame, capable of melting steel, at the black dragon scale again. Upon seeing the acetylene cutting torch, the online viewers completely lost their composure. This is insane. The host has completely lost it. This thing can easily burn through steel plates. Compared to the previous flamethrower, that was nothing. 3,000 degrees. It can't really withstand it, can it? Oh no, the model is going to melt. Please don't, I love that model. In the classroom, the old professor's pupils constricted sharply. 3,000 degrees. That exceeds the melting points of all known single materials. If a fraud can create a model with materials that can withstand an acetylene cutting torch, that would be considered an absolute conscience. He stared intently at the screen. Yet, just like last time, the terrifyingly high temperature, hot enough to melt gold and iron, burned for a full minute. When Chun Mo turned off the flame, the black dragon scales remained intact, showing no signs of even a slight reddening. At this moment, even the old professor fell completely silent. He felt that his lifelong belief in scientific research was reduced to ashes by a hardware store owner wielding a cutting torch. Just as everyone was still immersed in the shock brought by the heat-resistant tiles, Chun Mo patted the fuselage of the spacecraft and revealed a devilish smile. Family, don't rush. The real tough stuff is still to come. Next, let us take a look at its heart, the pulse detonation engine. Chapter 83. You call this a model? This is a strapped rocket. At Ha City Industrial University, in the lecture hall, there was complete silence. All the students, including the national treasure-level old professor, were frozen in place, staring blankly at the big screen showing the black dragon scales that remained unscathed at a temperature of 3,000 degrees. After a long while, a student finally broke the silence and, in a near dreamlike voice, trembled and asked, "Teacher, what material is that? Why can't an acetylene cutting torch harm it at all?" The old professor's apple bobbed up and down with difficulty. He wanted to say he didn't know, but he couldn't. He was an authority in this field and couldn't show weakness in front of his students. After hesitating for a long time, he forced himself to explain in an extremely dry voice. Cough. Without seeing the actual object, it's hard to judge just from the video. But theoretically, some composite materials and carbon-based fiber materials could achieve that. He had just called Chun Mo a fraud and said the cutting torch wouldn't work. And now Chun Mo had directly used an acetylene cutting torch. Wasn't that just slapping him in the face? He felt his face burning. He stubbornly added, "Just because it can withstand the instantaneous high temperature of the cutting torch doesn't mean it can endure the plasma burning during re-entry to the atmosphere, which lasts for several minutes and involves intense friction. So this doesn't prove how excellent such materials are." However, even he lacked confidence in this statement. In the end, he could only throw out a reason he didn't even believe himself. Besides, who knows if that cutting torch of his is fake? What if it's just a showpiece? Xiao Feiyu didn't think so. He had watched many of Chun Mo's live broadcasts and believed that Chun Mo was a hidden genius, like an unparalleled master in a martial arts novel who had retreated to the countryside. So he immediately started typing furiously in Chun Mo's live chat. Streamer, how can you prove your acetylene cutting torch is real?" However, at that moment, the chat in the live stream had already exploded. His comment, like a drop in the ocean, was instantly drowned out by a flood of exclamations and 666, completely unseen by Chun Mo fortunately. There were many others who shared the same thought. Chun Mo's live stream attracted a large number of hardcore fans who loved crafting and modifications. They were well aware of the power of an acetylene cutting torch. A cutting torch that can easily cut through steel plates, and yet it didn't even get red hot here? Are you joking? This is absolutely unbelievable. The main issue is that this situation is so contrary to their understanding. In many previous fields, they didn't comprehend it and still thought highly of Chun Mo, but now, in a field they are familiar with, Chun Mo is challenging their perceptions, which to them appears to be a fabrication. As a result, these individuals flooded the comments section. Brothers, let me educate you. An oxyacetylene cutting torch is definitely a powerful tool in the industrial sector. Cutting through 20mm thick steel plates with this thing is like cutting through butter with a hot knife, just a swipe and it's done. Exactly. I used to work at an auto repair shop, dismantling junk cars with this tool. It can even cut through engine blocks. So, if this heat-resistant tile can withstand flames at 3,000 degrees for a minute, I can only say, if it's true, this is definitely alien technology. At that moment, the top commenter, Monkey Brother, also sent a comment with special effects. Bro, the netizens have a point. How can you prove your cutting torch is real? Noticing Monkey Brother's comment, Chun Mo finally acknowledged the question. He chuckled. Brothers, now I understand why you are struggling financially while Monkey Brother is rich. Their meticulousness is something you can't compare to. After giving a small compliment to Monkey Brother, Chun Mo said, alright, since everyone is skeptical, let's do a little experiment and demonstrate a fire-burning wrench. With that, he casually picked up a heavy industrial wrench from the shelf, at least 2 fingers thick. He first struck the wrench against a nearby iron frame, producing a crisp metallic sound. Then he took a piece of iron plate and swung the wrench like a hammer, bending the plate. He then smiled and said, Brothers, this wrench is made of chromium vanadium steel, which melts at around 1400 degrees Celsius. Today, we're going to give it a burn. Then, he pulled out a graphite crucible used for melting metal and tossed the wrench inside. Finally, he put on safety goggles and reignited the industrial-grade oxyacetylene cutting torch. The dazzling white flame shot towards the wrench like a fire dragon. The sound of the flames spraying out was akin to that of a planetary engine. In the next moment, a scene that made everyone's scalp tingle unfolded. The incredibly hard industrial wrench, under the 3,000-degree high temperature, almost instantaneously began to glow bright red, the color intensifying. From dark red to bright red, then to a blinding orange-yellow, and finally transforming into a dazzling white light akin to the core of the sun, which was hard to look at directly. My eyes. My titanium alloy eyes are going blind. Is this melting the wrench? It feels like a sun has exploded on my screen. A sun? You came from Dandong and want to return to me all white. What do you want to eat? Come and tell me what you want to eat. The comments gradually veered off topic. However, just as netizens were still playing around with the jokes, the sturdy wrench had already broken in half. No. It should be said that the middle part had completely melted, turning into a pool of shimmering molten iron that dripped continuously into the crucible. Watching the slowly dripping molten iron, the entire live stream was once again left in shock. Wow, there's really nothing to criticize now. Could it be made of chocolate? Don't be stubborn. Can your chocolate bend a steel plate? I told you. Chen Haiga wouldn't fake it with the cutting gun. So, does that mean Chun Mo's model is really made of aerospace materials? Impressive. At Ha Chung Industrial University, the old professor looked at the dazzling pool of molten iron on the screen, coughed awkwardly a couple of times. His old face turning red. He knew he had lost his last bit of stubbornness. Now, he was more interested than ever in this so-called desktop ornament. He stared at the screen, afraid to miss any detail. In the hardware store, Chun Mo turned off the cutting gun, looking at the screen filled with 666 comments. Smiling with satisfaction. Folks, now no one doubts that my cutting gun is fake, right? Seeing the screen filled with disbelief, Chun Mo said, since everyone has no objections, let us put the heat-resistant tile matter to rest. Next, we'll move on to the real highlight. He pointed at the 4 engines that resembled giant gaping mouths of an abyss, showing a devilish smile. As mentioned earlier, this thing is a pulse detonation engine. But it was not easy to disassemble, and even if it were taken apart, you wouldn't understand it. So, we want to discuss the principles, instead. I'll demonstrate in the most straightforward way just how powerful its propulsion is. He sighed. It's a pity that the store doesn't have aviation kerosene. Not even gasoline. Just when everyone thought Chun Mo was making excuses not to test it, he said, but it doesn't matter. A good engine isn't picky about fuel. Some vehicles claim to be high-level, but must use premium fuel. To be honest, this design shows a lack of technology maturity. If you're really impressive, you should use regular gasoline and still demonstrate the performance of premium fuel. Of course, if their technology is lacking, that's their problem. Our domestic vehicles are quite impressive. They generally use regular gasoline, which is very accessible. Nowadays, they have all become electric vehicles, achieving a complete leap in technology. And the automatic driving technology is far ahead, incomparable to those inferior models abroad. Our product is domestic, naturally as accessible as domestic cars, not delicate. It can handle high-end fuels like liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen, and aviation kerosene, but regular gasoline will do. If not, diesel, kerosene, or biofuels are also fine. Saying this, he pulled out a small barrel labeled biodiesel from the corner. What oil isn't oil? As long as it burns. We're not really launching it into space. So there's no need to be so picky. I must say, today as biofuels are quite useful. Made from waste oil, they are both environmentally friendly and effective. While speaking, he poured the biodiesel into the fuel tank of the spacecraft. He rummaged through the warehouse for quite a while and found a steel cable thicker than his thumb to use as a tow rope. One end was connected to the hitch at the tail of the spacecraft, while the other end was tied to the nearly scrapped van left by his father. What is the host trying to do? Is he going to use the model aircraft to tow the van? Although this model looks more than a person's height, its thickness is far from that of the van, with a diameter of only about 30 or 40 centimeters. It would be a miracle if it doesn't get crushed by the van, let alone tow it. It's starting. I bet this will definitely fail. If the model can tow the van, I'll eat upside down, but I'll just bet a pack of spicy strips instead. Watching the live stream, the Betaverse guy thought. So I'm the negative example now, huh? Under the astonished, mocking, and expectant gazes of everyone, Chun Mo took out a remote control and pressed the flight mode button. Boom! A roar from the engine, completely disproportionate to its size, suddenly erupted. The 4 engines emitted 4 faint blue flames, resembling the ion thrusters from a sci-fi movie. In the next second, under the wide-eyed attention of everyone, the van, which weighed over a ton and had the handbrake engaged, moved. Before anyone could gasp in surprise, it was instantly pulled into the air. It didn't look like a van at all. It resembled a weightless toy. Moreover, its altitude was still rising. The live stream fell into complete silence. Even the viewers' breathing became heavy. Previously, Chun Mo's products were impressive and had caused waves of astonishment, but that was just shock. Some even thought it was normal. Just a sign of technological advancement. After all, there were more things they hadn't seen before. But a small model aircraft directly towing a van into the sky truly startled the viewers. At Haicheng Industrial University, smack, the old professor slammed his hand on the table. Standing up abruptly, his eyes bulged like copper bells, fixated on the screen showing the van flying higher and higher. His lips trembled as he shouted, "Nonsense. This is absolute nonsense. Whose model aircraft uses biofuel to have such power? He calls this a model aircraft? This is a strapped rocket." Chapter 84. Compared to the big players, Chun Mo is nothing at all. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The materials, the power, the control, none of it is feasible. The old professor sat back down in his chair, dazed, murmuring to himself. His expression of despair, as if his beliefs had collapsed, frightened the surrounding students. "Teacher, what is wrong? Teacher, quick, call for an ambulance. Don't move him. I think it's a brain hemorrhage. We can't move him carelessly. No, it looks like epilepsy to me. Quickly, find a pair of chopsticks to keep his mouth open, so he doesn't bite his tongue. I'm from the first aid club. Everyone should listen to me. We should start with artificial respiration to keep his breathing clear." In an instant, the entire lecture hall descended into chaos. Just as a bold student was about to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on the old professor, the professor suddenly sprang up from his chair. "Get away," he shouted, pushing the surrounding students aside with vigor. "I'm perfectly fine. What are you all making a fuss about? I'm just a little excited. Why can't you all sit properly in your own seats instead of crowding around? The way you're talking makes it seem like I'm about to kick the bucket any second." Seeing that the old professor, though pale, was still full of energy, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Feiyu cautiously asked, "Professor, do you think this desk ornament has any merits? I feel like it's even more impressive than those high-end models we have at our school." "Impressive?" The old professor became agitated upon hearing this, puffing up his cheeks and glaring. If the demonstration just now was all real, then it's not just more impressive than our school's models. It's simply better than our school's actual rocket. With this statement, the room fell into a dead silence once again. As the highest institution in the industrial field of the nation, the university had resources that were beyond the imagination of outsiders. They truly possessed their own rocket launch pad and genuine rockets used for research and teaching. The old professor himself was a top-tier expert who had participated in many significant national aerospace projects. He was a true titan of the industry, not some fraud professor scamming funds. Yet, at this moment, he had to admit that a desk ornament made by a hardware store owner was more impressive than the real rocket he had devoted half his life to. He looked at the screen, where Chun Mo appeared calm and relaxed, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He felt his worldview was being repeatedly deconstructed and reshaped. He still couldn't believe it. After all, if this were true, wouldn't that mean his first half of life was in vain? He pointed at the screen and, in a nearly pleading tone, asked the students below, "Do you think this could be special effects or synthesized? Isn't there some AI video generation technology now? It could just be AI generated." A student who was fond of AI videos and graphics immediately shook his head. "Impossible. AI videos can't achieve such a realistic level yet. And no matter how strong a special effects team is, they can't render something in real time without flaws during a live broadcast." The old professor looked at the live stream, irritated and clicking his teeth in frustration. "But I've spent my whole life in aerospace, and I've never heard of anything like this. The pulse detonation engine is still in the experimental stage, and the superlattice heat-resistant tiles are still theoretical. Could there be a special project that the nation is keeping from me? That doesn't make sense. Who could possibly have more qualifications than me?" Just as he was deep in thought, Chun Mo on the screen was also taken aback. He knew this model was quite impressive, but he never expected it to be this extraordinary. He thought that gently pulling would be enough to lift the van's front, completely unaware that it would be yanked straight up into the sky at an astonishing speed. As the van shrank in size and eventually became nearly invisible, Chun Mo started to panic. On one hand, he feared that the high-temperature airflow might burn through the steel cable. Although the cable was thick and produced by the system, it was still just an ordinary steel cable. He even doubted that if he had added aviation fuel or rocket propellant, the cable would have melted long ago. It wouldn't matter if the cable melted, but if the van fell and injured him or hit a pedestrian, that would be a serious problem. Even if it didn't hit anyone, damaging the road or a building would be a loss he couldn't bear. He planned to sell model aircraft to wealthy buyers, not to incur losses. Thinking of this, Chun Mo quickly began to control the tabletop ornament, slowly bringing it down vertically. At Haicheng Industrial University, The old professor, watching the extremely precise and stable vertical landing, was feeling even worse. No launch pad or recovery device was needed, and it was even carrying a vehicle. Yet it landed so smoothly. How could this be done? Wouldn't it make it difficult for others in the field? Those enthusiasts would surely be upset. While it was said that smaller sizes made for easier control, being small also made it more challenging, especially with a vehicle hanging from it, which severely affected its balance. If this were scaled up, what would that mean? Would it imply that the country could launch and recover high-power rockets anywhere, at any time? No, this was too significant. The key was that he couldn't figure out how it was accomplished. He felt that his lifelong scientific beliefs were being trampled repeatedly by the young man's impressive maneuvers on the screen. Unable to sit still any longer, the old professor took out his encrypted phone to seek help from a friend. The first call he made was to a renowned materials scientist at a national research institute. As soon as the call connected, he couldn't wait to shout, "Hey, old Wong. There's a hardware store owner who has developed a new material that can't be damaged by a 3,000-degree oxyacetylene cutting torch." On the other end of the line, a voice, clearly just awakened and extremely impatient, replied, "Old Han, have you been drinking again? Something that can't be damaged at 3,000 degrees? Do you think it's vibranium from Marvel? Enough. Enough. I'm busy developing new ceramic matrix composites here. No time for nonsense. Bye." Hearing the busy tone, the old professor's mouth twitched as he pulled out his contacts and dialed another number belonging to a prominent aerodynamics expert from a prestigious university. This was an old classmate, and they respected each other. Moreover, he was researching pulse detonation engines, so it was a perfect opportunity to inquire about detonation engine questions. "Old son, I saw a model aircraft claiming to use a pulse detonation engine that lifted a van into the sky. Really, it actually lifted it into the sky." On the other end of the phone, a hearty laugh erupted. "Ha, old Han, have you been watching too many sci-fi movies lately? A model aircraft towing a van, and now it's flying? Why don't you say a tractor flew to the moon? All right, I have to take my students to the wind tunnel, so I won't chat with you anymore. Come to the capital when you have time, and let's drink together." Beep, beep, beep. The call was ended. The old professor trembled with anger, feeling like the child who cried wolf. He clearly saw the truth, yet no one believed him. He looked at the screen, where a tabletop ornament was hovering in the air and slowly descending vertically. Taking a deep breath, he called a rocket chief designer at a certain secret launch base, one of his most proud students. "Hello, teacher. What a surprise to receive your call." The voice on the other end was filled with respect. "Xiaozhang, hurry up and watch the live broadcast. Someone has created a vertical takeoff and landing aerospace vehicle that can carry a payload." The old professor's voice carried an undeniable command. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Then, a concerned voice replied, "Teacher, have you been under too much work pressure lately? I heard you had some high blood sugar during your physical checkup last year. You should really go to the hospital for a thorough checkup. Please don't avoid medical advice." Smash. The old professor could no longer contain himself and hung up the phone. He was so angry that he trembled, pointing at the students below who were trying to stifle their laughter. He wanted to scold them but couldn't utter a word. Drunkard? Madman? Senile? He, Han Jiangwell, a respected figure in the aerospace field, had been labeled with these 3 tags in one day by his childhood friends, classmates, and even his most accomplished student. If it weren't for the distance, he would have loved to challenge those 3 to a free fight right then and there. After hesitating for a long time, he finally dialed a long-forgotten number. On the other end, an equally aged but strong voice soon came through. "Hello, old Han, you old fool. What made you think of calling me? Trying to show off your new PhD's publication in Nature?" The old professor did not waste time on pleasantries and said directly, "Oldly, cut the nonsense. Hurry up and watch a live broadcast. Douyin, the channel is called something like Hardware Store. Quick. I guarantee you've never seen anything like it." On the other end, an impatient voice replied, "I'm busy, and I don't watch videos. After teaching for years, you've started to enjoy watching live broadcasts? Besides, I'm at a critical stage of testing a new rocket engine, so don't disturb me. What are you testing?" The old professor burst out in frustration. "You need to see this live broadcast. I've been researching aerodynamics for so many years, participated in the design of rocket engines and boosters, and even the fuselage, but I've truly never seen anything like this. What madness are you talking about? Last time you said you saw aliens in a snow pit, but it turned out to be a kid in a costume. Have you forgotten?" The old professor was exasperated. "This time is different. I guarantee it with my character." On the other end of the phone, there was a moment of silence, followed by a cold laugh. "You have no personality at all. 50 years ago, I asked you to help me pass a love letter to Xiaowan, and you turned around and told her that you wrote it. In the end, you even married her. From that day on, you have had no personality in my eyes." The students in the auditorium instantly erupted. Everyone's eyes widened, ears perked up, their faces filled with excitement, urging, "Keep going. I love hearing this gossip." They wished for some watermelon and sunflower seeds. Just then, a student actually pulled out a handful of seeds from his pocket. The eyes of those around him lit up. "Bro, share some. Eating gossip without seeds is like eating dumplings without vinegar." Even Xiao Feiyu temporarily forgot about watching the live stream, staring in shock at his esteemed teacher. He never expected that the professor, with his bushy eyebrows and big eyes, had done such things when he was young. The old professor's face turned beet red. He didn't expect that this long-forgotten matter would still be remembered by the other party, and even brought up in front of so many students. "I swear on my health." He gritted his teeth and made the strongest vow. "This time, I'm definitely not trying to fool you. It's just that I really can't understand what's being broadcasted in this live stream, and I can't determine its authenticity." There was silence again on the other end of the phone. Although he was skeptical of the old professor's character, he still recognized his academic accomplishments. If even he couldn't understand it, and it was so urgent, it might really be something unusual. After a long time, the phone finally transmitted a very serious response. Then I must take a good look. The old professor breathed a sigh of relief. I knew you would still trust me. I don't trust you. The voice on the other end was filled with disdain. I just know how afraid you are of dying. Chapter 85. Am I acting? Nonsense. You're spouting nonsense. Hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, the old professor's face turned beet red, and he broke down on the spot. He pointed at the phone, trembling with anger. The voice on the other end sneered. Are you going to let me see it or not? If you keep rambling, I'll count to 3, and if you don't get to the point, I'll hang up. Don't. As soon as he heard the threat to hang up, the old professor instantly caved. He was now isolated and alone. Old Lee was his last hope. I must see it. He lowered his stance, but then hesitated again. But you don't play Douyin. How are you going to watch it? I don't play. But that doesn't mean I can't download it. You don't spend all day scrolling through short videos and end up with dementia, do you? You're the one with dementia. The old professor was getting anxious. How many people have said I have dementia today? Why do they keep bringing it up? I'll tell you, if you keep saying I have dementia. Before he could finish, old Lee's proud voice came through the phone. Hurry up and send me a link. What are you stalling for? If you keep stalling, I want you watch. As the students watched their professor's face turn a deep shade of red, they couldn't hold back their laughter any longer. It was unexpected to see such a stern and authoritative figure have a moment of embarrassment. After waiting for the professor to finish downloading and registering, Han Jianguo sent him the link to Chun Mo's live stream. At a certain launch base's command center, Li Shuli was disdainfully opening an app with a musical note icon on a personal phone that had gone through multiple approvals. As soon as he entered the app, a video of a woman in black stockings dancing wildly, accompanied by energetic music, popped up. Li Shuli's face flushed, and he quickly pressed the screen to close it, glancing around nervously. Especially when he noticed one of the postdoctoral researchers under him looking at him with a strange expression, he suddenly felt flustered. A friend of mine asked me to download this app to watch a live stream. Can you help me see how to operate it? I'm not sure if I downloaded the right one. He distinctly remembered the name and was sure he hadn't made a mistake. He had heard of this app before, even during a TV interview where it was a sponsor. But why was the app so unprofessional? Soon, the postdoctoral researcher helped him enter the live stream, and they both started watching with interest. Li Shuli was curious about who could make him, a lifelong bachelor, download this app specifically to watch a live stream. When Li Shuli finally entered the live stream, he heard Chun Mo speaking confidently. So, the principle of the pulse detonation engine is actually quite simple. However, the aspects of shockwave control, fuel identification, pulse excitation, and ignition control are rather complex. Chun Mo glanced at the screen filled with question marks and chuckled. Alright, I won't bore you with that. You wouldn't understand anyway. It's not like you could build an engine just because I explained it. He continued. As for the heat-resistant tiles and the engine's impressive features, you've all seen that. But demonstrating the radar-absorbing materials is tricky. I can't exactly bring a radar over for you to see. He tapped on the model of the aircraft on his desk and shifted directly into sales mode. No demonstrations needed. Just send someone to pick it up, monkey brother. Of course, others who need it can also make a purchase. It's not expensive, 2 million each. First come, first served. Same old rule, no shipping, only in-person transactions. As soon as he said this, the live stream exploded with comments. Wow, 2 million? Why don't you just rob a bank, streamer? You clearly don't understand the technology the streamer just mentioned. Forget 2 million. Even if it were 20 million, it would be a steal. Exactly. For real wealthy individuals, 2 million is just the price of an entry-level sports car. Skipping one Panamera would cover it. But the prestige of this thing is way higher than that of a sports car. If I had the money, I'd definitely buy one. It looks so damn cool. Too bad I only have 200 bucks. The most popular comment read, why is Chun Haiga being so generous this time? Don't worry, brother won't take advantage of you. I'll pay normally. I'll send someone over to pick it up now. In the secret base, Li Shuli watched Chun Mo chatting and joking with Monkey Brother on the screen, unable to help but complain, Old Han. Are you really letting me watch a young person sell something like this? I think you're not just forgetful. Your brain must have been kicked by a donkey. I'm going crazy. After going through so many approval processes and putting aside projects worth hundreds of billions, just to watch you see an internet celebrity sell models. No. The old professor was anxious, but he didn't know how to explain it to Li Shuli. The key was this Chun Mo. I finally brought him here, just for you to see his live stream, and my reputation is almost ruined, and that's it? But he also knew that the most interesting parts were the super lattice thermal protection tiles and the pulse detonation engine. Therefore, he turned to Xiao Feiyu beside him and ordered, hurry, have him demonstrate again. Have him demonstrate the super lattice thermal protection tiles and the pulse detonation engine again. Xiao Feiyu quickly typed frantically in the chat. However, at that moment, the number of online viewers in the live stream exceeded 100,000, and the actual number was unknown. The barrage was scrolling nonstop. If it weren't for the coincidence, Chun Mo wouldn't have been able to see it at all. Sure enough, a minute passed, and his message sank like a stone in the sea, not causing a single ripple. He helplessly looked at the old professor. Teacher, there are too many people in the live stream. He can't see the messages at all. Unless we flood the chat, even if you send a top badge, he wouldn't pay attention. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and flood it. Xiao Feiyu's face instantly turned red. Teacher, I don't have any money. How much? 3,000 for a top badge. I'll transfer it to you. Without a second thought, Han Jianguo took out his phone to make the transfer. On the other end of the line, Li Shuli shook his head. Old Han, You can't be that confused. Giving a streamer 3,000 for a tip is just throwing money away. At least when you throw money into the water, you see some splashes. With this 3,000 in the live stream, you won't even see a splash. If you have that money, you might as well treat me to a bottle of beer. Just then, Xiao Feiyu's top badge had been successfully sent. The special effect of the top badge indeed caught Chun Mo's attention. Thanks to classmate Xiao, who loves Guobao Rou, for the top badge. Chun Mo glanced at the ID and noticed the special message he sent. You want to see the airplane burn again, right? No problem. A big shot's request must be fulfilled. Alright, I'll burn it for the big shot again. Saying this, he really picked up the acetylene cutting torch again and subjected the super lattice thermal protection tiles on the aircraft to another round of brutal heating. In the secret base, Li Shuli stared intently at the screen. Watching the aircraft withstand temperatures of 3,000 degrees without a scratch, his expression gradually became serious. If it could previously be considered an ordinary model or even a plastic toy, at this moment, his mindset changed. Furrowing his brows, he asked with a hint of uncertainty. Old Han, what material is this? The old professor smiled. I just wanted you to see what this material is, and you ended up asking me? Now, am I being accused of senility? Li Shuli frowned, muttering to himself. The high-temperature resistance is indeed impressive. But the key is that it looks very thin and can still create such a complex scale structure. The most critical point is that this technology is surprisingly used in a model sold by a hardware store owner. Interesting, very interesting. After a while, he spoke in an extremely serious tone, giving his judgment. It's really hard to say what material it is. There are indeed ultra-high temperature resistant materials. We have many types in our lab that can achieve similar effects. However, the production cost of these materials is extremely high. 10 grams of gold might not even buy 1 gram of them. The processing difficulty is even greater. It's nearly impossible to achieve fine machining. And there are virtually no practical applications, let alone creating such complex curved surfaces or dragon scale shapes. He hesitated for a moment before expressing his doubts. Could it be a deception? For example, his acetylene cutting gun might actually be custom-made, and the temperature isn't that high. Impossible. Han Jiangwo immediately retorted, it has already been proven to be real. He melted an industrial-grade chromium vanadium steel wrench on the spot. Li Shuli was completely speechless. What was there to wait for? He hurriedly asked him what on earth this was. He said it was ultra-lattice heat-resistant tiles. Furthermore, Han Jiangwo lowered his voice and said with great excitement, that's not even the most impressive part. His pulse detonation engine is even more powerful. It directly lifted a van into the sky, and at a very fast speed. Li Shuli became anxious. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and let him demonstrate. However, just as both big shots were eagerly anticipating another demonstration of the pulse detonation engine, Chun Mo clapped his hands, ready to wrap things up. Alright everyone. We've tested the heat-resistant tiles again, and it's almost done. As for the engine, we won't be demonstrating it today. He pointed to the bustling street outside. After all, this is a busy area. Lifting a van into the sky would create too much noise and could easily cause panic, not to mention the risk of injuring someone. Hearing Chun Mo's words, Han Jiangwo was completely disheartened. Is this aimed at me? It must be aimed at me. I've gone through all this trouble, not just to see you burn a plane, but to see the pulse detonation engine. Where's your van? Get it into the sky. Hurry up. Chapter 86. Soaring into the clouds, the old professor immediately asked Xiao Feiyu to send out another carnival shot, along with the barrage. Streamer, you must demonstrate the engine. Money is not an issue. We can find an open space for the demonstration. We're not in a hurry. As long as the demonstration effect is the same as before, I'll buy this desktop ornament. Chun Mo's eyes lit up upon seeing this. Wow. Since the big shot said so, I must give him face. But then he showed a troubled expression, scratching his head. But big shot, my van is manual. And I can't drive. Puff. What? Did I hear that right? A skilled master who can manually operate a space shuttle. You tell me you can't drive a manual transmission? Makes sense. It's totally reasonable. A genius dedicates all their energy to research. Not being able to drive a manual is quite normal, right? I can't stop laughing. This excuse is simply flawless. I thought Shin Haigu could do everything. But it turns out there's something he can't do. Just when Han Jiangwo and everyone in the livestream thought this was going to fall through, Chun Mo chuckled. Well, if my big brother wants to buy it, then that's a different story. So what if I can't drive a manual? Even if I have to tow it? I must get it there. Besides, I can't drive, but someone else can. Saying this, he pulled out his phone in front of everyone, skillfully opened an app, and directly ordered a chauffeur service. 10 minutes later, a chauffeur wearing a blue vest arrived on a folding electric bike, humming a tune, at the hardware store's entrance. When he saw that the target vehicle for his service was a Wuling Hongguang with almost peeling paint and an aura of being scrap, he was speechless. Big brother, please, don't joke. I've driven over $1 million sports car, but I really can't drive this one. I'm afraid it'll fall apart halfway. It wasn't that the vehicle was truly in such a bad state. The Wuling Hongguang is different from ordinary family cars. It's generally used for transporting goods. It's not well cared for, as it's merely a tool for making money. Over time, it inevitably develops various minor issues. It's already hard to drive. And with all the problems, who would want to drive it? The most critical part is that such vehicles usually don't have insurance. If something happens, they can't afford to pay for it. Chun Mo, having come from a humble background, understood his concerns, so he didn't say anything like you accepted the order. You must serve me. Instead, he patted him on the shoulder, gave a knowing smile, and said, don't worry, drive boldly. I have full insurance. Once we get to the destination, there will also be a tip. Hearing the words full insurance, the chauffeur's eyes lit up instantly. if you have full insurance. You should have said so earlier. Without further ado, he jumped into the van, fastened his seatbelt, skillfully shifted gears, released the handbrake, and then gave Chun Mo an okay gesture. At that moment, he seemed no longer just a chauffeur, but like someone delivering tofu from a famous shop. Then, the people of Jiangxing saw a dilapidated van emblazoned with the words of a hardware store darting quickly through a similarly shabby old street. With the boost of full insurance and the promise of a tip, the two soon arrived at a deserted suburban wasteland. All right, let us stop here. Chun Mo instructed the chauffeur to pull over, then retrieve the model of the space shuttle and a thicker, sturdier special alloy steel wire from the back of the van. After connecting the van and the space shuttle model, Chun Mo pressed the flight mode button again. Everyone, watch closely. Boom. This time, without any hesitation, Chun Mo cranked the power to the max. The terrifying roar was even more shocking than the last time. The pale blue flames spewing from the four engine nozzles were also more intense. In front of the stunned eyes of the driver and hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live stream, the van was suddenly yanked off the ground as if grabbed by an invisible giant hand, then shot vertically into the sky at a terrifying speed. Wow! Here it comes again. This time it's even faster. I thought I blinked. How did it just become a tiny black dot? Not only was the speed greater, but with the concern of hitting someone eliminated, the spacecraft, under Chun Mo's control, began to perform various agile maneuvers in the air while dragging the van along. It twisted in an S shape and then zigzagged like a kite, drawing beautiful arcs in the sky. After demonstrating its maneuverability, Chun Mo made the spacecraft descend again. Soon, the van disappeared from view, transforming from a black dot into complete invisibility. The driver, already terrified, sat slumped on the ground, mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. Muttering, could it really be flying into space? That can't be. Chun Mo shook his head. The fuel tank was too small to reach that far before falling back down. As he spoke, he began to control the spacecraft to descend slowly. On the screen, the tiny black dot reappeared, becoming clearer, just as the van was about to land. It wobbled uncontrollably due to the chaotic flight, making a stable landing impossible. If it were to land hard, it would have to crash down on its rear end. Just when everyone, including the old professor from Ha City and Li Shuli from the secret base, thought disaster was imminent, Chun Mo calmly nudged the joystick on the remote. The spacecraft instantly shifted sideways, skillfully adjusting its angle. The van, swaying and spinning, suddenly surged forward due to the change in force. This gentle push from the spacecraft altered the van's posture, and at that moment, the model descended again. Without the forward pull, the van began to fall. However, because it was close to the ground, all four wheels landed steadily. Although it made a thud, there was no significant issue. After ensuring the van landed smoothly, the spacecraft model also righted itself and began its gentle descent. The entire process was quiet, smooth, and surprisingly seamless. Even after watching it once, viewers were still shocked. I have no words to describe my feelings. Although I saw it once before and was already amazed, watching it again still feels so unscientific. So stable. Did you see that final adjustment in the air? So cool. How did they do it? So stylish and stable. At Ha City Industrial University, Han Zhengwo watched the van land steadily on the screen, excitedly holding his phone to his mouth. Vertical takeoff and landing, carrying a load and taking off vertically. Boldly. Did you get it? Li Shuli stared blankly at the postdoctoral researcher behind him and asked, Xiao Wang, do you understand? The young postdoc pushed up his glasses, his eyes filled with shock and enthusiasm. Upon hearing Li Shuli's question, it was as if he had been doused with cold water. His mouth twitched. Who are you asking? Who's the teacher here? If you don't understand, why ask me? Do you think I get it? But after all, Li Shuli was his mentor, so he couldn't just ignore the question. He had some basic emotional intelligence. He swallowed hard and analyzed in a near dreamlike voice. This is no longer just a simple power issue. For such a small aircraft, even if it were packed with engines, it wouldn't be possible to lift a van and fly that fast. It has hints of anti-gravity. After all, we've seen that van drive over. There's no chance of it being faked. Even without any load, it must weigh over 1,000 kilograms. What's even more terrifying is its control system. Think about it. For a small drone, we need extremely complex algorithms to make it hover accurately. Yet this model aircraft? Or is it a miniature space shuttle? It's dragging an irregularly shaped van that's constantly swaying. Not only can it handle the weight effortlessly, but it can also make delicate adjustments at the last moment. This level of control is even more astonishing than the engine technology itself. He paused, then uttered a statement that left both senior experts speechless. You see, our Shenzhou spacecraft still needs parachutes and various roles to land safely when returning to Earth. But this statement sent a shock through both of them. They knew that the technology for spacecraft reentry was different from that of shuttles. It was more similar to rocket recovery technology. But rocket recovery isn't this stable. Although smaller can be easier to control, the smaller size also demands higher precision. Balancing these factors might require even more advanced technology. The old professor caught this and excitedly asked, Oldly, are you saying there's a possibility that the hardware store owner has really developed pulse detonation engine technology? Li Shuli thought for a moment. No matter what, we have to get a physical model. It's hard to see clearly just through the screen. Saying this, he picked up the phone on the table, not even dialing but shouting, I don't care what method you use, I need to go to Jiangcheng right now, immediately. He hung up, looking at the screen with a gaze that reflected madness. Meanwhile, Han Zhengwo, like a child who had just gotten their favorite toy, smugly spoke into the phone. How about that? I told you this thing is extraordinary. Just a moment ago, you were calling me senile. saying I was dazed from watching videos. Who's dazed now? Unfortunately, I already reserved it. This thing is mine now. Plus, I don't need to report to anyone. I don't need to wait for approval. I'm buying a plane ticket right now. I'm heading to Jiangxing. Are you mad? I'm bringing my wife and kids along too. Are you mad? After finishing the call, without waiting for Li Shuli to speak, he hung up the phone directly. Although it felt great to show off, and he had vented all his frustrations, leaving him feeling elated, he knew that Li Shuli would definitely be quite angry. He didn't want to give Li Shuli the chance to scold him. The thought of Li Shuli wanting to scold him but having no outlet made him laugh uncontrollably, like a 3-year-old child despite being over 70 years old. Meanwhile, at a military command center, the commander slammed the table as he watched the screen displaying a van that was as steady as a rock, letting out a heart-wrenching roar. It's over. If I had known about such a powerful weapon, I should have sent Sun Changjia to get it earlier. Who cares about wheelchairs and prosthetics? We should have just bought this thing directly, and our regiment could have soared into the sky. In the distance, Sun Changjia, who had been secretly protecting Chun Mo, looked on with envy, his eyes turning red. This thing was so much fun. What kind of days had he been living for so many years? Shooting guns and cannons was meaningless. A real man should be flying space shuttles. At the same time, he was more frustrated with himself for not having enough money. He heard that this was a gift for the top player, Brother Monkey, and he regretted not working harder. Having money was just too wonderful. Just then, he received a call from the military district. After hanging up, Sun Changjia jumped up with excitement and immediately called Chun Mo boss Chin. Don't sell that space shuttle just yet. I'll buy it at a high price. Sure, Chun Mo readily agreed. To him, it didn't matter who he sold it to. He had plenty of these things and could generate more anytime. The more he sold, the more money he made. However, just as he agreed, a message popped up from Brother Monkey in the chat. Full of monkeys, my butt is the reddest. Full of monkeys, my butt is the reddest. Chen Haigu, what do you mean? Wasn't he that the space shuttle you gave me to use on my girlfriend? How did it suddenly become Sun Changjia's? Full of monkeys, my butt is the reddest. You just casually gave my girlfriend to another man? Seeing the string of resentful questions from Brother Monkey, Chun Mo's heart sank. Oh no, the top player was throwing a tantrum. He hurriedly reassured, oh my dear brother. How could that be? You are my top player. How could I casually give away your shuttle? You saw it yourself. That one was burned and damaged. It's basically a second-hand version. You're my top player, not just like a brother, better than a brother. How could I give you a second-hand gift? Of course, I'll get you a brand new one. Don't worry, I've already prepared a completely new and unopened one for you. As soon as these words were said, Brother Monkey's grievances instantly disappeared. Full of monkeys, my butt is the reddest. That's more like it. You have a conscience. The next second. Congratulations to Full of Monkeys, my butt is the reddest for sending out Carnival X10. Looking at the familiar special effects, Chun Mo was overjoyed. Got it. I'm truly a genius at live streaming. I have the big brother's mindset completely under control. When Chun Mo hummed a little tune and returned to the hardware store, he found Sun Changjia waiting at the door like a guardian spirit. Brother, you're finally back. Sun Changjia exclaimed as if he had seen a long-lost relative. With such amazing goods, why didn't you show them earlier? He patted Chun Mo on the shoulder and lowered his voice. Don't worry, this isn't for me personally. It's for the military. Oh no, what a pity. Chun Mo slapped his thigh, revealing a look of extreme regret. He leaned closer to Sun Changjia and, in a tone of disappointment, whispered, Brother, why didn't you say so earlier? I've already quoted 2 million in the live stream without realizing the military wanted this stuff. If I had known, I would have quoted 3 million. Next time, if the military comes back to buy, I'll definitely ask for more. You'll get your share then. Upon hearing this, Sun Changjia immediately adopted a serious expression and said sternly, Comrade Chun Mo, what kind of thinking is that? Contributing to the country, how can you think about making money? We can't. Alright, I know you're upright. Chun Mo didn't take his words seriously and pushed him into the store. In his view, Sun Changjia was just being hypocritical. After all, who wouldn't he want to make money? Besides, Sun Changjia had a history of this kind of behavior. For people like him, no matter how nice their words sounded, one still had to show their appreciation. He might not want it, but Chun Mo could not give something. Moreover, Sun Changjia was the actual buyer in this transaction, and the system's very satisfied evaluation depended on him. Before long, the 2 million arrived. Ding! Transaction completed. Customer satisfaction, very satisfied. Congratulations to the host for receiving double rewards from million universal currency. Chun Mo looked at the rapidly increasing balance in the back end and felt great. While packing up the second-hand damaged space shuttle, he curiously asked, by the way, Brother Sun, this is just a model of a space shuttle, not a missile or nuclear weapon. What does your military need this for? You already have the real deal. Why do you need this fake one? Sun Changjia thought to himself, our real deal isn't as good as your model. I seriously suspect you're being overly humble. But he could only respond, ahem, we can't use the real deal for every drill and training, right? The cost is too high. Besides, this is cheaper to produce. And if it breaks, we won't feel bad. Who knows? One day when the leaders are happy, they might even turn this thing into real military hardware. That makes sense. Chun Mo's eyes lit up. Then, Brother Sun, you must speak highly of me in front of the leaders. What business is the most profitable in the world? Of course, it's the arms trade. Meanwhile, Sun Changjia happily took away his big weapon. On the other side, the strong man sent by Monkey Brother also arrived in a big pickup truck to collect his brand new girlfriend. Another 2 million Huaxia coins and 4 million universal currency in hand. Chun Mo was in a great mood. He quickly redeemed a hot pot reward for himself from the system. The weather was getting colder, so it was time for some lamb hot pot. However, Just as he passed a few intersections and made a turn, several off-road vehicles with military plates suddenly skidded to a halt, blocking his way. A few soldiers in combat uniforms jumped out of the vehicles, expressionless, and stopped him. "Hello, comrade." The leading officer showed his credentials. "The item in your vehicle is suspected of being a counterfeit of our latest hypersonic aerospace unmanned combat vehicle, which falls under controlled weapons and needs to be temporarily confiscated." The burly man was dumbfounded. "Huh? A weapon? Isn't this just a toy model?" "Whether it is or not, we will conduct an appraisal," the officer said, not giving him any chance for explanation. "As for the payment, we will provide full compensation. We also know that you bought this from Mr. Chin, and we will personally explain it to him. I believe Mr. Chin, as a well-known entrepreneur in Jiangcheng, will understand and support our work." With that, they directly opened the back of the pickup truck and loaded the huge box onto their military vehicle. The entire process was smooth and efficient, leaving the burly man in disarray, feeling like crying without tears. But this wasn't bought by Mr. Chin, it was bought by Miss Chin, in the suburbs of Jiangcheng. In an inconspicuous little villa, Chun Mo was scratching his head over the financial report. In order to ensure the sustainable development of the company and to find new growth points, he resolutely invested in the emerging new energy vehicle industry. In his view, building cars wasn't that difficult. After all, those who build houses, manufacture phones, and sell surveillance equipment can all get involved in it. There were many villagers nearby driving old tricycles produced by unknown small factories, indicating that the technical difficulty of this business wasn't that high. He considered himself an industrial tycoon and had even studied abroad. He could easily invite experts from Prussia. How hard could it be to build a car? However, the reality proved otherwise. After investing 20 billion in the early stages, he didn't even see a splash. Another 10 billion went in, and he didn't even see a ripple. He wanted to gamble 100 billion, but was afraid that he would see nothing in return. Just as he was feeling troubled, he suddenly received a call informing him that the plane he bought had been requisitioned by the military. Chun Mo frowned. "Plane? When did I buy a plane? Scammer. It must be a scam." He never expected that phone scams would come to him now. Already in a bad mood, he erupted in a torrent of curses. "You're from the military. I have connections with the troops. You're requisitioning my plane and offering me compensation? Why don't you say you're Qin Shi Huang and let me send you 50? While Chun Mo was still ranting, the voice on the other end, filled with apologies, said, "I'm sorry, I know you're very angry, but the military is an urgent need. Besides, you have a good relationship with the hardware store, and even if you buy another one, they should be able to rush it for you. So, please let this one go for now." Hearing the name of the hardware store, Chun Mo paused. He suddenly recalled that his daughter had been frequently chatting with someone from a hardware store recently. She even took one of his seldom-used green bubbles for that. However, he had been too busy with business matters to pay attention. The thought gave him an uneasy feeling. Could it be that his daughter was being deceived by the owner of that hardware store? It was even possible that the store was set up specifically to scam him out of money. With that in mind, he hung up the phone and quickly called his wife. He needed to find out what his daughter had been up to lately. She was his only daughter. Losing some money was one thing, but what if she got conned? The next day, Chun Mo happily slept in until he woke up naturally. It was already noon when he finally got up, and instead of rushing to the store, he leisurely exchanged for an extremely luxurious lunch from the system. He prepared a fragrant A5 Wellington steak, paired with a chilled glass of 1982 wine. As he cut into the steak, he opened a live stream, ready to boast to his online followers. "Good morning, everyone. Sorry, I slept in too late last night. Let us just have a simple eating broadcast today." However, as soon as the live stream started, he was stunned. The screen was flooded with an overwhelming barrage of comments that turned his phone into a slideshow. The number of viewers displayed a terrifying figure he had never seen before, over 100,000. What the heck? The streamer is finally online, and you're here eating steak? There's already chaos outside. Quick, check the trending news. Big shots from the country have gathered in Jiangcheng, and a professor from a major university has booked a luxury model aircraft. Streamer run. Don't continue the live stream. Your storefront has almost turned into a landing point for foreign forces. Chapter 88. Do you have C-type ceiling rings? What is going on? I just took a nap. How did it feel like I missed out on a fortune? He curiously opened the trending list on Douyin. In the next moment, he understood. Out of the top 10 trending topics, 5 were related to him. 1. Supermodel aircraft unveiled. 2. University professor live streams booking luxury model aircraft. 3. The true identity of the mysterious hardware store owner exposed. 4. Chaos breaks out in front of the hardware store. 5. Model aircraft leads to a van, turning the hardware store into a new internet celebrity spot. Looking at these sensational headlines, Chun Mo simply scoffed, internally complaining. It's just selling a few models. Is it really that serious? These big shots are really something else. Then, under the astonished gaze of hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live stream, he leisurely cut another piece of juicy A5 steak and popped it into his mouth, displaying an expression of enjoyment. Wow, streamer, you really have a big heart. There's chaos outside, and you're still here eating steak? I can only say, this is the definition of calm under pressure. Only the streamer can do this. I've realized. This is called strategic indifference. The host completely disregarded the group of big shots outside. After having a full meal, Chun Mo let out a satisfied burp, turned off the live stream, and meandered towards his little shop. However, when he turned the corner and saw the scene at the shop entrance, he was taken aback. The once quiet and dilapidated old street was now completely packed, more crowded than the morning rush on a busy road. At the entrance of the shop, it had transformed into a top-notch battleground. The first party was led by academic experts, with an old professor from a prominent engineering university acting like a protective hen, spreading his arms wide to block the roller shutter door of the hardware store. He was furiously shouting at a group of well-dressed business elites nearby. "Queue up. Everyone, queue up. Can we have some order? I made a reservation yesterday. That model on the desk is mine. None of you can snatch it from me." The second party was a security detail represented by the military. A seasoned soldier, accompanied by several equally formidable plainclothes officers, seemed to be helping maintain order, but was actually surrounding the entire hardware store with layers of protection. His sharp eyes, akin to those of a hawk, scrutinized every suspicious individual present. After all, there were several real big shots here, and any incident would be a loss for the entire region. The third party consisted of onlookers who had come to gawk. The area was packed with reporters from various media outlets, trendy influencers with cameras, and spectators who thrived on drama. Just as tensions were rising, a fourth force arrived late. Accompanied by a series of authoritative honks, several military-registered SUVs bulldozed their way through. Following them, and escorted by armed guards, was a spirited academician who stepped down with vigor. Upon seeing the blocking professor, he chuckled and strolled over leisurely. "Oh, old Han. You're quite nimble. I thought I'd have to rush to beat you to it. But it turns out the boss hasn't even opened the door. We're still at the same starting line. This is better, a fair competition. No need for you to pull any underhanded tricks like you did back in the day. Fair competition, my foot." Han Jianhua fumed upon seeing his old rival's face. "Listen here, old Li, everything has to follow the order of arrival. I placed my order yesterday. You can't take that model." "Order? Really?" Li Shuli laughed. "Does a verbal reservation count? What about a contract? A deposit? Did the boss agree? Don't try to pull that with me." Just as the two esteemed academicians were bickering like children in front of national media, Chun Mo's voice cut through the noise. "Excuse me, could you make way? I need to open the door." With Chun Mo's appearance, the situation ignited like a powder keg. Master Chun, Boss Chun, Comrade Xiao Chun. Almost simultaneously, a group of commercial giants from related industries, like sharks sensing blood, broke through the lines and surrounded Chun Mo. As Professor Han Jianhua saw Chun Mo about to be overwhelmed by a group of merchants driven by profit, he became anxious. Like a fierce tiger descending a mountain, he charged into the crowd, pushing aside several bosses from tech and military enterprises, and stood firmly in front of Chun Mo. "Everyone step aside. You greedy merchants, don't tarnish our pure science." He turned to Chun Mo, grasping his hand with the fervor of someone looking at a rare treasure. "Comrade Xiaoqing, don't mind them. Follow your teacher. I've reserved a position for you at Haicheng Industrial University." On his way there, he had already seen other videos of Chun Mo and felt that Chun Mo was a once-in-a-century genius. Not only theoretical, but also practical. He was practically a fusion of Einstein and Tesla. At that moment, Li Shuli coldly snorted and, escorted by military personnel, squeezed in front of Chun Mo. "Comrade Chun Mo. Hello, I am Li Shuli. I want to see in person that desktop item you showcased in your livestream yesterday. Can you demonstrate it for me again?" He paused and added, with an undeniable authority, "If possible, I hope to use our own professional equipment to conduct a comprehensive test of its performance." As soon as he said this, everyone understood. The national team was here to verify the product in person. Chun Mo looked at him, neither agreeing nor refusing, but asked a question that took everyone by surprise. "Are you buying?" Li Shuli was momentarily taken aback by this commercial-sounding response, then smiled. "Yes. If the test results are satisfactory, I will reserve 10 units on behalf of the nation." "All right." Chun Mo's expression instantly transformed from indifferent to enthusiastic. The speed of his change was faster than a Sichuan opera face change. "No problem. Just a moment, I'll arrange it for you." The following hour turned into Chun Mo's personal showcase. Under the watchful eyes of numerous cameras and professional instruments, he once again performed the hardcore demonstration of burning a plane and towing a model aircraft. The shock experienced in person was 1,000 times more intense than watching through a small phone screen. When the 3,000-degree flame, capable of melting gold and iron, futilely sprayed against the black dragon scales, everyone felt as though their breath was taken away. When a van weighing over a ton was effortlessly lifted off the ground by a small model aircraft, gasps filled the air. The key was that when he conducted tests with professional equipment, he found that the actual performance exceeded what was displayed. Especially the performance of the superlattice thermal-resistant tiles was astonishing. Initial assessments suggested it was several times better than laboratory materials. Moreover, its plasticity was still very strong, which was essential for shaping it into the dragon scale form. Once the on-site testing concluded, there was a dead silence. Li Shuli stared blankly at the test results, then glanced at Han Jianhua, who was completely stunned beside him. He felt that his lifelong belief in scientific research had been completely shattered by the hardware store owner. Old Han murmured to himself, "Is this for real?" His gaze became a bit vacant, lost in thought. It was too unbelievable, beyond his comprehension. "Nonsense." Han Jianhua finally reacted. He hugged the still-warm spacecraft model like a child who had just snatched their favorite toy. Vigilantly watching Li Shuli, he shouted with spittle flying, "I told you this is mine. I've already reserved it. Don't even think about stealing it from me." "Nonsense." Li Shuli also reacted, rushing over to grab it. "Is that what you call a reservation? You didn't even pay a deposit." "I said I've already placed an order for 10 of them. I'm a big customer. This first one has to be mine. I want to take it back to study. It's mine. I came first. It's mine. I paid for it." "Nonsense. When did you pay?" "I tipped during the carnival. That's my deposit." "Didn't you say yesterday that those who tip during live streams are all senile and getting scammed? Then why are you trying to steal it from me?" "I'm going to steal it. I'm going to steal it. You took my white moonlight. So I can't steal your model? The day you stole my Xiaowan. You should have thought about today. As the two national treasures of the aviation field were about to fight over a desktop ornament in front of a nationwide live audience, Chun Mo quickly stepped in to mediate. Don't worry, everyone will get one. Saying this, he led everyone to the warehouse door. In the incredulous eyes of all, he magically brought out 1, 2, 3, until he dragged out more than a dozen identical spacecraft models, neatly arranged in a row at the store entrance. Chun Mo then patted away non-existent dust from his hands and, with a warm smile directed at the two completely frozen experts, said, "At your age, how can you still act like children? There are enough for everyone. Don't rush, just line up to buy. Everyone will get a share." At that moment, the entire world fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at the row of spacecraft models that filled the entire street, feeling their minds completely overwhelmed. After a long while, it was Han Jingwo who first regained his composure. He pointed at the row of models, then at the sign in Chun Mo's shop that claimed to have everything. And with an incredibly dreamy tone, he trembled as he asked, "Boss, do you really have everything here?" "Of course," Chun Mo replied proudly, "but it has to be legal." Han Jingwo's mouth twitched as he looked at the row of spacecraft models. Is this thing legal? But after thinking about it, it seemed that the country indeed had not stipulated that individuals couldn't develop and sell spacecraft. Not to mention, these were just miniature models. It seemed that what Chun Mo had was indeed legal. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Chun Mo and asked a question that made everyone hold their breath instantly. "Boss, do you have C-type ceiling rings here?" Chapter 89. When did this thing become so common? How come I didn't know? When Han Jingwo asked this question, his heart was in his throat. However, before Chun Mo could respond, the fans in the live broadcast room uniformly typed out that word, "Yes." Chun Mo looked at the screen filled with yes and turned his phone around to show Han Jingwo, saying, "Look at how my fans are reacting." He also laughed and added, "It has to be a yes." Han Jingwo and Li Shuli exchanged glances, both seeing shock and doubt in each other's eyes. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Li Shuli cleared his throat and decided to educate these unaware young people in the live chat about the significance of this matter. "Young man, do you know what a C-type sealing ring is?" This is not an ordinary sealing ring. It is a critical component used in the pressure vessels of nuclear power plants. It must ensure absolute sealing for decades under extreme conditions of ultra-high temperature, ultra-high pressure, and intense radiation. Its manufacturing process involves top-level material science, precision processing, and mechanical design, making it a litmus test for a nation's industrial manufacturing capability. Even in today's rapidly advancing industrialization, only a handful of countries in the world can produce it independently. As soon as these words were spoken, the live chat room fell silent. Everyone was stunned by the magnitude of those terms and the extreme environment. The key point was still the nuclear power plant. What is a nuclear power plant? Just hearing about it makes one realize that it cannot afford any mistakes. Anyone who knows about nuclear power plants understands how dangerous and important they are, and how precise the components inside must be. Are you seriously asking a hardware store owner if they have advanced components from a nuclear power plant? Did you take a wrong turn? Wow, used in nuclear power plants? I thought it was just a fancy washer, but it turns out to be a national treasure level component? Oh no, the host has really exaggerated this time. Yeah, how could something like this possibly be found in a hardware store? Host, I'm sorry, I answered incorrectly for you. Chen Haigu, stop being stubborn. It's not embarrassing to not have this thing. However, after listening, Chen Mo simply dug at his ears with a look of indifference. Is that it? He thought. I was expecting something more significant. It's just a sealing ring. He curled his lips and said in an extremely casual tone, "Uncle, don't just talk about the C-type. I have A-type, B-type, XYZ type here. Whatever model you need, I can get it for you. If you want an XXO type, I can arrange that too." He pointed to a row of model spacecraft nearby, not to mention the individual ones. "I have the C-type sealing ring you mentioned right here on my desk, just a bit smaller. I won't say much more. Just tell me, what size do you need? I can bring it out for you." Han Jingwo and Li Shuli were left completely dumbfounded. Listening to him, it felt like this thing was as common as a screw, available everywhere. Han Jingwo trembled as he reported a specific size used for the main body of the nuclear power plant. All right. Chun Mo readily agreed and turned to head to the warehouse. He was also thinking to himself. He had heard of C-type sealing rings before, having seen them in a documentary. It seems that foreign products are not only expensive but also face restrictions on purchases. As a result, there was a strong determination to develop it independently. Not only was it successfully produced, but the price was also particularly low. However, the exact price was not known. Ding! The item has been generated. While the system was generating it in his mind, he took out his phone and secretly searched the internet. Unfortunately, the results were all old news from a few years ago. Breaking the foreign monopoly, the country successfully developed key components for nuclear power plants, the C-type sealing ring. Prices have plummeted, from over 10 million for a piece imported from abroad to now just $1 million for a domestically produced one. After reading this, he had a clear understanding. Indeed, he remembered correctly. This product was already in mass production, indicating that the technology had matured significantly. It had been several years, and it was certainly cheaper now, likely comparable to high-end car parts. He calculated in his mind, since it was $1 million per piece a few years ago, the performance of the product from his system would definitely be better. However, he couldn't set the price too high, as it was being sold to the government, and he needed to consider the bigger picture. Moreover, the news was several years old, and the prices were from that time. Industrial products tend to decrease in price quickly with technological advancements and matured processes. Perhaps when the news was written, it was 1 million per piece. But now it might only sell for 200 to 300,000 or even lower. Yet, he was also concerned about setting the price too low, so he decided to quote around 100,000 just to make a point. Just as he was contemplating how to quote the price, he had already walked out of the warehouse, holding a C-type ceiling ring that gleamed with metallic luster. Here, take a look, is this it? Han Jiangwo and Li Shuli looked at the flawless ceiling ring in his hand, and they felt their hearts nearly stop. Seeing their expressions, the viewers also realized that Chun Mo had indeed produced the real item. Everyone collectively gasped. Wow, it really exists. Host, please tell me, does your hardware store's warehouse connect to another dimension? Such an impressive item. Can just any hardware store casually produce it? Host, come clean. Are you a merchant from another realm? Fake. It must be fake. It's just iced tea mixed with water. Chun Mo looked at the astonished comments on the screen and felt a bit shy. He scratched his head and explained, everyone, don't get too excited. This thing has long been domestically produced, and the technology is quite simple. He thought for a moment and gave an example. It's just like carbon fiber. Over a decade ago, it was still a high-tech military material, but now, it's everywhere. Just go to any fishing tackle shop and spend a few hundred to buy a fishing rod, and it's made of carbon fiber. As soon as he said this, the viewers in the live stream were instantly convinced. That does seem to make sense. Indeed, I remember the country used to pay high prices for aircraft carrier arrestor wires from abroad, but recently it was discovered that even a small domestic factory could make them. Damn, thinking about it this way, I feel like I could do it too. I didn't expect our industry to have advanced to this level. After a long time of feeling around, they still couldn't figure it out. However, Han Jiangwo, Li Shuli, and the group from the military industry were listening to Chun Mo's outrageous remarks, their mouths twitching uncontrollably. Simple? As common as fishing rods? What kind of international joke are you making? Several of us here are equipment suppliers for nuclear power plants. If we can't even produce this ourselves, how can you say it's common? If it were as easy as a fishing rod, would we still buy it from you? Just as everyone was mentally complaining, Chun Mo spoke up. Alright, I've shown you the goods. You get what you pay for. What I have is definitely top quality. Certainly not the counterfeit inferior products sold elsewhere. Look at this luster, feel this texture. Knock on it, and listen to the sound. There can't be better goods than mine. I'm not exaggerating, it's 100,000 per piece. Gentlemen, will you buy it or not? Buy. Han Jiangwo and Li Shuli shouted in unison without a second thought. Are you kidding? 100,000. What's the difference from giving it away? Forget about 100,000. Even 1 million, they would fight over it. The two were so excited that they nearly snatched the ceiling ring, holding it like a rare treasure, their eyes turning red. Looking at the ring that could change the nation's industry and glancing at the even more outrageous space shuttle models nearby, they couldn't wait to rush back to the base with these miraculous items to conduct further experiments and disassembly. After greeting Chun Mo and paying, the two national treasures, along with a group of equally dazed experts, hurriedly left. Meanwhile, Chun Mo's live stream was once again completely flooded with gifts. This time, ordinary gifts hardly had any space to exist. They were all high-end gifts like carnival tokens. Without exception, they were all there to purchase the space shuttle model. Watching the screen filled with gifts and the skyrocketing balance in his bank account, Chun Mo couldn't stop smiling. I've made it. This time, I really hit the jackpot. He smiled at the camera and said, family, don't worry. There's plenty for everyone. But still, I must emphasize, it has to be an on-site transaction. Cash in hand and goods in hand. No online shipping, or I might just collapse from exhaustion. However, among those sending gifts, there was one person missing, Brother Monkey. In a certain villa, Brother Monkey looked at the flood of gifts on the screen, and Chun Mo grinning from ear to ear, feeling incredibly distressed. My space shuttle model. My brand new girlfriend that I hadn't even had a chance to meet yet. Just like that, she's gone. However, that wasn't the worst of it. When she heard from her bodyguard that the model had been requisitioned by the military, she returned home, ready to complain to her father, only to be met with his gloomy face. Her dad insisted that Chun Mo was a fraud and said it was already a good thing that they hadn't arrested him. He even froze her bank account. Seeing so many experts and professors appear in Chun Mo's livestream, Qin Yue quickly started recording. She must let her father know that Chun Mo is not a fraud, but a genius whom even expert professors want to meet in person. At the headquarters of the Qin Group, in the chairman's office on the top floor, Qin Bo stood before the large floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling city below. However, his eyes held no sign of enthusiasm. Instead, they were filled with deep concern. Money was something he had enough of to last several lifetimes. But since ancient times, making money has been easy, while keeping it has been difficult. He only had one daughter, Qin Yue, and he hoped she could grow up carefree for her entire life. Yet, he was constantly worried that her innocent nature would lead her to be deceived in terms of money or affection. Losing some money would be fine. Whether it was millions or even billions, to him, it was just a number. What he truly feared was those with ulterior motives planning to take advantage of his only heir. He was afraid that someone with bad intentions would deceive Qin Yue, and after he was gone, they would kill his daughter to monopolize the vast family fortune. Just thinking about this made him shiver. This wasn't a matter of a few 100,000, it was thousands of billions. He couldn't even count how many lives could be bought with that amount. What scared him even more was the possibility of being abandoned by the state one day. He understood well the principle that water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Once he lost his value, what awaited him would not just be a simple retirement at home. Even being able to spend a lifetime comfortably in prison would be considered the best outcome. Therefore, when he saw Qin Yue throwing money around and being infatuated with an unknown online scammer, His anger and worry nearly consumed him. How could he trust her to take over the family business with such a mindset? Starting from traditional manufacturing, he had no way to find professional managers. He was genuinely tempted to run away with his daughter. At that moment, the office door was pushed open. Chun Mo bounced in, holding a phone with a pink rabbit-shaped case. "Dad, I found evidence that Chun Mo is not a fraud," she exclaimed, opening her phone to show him clips from a recent live stream and pulling up the Wikipedia entries of Han Jiangwo, Li Shuli, and others. "Look, these are all national-level academicians and chief engineers. They went to the scene in person. How can this be fake? They couldn't even get their hands on Chun Mo's spacecraft model. The one I reserved was taken by the military, and yet you say he's a fraud." Chun Mo slammed the table and shouted angrily, "You believe in Wikipedia too? Don't think I'm some out-of-touch old fogey who doesn't understand the internet. Do you think I'm your grandfather? That stuff is all written by people. And what about police escorts and military protection? I've seen those scams since I was a kid. Back then, someone even impersonated a national leader to deceive your grandfather. What are these petty tricks worth? Besides, even if it were true, so what? Finding a few seemingly reputable people to endorse it and making some fake videos just to deceive an innocent girl like you. Have you ever thought about why these people didn't show up before, but are suddenly all here now? Have you considered that they are actually baiting you? Don't say that such a big scheme isn't worth it. Don't you know how valuable you are? Let me tell you. Even if it were the child of some high-ranking leader personally orchestrating this, it wouldn't be surprising. You need to understand your worth. Their goal is not just to deceive you out of your money, but to seduce you as well. Do you think they're after just a few million? Once they capture your heart, that's worth billions. Do you really think your little cleverness can outsmart those old foxes? I don't care. Chun Mo is also getting angry. Anyway, Chun Mo is a genius. I will support him no matter what. Alright. Chun Mo was so furious that he repeated good 3 times. Since you're so capable and good at judging people, what's the point of just watching the live broadcast? I'll give you a company. You go and do it yourself. Didn't I invest in a new energy vehicle company last year? I threw in tens of billions, and those useless people couldn't even produce a thing. What they did produce wasn't even a car. It was just a piece of junk that can't even go on the road. I seriously suspect they are colluding to scam my investment. You, go now, bring people and sort out the accounts. If you can't clarify it. Or if you do and the company can't turn a profit, you can forget about stepping out of this door again. Your pocket money, your phone, everything will be confiscated. I'll make sure you can never watch that wild man's live broadcast again. Chun Mo looked at her father's almost menacing gaze and got angry as well. She slammed her phone on the table and said defiantly, "Dad, I've told you before, living so cautiously in this country every day, isn't it exhausting? What's the use of making so much money? In my opinion, we might as well sell all our domestic assets and move everything overseas. Then we can live freely. Who would care about us?" Enough. Chun Mo slammed the table, veins bulging on his forehead, which was a true sign of his anger. He stared fiercely at his daughter and said slowly, "You don't understand anything. Do you think I haven't thought about it? Let me tell you. You can't even manage a single company. Can't tell who is a loyal minister and who is a scammer. If you go overseas, you'll be nothing but a lamb to the slaughter. You'll be fish on the chopping block, at the mercy of others. Do you really think everyone overseas is good? That it's a paradise?" He looked at his daughter's defiant eyes, his voice filled with the weariness and fear of someone who has been through it. "You haven't seen what it's like to rush to school on a subway in the morning, only to find the ground covered in shell casings and blood. You haven't seen what it's like to have your home ransacked by thieves, and they just shrug, leaving you to deal with your bad luck. And you've never experienced being robbed on the street, catching the thief, only for them to threaten you with a knife. Why don't I want you to go abroad? Because I've been there. I know just how bad that place can be. I fear that if you go, I might never see you again." A series of roars struck Chun Mo's heart like heavy blows. Looking at her father's eyes, which had turned red with excitement, she finally read the deep fear and love behind his stern gaze for the first time. Chun Mo took a deep breath to calm himself and finally issued an ultimatum. "Now, you choose for yourself. You either stay home and reflect quietly, with your phone, computer, and bank cards confiscated, until you come to your senses. Or you go to that car company and prove to me that you're not just a naive person who gets easily fooled by scammers." The moment Chun Mo uttered the words "I'll go to the company," it was almost instinctive. After all, without her phone, she wouldn't be able to watch Chun Mo's live stream, which felt worse than death. However, in that instant, a light bulb went off in her mind. It seemed she really had a way to solve the company's dilemma. Isn't it just about not being able to produce cars? What others see as an enormous challenge is actually quite simple in front of a hardware store that is everything. With that thought, Chun Mo couldn't help but smile slightly, her eyes rekindling with confidence. Auditing, turning losses into profits? What's so difficult about that? She immediately agreed. The next day, at a new energy vehicle company in Jiangxing, in the conference room, a group of tech executives and engineers, usually dictatorial in the company, were now sitting upright, not daring to breathe. All eyes were focused on the door of the conference room. The sound of crisp, powerful high heels echoed, approaching steadily. The next second, the door swung open, and Chun Mo walked in. In that moment, the entire conference room seemed to brighten a few shades. Today, she had transformed her usual attire, exuding a commanding presence. Her wavy chestnut hair was neatly tied up in a high ponytail, revealing her smooth forehead and delicate face. Her makeup was flawless, with vibrant red lips that caught everyone's attention like flames in the night. She wore a well-tailored black suit dress. The blazer was unbuttoned, showcasing a silk, white V-neck blouse underneath. The fitted skirt perfectly hugged her astonishing curves, falling just above her knees, striking a balance between professional and alluring. Underneath, her long, smooth legs were accentuated by a pair of red-soled high heels. She looked like a domineering CEO straight out of a fashion magazine. The tech-savvy men present had never witnessed such a scene, their eyes widening in amazement, and some even unconsciously swallowed hard. However, Chun Mo paid no attention to their gazes. She didn't audit the accounts as her father suggested, although she had studied finance and knew how to audit. Such professional matters were naturally handled by the financial team her father sent. She only needed to review the results of their assessments. What she had to do was tackle the more critical issues. She walked to the main seat and slammed the documents she held onto the table. The crisp sound made everyone's heart skip a beat. She did not sit down. Instead, she leaned forward slightly with her hands on the table, casting a commanding gaze around the conference room at the jittery technicians. She cut straight to the chase and asked, "Everyone, I have one question. What do we need to create a car that can lead the way? What are we still lacking?" As soon as she finished speaking, everyone was taken aback. After a long pause, the chief engineer finally mustered the courage to stand up and cautiously said, "Ms. Chun, actually, if it's just about building a decent car, we could manage that. The supply chain for new energy vehicles is already quite mature. We could easily find a factory to produce several viable options. However, according to the chairman's requirements, we must develop everything in-house and produce it ourselves. That makes the challenge significantly greater, not to mention us. Even if we hired another 200 people, it would still take years to refine the work." Chun Mo raised an eyebrow. "If there are difficulties, speak up. Mention the technologies we are lacking. Just bring up the issues, and I will help you resolve them." Soon, the chief engineer, designers, and heads of various departments began to voice the company's technical bottlenecks. "Ms. Chun, what we lack the most is a high-performance motor. The current domestic motors are either too bulky or have excessively high energy consumption, leading to lower range for domestic vehicles compared to the same battery. Of course, even so, our company does not possess such technology and still needs to purchase it. The motors we can produce are based on technology from over a decade ago, which is inferior and has worse energy efficiency. And the batteries. We lack our own core technology and can only use battery packs from a certain foreign supplier, which keeps the costs high. Using batteries from smaller manufacturers is possible and cheaper, and regular consumers might not mind as much. But the chairman insists on producing batteries ourselves. How can we compete with well-established battery manufacturers backed by state-owned enterprises? Then there's the smart cockpit and autonomous driving. The chip computing power is insufficient, and we can't even buy high-end chips, no matter how much money we have. The algorithms we use are all purchased from abroad, making it impossible to achieve true intelligence." Listening to all this, Chun Mo did not interrupt, but instructed her assistant to record all the issues and compile a long list. After everyone had finished speaking, she slowly stood up, took the list, and revealed a confident smile. "Very well, I will address these issues one by one. For now, you all can go home and take a break. Soon, there will be work to do." With that, she gracefully turned and left, leaving everyone in stunned silence. That afternoon, a technician from the company appeared at a local hardware store. He squeezed through the crowd and approached Chun Mo, who was leisurely live-streaming from a reclining chair, respectfully asking, "Boss, do you have a high-performance, low-energy consumption integrated electric drive system? The kind used in electric vehicles?" Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Mo replied with a single word, "Yes." Hearing Chun Mo's confirmation, the technician from Future Automotive, Li Zixuan, furrowed his brow tightly. As soon as he received this ridiculous task, he had already spent half a day searching online for anything related to hardware stores. The internet is so advanced now, and Chun Mo's livestream clips are everywhere online. The more he watched, the more engrossed he became. It was just too captivating. At the same time, as a science and engineering guy, he found it increasingly absurd. What on earth was going on? Selling wrenches and power tools didn't seem problematic, but among the items, there were even machine dogs and supermodels that could outperform Newton. There were even CEOs from major heavy industry groups and military enterprises personally knocking on the door to make purchases. As if that wasn't enough. There were national treasure-level experts researching rockets coming directly to him. The key point was that he was also selling C-type sealing rings for nuclear power plants. Pure hype. This was no different from an influencer selling a $1,000,000 bottle of special liquor in a live stream. Weren't they just deceiving their families? He seriously suspected that the new general manager, Chun, was completely fooled by the exaggerated hype online. Didn't she know how advanced AI-generated video technology was now? What was this nonsense about a wheelchair that could go 120 kilometers per hour? Talk about boasting without a script. He could just as easily claim to have a cane that could fly at the speed of sound. The more abstract and anti-physical the video, the easier it was to generate with AI, and the better the results. But unfortunately, his boss was quite authoritative yet rather narrow-minded. And she had actually been deceived by such trash. He wondered why he, a straightforward engineering guy, couldn't compete with a fraud like Chun Mo, who only knew how to hype things up. Was it because he was too rational, too smart, and knew too much to come up with such outrageous nonsense? But since the boss had spoken, what could he do? Li Zixuan gritted his teeth and, following Chun Mo's instructions, put on a pitiful facade. "Boss, my electric vehicle got into an accident a few days ago, and the motor was damaged. The manufacturer said it could only be scrapped and wouldn't provide a repair. I was thinking of buying a new motor to replace it." "Then just scrap it and get a new car," Chun Mo said lazily, reclining in his chair. "Oh, don't mention it." Li Zixuan began his act. "I just don't have the money. The insurance for the electric vehicle is expensive, so I didn't buy collision coverage. If it gets scrapped, I won't get anything." He squeezed out a few tears and started lamenting how hard it was to make money, how he hadn't finished paying off his car loan, and how his wife was threatening divorce, portraying himself as a middle-aged man crushed by life. All right, no need to rush. Chun Mo waved his hand. I've already said I have everything here. It's just a high-performance motor for electric vehicles. Yes. He sat up, using a tone full of disdain to comment. Let me tell you, those so-called high-end brands abroad are just average. When selling cars, they treat you like a god, but when something goes wrong, they ignore you. If you want quality at a reasonable price, you still have to look at our domestic products. He looked Li Zixuan up and down and asked, so, do you want the original motor from a certain brand, or are you interested in our domestically produced high-performance motor? Li Zixuan's heart skipped a beat. Could he really get the original motor from that brand for me? But then again, it made sense. After all, it's not like there aren't damaged vehicles from that brand. And one could easily find some parts from a dismantled car. He was about to say he wanted the original motor, but then he thought again and asked, what's the difference? Of course there's a difference. The original motor is what you have in your car. The advantage is that it's cheap. But the downside is that it's essentially useless. If you just like that brand and are enamored with foreign products, then I recommend you go with that. But if you don't care about whether it's imported or domestic, I have our own high-performance motor here, which can probably outperform that brand on the ground multiple times. Of course, Chun Mo added, the price will be a bit higher. After all, you get what you pay for. After hearing this, Li Zixuan was completely stunned. There was a domestic motor that was better than the one from that brand. What a joke. He knew better than anyone that the reason that brand could rake in profits globally was due to its unbeatable powertrain system. Using the smallest battery capacity to achieve the fastest speeds and the longest range, that was their core technology. And now, a hardware store owner was telling him that he had domestic motors that could outperform it? I want this domestic one, Li Zixuan said without hesitation. He wanted to see what kind of no-name product Chun Mo could come up with to fool him. Anyway, the boss said money was no object. So go for the most expensive option. Just thinking about the boss's stunning figure made him swallow hard. He really didn't understand why a woman with such a figure could have such a small mind to believe in the nonsense of internet celebrities. Seeing the dreamy look on his face, with drool almost coming out, Chun Mo chuckled. Bro, that's impressive. Just hearing that we have good domestic products got you so excited you almost drooled. Don't worry, it'll be here soon. Chun Mo mentally activated the system and specifically instructed that it be delivered by a truck. Although the motor wasn't too big and could fit in the store, it still felt a bit out of place to have a car engine in a hardware store. After all, he was now somewhat of a big online celebrity and needed to pay attention to his image. Moreover, the system had previously used Universal Logistics to deliver a base, indicating that this operation was feasible. Sure enough, in just a few minutes, a small truck with a Universal Logistics logo stopped at the store entrance. Several delivery personnel wearing masks, revealing only their eyes, carefully brought down a brand new motor secured with a wooden frame. Here you go, bro, Chun Mo said, patting the shiny metal casing of the motor. Check it out. 5,000. This price was something Chun Mo had thought long and hard about. After all, some domestic electric vehicles on the market sold for just a few tens of thousands. Not to mention that car manufacturers had profit margins. So the cost of a motor probably wasn't that high. I heard that the production cost of a fuel car's engine is only around 8 to 1,000. Although this electric motor is impressive, selling it for 5,000 should already be considered a high price. After all, the other party doesn't have much money, so I shouldn't overcharge. I still need good reviews. However, when Li Zixuan heard this price, he almost dropped his jaw. 5,000. Although he thought this product must be of dubious quality, it seemed too cheap. But he quickly calmed down. After all, a high-performance electric motor for 5,000 isn't particularly expensive, but it's not exactly cheap either. It's an unknown brand, and there's not even a manufacturer label, clearly indicating it's a low-quality product. Even 5,000 seems excessive. He just didn't expect that in Chun Mo's videos. Items worth hundreds of thousands, or even millions would be touted, and this engine, which was hyped so much, only costs 5,000. Of course, while he didn't find it expensive, he wasn't overly satisfied with Chun Mo either. Chun Mo looked at the satisfaction rating in the back end, curled his lips, but didn't say much. The other party had already given a rating, and he was too lazy to comment further. He just smiled and said, alright, find a repair shop to get it installed. Don't worry, the dimensions and input power are exactly the same as those of high-performance motors. They are completely interchangeable. When Li Zixuan returned to the company lab with that seemingly ordinary low-quality motor, he was met with skeptical and scrutinizing looks from the technical staff. Engineer Li, is this the motor you bought for 5,000 from that popular hardware store? An engineer responsible for motor testing held his nose and walked around the motor, his tone filled with disdain. There's not even a nameplate, no trademark, no manufacturer. I bet this thing didn't even need testing. It probably came off some old junk. Others chimed in. Yeah, Engineer Li, you weren't fooled by that popular seller, were you? CEO Chin is still too young. Thinking all the hype online is real, Li Zixuan's face turned pale with embarrassment, unable to refute them. After all, even he was filled with doubts about this motor's performance. Just then, the sound of sharp, confident high heels echoed. The meeting room door opened, and Qin Yue walked in. She had clearly heard the earlier discussions, but showed no signs of disturbance on her face. Coldly scanning the crowd, she slowly spoke. Since you all think it's just a motor from a junk vehicle, why not test it yourselves and use data to slap me in the face? She paused, a cold curve appearing at the corner of her mouth, her eyes filled with undisguised contempt. I know you're all unconvinced and think, what right does this young girl have to lecture you? But to be honest, I feel the same way about you. A group of people who can't even get into big factories, lacking any real core technology, just here to pass the time. Do you really think I don't know your level? Qin Yue's words were like the sharpest knife, piercing deeply into the hearts of every technician present. Everyone's faces turned red with anger, their eyes glaring, and their fists clenched tightly. Lies do not hurt, but the truth is the quickest blade. Observing the expressions of these people, who were furious but dared not speak, Qin Yue let out a light laugh and coldly said in an undeniable tone, I am your boss. If you don't want to be out of a job by tomorrow, you better get back to testing right now. Oh, and just a friendly reminder. When you come to me later, don't raise your voice too much. Half an hour later, the entire laboratory fell into a dead silence. All the technicians were as if they had been frozen in place, staring blankly at the test bench, where a motor was running smoothly, along with a wildly exaggerated performance curve displayed on the screen. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The chief engineer's voice trembled as he pointed at the data on the screen, as if he had seen a ghost. The peak power is 80 higher than the prototype we imported. The peak torque exceeds 110. The most terrifying part is the efficiency ratio. Its high efficiency range covers over 90 of the speed range. This means it hardly wastes any electricity under any working condition. If we install it in a vehicle and pair it with the right battery, our car's acceleration to 100 kilometers per hour can definitely be under 2 seconds. The range can increase by at least 50, and the power response will be even better. This is not just breaking records. This is creating a legend. The engineer who previously said this was an outdated motor stared blankly at Qin Yue, his lips trembling, trying to say something, but not a word came out. The others looked at Qin Yue with a mix of fervor and awe, all eagerly asking, Miss Qin, please tell us, who created this motor? Where did it come from? Is it from the earliest products in the laboratory? Could it be from a certain country? They do have some expertise in car manufacturing. When they strike, it's astonishing. This is simply the most advanced technology in the world. No, this is the future. It can't truly be from a small hardware store, right? Li Zixuan was also completely stunned. Others might not know, but he knew very well that this thing was bought from a hardware store that had everything, and he personally brought it back. Isn't this a generic motor? How is it so powerful? Are small workshops really that impressive? Qin Yue looked at the group of technicians who had just dismissed her moments ago, but were now asking her questions like the most devout followers. A smile slowly appeared at the corner of her mouth. What did I just say? Don't be too loud. My hearing isn't great. And I don't want to go deaf from the noise. As soon as these words were spoken, there was instant silence. However, the expressions on everyone's faces were even more eager than before. Qin Yue ignored them and directly ordered, what are you standing there for? Quickly install it on our test vehicle. I want to see the real-world performance. An hour later, at the company's internal testing ground, a modified vehicle roared down the runway like a wild beast. With every acceleration, there was an overwhelming sense of force pushing them back. It was terrifying. The engineer in the passenger seat gripped the seatbelt tightly, his face pale. The performance was explosive, far superior to the original model's motor. However, the handling struggled to keep up. The power was so immense that the existing electronic control system and chassis simply couldn't match it. A slight press on the gas sent the vehicle shooting forward. Even so, the earth-shattering energy displayed by this motor left everyone present in awe. Just as they were still basking in excitement and eager to conduct further tests, Qin Yue called Li Zixuan aside. Your acting skills are impressive. What's next on the list? It's the battery pack. Li Zixuan didn't even dare to look up at Qin Yue's face. She was too beautiful, with an overwhelming presence. Every time he saw her, he felt as if he were being crushed beneath her feet. All right, Qin Yue said decisively. You need to go back to that hardware store. Tell Chen Haigu that the motor works great, but the dealership said the battery also has risks and needs to be replaced with a new one. Ask him to give you a good one. I searched online just now, and it seems solid-state batteries are trending. They say they'll be mainstream in 2 years. Go ask him if he has solid-state batteries. Chapter 92. Solid-state batteries? They must have them. Li Zixuan returned to the hardware store, this time with none of the disdain and skepticism he had shown the day before. Instead, his expression was a mix of awe and fervor. As soon as he entered, he bowed deeply to Chun Mo, who was lounging in a chair, leisurely sipping fresh orange juice. Boss, no Mo go. Master. He spoke with a tone of utmost respect, even tinged with a hint of subtle flattery. Chun Mo glanced at him lazily and asked, what is up? Is the motor broken again? No. Li Zixuan quickly waved his hands. Before Chun Mo could ask further, he plopped down on the ground, cradling his head with both hands, and began to wail in a tone of extreme sorrow. His cries were heart-wrenching, drawing tears from those who heard him. Mo go, you have to help me. Those guys at the dealership are not human. Chun Mo, viewers in the live stream. Everyone was taken aback by his sudden performance. What the hell? What is going on? Wasn't he everything fine yesterday? This guy can act. Better than that girl downstairs who pretended to be abandoned by a scumbag and begging for $10 to eat. What happened? Tell us all the details. I've got my snacks ready. Chun Mo looked at his dramatic display, completely confused. Wait, brother, get up and talk. Is the motor not working? It's because it works too well. Li Zixuan slapped his thigh, crying even harder. They said your motor is not good. And it's a defective product, so they won't replace it for me. After I had them test it, I directly hit them with the truth. The motor is great. Really great. It's even better than their previous one. But then they claimed my battery was damaged as well. I checked it, and there were only a couple of small areas with damage, so I asked if they could just replace those 2 pieces. They said the battery was broken and couldn't be repaired individually. I had to replace the entire battery pack, and they wanted 150,000 for it. 150,000 for this old car of mine. Even if it gets fixed, I couldn't sell it for more than a few thousand, even without any accidents. It would be at most a little over 100,000. You have to know that when I bought it, the new car was only a little over 200,000. They really dare to ask for 150,000 just to replace a battery. Where am I supposed to get that much money? I asked if they couldn't just replace the damaged battery cells, and they said no. It had to be all replaced, citing company policy. This is clearly a scam. His tearful accusation immediately ignited the live stream chat. Wow, is electric vehicle maintenance really this bad? It's totally normal, guys. This is the fundamental reason I don't buy electric cars. Now it's like you can buy them, but you can't afford the repairs. Just a small scratch or bump that damages the battery pack, and the repair costs are several times more than a gas car. Exactly. If a gas car's engine is broken, you can still go to a repair shop for a bore. But if an electric car's battery is broken, the dealership just says, replace it, and you can only replace it with them. It's pure monopoly. It's not just the battery. Nowadays, for many electric cars, even if a door handle is broken, you have to replace the entire door assembly. They call it integrated design, but in reality, it's just to inflate repair costs and take advantage of consumers. Sigh. That's why I say we shouldn't indulge these car companies. We should just drive gas cars. My second-hand Jetta has been running for 10 years without major issues, and even if there are minor problems, I don't worry at all because repairs are cheap. In the live stream, the battle over fuel versus electric vehicles began. The barrage of comments was several times greater than usual. It seemed like everyone had endless topics and opinions about electric and gas cars. Meanwhile, Chun Mo looked at Li Zixuan, who was crying like a child, and felt delighted. He knew his business was about to pick up again. The key was that with the good performance of the motor last time, this time he would definitely receive a very satisfactory review. After all, he was the one looking to buy the battery pack, and he was confident in his quality. If it weren't for Li Zixuan looking like he had hardly any money, he would have wanted to charge him a hefty price. But on the surface, he still pretended to be indignant. Those guys at the dealership are really scamming people. There's no need for it to be that expensive. For a car worth over 200,000 to change a battery and ask for over 100,000 is pure extortion. I told you, these electric cars from abroad are all scams. They look good, but when you actually use them, it's a different story. Unlike our domestic products, which are affordable, functional, and have good after-sales service. Even if you buy an electric car worth just a few thousand, they give you a lifetime warranty. No matter if you scratch it or if the battery fails, you can replace it anytime, anywhere, without paying a dime. Netizens. Is that really the case? Li Zixuan was also taken aback. No, it's not. Although electric vehicles come with a 3-point lifetime warranty, the conditions are quite harsh. They require the first owner and have various additional stipulations, which means it's not truly unconditional, let alone a complete replacement without conditions. Do you really think that if you buy a domestic electric vehicle, drive it for 3 to 5 years, and then blow it up, the manufacturer would give you a new one for free? That would make you a real fool, wouldn't it? So, as long as you want, you could replace your car anytime, anywhere. While I admit that domestic brands are making progress and have even surpassed in many areas, especially in technology, you can't just blindly praise them. It can easily come off as sarcasm. Chun Mo looked at his bewildered expression and said with a smile, all right, stop crying. It's not a big deal. It's just a battery pack replacement, right? And the capacity of that battery is already pitifully small. It's just an electric toy. This is a perfect opportunity. I can help you upgrade. The battery pack I have is only 75,000. Not only half the price, but also has double the capacity of your original one. Li Zixuan's eyes lit up at this. The price wasn't an issue. The key was that the capacity was doubled. Normally, if the capacity increases, the size would too. Would it fit? No way. Chun Mo chuckled. This is high-end domestic technology. Not something from a company that only knows how to boast. High energy density, you get it? Same size, double the capacity. Li Zixuan was thrilled. He disregarded any talk of high-end domestic technology. He also ignored any disdain for other brands. If someone else said it, he would have retorted, you don't understand. Don't talk nonsense. But when Chun Mo said it, he found it very reasonable, even thinking it wasn't he enough. After a moment of hesitation, he revealed his thoughts. Mo go, here's what I think, he said, rubbing his hands and carefully observing Chun Mo's expression. I heard there is something called solid-state batteries now. It seems like they say it will be widely used in 2 years. I think some cars are already using semi-solid-state batteries. I'm wondering, if I spend over 70,000 to replace it with a regular lithium battery, won't my car be outdated in 2 or 3 years when the technology updates? Regular folks can't just replace their cars every 3 to 5 years. I have a 4-year loan on this car. Do you have solid-state batteries here? Even if they're a bit more expensive, if they can last longer and are more advanced, I can accept that. As soon as he said this, the live stream chat fell silent. Then, a wave of even more intense comments erupted. What the hell? Did I hear that right? He wants what? A solid-state battery? Ridiculous. Absolutely absurd. Semi-solid-state batteries are still in the PPT stage, and you want a solid-state one? Why not ask for a perpetual motion electric car while you're at it? Are all owners of that brand this out of touch? I finally understand. This guy is just putting on a show here. It's not that he thinks the dealership is too expensive. He discovered that the motor is too good and is envious of the streamer's cutting-edge technology, wanting a solid-state battery. Damn, this calculation is about to blow up in my face. This is truly the hidden agenda behind the performance. In an instant, the atmosphere in the live stream changed dramatically. Everyone saw through Li Zixuan's little trick and began placing their bets. The market is open. The market is open. I bet this time the streamer definitely doesn't have it. This thing is real future technology. I agree. I also think there isn't one. No matter how impressive the streamer is, they can't just conjure something that hasn't been invented yet, right? Hard to say. I feel like there might really be a portal to the future in the streamer's shop. I actually think there is. The technical principles have existed for a long time. It's just not mature yet and hasn't overcome the difficulties. It should already be possible to make, after all. It was said 2 years ago that it would be popularized in 2 years. This means the laboratory has already produced it. Just that the cost is high and it can't be mass-produced. The streamer is so impressive. How hard could it be to get a solid-state battery? I also think there is. Don't forget, the streamer's model aircraft was personally purchased by big names in the rocket industry. Under the hopeful and probing gazes of all the viewers, including Li Zixuan, Chun Mo looked at the camera and paused for a moment. Then, he revealed a signature smile. Yes, as soon as Chun Mo spoke, it was like throwing ice into a calm pot of oil. The entire livestream exploded. Li Zixuan was even more excited, trembling all over. He looked at Chun Mo, his eyes brimming with fervor, almost overflowing. But this time, he was smarter and didn't lose composure like last time. He suppressed his inner joy and continued to perform. However, this time, his acting was much better. He didn't need to squeeze out tears. Just thinking about being able to personally bring back a technology that could change the world made his eyes red and his body tremble with excitement. It was genuine enthusiasm. He even felt a sense of pride. Watching his emotional display, Chun Mo was calculating something else in his mind. Last time, Li Zixuan spent 5,000 on a motor. How much would he want for this battery pack? After all, the guy didn't seem to be wealthy, and he exuded an aura of someone who wasn't well off. The 5,000 yuan motor had only received a satisfactory review. If he set the price too high, Li Zixuan wouldn't be able to afford it and might leave a negative review. But the solid-state battery, that high-end technology that hasn't been mass-produced yet. He had just mentioned that even an expanded version of a regular lithium battery costs 75,000. The solid-state battery should definitely be more expensive than that, right? But by how much? If it's too low, it wouldn't match its reputation. If it's too high, he can't afford it. To know that many domestic electric vehicles are sold for just a few tens of thousands. Asking for over 100,000 for a battery pack from someone who is not well off is like asking for his life. At this moment, he truly missed the monkey brother. Not only was he willing to spend money in the live stream, but he was also generous in real life. Although he didn't pick up the goods himself, he always had friends do it for him, and every time he was very satisfied. He was simply like his own wealth god. After thinking for a while, Chun Mo was certain. He looked at Li Zixuan and said in a tone that felt like cutting flesh. How about this, brother? I see you are a straightforward person, and you don't have much money. You not only have a car loan but also get taken advantage of by the dealership every day. It's not easy. My solid-state battery has a high cost, and logically speaking, selling it to you for 300,000 to 400,000 wouldn't be unreasonable. But we are friends. He extended a finger. 100,000. Fixed price, can't go lower. In Chun Mo's view, 100,000 was a huge sum for Li Zixuan. But with some effort, it should still be manageable. After all, the dealership was asking him for 150,000. His product was better and priced lower. So it made no sense for Li Zixuan to refuse. Moreover, it reflected the value of the solid-state battery while providing a price that the other party could accept. Simply perfect. However, after Li Zixuan heard this, he widened his eyes and stared at Chun Mo with an expression that clearly said, "Are you kidding me?" Chun Mo's heart sank. Damn, it was too high. This guy was indeed poor, pretending to be something he wasn't. If he was dissatisfied and gave me a very dissatisfied review, I would not only have worked for nothing, but also have to lose 200,000 in universal currency. No way, I had to make up for it. Chun Mo quickly explained, brother, don't get excited. Just because I'm asking for 100,000, it seems expensive, but listen to my analysis. And you will find it's not expensive at all. He cleared his throat. Let me ask you first, what was the rated range of your old car? Li Zixuan instinctively replied, I have the Moto Y standard range version, 556 kilometers. Too low. Chun Mo scoffed. With my battery, the actual range will double, directly giving you 1,200 kilometers. Even fuel cars can't compete. He asked again, isn't your old battery prone to overheating? And you're afraid it might catch fire even while parked in the underground garage? As soon as he said this, the live stream exploded. Stop cursing. I'm just a Tainung Law owner, always anxious, afraid of brake failure when driving out, and worried about spontaneous combustion in the parking garage. Is the host biased against Tainung Law? It's not just Tainung Law. Domestic electric vehicles have even more serious fire issues. I saw a video last time where a car just caught fire while driving. Stop the bashing. If there's a fire, you should ask about DZ. They are the real kings of spontaneous combustion. Everyone, stop arguing. This is an industry-wide problem. Lithium batteries are like this. It can't be helped. Your ternary lithium is like this, but DZS iron lithium is not. Come on, iron lithium is even worse. Did the host get paid to slander Tainung Law? I just want to know, can domestic electric vehicles sell better than Tainung Law? Chun Mo looked at the comments and sneered. Everyone, don't make a fuss. Their inability to handle fire issues doesn't mean I can't. He pointed to his chest proudly and said, my solid-state battery can't be burned, pricked, or shot at. It's absolutely safe. He then turned to Li Zixuan and asked, isn't it true that if one cell in your battery is damaged, you have to replace the entire battery pack? Yeah, if I could replace just one, I wouldn't want to change the whole thing. Li Zixuan replied with a look of deep frustration. making it seem as if he was genuinely upset. I must say, it would be a shame if this guy didn't pursue acting. The viewers in the live stream started to comment. Exactly. This is the most frustrating part about electric vehicles. It's like with smartphones. If one part is broken, you have to replace the whole assembly. Plus, it has to be original parts, and warranty claims must go through official service, or else there is no guarantee. And it might not even work. Guys, don't be fooled. Even solid-state batteries aren't magic. They are also integrated. If one part fails, it's even harder to fix, and the whole thing has to be scrapped, right? They don't let you replace one part because they fear uneven energy density. If one part has a problem, the others will quickly fail too, making it prone to catching fire. To say that replacing the whole thing is a scam, the host must be a fool. Are we reminiscing about the Cold Food Festival? Chun Mo looked at the viewers' comments, a smirk growing on his face, increasingly disdainful. Who told you that my battery is also integrated? Mine is modular. If one part fails, just pull it out and replace that part. It's as simple as changing a battery. As for what you said about uneven energy density, Chun Mo laughed. My battery comes with a dynamic energy balancing and active repair system. It not only keeps all cells at the same energy level, but also actively repairs any minor damage in one cell. Even if it completely fails, the system will immediately isolate it and send a message to your phone, reminding you that it's time for a replacement. And he finally dropped a bombshell. My solid-state battery has an outer shell made of special alloy, extremely tough. Just like equipping your car with a layer of super sturdy metal armor. It's not delicate at all, and it can protect your car from rain and impacts from road debris. As for sealing and waterproofing, IP68 is garbage. Mine can even handle being submerged in a river for 3 days and nights and still function perfectly. Not to mention the minor floodwaters in the city. As soon as those words were spoken, the entire live stream fell into a deathly silence. Then, an unprecedented wave of comments erupted. Oh wow, after the host said that, I suddenly realized I never considered the issue of electric vehicle batteries being afraid of water. You're not alone. I always thought electric vehicles didn't fear water since there's no engine to worry about. Afraid? Of course. If a combustion engine gets water in it, repairs could cost thousands. If water gets into your electric vehicle battery, even just a little moisture, the manufacturer will tell you it's not covered under warranty. And you'll have to pay for a battery that costs tens of thousands. Damn it. After hearing the streamer say that, my newly bought hybrid electric vehicle suddenly doesn't seem appealing anymore. You guys can go look it up. There really are cases where water stains on the battery pack led to a full replacement without any compensation. When they sell EVs, everything sounds great, but once something actually goes wrong, it's a completely different story. Exactly. When driving normally, who hasn't run over small stones? Even a tiny pebble hitting the undercarriage could mean you need a whole new part. Yeah. I once drove through a narrow road under construction. The side was covered with green mesh netting. I thought it was just dirt piles, so I carefully edged over. But underneath that green net was an open manhole with no cover. My car immediately scraped the bottom. With an EV, wouldn't that dramatically increase the risk of spontaneous combustion? Chun Mo glanced at the barrage of comments and summed it up. So, folks, what are you still worried about? Come swap your batteries for mine. My batteries are awesome. Fireproof, waterproof, and if anything breaks, you can replace just the damaged module. One upgrade. Lifelong peace of mind. He turned toward Li Zishuan, who was utterly dumbfounded, and grinned. Bro, now, do you still think 100,000 yuan is too expensive? Chapter 94. I refuse to believe Chun Mo can tune even the chassis when Li Zishuan returned to the factory carrying that futuristic-looking solid-state battery. Every engineer spontaneously lined up at the entrance to greet him. As soon as the battery was unloaded, they erupted into wild applause. It was like welcoming a returning war hero. Li Zishuan stood there beaming, already imagining everyone swarming around him, hoisting him onto their shoulders, and tossing him joyfully into the air. But instead, the entire crowd surged straight toward the battery, carried it directly into the lab, and immediately began extreme stress tests on it with feverish eagerness, leaving Li Zishuan standing alone, utterly bewildered in the wind. Who am I? Where am I? What am I even doing here? Just then, a pleasant female voice called out. What are you still standing out here for? Hurry inside for testing. Hearing Qin Yue's voice, Li Zishuan felt as if glaciers had melted before his eyes and flowers bloomed beneath his feet. He floated like a butterfly, euphoric and weightless. Of course, co-workers are unreliable, but the goddess still remembers me. She truly loves me. I'm special to her. Li Zishuan dashed into the lab. Under the lab's specialized testing equipment, results came back almost instantly, and everyone fell into rapturous awe. Holy crap, the energy density is real. Capacity really doubled. Quick, run the nail penetration test. Use steel needles. Max out the current. Report. No thermal runaway. No fire. No explosion. Only the punctured individual cell module failed. We actually got an alert on the app. It says, Cell 3 physically damaged and isolated. Please replace promptly. Holy shit, that is insanely smart. Now, water immersion test. Toss it into water. Yeah, throw in the punctured one too. Report. Stable discharge underwater. Voltage remains steady. Zero signs of electrical leakage. Watching the screen fill with data that bordered on miraculous, everyone realized they weren't just holding a battery. They were holding a sacred artifact capable of revolutionizing the entire new energy era. With this, all so-called high-end electric vehicles on the market will overnight turn into nothing but industrial waste. Everyone looked at Li Zishuan with an extremely fervent gaze. The chief engineer excitedly grabbed his hand. Shall we? No. Engineer Li, you've truly made a significant contribution to our lab. However, before Li Zishuan could respond, Qin Yue appeared again in high heels. The experimental results should be great, right? Li Zixuan hurried over, his face filled with excitement. Not just great, it's simply fantastic. You have no idea. All right, enough small talk. Qin Yue interrupted him. What's next on the list? It's the electronic control system. Qin Yue nodded. Good. Go again tomorrow. But this time change it up. Just say the car was damaged by a dealership, and we need to replace both the electronic control and the chassis. This time, the dealership will cover the costs, so don't worry about overspending. I watched your live stream. The budget is too low. Chun Mo was too embarrassed to provide you with good materials. Is that not considered good materials? Everyone present thought Qin Yue was crazy, but no one could find a reason to refute her. This time, all the engineers in the lab volunteered loudly. President Qin, I'll go. I'll go. My acting skills are better than his. Let me go, President Qin. I'll pay out of my own pocket. I just want to see that master in person. Qin Yue turned to leave, saying as she walked, forget it. Your acting skills are too poor. Watching Qin Yue's graceful figure leave, Li Zixuan felt his spine straighten a bit as he noticed the envious and jealous looks from his colleagues. He felt that President Qin seemed to hold him in high regard. Could it be that she has feelings for me? That night, Li Zixuan couldn't sleep. With President Qin having such high hopes for him, he had to excel. He needed to do his homework. Back home, he practiced his acting skills for expressing heartbreak, while also watching Chun Mo's previous livestream clips for research. He had to understand what kind of person Chun Mo was to tailor his approach effectively. However, shortly after starting, a striking video title made him spit out a mouthful of water. Breaking. Hardware store host mistakenly sits at the wrong table during a blind date, accidentally revealing his sexual orientation. Li Zixuan stared at the title, dumbfounded. Then, a lewd smile crept onto his face. Wow. A person as impressive as Chun Mo is going on a blind date, and it seems he messed up? He instantly became interested and happily clicked on the video. When he saw Chun Mo blushing due to being introduced to a partner by an enthusiastic older sister, he couldn't stop laughing. Ha ha ha, so you have your embarrassing moments too. Then, when he saw Chun Mo mistaken the person and being questioned by the matchmaker, he laughed so hard that he slid off his chair. However, when he saw Chun Mo's girlfriend, Qin Yue, appear in the live stream and even say, let us just roll with it, his smile froze instantly. Suddenly, it turned into endless sorrow. My goddess, how did Mr. Qin end up in a situation where he needs to go on blind dates? He watched the video where Chun Mo, upon discovering the truth, not only didn't cherish it, but also complained bitterly in the live stream, speaking ill of women, even isolating himself for 2.5 days to heal from the emotional trauma of blind dating. At that moment, he felt relieved. Right. Why should I be jealous? Chun Mo is gay. He has no interest in women at all. No wonder he can remain calm in front of a goddess like Mr. Qin. It turns out he just can't get it up. Thinking about it this way, his previous worries seemed excessive. Chun Mo is gay. Perhaps my attraction to him is even stronger than Mr. Qin's. Looking at Mr. Qin's attitude towards Chun Mo, they might have already become good buddies. As long as I win over Mr. Qin's good friend, Mr. Qin won't be far behind. The next day, Li Zixuan returned to the hardware store. This time, his gaze towards Chun Mo was different, filled with a mix of sympathy and flattery. After all, this is the good friend of my goddess and boss. I must treat him well. Chun Mo looked at Li Zixuan's kind smile and felt quite happy. After all, this guy actually contributed to him getting a very satisfied yesterday. Seeing his expression today, he probably came to present a banner or a red envelope. Chun Mo smiled and said, brother, you're back? How's the battery? Is it working well? Are you here to thank me? Yes, and no, Li Zixuan's acting skills had reached a new level. He first showed a face full of gratitude and excitement. Mo Gu, that battery of yours is simply miraculous. I took it back for testing, and its performance is incredibly powerful. Really, you are the future of our new energy sector. However, before Chun Mo could feel happy about it, Li Zixuan's expression suddenly dropped, turning into one of utter despair. But because the motor and battery are so powerful, the original car's electronic control system simply can't match up. When I took it out for a test drive, I pressed the accelerator, and the car went out of control and crashed again. Chun Mo looked at Li Zixuan in disbelief. Wait, brother, you're not trying to make me pay for it, are you? Also, are you a bit too unlucky? It's only been a few days, and you've crashed twice. This car in your hands must have brought you bad luck for 8 lifetimes. Li Zixuan quickly shook his head. No, 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 how could I let you pay? The viewers in the live stream began to tease him. Ha ha ha, this is killing me. The unluckiest car owner of the year has been born. Car, if I had known you would buy me, I'd rather rot in the factory. Brother, take my advice. Just sell the car. Your fate clashes with it. Chun Mo laughed at the comments. So what now? You're not planning to buy parts from me, are you? Li Zixuan nodded. Chun Mo twitched his mouth. Wait, you haven't given up yet? Or is it that the sunk cost is too high, and you're already invested? Chun Mo patted Li Zixuan on the shoulder and said, brother, it's not that I don't want to help you out, but do you have any money? Feeling the pat on his shoulder, Li Zixuan felt a tightness and his face turned pale as he quickly stepped back. Yes, I have money, Li Zixuan hurriedly replied. This time it wasn't my fault. It was during a test drive at the dealership. They are fully responsible, and they will pay for it. So, I want you to use the best parts for me this time. Not only the motor and battery, but I also want a perfectly matching electronic control system. Upgrade the chassis for me as well. Chun Mo twitched his mouth. Brother, if you put it that way, besides the car shell, you might as well be getting a completely new car. Should I just build you a new one instead? Li Zixuan's eyes lit up. Can we do that? Not a chance. Chun Mo replied irritably. First, you should get your car over here. Also, Ask the dealership if they can fix it here. If they can, they will reimburse the cost. If not, you'll have to buy parts from me again. But even if I give you the electronic control and chassis parts, you won't be able to tune them properly. Li Zixuan never expected Chun Mo to be so accommodating. As he rushed out, he shouted, "Okay, I'm going to get my car right now." 2 hours later, a recently damaged vehicle with a new motor and solid-state battery was driven by Li Zixuan to the hardware store. Chun Mo contacted a familiar repair shop and borrowed their space. He had helped the mechanics earn quite a bit when he was working on the amphibious base. With a repair crew of over 100 people, when Chun Mo asked to borrow the space, the owner of a nearby repair shop immediately rushed to Chun Mo's shop and offered to assist with the repairs. However, Chun Mo had already spent 1,000,000 credits to exchange for a full set of repair skills from the system, so he didn't really need anyone else. As the car was slowly lifted, revealing the chassis, Chun Mo frowned. The electronic control and motor were fine, and the chassis had no major issues. Only the front of the car was slightly damaged. But how did the battery get such a big hole? Li Zixuan's face turned red as he stammered, "Ahem. The dealership didn't believe your battery could be fireproof and insisted on conducting a puncture test." "No problem." Chun Mo waved his hand. "It's a small issue. I'll fix it for you." The viewers in the live stream were stunned as they saw the battery with a large hole, but otherwise intact. "Wait, did I just see that right? Did this car drive all the way here? The battery was punctured and didn't catch fire, and it can still drive normally? This battery is something else. Normally, with such a big hole, the car should have burned up long ago. Shouldn't this guy be a barbecue by now?" "So, everything Chun Haigu said is true?" "Brother, it's all true. How can it be called bragging? Things produced by Chun Haigu are guaranteed to be high quality, you know." Chun Mo ignored the comments and went back to the shop to grab a battery cell. He quickly opened the battery pack, replaced the damaged part, and sealed it with a special waterproof adhesive. Then, he began inspecting the chassis. "Brother, how do you want to modify the chassis? Do you prefer it softer or harder? Do you want a comfortable ride or a strong sense of control?" As soon as this was said, the experienced mechanic nearby couldn't help but laugh. He kindly held up his phone to live stream while reminding, "Little boss, don't joke around. Adjusting the chassis is not as simple as changing a screw. This requires a lot of expertise. It takes a professional research team with thousands of calculations and tests to find the most balanced point. If you want it soft, it can't just be soft, and if you want it hard, it can't just be hard. That would be magical." The car enthusiasts in the live stream began to share their insights. "That's right, the mechanic is correct. Chassis tuning is an art. Take our domestic cars, for example. The 3 main components are fine now, but why do they still feel a bit lacking? It's all about the chassis tuning." "Exactly. Why are brands like Baoshiji and Farali so expensive? The high cost is due to the chassis. Anyone who has driven them says they handle well. This aspect needs to consider not only comfort, but also handling, stability, and tracking performance in extreme conditions like moose tests and slalom courses. A slight misstep won't do." The host might really be exaggerating this time. Seeing the comments, the mechanic nodded in agreement. "Little boss, look, even the comments say so. Take my advice. This task might be beyond us. Don't force it. There's no shame in that." Li Zixuan started to feel uncertain. He was an automotive research and development professional. And although he wasn't involved in chassis work, he knew that it wasn't as simple as it seemed. There's a big difference between something that merely works and something that works well. It requires a high level of tuning experience. It's not just about using good materials. Without decades of experience, one cannot achieve that silky smooth feel of a luxury car. It's definitely not something that can be decided by merely stating it's soft or hard. The nuances involved could fill 100 exam papers. Could it be that Chun Mo is really going to fail this time? Chapter 95. Moose Test. Facing the kind reminders from the mechanic and countless car enthusiasts in the live stream, Chun Mo simply smiled. He didn't refute anything, but directly started his modifications. Contrary to everyone's expectations, he didn't make drastic changes to the entire chassis. Instead, he calmly retrieved some oddly shaped components from his hardware store. "Brothers, watch closely." He held up something resembling a spring, but with an additional hydraulic rod in the middle. This is called a magnetorheological damper. In simple terms, it allows for intelligent adjustments of the shock absorption softness and hardness in milliseconds. As soon as this was said, the live stream exploded with comments. "What the heck? What is that? Millisecond adjustments? Host, are you making this up?" "Right. This is a chassis weighing hundreds of kilograms. Not a linear motor in your phone. Milliseconds? Do you think this is a game skill?" Brothers, don't be fooled. The top-notch so-called magic carpet suspension systems on the market, with air springs and electromagnetic valves, have response times measured in tens or even hundreds of milliseconds. The host's claim of milliseconds is pure nonsense. Modern technology just can't achieve that. Chun Mo, however, was unaware of the netizens' doubts and picked up a small metallic cube that resembled a gyroscope. This is called an active stabilizer bar, which can automatically suppress body roll during turns, ensuring that all 4 wheels stay firmly on the ground. Here we go again, starting with the technical terms. Active stabilizer bar? Sounds impressive, but isn't it just a stiffer anti-roll bar? This thing costs a few hundred, and you can find them everywhere. The car expert chimed in again. They are not the same. Don't mislead with your comments. An active stabilizer bar is true cutting-edge technology, typically found only in high-performance vehicles worth millions. Its core function is to counteract roll forces through reverse twisting by the motor. However, this device demands extremely high computational power and motor response, and tuning it is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Given that the host only has this small cube, I can only say it's likely just for show. Finally, Chun Mo took out a few thin metal plates as delicate as a cicada's wings, and attached them to key connection points on the chassis. This is a shape memory alloy bushing, capable of absorbing most minor vibrations, making the entire chassis feel more solid. I know this one. My grandma's memory foam mattress has the same effect. Don't be ridiculous. Maybe the host is using materials similar to those found in adult products. Smooth and flexible, plus it vibrates? Dog emoji. After installing these components, he took out a laptop, connected it to the vehicle's OBD interface, and began typing rapidly at a dense array of codes. The entire process took no more than half an hour. Watching Chun Mo's seemingly casual operation, the viewers in the live stream were all bewildered. Is that it? Wow, I thought we did need a welding cutter and a major overhaul. Turns out, you just added a few parts and typed on the keyboard? Host, are you kidding? A team of hundreds at an automaker can't nail down chassis tuning in years, and you're done already? You mentioned earlier that the motor power doesn't team match. Such a simple modification can't possibly solve the handling issue. Li Zixuan also looked puzzled. However, Chun Mo couldn't be bothered to explain, and simply unplugged the computer, clapped his hands, and said, "Let us see if it works after we take it for a spin. Now, let us address another critical issue." He walked to the front of the car, pointed at the factory brake calipers with a look of disdain, and said, "Brother, your power is almost on par with a rocket, and you're still using these awful brakes? Can this even stop?" As he spoke, he directly replaced the braking system. In fact, components like brake pads didn't need changing. Only the pedal sensor and vehicle control unit required modifications. The vehicle control unit didn't need major alterations, just a small part replacement. Here, replace this. Otherwise, I'm afraid that when you drive it out, you'll either crash into someone or get hit by someone else. After replacing the brakes, Chun Mo took out the laptop again and plugged it in. This time, he didn't provide any further explanations. The screen instantly displayed dense lines of low-level code that looked like a foreign language. Chun Mo's fingers danced like sprites on a keyboard, wildly modifying the core control logic of the vehicle's main controller: torque distribution, power response, energy recovery, steering assistance, suspension damping. Every parameter related to the vehicle's dynamics was rearranged in an astonishing manner under his hands. Ordinary viewers in the live stream quickly lost interest in the dull code, and the comments became sparse. However, Li Zixuan and the engineers from various automotive companies, as well as military experts watching through special channels, were captivated by the fluid operations on the screen, holding their breath in astonishment. They knew this was a true miracle. If the previous hardware modifications were merely equipping an ordinary person with top-notch gear, what Chun Mo was doing now was giving that ordinary person the most powerful brain. Although it seemed like just lines of code, seemingly worthless, the industry knew this was what truly mattered. Hardware investments in the hundreds of millions often yielded visible results, but spending the same amount on software might not even produce a ripple. It was easy to get started, but difficult to master. Creating a functional system was one thing, but ensuring the entire vehicle operated smoothly without glitches was a monumental challenge. Otherwise, many wouldn't have resorted to tweaking public templates. This was the essence of the vehicle. One of the most challenging aspects of the electric vehicle's three-electric system was the electronic control system, a closely guarded secret among automakers. Li Zixuan didn't dare to breathe too loudly, fearing that even his breath might disturb Chun Mo half an hour later. Chun Mo pressed the last enter key and unplugged the computer. Done. Looking at the vehicle that, aside from a few added components on the brakes and chassis, appeared almost unchanged, the mechanics still seemed skeptical. "Boss, is it really okay now?" Li Zixuan pointed to the still dented front of the car and asked, "Mo go. What about this front end?" "Who cares?" Chun Mo replied nonchalantly. "Just let the dealership fix it. It just looks a bit ugly. It doesn't affect driving." With that, he jumped into the driver's seat and said, "Let's go for a spin and experience what it means to be one with the car." Half an hour later, at the internal testing grounds of Future Automotive Company, those who had been watching Chun Mo's live stream had already opened the company gates. Li Zixuan gripped the steering wheel, his palms sweaty. However, when he pressed the accelerator, the expected uncontrollable power surge did not occur. Instead, he experienced an incredibly linear, smooth, and responsive driving experience. The power was available at a moment's notice, the steering was precise, and the entire chassis felt remarkably solid. The lightness of the vehicle gave it a feeling reminiscent of Japanese cars. This silky smooth yet fully controllable sensation was simply exhilarating. It was so easy to drive. He couldn't help but exclaim. At that moment, he saw the moose test area set up ahead with cones. One must say, Chun Mo's billions were not spent in vain. At least in this not-so-developed small city, a fully equipped car manufacturing plant was indeed built. There was even a moose test area. The moose test is the ultimate assessment for evaluating a vehicle's chassis and handling limits. The moose performance of a certain model is around 83 km/h, which is already excellent. Li Zixuan explained. Chun Mo's motor has at least doubled the power, and the center of gravity has changed. I estimate that passing 70 km/h would be considered a success. Mo go. Hold on tight. Li Zixuan's eyes were filled with the thrill of challenge. Although he was an electric vehicle developer, he didn't particularly enjoy driving, let alone racing and testing. But at this moment, he felt an inexplicable excitement. He floored the accelerator. The speed skyrocketed instantly. 80 km/h, 90 km/h, 100 km/h. Insane. He had lost his mind. This speed was definitely out of control. The audience in the live stream screamed in shock. However, the modified vehicle glided like a ghost close to the ground, executing the first lane change with an extremely elegant and uncanny posture. The body leaned hardly at all. Then came the second lane change. It was still as smooth as flowing water, steady as a rock. Ultimately, under the astonished gaze of everyone, this heavily modified vehicle perfectly passed the Moose test at a terrifying speed of 120 km/h. Its smoothness made it seem as if it wasn't powered by electricity, but by something divine. Outside the livestream, everyone was dumbfounded. Yet inside, through the perspective of the in-car camera, the audience witnessed an even more astonishing scene. Inside the car, they were as steady as a mountain. Li Zixuan and Chun Mo's bodies didn't even sway a bit from the drastic lane changes. It was as if what they had just experienced wasn't an extreme Moose test, but merely a normal lane change on the highway. What the hell? Demon, this is freaking devilish physics. This chassis I would call an anti-inertia chassis. This is no longer automotive technology. This is UFO technology. I'm on my knees. I'm truly on my knees. This is simply a god-level chassis. Chapter 96. Are you seriously going to deduct hundreds of billions from me? The netizens were very excited. However, Chun Mo merely yawned. He seemed to have no interest in this miracle that could overturn the automotive industry. He pointed to the battery percentage displayed on the screen, which had started to drop, and lazily said, all right, we've seen the handling. It's time to test the range. What's the use of going fast if you can't go far? It's still an electric vehicle, right? Let's hit the highway. Drive it until it runs out of power. He felt the need to personally test the range. In his opinion, electric vehicles that couldn't achieve a range of 1,000 kilometers were just playing tricks. After all, not everyone in modern times has their own garage. Those who buy electric vehicles to save on fuel costs often don't even have a parking space, let alone a garage. Even if there are some parking spaces, not all of them can be equipped with charging stations. There are also families with multiple cars, but only one parking spot. If only electric vehicles are allowed to park, it would be inconvenient for the other car. For those who are just looking to have a bit of fun, there may be plenty of parking spaces, but they might not be willing to charge frequently. What happens when the battery runs out? Do they continue using their gasoline car at home? For the average person, electric vehicles save fuel, but they may not necessarily save money. Who wants to go to a charging station frequently after work? Especially for those who tend to be a bit lazy, they may forget to charge or just not want to, resulting in ongoing range anxiety. However, if the actual range exceeds 1,000 kilometers, driving 30 kilometers a day means charging only once a month. If driving 50 kilometers a day, charging would only be needed once every 20 days. Even for 100 kilometers a day, charging would only be required once every 10 days. But for someone who drives 100 kilometers daily, if the nominal range is over 500, but the actual range is just over 400, after 2 or 3 days of driving, they would need to charge again, and not charging would lead to range anxiety. Moreover, regular electric vehicles experience reduced efficiency on highways. And in northern winters, the range is further diminished. To put it bluntly, in winter, a vehicle with a nominal range of 500 will only achieve just over 300 on the highway, so might not even reach 300. At this point, even driving to a neighboring city without charging in winter can lead to range anxiety. However, if the actual range can still reach 1,000 kilometers in winter on the highway, that makes a difference. It can't be said that there is no range anxiety, nor that there isn't concern about peak charging times during holidays. It can only be said that most issues have been avoided. On the highway, Li Zixuan gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes filled with a fervent zeal akin to a pilgrimage. Meanwhile, Chun Mo reclined his seat, relaxed in the passenger seat, playing on his phone and dozing off. Eventually, after placing his phone in the holder, he fell into a deep sleep. In the livestream, a discussion about electric consumption on highways was intensifying. Brothers, the real test is here. Electric vehicles fear highway driving the most, once the speed increases. The motor runs at high RPM, and the energy consumption skyrockets. That's right. My domestic car has a nominal range of 500 kilometers, which is okay for city driving. Last time I drove on the highway at a constant 110, I barely made it 300 kilometers before it broke down. The energy consumption was cut down to 60. The performance is slightly better, but it's normal for highway consumption to drop to 70 or 80. The host car has doubled the battery capacity, but the motor power has also doubled. I estimate it might reach 700 or 800 kilometers, which would be impressive. Keep in mind, winter is approaching. The recent temperature drop means it's around 10 degrees in Jiangxing, with mornings and evenings even colder at 4 or 5 degrees. That's also a test for range. I think we should aim for around 700. Time passed minute by minute. 1 hour, 2 hours, 5 hours. The car continued to speed down the highway at 120 km/h. The audience in the live stream switched in and out in waves. But that car, with its dented front, was like a perpetual motion machine, showing no signs of stopping. The sky gradually darkened. Wow, brothers, am I seeing things? Look at the time in the upper right corner. We've been driving for over 8 hours. Over 8 hours at 120 km/h? That is 1,000 kilometers. The scariest part is the battery. Look, there is still 20 left. A monster. This is a freaking monster. 1,000 kilometers with that much power left. It puts all the gasoline and electric cars on the market to shame. Wait, we've already driven from Jiangxing to Modu? Oh my gosh. The hardware store owner drove that wrecked car from Jiangxing to Modu. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. They must have switched cars midway. They did stop at a service area to rest and use the restroom. Maybe they really did switch cars? Even if the range doubled, it shouldn't be this impressive. Chun Mo stretched lazily and woke up from his dream. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked out at the neon-lit cityscape, a bit confused as he asked, Bro, how long have we been driving, and where are we? Mo, you're awake. Li Zixuan's voice was filled with barely contained excitement. We've been driving for almost 9 hours, covering over 1,000 kilometers, and we're now in Modu. What? Modu? Chun Mo was taken aback. Who told you to drive this way? Can't you just circle around Jiangcheng a few times? How am I supposed to get back at this hour? Hee. Li Zixuan chuckled awkwardly. Don't worry, Mo go. I'll cover the round-trip tickets, hotel, and all expenses. You can just enjoy yourself in Modu. Think of it as a business trip. He tentatively asked, Mo go. You see, this car has great range, but the seats can get a bit uncomfortable after a while. How about I get you a zero-gravity seat? I guarantee you'll be as comfortable as sleeping in your own bed when you head back. Much better than sitting in a cramped and bumpy plane. Crazy. Chun Mo retorted. Why would I sit in your broken car when I could be in first class? Am I that bored? After saying that, he got out of the car and headed towards the 5-star hotel without looking back. But after hesitating for a moment, he added, well, maybe it's not impossible. Mainly because he had never flown before in his life. What if he got nervous? Besides, this car was modified by him, and it was quite comfortable. Coupled with the zero-gravity seat, it was no less comfortable than first class. The only downside was the lack of flight attendants. That was a bummer. He wondered if there were any flight attendants on domestic flights. The next day, when Chun Mo woke up comfortably in the hotel bed, his legend had already exploded throughout the automotive world. Following Qin Yue's instructions, Li Zixuan not only swapped for the zero-gravity seat, but also installed several high-definition cameras inside and outside the car. All eyes on the internet were focused on that dented vehicle. Li Zixuan smiled and said, everyone, please take a look. This vehicle is currently fully charged. The battery and electric control are perfectly compatible with the latest ultra-fast charging technology. At the charging station, it took a total of 38 minutes to reach maximum charge. Now, I will embark on an unprecedented challenge of 1,000 kilometers without recharging. We will drive from the bustling city all the way to Jiangcheng, switching people but not the vehicle, and while the people take breaks, the vehicle will keep going. As you can see, this live broadcast is intense and multi-perspective. This means that not only do we need to drive at high speed the entire time, but we also need to power these phones and laptops. Additionally, there are the weights of myself, Boss Chun, and my other partner. Once we reach Jiangcheng, we will circle around the city until we squeeze out the last bit of power, showing everyone just how far we can go. After saying that, everyone got in the car. 10 hours later, watching the battered vehicle traveling at an average speed of 125 kilometers per hour for a total of 1,250 kilometers and still going. Netizens were completely convinced. The key point was that the battery display still showed 20% left. This time, no one questioned it anymore. Because this live broadcast was truly continuous, with cameras not only inside the car, but also capturing the outside conditions in real time. 3 hours later, after a total of 13 hours, when the odometer and GPS map reached 1,600 kilometers, the car issued a warning that the battery was about to run out and that it should pull over immediately. 1,600 kilometers. Looking at this number, everyone was in awe, completely in awe. Wow, didn't they say it would double? It's actually tripled? Pure increase without extra cost. Chen Haigu, did you secretly add more power again? 1,600 kilometers, still averaging over 120 kilometers, close to 130. I honestly don't know what to say anymore. Brothers, I'm genuinely impressed this time. When have you not been impressed? Streamer, can you pull out a battery? No one doubted the authenticity of the data anymore. And because of this live broadcast, which had no possibility of being fake, netizens began to support the brand. In fact, this was not the first time netizens had supported the brand. As early as the first day Li Zixuan went to Chun Mo for repairs, some netizens had already backed the brand. There were even some unknown forces borrowing Li Zixuan's car and Chun Mo to slander the brand and promote others, claiming they were far ahead and offering inferior products. The brand certainly noticed this. However, they did not want to engage directly. After all, sometimes netizens can speak, and hired commenters can speak, but if the official brand steps in directly, it's already a loss. But this time, the brand simply couldn't sit still. How dare you challenge us directly? I have no shame. You, a small hardware store, and I ignore you, yet you keep making noise? The official account of the brand in the region did not trust Chun Mo's technology, thinking it was just a publicity stunt. They even suspected that competitors were about to release new vehicles. The official account issued an extremely arrogant statement, after verification by our technical department. The videos circulating online are all malicious fabrications. Our company's products boast exceptional performance, eliminating the need for any third-party modifications. We urge car owners and consumers to stay vigilant and not be misled by certain live broadcasts. Our official reminder is to be cautious of scammers and to avoid repairs from third parties, as safety cannot be guaranteed. Meanwhile, we have conducted investigations at 4S dealerships nationwide and found no records of after-sales repairs for the vehicle in question, nor have we received any data regarding battery damage. The actions of the other party have already violated the law, and we reserve the right to take action. However, less than a minute after this statement was to be released, the comments section was overwhelmed by stubborn remarks, as if the situation had been completely drowned out. By the time Chun Mo got out of the car, it was already late at night. Although there were zero-gravity seats, a day of travel left him utterly exhausted. He fell asleep as soon as he got home. The next morning, when he arrived promptly at the hardware store, he found a familiar yet unfamiliar figure waiting for him, Qin Yue. However, today she was not wearing her powerful business suit, but rather a casual outfit reminiscent of the girl next door. She looked at Chun Mo with a complex expression filled with regret, admiration, and a hint of barely detectable nervousness. Chun Mo took a deep breath, as if he had made a certain decision. I'm sorry, I actually deceived you. I am the owner of Future Automotive, and I sent Li Zixuan to you. She confessed how she had manipulated Li Zixuan that day, and how she tested Chun Mo's skills step by step. In the end, she bowed deeply to Chun Mo. I'm sorry. I know my actions were despicable, but I truly had no other choice. I hope you can forgive me. Chun Mo's mouth twitched. Damn. He had been careless. Had he known, he would have asked for more money. This woman drives a luxury SUV and is the owner of an automotive company. She must be worth a fortune. Asking for several million wouldn't be too much, right? But he had only charged a little over 100,000. What a loss. Just as Chun Mo was regretting his decision, the viewers in the live stream completely lost it. What? The previous girl who was so eager was actually the real mastermind behind it all? This twist has me on my knees. This is truly a case of playing dumb to catch the big fish. A wealthy woman. This is a real wealthy woman. I've seen Future Automotive. They've invested billions. So, she is a billionaire. How did such a wealthy woman end up interested in Chun Mo? My feelings of envy and jealousy cannot be described. Could it be that he really lives up to his name, as fierce as a black dog? Just when everyone thought they were about to witness a sweet romance between a domineering CEO and a commoner, Qin Yue spoke again. This time her eyes filled with business acumen and a thirst for technology. Chun Mo, on behalf of Future Automotive, I officially extend an invitation to you. I want all the technology related to electric vehicles, electric motors, batteries, electronic controls, and chassis. Name your price, whether it's tens of billions or hundreds of billions. As long as you dare to ask, I will dare to pay. Boom. The entire live broadcast room erupted. Everyone looked at Chun Mo with envious eyes. That's hundreds of billions. However, Chun Mo himself didn't show any excitement after hearing this. He simply frowned, looking at Qin Yue with a wary expression. Hundreds of billions? It sounds tempting, but this woman has a history. Not to mention that Li Zixuan was sent by her to deceive. Previously, Qin Yue was very dissatisfied even when buying a wrench for a few yuan. He recalled the incident where she bought a 900 yuan smart toilet, but ended up being charged 800 for yoga pants. Tens of billions or hundreds of billions may be a lot, but it has to be with the other party's satisfaction or great satisfaction. What if she isn't satisfied? Wouldn't that be for nothing? What if she expresses extreme dissatisfaction later? Wouldn't that mean not only not making a penny, but also losing hundreds of billions? The key is, I've been working like a fool, using bottom-tier services, and have only saved a few tens of millions in universal coins. Where would I find hundreds of billions for her? He couldn't even imagine what would happen if his coins weren't enough to cover it. To be honest, Chun Mo really didn't want to cooperate with a two-faced, scheming woman like Qin Yue, but that's hundreds of millions and billions. With this money, although the Star Destroyer is still far off, the weather control device wouldn't be an unreachable dream anymore. Risks and rewards coexist. The question is, how can he earn the money while completely avoiding the risk of negative reviews? Chun Mo's mind began to race. He got it. He looked at Qin Yue and slowly spoke. President Qin, it's not impossible for you to cooperate with me. But, he paused and threw out an unexpected condition. The person making the payment cannot be you. What? Qin Yue was completely stunned. Chun Mo leaned back in his chair, examining her with an expression that seemed to see through everything. He slowly said, President Qin, don't pretend with me. Don't think I don't know what your situation is. Boom. Qin Yue felt her head buzz as if it had exploded. He knows everything? He knows that my father has frozen my bank card, and I'm broke? No. How could he possibly know? Does he know I'm the one who spends crazy amounts on gifts for him in the live room under Monkey Brothers alias? Or does he know that the matchmaking event was intentionally designed by me to intercept Lu Xian just to get closer to him? For a moment, Qin Yue's mind was in chaos, with various thoughts flashing through her head. Her cheeks flushed with heat due to guilt and nervousness. She looked at Chun Mo's penetrating gaze, feeling as if she were stripped bare in front of him, with no secrets left. Should she confess? If she admits now and apologizes, would he forgive her? Just as Qin Yue's thoughts were racing, Chun Mo looked at Qin Yue's suddenly pale face and her wandering gaze, and he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. As expected, he had hit the nail on the head. He had seen many women like her. What a facade, always scheming behind the scenes. Indeed, the more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she can be. Of course, Chun Mo's mind was racing with calculations. He knew very well how impressive the technology he held was, which gave him the courage to ask for a high price. The reason he had not directly presented the finished products but chose to modify and upgrade them, even giving various high-tech inventions civilian labels, was to create an air of mystery, making it difficult for others to grasp his true cards. Otherwise, he feared he would have long been pulled in for research purposes. Naturally, the safest approach would be to honestly sell simple tools, relying on a no-risk business model for small profits. However, just selling basic tools would not make him much money in the long run, and looking at the impressive starship, he felt a pang of regret. Now, a massive opportunity worth hundreds of billions lay before him, and he had to seize it, but the premise was that it had to be risk-free. He needed to find someone who would definitely give him a good review for the transaction. So, who would unconditionally support him? Instantly, the familiar idea flashed in Chun Mo's mind. That's right, it was Monkey Brother. From Chun Mo's perspective, Monkey Brother had supported him unconditionally since the first day he started broadcasting. No matter how outrageous his ideas were, he had never questioned him and showered him with gifts like it was nothing. This was what true loyalty looked like. He was a real brother. Moreover, Chun Mo's request for him to act as an intermediary was not without reason. He could find a way for Qin Yue to share some benefits with him, even company shares. Now that Chun Mo needed his help, he believed she would agree. After all, she was his fan, always giving him great reviews and supporting him. Now, if he helped her prosper, what reason would she have to give him a bad review? What is genius? This is genius. A smile that he couldn't suppress appeared at the corners of Chun Mo's mouth. Seeing his mocking smile, Chun Mo knew she couldn't hesitate any longer and immediately said, "I'm sorry." "Huh? What are you apologizing for?" Chun Mo was taken aback by her sudden apology. Could there be an unexpected gain? Chun Mo was momentarily stunned. "Didn't you already know? Why ask?" And judging by her expression, it seemed like she didn't know. Thinking this, Chun Mo quickly changed her tone. "I just feel that I must have done something wrong, which is why you need to change the person signing the contract. If you have any issues with me, you can say so. Can you tell me why I can't sign a contract?" "Oh, you mean that?" Chun Mo suddenly realized and smiled. "My request is very simple. For this collaboration, I only recognize one person. Your future automotive company must let my top supporter, Mansanda Hoza with Ding Joyong, become a shareholder. He is fully responsible for all procurement and payment matters." Chun Mo looked at her ghostly expression, thinking she didn't understand, and explained it again. "Simply put, I want to talk to you. I'll only talk to Brother Monkey. You don't have the qualifications. Why must it be him?" Chun felt her mind was completely overwhelmed. Chun Mo thought to himself, "Can I tell you that I'm aiming for a highly satisfactory review? Of course not." He gazed at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, his eyes filled with a sense of history and emotion, and began his Oscar-worthy performance in an extremely sincere and sentimental tone. "Because of loyalty, President Chin, you might not understand. But the relationship between me and Brother Monkey is not just that of a fan and a streamer. He was the first to send me gifts when I was at my lowest, when no one cared about me. He was the first to stand up for me when I was questioned online, who supported me when I couldn't even afford food, who repeatedly checked on me when I was feeling down. It was him and him. My number one brother, Brother Monkey. This kindness, I, Chun Mo, will never forget." He turned his head, his eyes reddened, his voice choked, and with a tone of absolute determination, as if a soldier dying for a confidant, he said, "In the past, I had no ability. Now, I finally have the chance to repay Brother Monkey. I must help my big brother and bring him to the peak of life." His words were so moving, so heroic. The viewers in the live stream were immediately brought to tears. "I'm breaking down, brothers. This is what true brotherhood looks like. Streamer, I take back what I said about you being money-minded. You are the most loyal streamer I've ever seen, bar none. If I had a brother like this, I would be willing to take a bullet for him. Brother Monkey, did you hear that? You didn't love the wrong person." Meanwhile, Chun Mo, listening to Chun Mo's heartfelt confession, was so moved that tears were almost falling. Am I really that important to him? He is even willing to use a business worth hundreds of billions as leverage for me. While she was overwhelmed with emotion, she also felt deep regret. Why didn't I tell him sooner that I am Brother Monkey? Just as she was in turmoil, ready to confess, Chun Mo's tone suddenly turned cold. Furthermore, I trust Brother Monkey's character. He glanced at Chun Mo, his tone filled with disdain. He is not like some people who, from start to finish, are scheming and calculating, thinking only of how to gain something from me. They talk about cooperation but are probably just thinking about how to take advantage of me. Not even willing to pay for a wrench and still have the audacity to talk about hundreds of billions in business? I even seriously suspect that during our first meeting at the restaurant, some people were deliberately trying to intercept and deceive, to ambush me, a person looking for a match. Is this acceptable? It's not. He stood up, tiptoed, looking down at Chun Mo, delivering an ultimatum. Now there are only two paths. First, you personally sign the contract. 300 billion, not a penny less. Second, if the buyer is Monkey Brother, 100 billion, not a penny more. You decide. As for how much of the shares you ultimately want to give Monkey Brother, that's your business to discuss with him. In any case, I don't recognize you. I only recognize Monkey Brother. As soon as these words were spoken, the viewers in the live stream were once again shocked by Chun Mo's chivalrous spirit. Wow! 200 billion. Monkey Brother is worth 200 billion in the host eyes. This is no longer brotherhood. This is like being reborn as parents. Did Monkey Brother save the galaxy in his past life to have such a brother? Chun Mo looked at Chun Mo's determined eyes and listened to the roaring praises in the live stream, feeling a mix of emotions, moved, wronged, and regretful, all intertwined, leaving her speechless. Seeing her hesitation, Chun Mo assumed she was reluctant to share the profits with Monkey Brother and sneered. It seemed that President Chin had made up her mind. Fine, think it over. But let me remind you, there are more than just you who can cooperate with me. Believe it or not, once you loosen your grip, there will be plenty of car companies coming to seek cooperation with me. I'm sure there are many people waving cash, begging to let Monkey Brother invest. Of course, there are wealthy individuals besides you. When Monkey Brother invests, it's usually hundreds of thousands or millions. His family definitely isn't short on money. He might even be considering entering the car manufacturing industry directly. I could take this technology and partner with him to set up a factory. That is not impossible. I agree. Hearing Chun Mo's resolute attitude, Chun Mo no longer dared to hesitate and quickly agreed. As for explaining that she is actually Monkey Brother, let us put that aside for now. Chun Mo has a deep misunderstanding of her. It's better to secure the technology first. What if Chun Mo finds out she is Monkey Brother and thinks she has been plotting all along? Then she wouldn't be able to use the Monkey Brother disguise anymore. She had put in so much effort. She didn't want to let those companies take advantage of her. Chapter 98. Still saying you're not gay. Hearing Chun Mo agree, Chun Mo breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately picked up his phone and shouted at the camera, Monkey Brother, are you there? I found a way for you to get rich, a project worth billions. Are you interested in doing something big together? However, he called out for a long time. But the familiar colorful comments did not appear on the screen. The viewers in the live stream also noticed something was off. Huh? Where's Monkey Brother? Wasn't he just here? It seems like Monkey Brother hasn't he shown up much these past few days. I checked the donation leaderboard. The last time Monkey Brother donated was 4 days ago. The last time he appeared was during the Space Shuttle model segment. No way. Could it be that Monkey Brother has unfollowed? Seeing these comments, Chun Mo's brows furrowed slightly. Unfollow.